Welcome to Top 100 Best-Selling Audiobooks, bringing the greatest books of all time to life, in full. Hello dear listener. If you're here, it's probably because you're as passionate about books and the knowledge and wisdom they bring as we are. So you might also want to own this book or any other from this podcast in physical form, either to add to your personal library or to gift it to a friend. That's why we've included a link in the description, where you can get it at a discount and with shipping to almost anywhere in the world. Also, if you make your purchase through these links, the editors of this podcast will receive a small commission, which helps support us in continuing to upload more and more audiobooks for free. Let's make the world a better place through books, together. Pigeon Publishing House presents Don Quixote. Author, Miguel de Cervantes. First part of the ingenious gentleman Don Quixote of La Mancha. Prologue. Idle reader, without my swearing to it, you can believe that I would like this book, the child of my understanding, to be the most beautiful, the most brilliant, and the most discreet that anyone could imagine. But I have not been able to contravene the natural order, in it, like begets like. And so what could my barren and poorly cultivated wits beget but the history of a child who was dry, withered, capricious, and filled with inconstant thoughts never imagined by anyone else, which is just what one would expect of a person begotten in a prison, where every discomfort has its place and every mournful sound makes its home. One tranquility, a peaceful place, the pleasant countryside, serene skies, murmuring fountains, a calm spirit, are a great motivation for the most barren muses to prove themselves fertile and produce offspring that fill the world with wonder and joy. A father may have a child who is ugly and lacking in all the graces, and the love he feels for him puts a blindfold over his eyes so that he does not see his defects but considers them signs of charm and intelligence and recounts them to his friends as if they were clever and witty. But though I seem to be the father, I am the stepfather of Don Quixote, and I do not wish to go along with the common custom and implore you, almost with tears in my eyes, as others do, dearest reader, to forgive or ignore the faults you may find in this my child, for you are neither his kin nor his friend, and you have a soul in your body and a will as free as anyone's, and you are in your own house, where you are lord, as the sovereign is master of his revenues, and you know the old saying, "Under cover of my cloak I can kill the king," which exempts and excuses you from all respect and obligation, and you can say anything you desire about this history without fear that you will be reviled for the bad things or rewarded for the good that you might say about it. I wanted only to offer it to you plain and bare, unadorned by a prologue or the endless catalogue of sonnets, epigrams, and laudatory poems that are usually placed at the beginning of books. For I can tell you that although it cost me some effort to compose, none seemed greater than creating the preface you are now reading. I picked up my pen many times to write it, and many times I put it down again because I did not know what to write, and once, when I was baffled, with the paper in front of me, my pen behind my ear, my elbow propped on the writing table, and my cheek resting in my hand, pondering what I would say, a friend of mine, a man who was witty and wise, unexpectedly came in and seeing me so perplexed asked the reason, and I had nothing from him and said I was thinking about the prologue I had to write for the history of Don Quixote, and the problem was that I did not want to write it yet did not want to bring to light the deeds of so noble a knight without one. For how could I not be confused at what that old legislator, the public, will say when it sees that after all the years I have spent asleep in the silence of obscurity, I emerge now, carrying all my years on my back, too with a tail as dry as esparto grass, devoid of invention, deficient in style, poor in ideas, and lacking all erudition and doctrine, without notes in the margins or annotations at the end of the book, when I see that other books, even if they are profane fictions, are so full of citations from Aristotle, Plato, and the entire horde of philosophers that readers are moved to admiration and consider the authors to be well-read, erudite, and eloquent men? Even more so when they cite Holy Scripture. People are bound to say they are new St. Thomases and other doctors of the Church, and for this they maintain so ingenious a decorum that in one line they depict a heartbroken lover and in the next they write a little Christian sermon that is a joy and a pleasure to hear or read. My book will lack all of this, for I have nothing to note in the margin or to annotate at the end, and I certainly don't know which authors I have followed so that I can mention them at the beginning, as everyone else does, in alphabetical order, beginning with Aristotle and ending with Xenophon, and with Zoilus and Zeuxis, though one was a slanderer and the other a painter. My book will also lack sonnets at the beginning, especially sonnets whose authors are dukes, marquises, counts, bishops, ladies, or celebrated poets, though if I asked 2 or 3 officials who are friends of mine, I know they would give me a few that would be more than the equal of ones by writers who are more famous in our Spain. In short, my friend, I continued, I have decided that Don Quixote should remain buried in the archives of La Mancha until heaven provides someone who can adorn him with all the things he lacks, for I find myself incapable of correcting the situation because of my incompetence and my lack of learning, and because I am by nature too lazy and slothful to go looking for authors to say what I know how to say without them. This is the origin of the perplexity and abstraction in which you found me. The reasons you have heard from me are enough reason for my being in this state. On hearing this, my friend clapped his hand to his forehead, burst into laughter, and said, "By God, brother, now I am disabused of an illusion I have lived with for all the time I have known you, for I always considered you perceptive and prudent in everything you do. But now I see that you are as far from having those qualities as heaven is from earth. How is it possible that things so trivial and so easy to remedy can have the power to perplex and absorb an intelligence as mature as yours, and one so ready to demolish and pass over much greater difficulties? By my faith, this does not have its origins in lack of skill but in an excess of laziness and a paucity of reasoning. Do you want to see if what I say is true? Then listen carefully and you will see how in the blink of an eye I confound all your difficulties and remedy all the problems that you say bewilder you and make you fearful to bring to light the history of your famous Don Quixote, the paragon and model of all knights errant." "Tell me," I replied, listening to what he was saying, "how do you intend to fill the void of my fear and bring clarity to the chaos of my confusion?" To which he said, "First, to solve the question of the sonnets, epigrams, or laudatory poems by distinguished and titled people, which you need at the beginning, you must make a certain effort and write them yourself, and then you can baptize them with any name you want, attributing them to Prester John of the Indies III or to the Emperor of Trebizond, for both of whom, I have heard, were famous poets, and if they were not, and certain pedants and university graduates backbite and gossip about the truth of the attributions, you should not give 2 maravedis 5 for what they say, because even if they prove the lie, they won't cut off the hand you used to write with. As for citing in the margins the books and authors that were the source of the sayings and maxims you put into your history, all you have to do is insert some appropriate maxims or phrases in Latin, ones that you know by heart or, at least, that won't cost you too much trouble to look up, so that if you speak of freedom and captivity, you can say, "Non bene pro toto libertas venditur oro." 6. And then, in the margin, you cite Horace or whoever it was who said it. If the subject is the power of death, you can use Paulita mors equal pulsat pedi pauperum tabernus, regumptes. 7. If it's the friendship and love that God commands us to have for our enemies, you turn right to Holy Scripture, which you can do with a minimum of effort, and say the words of God himself, ego autem dico vobis, diligite inimicos vestros. 8. If you mention evil thoughts, go to the Gospel, decort exeant cogitations malai. 9. If the topic is the fickleness of friends, Cato's there, ready with his couplet.
Done eris felix, multos numerabis amicos, tempora si fuerint nubila, solus eris.
10. And with these little Latin phrases and others like them, people will think you are a grammarian, being one is no small honor and advantage these days. As for putting annotations at the end of the book, certainly you can do it this way. If you name some giant in your book, make him the giant Goliath, and just by doing that, which is almost no trouble at all, you have a nice long annotation, because then you can write, the giant Goliath, or Goliath, was a Philistine whom the shepherd David slew with a stone in the valley of Terebinth, as recounted in the Book of Kings, and you can easily find the chapter. After this, to show that you are a scholar in humane letters and a cosmographer, be sure to mention the Taha River in your history, And you'll have another worthy annotation if you write, the Taja River received its name from a king of all the Spains. It is born in that place and dies in the ocean sea, kissing the walls of the famous city of Lisbon, and it is thought that its sands are of gold, etc. If you mention thieves, I will tell you the history of Cacus, which I know by heart. If the subject is prostitutes, there's the Bishop of Mondonito, who will provide you with Lamia, Lida, and Flora, and citing him will be a credit to you. 11. If you refer to cruelty, Ovid will give you Medea, enchanters and sorcerers, and you have Homer's Calypso, valiant captains, and none other than Julius Caesar will give you himself in his commentaries, and Plutarch will provide you with 1,000 Alexanders. If you write about love, with the couple of ounces of Tuscan that you know, you'll run right into Leon Hebrew, 12, who will inflate your meters. And if you don't care to travel to foreign lands, right at home you have Fonseca's Del Amor de Dios, 13, which summarizes everything that you or the most ingenious writer might wish to know about the subject. In short, all you have to do is to name the names or touch on the histories that I have mentioned, and leave it to me to put in annotations and notes. I swear to you that I'll fill up the margins and use 4 quartos of paper at the end. Let's turn now to the citation of authors, found in other books and missing in yours. The solution to this is very simple, because all you have to do is find a book that cites them all from A to Z, as you put it. Then you'll put that same alphabet in your book, and though the lie is obvious, it doesn't matter, since you'll have little need to use them. Perhaps someone will be naive enough to believe you have consulted all of them in your plain and simple history. If it serves no other purpose, at least a lengthy catalogue of authors will give the book an unexpected authority. Furthermore, no one will try to determine if you followed them or did not follow them, having nothing to gain from that. Besides, if I understand it correctly, this book of yours has no need for any of the things you say it lacks, because all of it is an invective against books of chivalry, which Aristotle never thought of, and say Basil never mentioned, and Cicero never saw, and whose unbelievable absurdities do not enter into the calculations of factual truth, or the observations of astrology. 14 Geometrical measurements are of no importance to them, and neither is the refutation of arguments used in rhetoric. There is no reason for your book to preach to anyone, weaving the human with the divine, which is a kind of cloth no Christian intelligence should wear. It only has to make use of mimesis in the writing, and the more precise that is, the better the writing will be. And since this work of yours intends only to undermine the authority and wide acceptance that books of chivalry have in the world and among the public, there is no reason for you to go begging for maxims from philosophers, counsel from Holy Scripture, fictions from poets, orations from rhetoricians, or miracles from saints. Instead, you should strive, in plain speech, with words that are straightforward, honest, and well-placed, to make your sentences and phrases sonorous and entertaining, and have them portray, as much as you can and as far as it is possible, your intention, making your ideas clear without complicating and obscuring them. Another thing to strive for, reading your history should move the melancholy to laughter, increase the joy of the cheerful, not irritate the simple, fill the clever with admiration for its invention, not give the serious reason to scorn it, and allow the prudent to praise it. In short, keep your eye on the goal of demolishing the ill-founded apparatus of these chivalric books, despised by many and praised by so many more, and if you accomplish this, you will have accomplished no small thing. In deep silence I listened to what my friend told me, and his words made so great an impression on me that I did not dispute them but acknowledged their merit and wanted to use them to write this prologue, in which you will see, gentle reader, the cleverness of my friend, my good fortune in finding the adviser I needed in time, and your own relief at finding so sincere and uncomplicated a history as that of the famous Don Quixote of La Mancha, who is thought by all the residents of the district of Montiel 15 to have been the most chaste lover and most valiant knight seen in those environs for many years. I do not want to charge you too much for the service I have performed in introducing you to so noble and honorable a knight, but I do want you to thank me for allowing you to make the acquaintance of the famous Sancho Panza, his squire, in whom, in my opinion, I have summarized for you all the squirely wit and charm scattered throughout the great mass of inane books of chivalry. And having said this, may God grant you health and not forget me. Chapter 1, which describes the condition and profession of the famous gentleman Don Quixote of La Mancha. Somewhere in La Mancha, in a place whose name I do not care to remember, a gentleman lived not long ago, one of those who has a lance and ancient shield on a shelf and keeps a skinny nag and a greyhound for racing. An occasional stew, beef more often than lamb, hash most nights, eggs and abstinence on Saturdays, lentils on Fridays, sometimes squab as a treat on Sundays. These consumed 3/4 of his income. 1 The rest went for a light woolen tunic and velvet breeches and hose of the same material for feast days, while weekdays were honored with dun-colored coarse cloth. He had a housekeeper past 40, a niece not yet 20, and a man of all work who did everything from saddling the horse to pruning the trees. Our gentleman was approximately 50 years old, his complexion was weathered, his flesh scrawny, his face gaunt, and he was a very early riser and a great lover of the hunt. Some claim that his family name was Quixote, or Quexada, for there is a certain amount of disagreement among the authors who write of this matter, although reliable conjecture seems to indicate that his name was Quexana. But this does not matter very much to our story. In its telling there is absolutely no deviation from the truth. And so, let it be said that this aforementioned gentleman spent his times of leisure, which meant most of the year, reading books of chivalry with so much devotion and enthusiasm that he forgot almost completely about the hunt and even about the administration of his estate, and in his rash curiosity and folly he went so far as to sell acres of arable land in order to buy books of chivalry to read, and he brought as many of them as he could into his house, and he thought none was as fine as those composed by the worthy Feliciano de Silva, too, because the clarity of his prose and complexity of his language seemed to him more valuable than pearls, in particular when he read the declarations and missives of love, where he would often find written, "The reason for the unreason to which my reason turns. So weakens my reason that with reason I complain of thy beauty." And also when he read, "The heavens on high divinely heighten thy divinity with the stars and make thee deserving of the deserts thy greatness deserves." With these words and phrases the poor gentleman lost his mind, and he spent sleepless nights trying to understand them and extract their meaning, which Aristotle himself, if he came back to life for only that purpose, would not have been able to decipher or understand. Our gentleman was not very happy with the wounds that Don Belianis gave and received, because he imagined that no matter how great the physicians and surgeons who cured him, he would still have his face and entire body covered with scars and marks. But, even so, he praised the author for having concluded his book with the promise of unending adventure, and he often felt the desire to take up his pen and give it the conclusion promised there, and no doubt he would have done so, and even published it, if other greater and more persistent thoughts had not prevented him from doing so. He often had discussions with the village priest, who was a learned man, a graduate of Siguenza III, regarding who had been the greater knight, Pomeron of England or Amadis of Gaul. But Master Nicholas, the village barber, said that none was the equal of the Knight of Phoebus, and if any could be compared to him, it was Don Galler, the brother of Amadis of Gaul, because he was moderate in everything, a knight who was not affected, not as weepy as his brother, and incomparable in questions of courage. In short, our gentleman became so caught up in reading that he spent his nights reading from dusk till dawn and his days reading from sunrise to sunset, and so with too little sleep and too much reading his brains dried up, causing him to lose his mind. His fantasy filled with everything he had read in his books, enchantments as well as combats, battles, challenges, wounds, courtings, loves, torments, and other impossible foolishness, and he became so convinced in his imagination of the truth of all the countless grandiloquent and false inventions he read that for him no history in the world was truer. He would say that El Cid Ruy Diaz IV had been a very good knight but could not compare to Amadis, the knight of the blazing sword, who with a single backstroke cut two ferocious and colossal giants in half. He was fonder of Bernardo del Carpio V because at Roncesvalles VI he had killed the enchanted Roland by availing himself of the tactic of Hercules when he crushed Antaeus, the son of Earth, in his arms. He spoke highly of the giant Morganta because, although he belonged to the race of giants, all of them haughty and lacking in courtesy, he alone was amiable and well-behaved. But, more than any of the others, he admired Reynaldos de Montalban VII above all when he saw him emerge from his castle and rob anyone he met, and when he crossed the sea and stole the idol of Muhammad made all of gold, as recounted in his history. He would have traded his housekeeper, and even his niece, for the chance to strike a blow at the traitor Guenelon. 8. the truth is that when his mind was completely gone, he had the strangest thought any lunatic in the world ever had, which was that it seemed reasonable and necessary to him, both for the sake of his honor and as a service to the nation, to become a knight-errant and travel the world with his armor and his horse to seek adventures and engage in everything he had read that knights-errant engaged in, righting all manner of wrongs and, by seizing the opportunity and placing himself in danger and ending those wrongs, winning eternal renown and everlasting fame. The poor man imagined himself already wearing the crown, won by the valor of his arm, of the empire of Trebizond at the very least, and so it was that with these exceedingly agreeable thoughts, and carried away by the extraordinary pleasure he took in them, he hastened to put into effect what he so fervently desired. And the first thing he did was to attempt to clean some armor that had belonged to his great-grandfathers and, stained with rust and covered with mildew, had spent many long years stored and forgotten in a corner. He did the best he could to clean and repair it, but he saw that it had a great defect, which was that instead of a full sallet helmet with an attached neckguard, there was only a simple headpiece. But he compensated for this with his industry, and out of pasteboard he fashioned a kind of half-helmet that, when attached to the headpiece, took on the appearance of a full sallet. It is true that in order to test if it was strong and could withstand a blow, he took out his sword and struck it twice, and with the first blow he undid in a moment what it had taken him a week to create. He could not help being disappointed at the ease with which he had hacked it to pieces, and to protect against that danger, he made another one, placing strips of iron on the inside so that he was satisfied with its strength, and not wanting to put it to the test again, he designated and accepted it as an extremely fine sallet. Then he went to look at his nag, and though its hoofs had more cracks than his master's pate and it showed more flaws than Gonella's horse, that tantum palisatiasa fut, 9 it seemed to him that Alexander's Bucephalus and Elcid's Babiaca were not its equal. He spent 4 days thinking about the name he would give it, for, as he told himself, it was not seemly that the horse of so famous a knight, and a steed so intrinsically excellent, should not have a worthy name. He was looking for the precise name that would declare what the horse had been before its master became a knight-errant and what it was now, for he was determined that if the master was changing his condition, the horse too would change its name to one that would win the fame and recognition its new position and profession deserved, and so, after many names that he shaped and discarded, subtracted from and added to, unmade and remade in his memory and imagination, he finally decided to call the horse Rocinante Ten, a name, in his opinion, that was noble, sonorous, and reflective of what it had been when it was a nag, before it was what it was now, which was the foremost nag in all the world. Having given a name, and one so much to his liking, to his horse, he wanted to give one to himself, and he spent another 8 days pondering this, and at last he called himself Don Quixote, 11, which is why, as has been noted, the authors of this absolutely true history determined that he undoubtedly must have been named Quixote and not Quixada, as others have claimed. In any event, recalling that the valiant Amadis had not been content with simply calling himself Amadis but had added the name of his kingdom and realm in order to bring it fame, and was known as Amadis of Gaul, he too, like a good knight, wanted to add the name of his birthplace to his own, and he called himself Don Quixote of La Mancha, 12, thereby, to his mind, clearly stating his lineage and country and honoring it by making it part of his title. Having cleaned his armor and made a full helmet out of a simple headpiece, and having given a name to his horse and decided on one for himself, he realized that the only thing left for him to do was to find a lady to love, for the knight-errant without a lady love was a tree without leaves or fruit, a body without a soul. He said to himself, "If I, because of my evil sins, or my good fortune, meet with a giant somewhere, as ordinarily befalls knights-errant, and I unseat him with a single blow, or cut his body in half, or, in short, conquer and defeat him, would it not be good to have someone to whom I could send him so that he might enter and fall to his knees before my sweet lady, and say in the humble voice of surrender, 'I, lady, am the giant Caraculiambro, lord of the island Malandrania, defeated in single combat by the never sufficiently praised knight Don Quixote of La Mancha, who commanded me to appear before your ladyship, so that your highness might dispose of me as you chose?'" Oh, how pleased our good knight was when he had made this speech, and even more pleased when he discovered the one he could call his lady. It is believed that in a nearby village there was a very attractive peasant girl with whom he had once been in love, although she, apparently, never knew or noticed. Her name was Aldonza Lorenzo 13, and he thought it a good idea to call her the lady of his thoughts, and, searching for a name that would not differ significantly from his and would suggest and imply that of a princess and great lady, he decided to call her Dulcinea of Toboso 14 because she came from Toboso, a name, to his mind, that was musical and beautiful and filled with significance, as were all the others he had given to himself and everything pertaining to him. Chapter 2, which tells of the first sally that the ingenious Don Quixote made from his native land. And so, having completed these preparations, he did not wish to wait any longer to put his thought into effect, impelled by the great need in the world that he believed was caused by his delay, for there were evils to undo, wrongs to right, injustices to correct, abuses to ameliorate, and offenses to rectify. And one morning before dawn on a hot day in July, without informing a single person of his intentions, and without anyone seeing him, he armed himself with all his armor and mounted Rocinante, wearing his poorly constructed helmet, and he grasped his shield and took up his lance, and through the side door of a corral he rode out into the countryside with great joy and delight at seeing how easily he had given a beginning to his virtuous desire. But as soon as he found himself in the countryside he was assailed by a thought so terrible it almost made him abandon the enterprise he had barely begun. He recalled that he had not been dubbed a knight, and according to the law of chivalry, he could not and must not take up arms against any knight. Since this was the case, he would have to bear blank arms, like a novice knight without a device on his shield, until he had earned one through his own efforts. These thoughts made him waver in his purpose, but, his madness being stronger than any other faculty, he resolved to have himself dubbed a knight by the first person he met, in imitation of many others who had done the same, as he had read in the books that had brought him to this state. As for his arms being blank and white, he planned to clean them so much that when the dubbing took place they would be whiter than ermine. He immediately grew serene and continued on his way, following only the path his horse wished to take, believing that the virtue of his adventures lay in doing this. And as our new adventurer traveled along, he talked to himself, saying, "Who can doubt that in times to come, when the true history of my famous deeds comes to light, the wise man who compiles them, when he begins to recount my first sally so early in the day, will write in this manner: No sooner had Rubik and Apollo spread over the face of the wide and spacious earth the golden strands of his beauteous hair, no sooner had diminutive and bright-hued birds with dulcet tongues greeted in sweet, mellifluous harmony the advent of rosy dawn, who, forsaking the soft couch of her zealous consort, revealed herself to mortals through the doors and balconies of the Manchegan horizon. Then the famous knight Don Quixote of La Mancha, abandoning the downy bed of idleness, mounted his famous steed, Rocinante, and commenced to ride through the ancient and illustrious countryside of Montiel. And it was true that this was where he was riding. And he continued, "Fortunate the time and blessed the age when my famous deeds will come to light, worthy of being carved in bronze, sculpted in marble, and painted on tablets as a remembrance in the future. O thou, wise enchanter, whoever thou mayest be, whose task it will be to chronicle this wondrous history, I implore thee not to overlook my good Rocinante, my eternal companion on all my travels and peregrinations." Then he resumed speaking as if he truly were in love. "O Princess Dulcinea, mistress of this captive heart, thou hast done me grievous harm in bidding me farewell and reproving me with the harsh affliction of commanding that I not appear before thy sublime beauty. May it please thee, Señora, to recall this thy subject heart, which suffers countless trials for the sake of thy love." He strung these together with other foolish remarks, all in the manner his books had taught him, and imitating their language as much as he could. As a result, his pace was so slow, and the sun rose so quickly and ardently, that it would have melted his brains if he had had any. He rode almost all that day and nothing worthy of note happened to him, which caused him to despair because he wanted an immediate encounter with someone on whom to test the valor of his mighty arm. Some authors say his first adventure was the one in Puerto Lapis, others claim it was the adventure of the windmills, but according to what I have been able to determine with regard to this matter, and what I have discovered written in the annals of La Mancha, the fact is that he rode all that day, and at dusk he and his horse found themselves exhausted and half dead with hunger, as he looked all around to see if he could find some castle or a sheepfold with shepherds where he might take shelter and alleviate his great hunger and need, he saw an inn not far from the path he was traveling, and it was as if he had seen a star guiding him not to the portals, but to the inner towers of his salvation. He quickened his pace and reached the inn just as night was falling. At the door there happened to be two young women, the kind they call ladies of easy virtue, who were on their way to Seville with some mule drivers who had decided to stop at the inn that night, and since everything our adventurer thought, saw, or imagined seemed to happen according to what he had read, as soon as he saw the inn it appeared to him to be a castle complete with 4 towers and spires of gleaming silver, not to mention a drawbridge and deep moat and all the other details depicted on such castles. He rode toward the inn that he thought was a castle, and when he was a short distance away he reined in Rocinante and waited for a dwarf to appear on the parapets to signal with his trumpet that a knight was approaching the castle. But when he saw that there was some delay, and that Rocinante was in a hurry to get to the stable, he rode toward the door of the inn and saw the 2 profligate wenches standing there, and he thought they were 2 fair damsels or 2 gracious ladies taking their ease at the entrance to the castle. At that moment a swineherd who was driving his pigs. No excuses, that's what they're called, out of some mudholes blew his horn, a sound that pigs respond to, and it immediately seemed to Don Quixote to be just what he had desired, which was for a dwarf to signal his arrival, and so with extreme joy he rode up to the inn, and the ladies, seeing a man armed in that fashion, and carrying a lance and shield, became frightened and were about to retreat into the inn, but Don Quixote, inferring their fear from their flight, raised the pasteboard visor. Revealing his dry, dusty face, and in a gallant manner and reassuring voice, he said to them, "Flee not, dear ladies, fear no villainous act from me, for the order of chivalry which I profess does not countenance or permit such deeds to be committed against any person, least of all high-born maidens such as yourselves." The women looked at him, directing their eyes to his face, hidden by the imitation visor, but when they heard themselves called maidens, something so alien to their profession, they could not control their laughter, which offended Don Quixote and moved him to say, "Moderation is becoming in beauteous ladies, and laughter for no reason is foolishness, but I do not say this to cause in you a woeful or dolorous disposition, for mine is none other than to serve you." The language, which the ladies did not understand, and the bizarre appearance of our knight intensified their laughter, and his annoyance increased, and he would have gone even further if at that moment the innkeeper had not come out, a man who was very fat and therefore very peaceable, and when he saw that grotesque figure armed with arms as incongruous as his bridle, lance, shield, and corslet, he was ready to join the maidens in their displays of hilarity. But fearing the countless difficulties that might ensue, he decided to speak to him politely, and so he said, "If, Señor, your grace seeks lodging, except for a bed, because there is none in this inn, a great abundance of everything else will be found here." Don Quixote, seeing the humility of the steward of the castle fortress, which is what he thought the innkeeper and the inn were, replied, "For me, good Castellan, anything will do, for my trappings are my weapons, and combat is my rest, too." The host believed he had called him Castellan because he thought him an upright Castilian, though he was an Andalusian from the Sanlúcar coast, 3 no less a thief than Cacus and as malicious as an apprentice page, and so he responded, "In that case, your grace's beds must be bare rocks, and your sleep a constant vigil, and this being true, you can surely dismount, certain of finding in this poor hovel more than enough reason and reasons not to sleep in an entire year, let alone a single night." And having said this, he went to hold the stirrup for Don Quixote, who dismounted with extreme difficulty and travail, like a man who had not broken his fast all day long. Then he told his host to take great care with his horse, because it was the best mount that walked this earth. The innkeeper looked at the horse and did not think it as good as Don Quixote said, or even half as good. After leading it to the stable, he came back to see what his guest might desire, and the maidens, who by this time had made peace with him, were divesting him of his armor. Although they removed his breastplate and back piece, they never knew how or were able to disconnect the gorget or remove the counterfeit helmet, which was tied on with green cords that would have to be cut because the ladies could not undo the knots. But he absolutely refused to consent to this, and so he spent all night wearing the helmet and was the most comical and curious figure anyone could imagine, as they were disarming him, and since he imagined that those well-worn and much-used women were illustrious ladies. and damsels from the castle, he said to them with a good deal of grace and verve. Never was a knight so well served by ladies as was Don Quixote when he first sallied forth. Fair damsels tended to him, princesses cared for his horse, for Rocinante, for this is the name, noble ladies, of my steed, and Don Quixote of La Mancha is mine, and although I did not wish to disclose my name until the great feats performed in your service and for your benefit would reveal it, perforce the adaptation of this ancient ballad of Lancelot to our present purpose has been the cause of your learning my name before the time was ripe, but the day will come when your highnesses will command, and I shall obey, and the valor of this my arm will betoken the desire I have to serve you. The women, unaccustomed to hearing such high-flown rhetoric, did not say a word in response, they only asked if he wanted something to eat. I would consume any fare, replied Don Quixote, because, as I understand it, that would be most beneficial now. It happened to be a Friday, and in all the inn there was nothing but a few pieces of a fish that in Castilla is called cod, and in Andalusia codfish, and in other places salt cod, and elsewhere smoked cod. They asked if his grace would like a little smoked cod, for there was no other fish to serve him. Since many little cod, replied Don Quixote, altogether make one large one, it does not matter to me if you give me 8 reals 5 in coins or in a single piece of 8. Moreover, it well might be that these little cod are like veal, which is better than beef, and kid, which is better than goat. But, in any case, bring it soon, for the toil and weight of arms cannot be borne if one does not control the stomach. They set the table at the door of the inn to take advantage of the cooler air, and the host brought Don Quixote a portion of cod that was badly prepared and cooked even worse, and bread as black and grimy as his armor, but it was a cause for great laughter to see him eat, because, since he was wearing his helmet and holding up the visor with both hands, he could not put anything in his mouth unless someone placed it there for him, and so one of the ladies performed that task. But when it was time to give him something to drink, it was impossible, and would have remained impossible, if the innkeeper had not hollowed out a reed, placing one end in the gentleman's mouth and pouring some wine in the other, and all of this Don Quixote accepted with patience in order not to have the cords of his helmet cut. At this moment a gelder of hogs happened to arrive at the inn, and as he arrived he blew on his reed pipe 4 or 5 times, which confirmed for Don Quixote that he was in a famous castle where they were entertaining him with music, and that the cod was trout, the bread soft and white, the prostitutes ladies, the innkeeper the castellan of the castle, and that his decision to sally forth had been a good one. But what troubled him most was not being dubbed a knight, for it seemed to him he could not legitimately engage in any adventure if he did not receive the order of knighthood. Chapter 3, which recounts the amusing manner in which Don Quixote was dubbed a knight. And so, troubled by this thought, he hurried through the scant meal served at the inn, and when it was finished, he called to the innkeeper and, after going into the stable with him, he kneeled before him and said, "Never shall I rise up from this place, valiant knight, until thy courtesy grants me a boon I wish to ask of thee, one that will redound to thy glory and to the benefit of all humankind." The innkeeper, seeing his guest at his feet and hearing these words, looked at him and was perplexed, not knowing what to do or say. He insisted that he get up, but Don Quixote refused until the innkeeper declared that he would grant the boon asked of him. "I expected no less of thy great magnificence, my lord," replied Don Quixote. "And so I shall tell thee the boon that I would ask of thee, and thy generosity is granted me, and it is that on the morrow thou wilt dub me a knight, and that this night in the chapel of thy castle I shall keep vigil over my armor, and on the morrow, as I have said, what I fervently desire will be accomplished, so that I can, as I needs must do, travel the 4 corners of the earth in search of adventures on behalf of those in need, this being the office of chivalry and of knights errant, for I am one of them and my desire is disposed to such deeds." The innkeeper, as we have said, was rather sly and already had some inkling of his guest's madness, which was confirmed when he heard him say these words, and in order to have something to laugh about that night, he proposed to humor him, and so he told him that his desire and request were exemplary and his purpose right and proper in knights who were as illustrious as he appeared to be and as his gallant presence demonstrated, and that he himself, in the years of his youth, had dedicated himself to that honorable profession, traveling through many parts of the world in search of adventures, to wit the Percheles and Malaga, the Islas of Riaran, the Campas in Sevilla, the Azagejo of Segovia, the Oliveira of Valencia, the Rondilla in Granada, the coast of Sanlúcar, the Potro in Córdoba, the Ventillas in Toledo, one and many other places where he had exercised the light-footedness of his feet and the light-fingeredness of his hands, committing countless wrongs, bedding many widows, undoing a few maidens, deceiving several orphans, and, finally, becoming known in every court and tribunal in almost all of Spain. In recent years, he had retired to this castle, where he lived on his property and that of others, welcoming all knights-errant of whatever category and condition simply because of the great fondness he felt for them, so that they might share with him their goods as recompense for his virtuous desires. He also said that in this castle there was no chapel where Don Quixote could stand vigil over his arms, for it had been demolished in order to rebuild it, but, in urgent cases, he knew that vigils could be kept anywhere, and on this night he could stand vigil in a courtyard of the castle. In the morning, God willing, the necessary ceremonies would be performed, and he would be dubbed a knight, and so much of a knight there could be no greater in all the world. He asked if he had any money. Don Quixote replied that he did not have a copper blanca, too, because he never had read in the histories of knights-errant that any of them ever carried money. To this the innkeeper replied that he was deceived, for if this was not written in the histories, it was because it had not seemed necessary to the authors to write down something as obvious and necessary as carrying money and clean shirts, and if they had not, this was no reason to think the knights did not carry them. It therefore should be taken as true and beyond dispute that all the knights-errant who fill so many books to overflowing carried well-provisioned purses for whatever might befall them. By the same token, they carried shirts and a small chest stocked with unguents to cure the wounds they received, for in the fields and clearings where they engaged in combat and were wounded there was not always someone who could heal them, unless they had for a friend some wise enchanter who instantly came to their aid, bringing through the air, on a cloud, a damsel or a dwarf bearing a flask of water of such great power that, by swallowing a single drop, the knights were so completely healed of their injuries and wounds that it was as if no harm had befallen them. But in the event such was not the case, the knights abjured deemed it proper for their squires to be provisioned with money and other necessities, such as linen bandages and unguents to heal their wounds. And if it happened that these knights had no squire, which was a rare and uncommon thing, they themselves carried everything in saddlebags so finely made they could barely be seen on the haunches of their horse, as if they were something of greater significance, because, except in cases like these, carrying saddlebags was not well favored by knights-errant. For this reason he advised, for he could still give Don Quixote orders as if he were his godson, since that is what he soon would be, that from now on he not ride forth without money and the provisions he had described, and then he would see how useful and necessary they would be when he least expected it. Don Quixote promised to do as he advised with great alacrity, and so it was arranged that he would stand vigil over his arms in a large corral to one side of the inn, and Don Quixote gathered all his armor together and placed it on a trough that was next to a well, and, grasping his shield, he took up his lance and with noble countenance began to pace back and forth in front of the trough, and as he began his pacing, night began to fall. The innkeeper told everyone in the inn about the lunacy of his guest, about his standing vigil over his armor and his expectation that he would be dubbed a knight. They marveled at so strange a form of madness and went to watch him from a distance, and saw that with a serene expression he sometimes paced back and forth, at other times, leaning on his lance, he turned his eyes to his armor and did not turn them away again for a very long time. Night had fallen, but the moon was so bright it could compete with the orb whose light it reflected, and therefore everything the new knight did was seen clearly by everyone. Just then it occurred to one of the mule drivers in the inn to water his pack of mules, and for this it was necessary to move Don Quixote's armor, which was on the trough. Our knight, seeing him approach, said in a booming voice, "O thou, whosoever thou art, rash knight, who cometh to touch the armor of the most valiant knight who e'er girded on a sword? Lookest thou to what thou dost and toucheth it not, if thou wanteth not to leave thy life in payment for thy audacity?" The muleteer cared nothing for these words, and it would have been better for him if he had, because it meant caring for his health and well-being. Instead, he picked up the armor by the straps and threw it a good distance away. And seeing this, Don Quixote lifted his eyes to heaven and, turning his thoughts, or so it seemed to him, to his lady Dulcinea, he said, "Help me, Señora, in this the first affront aimed at this thy servant's bosom, in this my first challenge letteth not thy grace and protection fail me. And saying these and other similar phrases, and dropping his shield, he raised his lance in both hands and gave the mule driver so heavy a blow on the head that he knocked him to the ground, and the man was so badly battered that if the first blow had been followed by a second, he would have had no need for a physician to care for his wounds. Having done this, Don Quixote picked up his armor and began to pace again with the same tranquility as before. A short while later, unaware of what had happened, for the first mule driver was still in a daze, a second approached, also intending to water his mules, and when he began to remove the armor to allow access to the trough, without saying a word or asking for anyone's favor, Don Quixote again dropped his shield and again raised his lance, and did not shatter it but instead broke the head of the second mule driver into more than 3 pieces because he cracked his skull in at least 4 places. When they heard the noise, all the people in the inn hurried over, among them the innkeeper. When he saw this, Don Quixote took up his shield, placed his hand on his sword, and said, "O beauteous lady, strength and vigor of my submissive heart! This is the moment when thou needs must turn the eyes of thy grandeur toward this thy captive knight, who awaiteth so great an adventure." And with this he acquired, it seemed to him, so much courage that if all the mule drivers in the world had charged him, he would not have taken 1 step backward. The wounded men's companions, seeing their friends on the ground, began to hurl stones at Don Quixote from a distance, and he did what he could to deflect them with his shield, not daring to move away from the trough and leave his armor unprotected. The innkeeper shouted at them to stop because he had already told them he was crazy, and that being crazy he would be absolved even if he killed them all. Don Quixote shouted even louder, calling them perfidious traitors and saying that the lord of the castle was a varlet and a discourteous knight for allowing knights-errant to be so badly treated, and that if he had already received the order of chivalry, he would enlighten him as to the full extent of his treachery. "But you, filthy and low-born rabble, I care nothing for you, approach, come, offend me all you can, for you will soon see how perforce you must pay for your rash insolence." He said this with so much boldness and so much courage that he instilled a terrible fear in his attackers, and because of this and the persuasive arguments of the innkeeper, they stopped throwing stones at him, and he allowed the wounded men to withdraw and resumed his vigil over his armor with the same serenity and tranquility as before. The innkeeper did not think very highly of his guest's antics, and he decided to cut matters short and give him the accursed order of chivalry then and there, before another misfortune occurred. And so he approached and begged his pardon for the impudence these low-born knaves had shown, saying he had known nothing about it but that they had been rightfully punished for their audacity. He said he had already told him there was no chapel in the castle, nor was one necessary for what remained to be done, because according to his understanding of the ceremonies of the order, the entire essence of being dubbed a knight consisted in being struck on the neck and shoulders, and that could be accomplished in the middle of a field, and he had already fulfilled everything with regard to keeping a vigil over his armor, for just 2 hours of vigil satisfied the requirements, and he had spent more than 4. Don Quixote believed everything and said he was prepared to obey him, and that he should conclude matters with as much haste as possible, because if he was attacked again and had already been dubbed a knight, he did not intend to leave a single person alive in the castle except for those the castellan ordered him to spare, which he would do out of respect for him. Forewarned and fearful, the castellan immediately brought the book in which he kept a record of the feed and straw he supplied to the mule drivers, and with a candle end that a servant boy brought to him, and the 2 aforementioned damsels, he approached the spot where Don Quixote stood and ordered him to kneel, and reading from his book as if he were murmuring a devout prayer, he raised his hand and struck him on the back of the neck, and after that, with his own sword, he delivered a gallant blow to his shoulders, always murmuring between his teeth as if he were praying. Having done this, he ordered one of the ladies to gird Don Quixote with his sword, and she did so with a good deal of refinement and discretion, and a good deal was needed for them not to burst into laughter at each moment of the ceremony, but the great feats they had seen performed by the new knight kept their laughter in check. As she girded on his sword, the good lady said, "May God make your grace a very fortunate knight and give you good fortune in your fights." Don Quixote asked her name, so that he might know from that day forth to whom he was obliged for the benison he had received, for he desired to offer her some part of the honor he would gain by the valor of his arm. She answered very humbly that her name was Tolosa, and that she was the daughter of a cobbler from Toledo who lived near the stalls of the Sancho Bayanaya market, and no matter where she might be she would serve him and consider him her master. Don Quixote replied that for the sake of his love, would she have the kindness to henceforth ennoble herself and call herself Dona Tolosa. 3 She promised she would, and the other girl accoutred him with his knightly spurs, and he had almost the same conversation with her as with the one who girded on his sword. He asked her name, and she said she was called Molinera, the miller's girl, and that she was the daughter of an honorable miller from Antequera, and Don Quixote also implored her to ennoble herself and call herself Dona Molinera, offering her more services in good turns. And so, these never-before-seen ceremonies having been performed at a gallop, in less than an hour Don Quixote found himself a knight, ready to sally forth in search of adventures, and he saddled Rocinante and mounted him, and, embracing his host, he said such strange things to him as he thanked him for the boon of having dubbed him a knight that it is not possible to adequately recount them. The innkeeper, in order to get him out of the inn, replied with words no less rhetorical but much more brief, and without asking him to pay for the cost of his lodging, he allowed him to leave at an early hour. Chapter 4. Concerning what happened to our knight when he left the inn. It must have been dawn when Don Quixote left the inn so contented, so high-spirited, so jubilant at having been dubbed a knight that his joy almost burst the cinches of his horse. But calling to mind the advice of his host regarding the necessary provisions that he had to carry with him, especially money and shirts, he resolved to return to his house and outfit himself with everything, including a squire, thinking he would take on a neighbor of his, a peasant who was poor and had children but was very well suited to the chivalric occupation of squire. With this thought he guided Rocinante toward his village, and the horse, as if he could see his stall, began to trot with so much eagerness that his feet did not seem to touch the ground. Don Quixote had not gone very far when it seemed to him that from a dense wood on his right there emerged the sound of feeble cries, like those of a person in pain, and as soon as he heard them he said, "I give thanks to heaven for the great mercy it has shown in so quickly placing before me opportunities to fulfill what I owe to my profession, allowing me to gather the fruit of my virtuous desires. These cries, no doubt, belong to some gentleman or lady in need who requires my assistance and help." And, pulling on the reins, he directed Rocinante toward where he thought the cries were coming from. And after he had taken a few steps into the wood, he saw a mare tied to an oak, and tied to another was a boy about 15 years old, naked from the waist up, and it was he who was crying out, and not without cause, for with a leather strap a robust peasant was whipping him and accompanying each lash with a reprimand and a piece of advice. For he was saying, "Keep your tongue still and your eyes open." And the boy replied, "I won't do it again, Señor, by the passion of Christ I won't do it again, and I promise I'll be more careful from now on with the flock." And when Don Quixote saw this, he said in an angry voice, "Discourteous knight, it is not right for you to do battle with one who cannot defend himself. Mount your horse and take up your lance," for a lance was leaning against the oak where the mare was tied, "and I shall make you understand that what you are doing is the act of a coward." The peasant, seeing a fully armed figure ready to attack and brandishing a lance in his face, considered himself a dead man, and with gentle words he replied, "Señor Knight, this boy I'm punishing is one of my servants, and his job is to watch over a flock of sheep I keep in this area, and he's so careless that I lose one every day, and when I punish his carelessness, or villainy, he says I do it out of miserliness because I don't want to pay him his wages, and by God and my immortal soul, he lies." "You dare to say he lies in my presence, base varlet," one said Don Quixote. "By the sun that shines down on us, I am ready to run you through with this lance. Pay him now without another word. If you do not, by the God who rules us I shall exterminate and annihilate you here and now. Untie him immediately." The peasant lowered his head and, without responding, he untied his servant, and Don Quixote asked the boy how much his master owed him. He said wages for 9 months, at 7 reals a month. Don Quixote calculated the sum and found that it amounted to 73 reals, too, and he told the peasant to take that amount from his purse unless he wanted to die on their account. The terrified farmer replied that by the danger in which he found himself and the oath he had sworn, and so far he had sworn to nothing, the total was not so high, because from that amount one had to subtract and take into account 3 pairs of shoes that he had given his servant and a reel for the 2 bloodlettings he had provided for him when he was sick. "All of that is fine," said Don Quixote, "but the shoes and bloodlettings should compensate for the blows you have given him for no reason, for if he damaged the hide of the shoes you paid for, you have damaged the hide of his body, and if the barber drew blood when he was sick, you have drawn it when he was healthy, therefore, by this token, he owes you nothing. The difficulty, Señor Knight, is that I have no money here. Let Andres come with me to my house, and I'll pay him all the reals he deserves." "Me, go back with him," said the boy. "Not me." "No, Señor, don't even think of it. As soon as we're alone he'll skin me alive, just like Street Bartholomew." "No, he will not," replied Don Quixote. "It is enough for me to command and he will respect me, and if he swears to me by the order of chivalry that he has received, I shall let him go free, and I shall guarantee the payment." "Señor, your grace, think of what you are saying," said the boy. "For this master of mine is no knight and he's never received any order of chivalry. He's one Haldudo the rich man, and he lives in Quintanar." "That is of no importance," replied Don Quixote. "For there can be knights among Haldudos, especially since each man is the child of his deeds." "That's true," said Andres, "but what deeds is this master of mine the son of if he denies me my wages and my sweat and my labor?" "I don't deny them, Andres, my brother," answered the farmer. "Be so kind as to come with me, and I swear by all the orders of chivalry in the world that I'll pay you, as I've said, 1 reel after another, and they'll be perfumed by my goodwill and pleasure." "I absolve you from perfumes," said Don Quixote. "Just pay him in reals, and that will satisfy me, and be sure you fulfill what you have sworn. If you do not, by that same vow I vow that I shall return to find and punish you, and find you I shall, even if you conceal yourself like a wall lizard. And if you wish to know who commands you to do this, so that you have an even greater obligation to comply, know that I am the valiant Don Quixote of La Mancha, the righter of wrongs and injustices, and now go with God, and do not even think of deviating from what you have promised and sworn, under penalty of the penalty I have indicated to you." And having said this, he spurred Rocinante and soon left them behind. The farmer followed him with his eyes, and when he saw that he had crossed the wood and disappeared from view, he turned to his servant Andres and said, "Come here, my son, I want to pay you what I owe you, as that righter of wrongs has ordered me to do." "I swear," said Andres, "that your grace better do the right thing and obey the commands of that good knight. May he live 1,000 years, for, as he's a valiant man and a fair judge, heaven be praised. If you don't pay me he'll come back and do what he said." "I swear, too," said the farmer, "but because I love you so much, I want to increase the debt so I can increase the payment." And seizing him by the arm, he tied the boy to the oak tree again and gave him so many lashes that he left him half dead. "Now, Señor Andres," said the farmer, "you can call the righter of wrongs. You'll see how he can't undo this one. Though I don't think it's over yet, because I feel like skinning you alive, just as you feared." But at last he untied him and gave him permission to go in search of his judge so that he could carry out the sentence. Andres left in a fairly gloomy frame of mind, swearing he would find the valiant Don Quixote of La Mancha and tell him, point by point, what had happened, and that his master would have to pay a fine and damages. Even so, the boy left weeping and his master stayed behind to laugh. In this way the valiant Don Quixote righted a wrong, and exceedingly pleased with what had occurred, for it seemed to him that he had given a happy and noble beginning to his chivalric adventures. He was very satisfied with himself as he rode to his village, saying in a quiet voice, "Well mayest thou call thyself the most fortunate of ladies in the world today, O most beauteous of all the beauteous, Dulcinea of Toboso. For it is thy portion to have as vassal and servant to thy entire will and disposition so valiant and renowned a knight as Don Quixote of La Mancha is and will be, for he, as all men know, received the order of chivalry yesterday, and today he has righted the greatest wrong and injustice that iniquity e'er devised and cruelty e'er committed. Today he removed the whip from the hand of a merciless enemy who, without reason, did flog that delicate child. Saying this, he arrived at a road that divided in four, and immediately there came to his imagination the crossroads where knights errant would begin to ponder which of those roads they would follow, and in order to imitate them, he remained motionless for a time, and after having thought very carefully, he loosened the reins and subjected his will to Rocinante's, and the horse pursued his initial intent, which was to head back to his own stall. And having gone about 2 miles, Don Quixote saw a great throng of people who, as he subsequently discovered, were merchants from Toledo on their way to Murcia to buy silk. There were 6 of them, holding sunshades, and 4 servants on horseback, and 3 boys on foot leading the mules. No sooner had Don Quixote seen them than he imagined this to be a new adventure, and in order to imitate in every way possible the deeds he had read in his books, this seemed the perfect opportunity for him to perform one that he had in mind. And so, with gallant bearing and great boldness, he set his feet firmly in the stirrups, grasped his lance, brought the shield up to his chest, and, stopping in the middle of the road, he waited until those knights errant, for that is what he deemed and considered them to be, had reached him, and when they had come close enough to see and hear him, Don Quixote raised his voice and, in an imperious manner, he said, "Halt, all of you, unless all of you confess that in the entire world there is no damsel more beauteous than the Empress of La Mancha, the peerless Dulcinea of Toboso." The merchants stopped when they heard these words and saw the strange appearance of the one who said them, and because of his appearance and words, they soon saw the madness of the man, but they wished to see at their leisure the purpose of the confession he was demanding, and one of them, who was something of a jokester and clever in the extreme, said, "Señor Knight, we do not know this good lady you have mentioned. Show her to us, for if she is as beautiful as you say, we will gladly and freely confess the truth you ask of us." "If I were to show her to you," replied Don Quixote, "where would the virtue be in your confessing so obvious a truth? The significance lies in not seeing her and believing, confessing, affirming, swearing, and defending that truth. If you do not, you must do battle with me, audacious and arrogant people. And whether you come one by one, as the order of chivalry demands, or all at once, in the vicious manner of those of your ilk, here I am, ready and waiting for you, certain of the rightness of my claim." "Señor Knight," replied the merchant, "in the name of all these princes, of whom I am one, and in order not to burden our consciences with the confession of something we have never seen or heard, and which, moreover, is so prejudicial to the empresses and queens of Alcaria and Extremadura, I implore your grace to have the goodness to show us a portrait of this lady, even if it is no larger than a grain of wheat, for with a single thread one has the entire skein, and we will be satisfied and certain, and your grace will be recompensed and requited. And although I believe we are so partial to your position that even if her portrait shows us that she is blind in one eye and that blood and brimstone flow from the other, despite all that, to please your grace, we will praise her in everything you might wish." "Nothing flows from her, vile rabble," replied Don Quixote, burning with rage. "Nothing flows from her, I say, but amber and delicate musk, and she is not blind or humpbacked but as upright as a peak of the Guadaramas. But you will pay for how you have blasphemed against beauty as extraordinary as that of my lady." And, having said this, he lowered his lance and charged the man who had spoken, with so much rage and fury that if, to the daring merchant's good fortune, Rocinante had not tripped and fallen on the way, things would have gone badly for him. Rocinante fell, and his master rolled some distance on the ground, and when he tried to get up, he could not. He was too burdened by lance, shield, spurs, helmet, and the weight of his ancient armor. And as he struggled to stand, and failed, he said, "Flee not, cowards, wretches, attend, for it is no fault of mine but of my mount that I lie here." One of the mule drivers, who could not have been very well intentioned, heard the poor man on the ground making these insolent statements, and he could not stand by without giving him his response in the ribs. And walking up to him, he took the lance, broke it into pieces, and with one of them he began to beat our knight so furiously that notwithstanding and in spite of his armor, he thrashed Don Quixote as if he were threshing wheat. His masters shouted for him to stop and let him be, but by now the mule driver's blood was up and he did not want to leave the game until he had brought into play the last of his rage, and having recourse to the other pieces of the lance, he shattered them all on the wretched man on the ground, who, despite that storm of blows raining down on him, did not once close his mouth but continued to rail against heaven and earth and these wicked knaves, which is what they seemed to him. The mule driver tired, and the merchants continued on their way, taking with them stories to tell about the beaten man for the rest of the journey. And he, when he found himself alone, tried again to see if he could stand, but if he could not when he was hale and healthy, how could he when he was beaten almost to a pulp? And still he considered himself fortunate, for it seemed to him that this was the kind of mishap that befell knights-errant, and he attributed it all to his horse's misstep, but his body was so bruised and beaten it was not possible for him to stand. Chapter 5, in which the account of our knight's misfortune continues. Seeing, then, that in fact he could not move, he took refuge in his usual remedy, which was to think about some situation from his books, and his madness made him recall that of Valdovinos in the Marquis of Mantua, when Carloto left him wounded in the Highlands, one a history known to children, acknowledged by youths, celebrated, and even believed by the old, and, despite all this, no truer than the miracles of Muhammad. This is the tale that seemed to him perfectly suited for the situation in which he found himself, and so, with displays of great emotion, he began to roll about on the ground and to say with faint breath exactly what people say was said by the wounded knight of the wood. "Where art thou, my lady, that thou weepest not for my ills? Dost not know of them, lady? Or art thou truly false?" And in this way he continued reciting the ballad until the lines that say, "O noble Marquis of Mantua, mine uncle and natural lord." And as luck would have it, when he reached this line, a farmer from his village happened to pass by, a neighbor of his on the way home after taking a load of wheat to the mill. The farmer, seeing a man lying there, approached and asked who he was and what the trouble was that made him complain so pitifully. Don Quixote no doubt thought the farmer was the Marquis of Mantua, his uncle, and so the only answer he gave was to go on with the ballad, recounting his misfortune and the love of the emperor's son for his wife, all of it just as it is told in the ballad. The farmer was astounded when he heard these absurdities, and after removing the visor, which had been shattered in the beating, he wiped the fallen man's face, which was covered in dust, and as soon as he had wiped it he recognized him and said, "Señor Quijana." For this must have been his name when he was in his right mind and had not yet changed from a quiet gentleman into a knight-errant, who has done this to your grace. But Don Quixote went on reciting his ballad in response to every question. Seeing this, the good man, as carefully as he could, removed the breastplate and backpiece to see if he was wounded but did not see blood or cuts of any kind. He managed to lift him from the ground and with a good deal of effort put him on his own donkey, because he thought it a steadier mount. He gathered up his arms, even the broken pieces of the lance, and tied them on Rocinante, and leading the horse by the reins and the jackass by the halter, he began to walk toward his village, very dispirited at hearing the nonsense that Don Quixote was saying. Don Quixote was no less dispirited, for he was so beaten and broken that he could barely keep his seat on the burro, and from time to time he would raise his sighs to heaven, which obliged the farmer to ask him again to tell him what was wrong. One cannot help but think that the devil made Don Quixote recall stories suited to the events that had occurred, because at that point, forgetting about Valdovinos, he remembered the Morabandares, when the governor of Antequera, Rodrigo de Narvaez, captured him and brought him back to his domain as his prisoner. 2 So when the farmer asked him again how he felt and what was wrong, he answered with the same words and phrases that the captive scion of the Abencerrage family said to Rodrigo de Narvaez, just as he had read them in the History of Diana, by Jorge de Montemayor, where they are written, and he did this so deliberately that as the farmer walked along he despaired at hearing such an enormous amount of foolishness. In this way he realized that his neighbor was mad, and he hurried to reach the village in order to rid himself of the impatience Don Quixote provoked in him with his long-winded harangue. When it was concluded, Don Quixote went on to say, "Your Grace should know, Don Rodrigo de Narvaez, that this beautiful Jarifa I have mentioned to you is now the lovely Dulcinea of Toboso, for whose sake I have perform now, and shall perform in the future the most famous feats of chivalry the world has seen, sees now, and will ever see." To this the farmer replied, "Look, your Grace, poor sinner that I am, I'm not Don Rodrigo de Narvaez or the Marquis of Mantua, but Pedro Alonso, your neighbor, and your Grace isn't Valdovinos or Abandaris, but an honorable gentleman, Señor Quijana." "I know who I am," replied Don Quixote, "and I know I can be not only those I have mentioned but the 12 peers of France 3 as well, and even all the 9 paragons of fame, for my deeds will surpass all those they performed, together or singly." Having these exchanges and others like them, they reached the village as night was falling, but the farmer waited until it grew a little darker, so that no one would see what a poor knight the beaten gentleman was. When he thought the right time had come, he entered the village and came to Don Quixote's house, which was in an uproar. The priest and barber, who were great friends of Don Quixote, were there, and in a loud voice his housekeeper was saying to them, "What does your Grace think, Señor Licentiate Pero Perez, for this was the priest's name, of my master's misfortune? 3 days and no sign of him, or his horse, or his shield, or his lance, or his armor. Woe is me! Now I know, and it's as true as the death I owe God, that those accursed books of chivalry he's always reading have driven him crazy, and now I remember hearing him say time and time again, when he was talking to himself, that he wanted to become a knight-errant and go out in the wide world in search of adventures. Those books should go straight to Satan and Barabbas, for they have ruined the finest mind in all of La Mancha." His niece said the same and even added, "You should know, Master Nicholas, for this was the name of the barber, that it often happened that my dear uncle would read these cruel books of adventures for 2 days and nights without stopping, and when he was finished he would toss away the book and pick up his sword and slash at the walls, and when he was very tired he would say that he had killed 4 giants as big as 4 towers, and the sweat dripping from him because of his exhaustion he would say was blood from the wounds he had received in battle, and then he would drink a whole pitcher of cold water and become cured and calm again, saying that the water was a precious drink brought to him by Esquife the Wise, a great wizard and a friend of his. But I am to blame for everything because I didn't let your Graces know about the foolishness of my dear uncle so that you could help him before it went this far, and burn all these wicked books, and he has many that deserve to be burned, just as if they belonged to heretics." "That is what I say, too," said the priest, "and by my faith, no later than tomorrow we will have a public proceeding, and they will be condemned to the flames so that they do not give occasion to whoever reads them to do what my good friend must have done." The farmer and Don Quixote heard all of this, which allowed the farmer to understand finally what his neighbor's sickness was, and so he called out, "Your Graces, open to Señor Valdovinos and to Señor Marquis of Mantua, who is badly wounded, and to Señor the Morabandaris, captive of the valiant Rodrigo de Narvaez, governor of Antequera." At the sound of his voice they all came out, and since some recognized their friend, and others their master and uncle, who had not yet dismounted from the donkey because he could not, they ran to embrace him, and he said, "Stop, all of you, for I have been sorely wounded on account of my horse. Take me to my bed and call, if such is possible, Uganda the Wise, that she may heal and tend to my wounds." "Look, all of you," said the housekeeper, "in what an evil hour my heart knew exactly what was wrong with my master. Your Grace can go up and rest easy, because without that gander woman coming here, we'll know how to cure you. And I say that these books of chivalry should be cursed another 100 times for bringing your Grace to such a pass." They led him to his bed and looked for his wounds but could find none, and he said it was simple bruising because he had taken a great fall with Rocinante, his horse, as they were doing battle with 10 of the most enormous and daring giants one could find anywhere in the world. "Tut, tut," said the priest. "So there are giants at the ball? By the cross, I shall burn them before nightfall tomorrow." They asked Don Quixote 1,000 questions, but the only answer he gave was that they should give him something to eat and let him sleep, which was what he cared about most. They did so, and the priest questioned the farmer at length regarding how he had found Don Quixote. He told the priest everything, including the nonsense Don Quixote had said when he found him and brought him home, giving the licentiate an even greater desire to do what he did the next day, which was to call on his friend, the barber Master Nicholas, and go with him to the house of Don Quixote. Chapter 6. Regarding the beguiling and careful examination carried out by the priest and the barber of the library of our ingenious gentleman who was still asleep. The priest asked the niece for the keys to the room that contained the books responsible for the harm that had been done, and she gladly gave them to him. All of them went in, including the housekeeper, and they found more than 100 large volumes, very nicely bound, and many other smaller ones, and as soon as the housekeeper saw them, she hurried out of the room and quickly returned with a basin of holy water and a hyssop and said to the priest, "Take this, Señor Licentiate, and sprinkle this room, so that no enchanter, of the many in these books, can put a spell on us as punishment for wanting to drive them off the face of the earth." The licentiate had to laugh at the housekeeper's simple-mindedness, and he told the barber to hand him the books one by one so that he could see what they contained, for he might find a few that did not deserve to be punished in the flames. "No," said the niece, "there's no reason to pardon any of them, because they all have been harmful. We ought to toss them out the windows into the courtyard, and make a pile of them and set them on fire, or better yet, take them to the corral and light the fire there, where the smoke won't bother anybody." The housekeeper agreed, so great was the desire of the two women to see the death of those innocents, but the priest was not in favor of doing that without even reading the titles first. And the first one that Master Nicholas handed him was the 4 books of Amadis of Gaul one, and the priest said, "This one seems to be a mystery, because I have heard that this was the first book of chivalry printed in Spain, too, and all the rest found their origin and inspiration here, and so it seems to me that as the proponent of the doctrine of so harmful a sect, we should, without any excuses, condemn it to the flames." "No, Señor," said the barber, "for I've also heard that it is the best of all the books of this kind ever written, and as a unique example of the art, it should be pardoned." "That's true," said the priest, "and so we'll spare its life for now. Let's see the one next to it." "It is," said the barber, "the exploits of Esplandian, III, who was the legitimate son of Amadis of Gaul." "In truth," said the priest, "the mercy shown the father will not help the son. Take it, Señora housekeeper, open that window, throw it into the corral, and let it be the beginning of the pile that will fuel the fire we shall set." The housekeeper was very happy to do as he asked, and the good Esplandian went flying into the corral, waiting with all the patience in the world for the fire that threatened him. "Next," said the priest. "This one," said the barber, "is Amadis of Greece, and I believe that all these over here come from the line of Amadis." "Well, let them all go into the corral," said the priest. "For the sake of burning Queen Pentaquiniestra, and the shepherd Darinel and all his eclogues, and the perverse and complicated language of their author, I would burn along with them the father who sired me if he were to appear in the form of a knight-errant." "I'm of the same opinion," said the barber. "And so am I," added the niece. "Well, then," said the housekeeper, "hand them over and into the corral with them." They handed them to her, and there were a good many of them, and she saved herself a trip down the stairs and tossed them all out the window. "Who's that big fellow?" asked the priest. "This," replied the barber, "is Don Olivant of Laura, 5. "The author of that book," said the priest, "was the same one who composed Garden of Flowers, and the truth is I can't decide which of the two is more true or, I should say, less false. All I can say is that this one goes to the corral, because it is silly and arrogant." "This next one is Felixmart of Hyrcania, 6, said the barber. "Is Sir Felixmart there?" the priest responded. "Well, by my faith, into the corral with him quickly, despite his strange birth and resounding adventures, for the harshness and dryness of his style allow no other course of action. Into the corral with him and this other one, Señora housekeeper." "With pleasure, Señor," she replied, and with great joy she carried out her orders. "This one is the Knight Platir, 7, said the barber. "That's an old book," said the priest, "and I don't find anything in it that would warrant forgiveness. Let it join the others, with no defense." And that is what happened. Another book was opened and they saw that its title was The Knight of the Cross. 8. Because of the holy name this book bears, one might pardon its stupidity, but as the saying goes, the devil can hide behind the cross. Into the fire. Picking up another book, the barber said, "This is the Mirror of Chivalry, 9. "I already know his grace," said the priest. "There you'll find Reynaldos de Montalban and his friends and companions, greater thieves than Cacus, and the 12 peers along with that true historian Turpin 10, and the truth is I'm inclined to condemn them to no more than perpetual exile, if only because they contain part of the invention of the famous Matteo Boiardo, from which the cloth was woven by the Christian poet Ludovico Ariosto, 11, who, if I find him here, speaking in some language not his own, I will have no respect for him at all. But if he speaks in his own language, I bow down to him." "Well, I have him in Italian," said the barber, "but I don't understand it." "There's no reason you should," replied the priest, "and here we would pardon the captain if he had not brought it to Spain and translated it into Castilian, for he took away a good deal of its original value, which is what all who attempt to translate books of poetry into another language will do as well. No matter the care they use and the skill they show, they will never achieve the quality the verses had in their first birth. In fact, I say that this book, and all those you find that deal with the matter of France, should be thrown into a dry well and kept there until we can agree on what should be done with them, except for a Bernardo del Carpio that's out there, and another called Roncesvalles. 12 of these, on reaching my hands, will pass into the housekeepers and then into the fire, with no chance of a pardon." All this the barber seconded, and thought it right and proper, for he understood that the priest was so good a Christian and so loved the truth that he would not speak a falsehood for anything in the world. And opening another book, he saw that it was Pomeran of the Olive. 13, and with it was another called Pomeran of England, and seeing this, the priest said, "The olive branch should be cut up immediately and burned until there's nothing left but ashes, but the palm branch of England should be kept and preserved as something unique. A chest should be made for it like the one Alexander found among the spoils of Darius and which he designated for preserving the works of the poet Homer. This book, my friend, has authority for 2 reasons. 1, because it is very good in and of itself, and 2, because it is well known that it was composed by a wise and prudent king of Portugal. All the adventures in the castle of Miragarda are excellent and very artful. The language is courtly and clear, for it takes into account and respects the decorum of the person speaking with a good deal of exactness and understanding. I say, therefore, that unless you are of another mind, Master Nicholas, this one and Amadis of Gaul should escape the fire, and all the rest, without further investigation or inquiry, should perish." "No, my friend," the barber responded, "for the one I have here is the renowned Don Belianis. 14. "Well, that one," replied the priest, "and its second, third, and fourth parts need a little dose of rhubarb to purge their excess of choler, and it would be necessary to remove everything about the Castle of Fame and other, more serious impertinences, and therefore they are given a delayed sentence, and the degree to which they are amended will determine if mercy or justice are shown to them. In the meantime, my friend, keep them in your house, but permit no one to read them." "It will be my pleasure," replied the barber. And not wishing to tire himself further with the perusal of books of chivalry, he ordered the housekeeper to take all the large ones to the corral. This was not said to a foolish woman or a deaf one, but to a person who would rather burn the books than weave a piece of cloth, no matter how large or fine it might be, and she seized almost 8 at a time and threw them out the window. Because she took so many together, one of them fell at the feet of the barber, who wanted to see which one it was and saw that it said, "History of the famous knight tyrant Leblanc. 15. "God help me," said the priest with a great shout. "Here is Tyrant Leblanc. Let me have it, friend, for I stayed here and now that in it I have found a wealth of pleasure and a gold mine of amusement. Here is Don Quixote of Montalban, that valiant knight, and his brother Tomas of Montalban, and the knight Fonseca, not to mention the battle that the brave tyrant waged against the Alani, and the witticisms of the damsel Placidamivida, and the loves and lies of the widow Reposata, and the lady Imperatriz, beloved of Hippolito, her squire. I tell you the truth, my friend, when I say that because of its style, this is the best book in the world. In it knights eat, and sleep, and die in their beds, and make a will before they die, and do everything else that all the other books of this sort leave out. For these reasons, since the author who composed this book did not deliberately write foolish things but intended to entertain and satirize, it deserves to be reprinted in an edition that would stay in print for a long time. 16 Take it home and read it, and you'll say that everything I've said about it is true. I'll do that, answered the barber. But what shall we do with these small books that remain? These, said the priest, are probably not about chivalry, they must be poetry. And opening one, he saw that it was Diana, by Jorge de Montemayor 17, and he said, believing that all the others were of the same genre, these do not deserve to be burned like the rest, because they do not and will not cause the harm that books of chivalry have, for they are books of the understanding and do no injury to anyone. Oh, senor, said the niece, your grace should send them to be burned, just like all the rest, because it's very likely that my dear uncle, having been cured of the chivalric disease, will read these and want to become a shepherd and wander through the woods and meadows singing and playing, and, what would be even worse, become a poet, and that, they say, is an incurable and contagious disease. What the girl says is true, said the priest, and it would be a good idea to remove from the path of our friend this obstacle and danger. And, to begin with Montemayor's Diana, I am of the opinion that it should not be burned, but that everything having to do with the wise Felicia and the enchanted water, and almost all the long verses, should be excised, and let it happily keep all the prose and the honor of being the first of such books. This next one, said the barber, is called Diana II, by the Salamancan, and here's another one with the same name, whose author is Gil Polo, 18. The one by the Salamancan, replied the priest, should join and add to the number of those condemned in the corral, and the one by Gil Polo should be preserved as if it were by Apollo himself, and move on, my friend, and let's hurry, it's growing late. This book, said the barber, opening another one, is the 10 Books of Fortune and Love, composed by Antonio de Lofreso, a Sardinian poet, 19. By the orders I received, said the priest, since Apollo was Apollo, and the muses muses, and poets poets, no book as amusing or nonsensical has ever been written, and since, in its way, it is the best and most unusual book of its kind that has seen the light of day, anyone who has not read it can assume that he has never read anything entertaining. Give it to me, friend, for I value finding it more than if I were given a cassock of rich Florentine cloth. He set it aside with great delight, and the barber continued, saying, these next ones are the Shepherd of Iberia, Nymphs of Henares, and Deceptions of Jealousy. 20. Well, there's nothing else to do, said the priest, but turn them over to the secular arm of the housekeeper, and don't ask me why, for I'd never finish. This one is the Shepherd of Philida, 21. He isn't a shepherd, said the priest, but a very prudent courtier. Keep that as if it were a precious jewel. This large one here, said the barber, is called Treasury of Various Poems, 22. If there weren't so many, said the priest, they would be more highly esteemed. This book needs a weeding and clearing out of certain base things contained among all its grandeurs. Keep it, because its author is a friend of mine, and out of respect for other, more heroic and elevated works that he has written. This, said the barber, is the songbook by Lopez Maldonado, 23. The author of that book, replied the priest, is also a great friend of mine, and when he recites his verses they amaze anyone who hears them, and the delicacy of his voice when he sings them is enchanting. He's somewhat long-winded in the eclogues, but you can't have too much of a good thing, keep it with the chosen ones. But what's that book next to it? La Galatea, by Miguel de Cervantes, 24, said the barber. This Cervantes has been a good friend of mine for many years, and I know that he is better versed in misfortunes than in verses. His book has a certain creativity, it proposes something and concludes nothing. We have to wait for the second part he has promised, perhaps with that addition it will achieve the mercy denied to it now. In the meantime, keep it locked away in your house, my friend." "Gladly," the barber responded. "And here are 3 altogether: La Araucana, by Don Alonso de Ercilla; La Austriata, by Juan Rufo, a magistrate of Córdoba; and El Montserrat, by Cristobal de Virus, a Valencian poet, 25. "All 3 of them," said the priest, "are the best books written in heroic verse in the Castilian language, and they can compete with the most famous from Italy. Keep them as the richest gems of poetry that Spain has." The priest wearied of seeing more books, and so, without further reflection, he wanted all the rest to be burned, but the barber already had one open, and it was called The Tears of Angelica. 26. "I would shed them myself," said the priest when he heard the name, "if I had sent such a book to be burned, because its author was one of the famous poets not only of Spain but of the world, and he had great success translating some fables by Ovid." Chapter 7. Regarding the second sally of our good knight Don Quixote of La Mancha. At this point, Don Quixote began to shout, saying, "Here, here, valiant knights, here each must show the might of his valiant arm, for the courtiers are winning the tourney." Because of their response to this noise and uproar, the examination of the remaining books went no further, and so, it is believed that into the flames, without being seen or heard, went La Carolilla and the Lion of Spain, along with the Deeds of the Emperor, composed by Don Luis de Avila, one which no doubt were among the remaining books. Perhaps, if the priest had seen them, they would not have suffered so harsh a sentence. When they reached Don Quixote, he was already out of bed, still shouting and engaging in senseless acts, slashing forehand and backhand with his sword, and as awake as if he had never slept. They seized him and forced him back to bed, and after he had calmed down somewhat, he turned to speak to the priest and said, "In truth, Señor Archbishop Turpin, it is a great discredit to those of us called the 12 Peers to do nothing more and allow the courtier knights victory in this tourney, when we, the knights who seek adventures, have won glory on the 3 previous days." "Be still, my friend," said the priest, "for it is God's will that fortune changes, and that what is lost today is won tomorrow. Your grace should tend to your health now, for it seems to me your grace must be fatigued, if not badly wounded." "Not wounded," said Don Quixote, "but bruised and broken. There is no doubt about that, for the ignoble Don Roland beat me mercilessly with the branch of an oak tree, all on account of envy, because he sees that I alone am his rival in valorous deeds. But my name would not be Reynaldos de Montalban if, upon rising from this bed, I did not repay him in spite of all his enchantments. For now, bring me something to eat, since I know that is what I need most at present, and leave my revenge to me." They did as he asked. They gave him food, and he went back to sleep, and they marveled at his madness. That night, the housekeeper burned and consigned to the flames all the books that were in the corral and in the house, and some must have been in the fire that should have been preserved in perpetual archives, but their destiny, and the sloth of the examiner, did not permit this, and so, as the proverb says, at times the just must pay for sinners. One of the remedies that the priest and the barber devised for their friend's illness was to wall up and seal off the room that held the books, so that when he got up he would not find them. Perhaps by removing the cause, they would end the effect, and they would say that an enchanter had taken the books away, along with the room and everything in it, and this is what they did, with great haste. 2 days later Don Quixote got out of bed, and the first thing he did was to go to see his books, and since he could not find the library where he had left it, he walked back and forth looking for it. He went up to the place where the door had been, and he felt it with his hands, and his eyes looked all around, and he did not say a word, but after some time had passed, he asked his housekeeper what had become of the library and his books. The housekeeper, who had been well instructed in how she should respond, said, "What library and what anything is your grace looking for? There's no more library and no more books in this house, because the devil himself took them away." "It wasn't a devil," replied the niece, "but an enchanter who came on a cloud one night, after the day your grace left here, and he dismounted from the serpent he was riding and entered the library, and I don't know what he did inside, but after a little while he flew up through the roof and left the house full of smoke, and when we had the presence of mind to see what he had done, we could find no books and no library. The only thing the housekeeper and I remember very clearly is that as the evil old man was leaving, he shouted that because of the secret enmity he felt for the owner of the books and the room, he had done damage in the house, which we would see soon enough. He also said he was called Munitin the Wise. He must have said Freston, too, said Don Quixote. I don't know, the housekeeper replied. If he was called Freston or Fritten, all I know is that his name ended in ton. That is true, said Don Quixote. He is a wise enchanter, a great enemy of mine who bears me a grudge because he knows through his arts and learning that I shall, in time, come to do battle in single combat with the knight whom he favors and whom I am bound to vanquish, and he will not be able to stop it, and for this reason he attempts to cause me all the difficulties he can, but I foresee that he will not be able to contravene or avoid what heaven has ordained. Who can doubt it, said the niece. But, Señor Uncle, who has involved your grace in those disputes? Wouldn't it be better to stay peacefully in your house and not wander around the world searching for bread made from something better than wheat, never stopping to think that many people go looking for wool and come back shorn? Oh, my dear niece, replied Don Quixote, how little you understand. Before I am shorn I shall have plucked and removed the beard of any man who imagines he can touch even a single hair of mine. The two women did not wish to respond any further because they saw that he was becoming enraged. So it was that he spent 2 very quiet weeks at home, showing no signs of wanting to repeat his initial lunacies, and during this time he had lively conversations with his 2 friends the priest and the barber, in which he said that what the world needed most were knights-errant and that in him errant chivalry would be reborn. The priest at times contradicted him, and at other times he agreed, because if he did not maintain this ruse, he would not have been able to talk to him. During this time, Don Quixote approached a farmer who was a neighbor of his, a good man, if that title can be given to someone who was poor, but without much in the way of brains. In short, he told him so much, and persuaded and promised him so much, that the poor peasant resolved to go off with him and serve as his squire. Among other things, Don Quixote said that he should prepare to go with him gladly, because it might happen that one day he would have an adventure that would gain him, in the blink of an eye, an insula, 3, and he would make him its governor. With these promises and others like them, Sancho Panza, for that was the farmer's name, left his wife and children and agreed to be his neighbor's squire. Then Don Quixote determined to find some money, and by selling one thing, and pawning another, and undervaluing everything, he managed to put together a reasonable sum. He also acquired a round shield, which he borrowed from a friend, and doing the best he could to repair his broken helmet, he informed his squire of the day and time he planned to start out so that Sancho could supply himself with whatever he thought he would need. He ordered him in particular to bring along saddlebags, and Sancho said he certainly would bring them and also planned to take along a donkey he thought very highly of because he wasn't one for walking any great distance. As for the donkey, Don Quixote had to stop and think about that for a while, wondering if he recalled any knight-errant who had with him a squire riding on a donkey, and none came to mind, yet in spite of this he resolved to take Sancho along, intending to obtain a more honorable mount for him at the earliest opportunity by appropriating the horse of the first discourteous knight he happened to meet. He furnished himself with shirts and all the other things he could, following the advice the innkeeper had given him, and when this had been accomplished and completed, without Panza taking leave of his children and wife, or Don Quixote of his housekeeper and niece, they rode out of the village one night, and no one saw them, and they traveled so far that by dawn they were certain they would not be found even if anyone came looking for them. Sancho Panza rode on his donkey like a patriarch, with his saddlebags, and his wineskin, and a great desire to see himself governor of the insula his master had promised him. Don Quixote happened to follow the same direction and route he had followed on his first sally, which was through the countryside of Montiel, and he rode there with less difficulty than he had the last time, because at that hour of the morning the sun's rays fell obliquely and did not tire them. Then Sancho Panza said to his master, "Señor Knight-errant, be sure not to forget what your grace promised me about the insula. I'll know how to govern it no matter how big it is." To which Don Quixote replied, "You must know, friend Sancho Panza, that it was a very common custom of the knights-errant of old to make their squires governors of the insulas or kingdoms they won, and I have resolved that so amiable a usage will not go unfulfilled on my account. On the contrary, I plan to improve upon it, for they sometimes, and perhaps most times, waited until their squires were old, and after they had had their fill of serving, and enduring difficult days, and nights that were even worse, they would grant them the title of count, or perhaps even marquis, of some valley or province of greater or smaller size. But if you live and I live, it well might be that before 6 days have passed I shall win a kingdom that has others allied to it, and that would be perfect for my crowning you king of one of them. And do not think this is any great thing, for events and eventualities befall knights in ways never seen or imagined, and I might well be able to give you even more than I have promised. If that happens, replied Sancho Panza, and I became king through one of those miracles your grace has mentioned, then Juana Gutierrez, my missus, would be queen, and my children would be princes. Well, who can doubt it? Don Quixote responded. I doubt it, Sancho Panza replied, because in my opinion, even if God rained kingdoms down on earth, none of them would sit well on the head of Mari Gutierrez. You should know, senor, that she isn't worth 2 maravedis as a queen, she'd do better as a countess, and even then she'd need God's help. Leave it to God, Sancho, said Don Quixote, and he will give what suits her best, but do not lower your desire so much that you will be content with anything less than the title of Captain General. I won't, senor, Sancho replied, especially when I have a master as distinguished as your grace, who will know how to give me everything that's right for me and that I can handle. Chapter 8. Regarding the good fortune of the valorous Don Quixote in the fearful and never-imagined adventure of the windmills, along with other events worthy of joyful remembrance. As they were talking, they saw 30 or 40 of the windmills found in that countryside, and as soon as Don Quixote caught sight of them, he said to his squire, Good fortune is guiding our affairs better than we could have desired, for there you see, friend Sancho Panza, 30 or more enormous giants with whom I intend to do battle and whose lives I intend to take, and with the spoils we shall begin to grow rich, for this is righteous warfare, and it is a great service to God to remove so evil a breed from the face of the earth. What giants, said Sancho Panza. Those you see over there, replied his master, with the long arms, sometimes they are almost 2 leagues long. Look, your grace, Sancho responded, those things that appear over there aren't giants but windmills, and what looks like their arms are the sails that are turned by the wind and make the grindstone move. It seems clear to me, replied Don Quixote, that thou art not well versed in the matter of adventures. These are giants, and if thou art afraid, move aside and start to pray whilst I enter with them in fierce and unequal combat. And having said this, he spurred his horse, Rocinante, paying no attention to the shouts of his squire, Sancho, who warned him that, beyond any doubt, those things he was about to attack were windmills and not giants. But he was so convinced they were giants that he did not hear the shouts of his squire, Sancho, and could not see, though he was very close, what they really were. Instead, he charged and called out, Flee not, cowards and base creatures, for it is a single knight who attacks you. Just then a gust of wind began to blow, and the great sails began to move, and, seeing this, Don Quixote said, Even if you move more arms than the giant Briareus, when you will answer to me. And saying this, and commending himself with all his heart to his lady Dulcinea, asking that she come to his aid at this critical moment, and well protected by his shield, with his lance in its socket, he charged at Rocinante's full gallop and attacked the first mill he came to, and as he thrust his lance into the sail, the wind moved it with so much force that it broke the lance into pieces and picked up the horse and the knight, who then dropped to the ground and were very badly battered. Sancho Panza hurried to help as fast as his donkey could carry him, and when he reached them he discovered that Don Quixote could not move because he had taken so hard a fall with Rocinante. God save me, said Sancho. Didn't I tell your grace to watch what you were doing, that these were nothing but windmills, and only somebody whose head was full of them wouldn't know that? Be quiet, Sancho my friend, replied Don Quixote. matters of war, more than any others, are subject to continual change. Moreover, I think, and therefore it is true, that the same Preston the wise who stole my room and my books has turned these giants into windmills in order to deprive me of the glory of defeating them, such is the enmity he feels for me. But in the end, his evil arts will not prevail against the power of my virtuous sword. God's will be done, replied Sancho Panza. He helped him to stand, and Don Quixote remounted Rocinante, whose back was almost broken. And, talking about their recent adventure, they continued on the road to Puerto Lapis too, because there, said Don Quixote, he could not fail to find many diverse adventures, since it was a very heavily trafficked place, but he rode heavy-hearted because he did not have his lance, and expressing this to his squire, he said, I remember reading that a Spanish knight named Diego Pérez de Vargas, whose sword broke in battle, tore a heavy bough or branch from an oak tree, and with it did such great deeds that day, and thrashed so many Moors, that he was called Machuca, the Bruiser, and from that day forward he and his descendants were named Vargas. Why Machuca? 3 I have told you this because from the first oak that presents itself to me I intend to tear off another branch as good as the one I have in mind, and with it I shall do such great deeds that you will consider yourself fortunate for deserving to see them and for being a witness to things that can hardly be believed. It's in God's hands, said Sancho. I believe everything your grace says, but sit a little straighter, it looks like you're tilting, it must be from the battering you took when you fell. That is true, replied Don Quixote, and if I do not complain about the pain, it is because it is not the custom of knights errant to complain about any wound, even if their innards are spilling out because of it. If that's true, I have nothing to say, Sancho responded, but God knows I'd be happy if your grace complained when something hurt you. As for me, I can say that I'll complain about the smallest pain I have, unless what you said about not complaining also applies to the squires of knights errant. Don Quixote could not help laughing at his squire's simple-mindedness, and so he declared that he could certainly complain however and whenever he wanted, with or without cause, for as yet he had not read anything to the contrary in the order of chivalry. Sancho said that it was time to eat. His master replied that he felt no need of food at the moment, but that Sancho could eat whenever he wished. With this permission, Sancho made himself as comfortable as he could on his donkey, and after taking out of the saddlebags what he had put into them, he rode behind his master at a leisurely pace, eating and, from time to time, tilting back the wineskin with so much gusto that the most self-indulgent tavern keeper in Malaga might have envied him. And as he rode along in that manner, taking frequent drinks, he did not think about any promises his master had made to him, and he did not consider it work but sheer pleasure to go around seeking adventures, no matter how dangerous they might be. In short, they spent the night under some trees, and from one of them Don Quixote tore off a dry branch to use as a lance and placed on it the iron head he had taken from the one that had broken. Don Quixote did not sleep at all that night but thought of his lady Dulcinea, in order to conform to what he had read in his books of knights spending many sleepless nights in groves and meadows, turning all their thoughts to memories of their ladies. Sancho Panza did not do the same, since his stomach was full, and not with chicory water, he slept the entire night, and if his master had not called him, the rays of the sun shining in his face and the song of numerous birds joyfully greeting the arrival of the new day would have done nothing to rouse him. When he woke he made another pass at the wineskin and found it somewhat flatter than it had been the night before, and his heart grieved, for it seemed to him they were not likely to remedy the lack very soon. Don Quixote did not wish to eat breakfast because, as has been stated, he meant to live on sweet memories. They continued on the road to Puerto Lapis, and at about 3 in the afternoon it came into view. Here, said Don Quixote when he saw it, we can, brother Sancho Panza, plunge our hands all the way up to the elbows into this thing they call adventures. But be advised that even if you see me in the greatest danger in the world, you are not to put a hand to your sword to defend me, unless you see that those who offend me are baseborn rabble, in which case you certainly can help me. But if they are gentlemen, under no circumstances is it licit or permissible for you, under the laws of chivalry, to help me until you are dubbed a knight. There's no doubt, Señor, replied Sancho, that your grace will be strictly obeyed in this. Besides, as far as I'm concerned, I'm a peaceful man and an enemy of getting involved in quarrels or disputes. It's certainly true that when it comes to defending my person I won't pay much attention to those laws, since laws both human and divine permit each man to defend himself against anyone who tries to hurt him. I agree, Don Quixote responded, but as for helping me against gentlemen, you have to hold your natural impulses in check. Then that's just what I'll do, replied Sancho, and I'll keep that precept as faithfully as I keep the Sabbath on Sunday. As they were speaking, there appeared on the road 2 Benedictine friars mounted on 2 dromedaries, for the 2 mules they rode on were surely no smaller than that. They wore their traveling masks and carried sunshades. Behind them came a carriage, accompanied by 4 or 5 men on horseback, and 2 mule drivers on foot. In the carriage, as was learned later, was a Basque lady going to Seville, where her husband was preparing to sail for the Indies to take up a very honorable post. The friars were not traveling with her, although their route was the same, but as soon as Don Quixote saw them, he said to his squire, "Either I am deceived, or this will be the most famous adventure ever seen, because those black shapes you see there must be, and no doubt are, enchanters who have captured some princess in that carriage, and I needs must do everything in my power to right this wrong." "This will be worse than the windmills," said Sancho. "Look, Señor, those are friars of Saint Benedict, and the carriage must belong to some travelers. Look carefully, I tell you, look carefully at what you do, in case the devil is deceiving you." "I have already told you, Sancho," replied Don Quixote, "that you know very little about the subject of adventures. What I say is true, and now you will see that it is so." And having said this, he rode forward and stopped in the middle of the road that the friars were traveling, and when they were close enough so that he thought they could hear what he said, he called to them in a loud voice, "You wicked and monstrous creatures, instantly unhand the noble princesses you hold captive in that carriage, or else prepare to receive a swift death as just punishment for your evil deeds." The friars pulled on the reins, taken aback as much by Don Quixote's appearance as by his words, and they responded, "Señor, we are neither wicked nor monstrous, but 2 religious of Saint Benedict who are traveling on our way, and we do not know if there are captive princesses in that carriage or not." "No soft words with me, I know who you are, perfidious rabble," said Don Quixote. And without waiting for any further reply, he spurred Rocinante, lowered his lance, and attacked the first friar with so much ferocity and courage that if he had not allowed himself to fall off the mule, the friar would have been thrown to the ground and seriously injured or even killed. The second friar, who saw how his companion was treated, kicked his castle-sized mule and began to gallop across the fields, faster than the wind. Sancho Panza, who saw the man on the ground, quickly got off his donkey, hurried over to the friar, and began to pull off his habit. At this moment, 2 servants of the friars came over and asked why he was stripping him. Sancho replied that these clothes were legitimately his, the spoils of the battle his master, Don Quixote, had won. The servants had no sense of humor and did not understand anything about spoils or battles, and seeing that Don Quixote had moved away and was talking to the occupants of the carriage, they attacked Sancho and knocked him down, and leaving no hair in his beard unscathed, they kicked him breathless and senseless and left him lying on the ground. The friar, frightened and terrified and with no color in his face, did not wait another moment but got back on his mule, and when he was mounted, he rode off after his companion, who was waiting for him a good distance away, wondering what the outcome of the attack would be. They did not wish to wait to learn how matters would turn out but continued on their way, crossing themselves more than if they had the devil at their backs. Don Quixote, as has been said, was talking to the lady in the carriage, saying, "O beauteous lady, thou canst do with thy person as thou wishest, for the arrogance of thy captors here lieth on the ground, vanquished by this my mighty arm, and so that thou mayest not pine to know the name of thy emancipator, know that I am called Don Quixote of La Mancha, knight-errant in search of adventures, and captive of the beauteous and peerless Dona Dulcinea of Toboso, and as recompense for the boon thou hast received from me, I desire only that thou turnest toward Toboso, and on my behalf appearest before this lady and sayest unto her what deeds I have done to gain thy liberty." One of the squires accompanying the carriage was a Basque, who listened to everything that Don Quixote was saying, and seeing that he would not allow the carriage to move forward but said it would have to go to Toboso, the squire approached Don Quixote and, seizing his lance, in bad Castilian and even worse Basque, he said, "Go on, mister, you go wrong, by God who make me, if don't let carriage go, as I be Basque I kill you." Don Quixote understood him very well and replied with great serenity, "If you were a gentleman, as you are not, I would already have punished your foolishness and audacity, unhappy creature." To which the Basque replied, "Not gentleman me? As Christian I make vow to God you lie. Throw away lance and pull out sword and soon see which one make horse drink. Basque by land, noble by sea, noble by devil, if say other thing you lie." "Now you will see," said Audiobooks, for replied Don Quixote. And after throwing his lance to the ground, he drew his sword, grasped his shield, and attacked the Basque, determined to take his life. The Basque, who saw him coming at him in this manner, wanted to get off the mule, which, being one of the inferior ones for hire, could not be trusted, but all he could do was draw his sword. It was his good fortune, however, to be next to the carriage, and he seized one of the pillows and used it as a shield, and the two of them went at each other as if they were mortal enemies. The rest of the people tried to make peace between them but could not, because the Basque said in his tangled words that if they did not allow him to finish his fight, he himself would kill his mistress and everyone else who got in his way. The lady in the carriage, stunned and fearful at what she saw, had the coachman drive some distance away, and from there she watched the fierce contest, in the course of which the Basque went over Don Quixote's shield and struck a great blow with his sword to his shoulder, and if it had not been protected by armor, he would have opened it to the waist. Don Quixote, who felt the pain of that enormous blow, gave a great shout, saying, "O lady of my soul, Dulcinea, flower of beauty, come to the aid of this thy knight, who, for the sake of thy great virtue, finds himself in grave peril." Saying this, and grasping his sword, and protecting himself with his shield, and attacking the Basque were all one, for he was determined to venture everything on the fortune of a single blow. The Basque, seeing him attack in this fashion, clearly understood the courage in this rash act and resolved to do the same as Don Quixote. And so he waited for him, shielded by his pillow, and unable to turn the mule one way or the other, for the mule, utterly exhausted and not made for such foolishness, could not take another step. As has been said, Don Quixote was charging the wary Basque with his sword on high, determined to cut him in half, and the Basque, well protected by his pillow, was waiting for him, his sword also raised, and all the onlookers were filled with fear and suspense regarding the outcome of the great blows they threatened to give to each other, and the lady in the carriage and all her maids were making 1,000 vows and offerings to all the images and houses of devotion in Spain so that God would deliver the squire and themselves from the great danger in which they found themselves. But the difficulty in all this is that at this very point and juncture, the author of the history leaves the battle pending, apologizing because he found nothing else written about the feats of Don Quixote other than what he has already recounted. It is certainly true that the second author of this work did not want to believe that so curious a history would be subjected to the laws of oblivion, or that the great minds of La Mancha possessed so little interest that they did not have in their archives or writing tables a few pages that dealt with this famous knight, and so, with this thought in mind, he did not despair of finding the conclusion to this gentle history, which, with heaven's help, he discovered in the manner that will be revealed in Part 2.6. Part 2 of the Ingenious Gentleman Don Quixote of La Mancha. Chapter 9. In which the stupendous battle between the gallant Basque and the valiant Manchegan is concluded and comes to an end. In Part 1 of this history, we left the brave Basque and the famous Don Quixote with their swords raised and unsheathed, about to deliver two downstrokes so furious that if they had entirely hit the mark, the combatants would have been cut and split in half from top to bottom and open like pomegranates, and at that extremely uncertain point, the delectable history stopped and was interrupted, without the author giving us any information as to where the missing parts could be found. This caused me a good deal of grief, because the pleasure of having read so small an amount was turning into displeasure at the thought of the difficult road that lay ahead in finding the large amount that, in my opinion, was missing from so charming a tale. It seemed impossible and completely contrary to all good precedent that so good a knight should have lacked a wise man who would assume the responsibility of recording his never-before-seen deeds, something that never happened to other knights-errant, the ones that people say go searching for adventures, one because each of them had one or two wise men whose purpose was not only to record their deeds, but to depict their slightest thoughts and fancies, no matter how secret they might be, and so. Good a knight could not be so unfortunate as to lack what Platir and others like him had in abundance. Point 2 And therefore I was not inclined to believe that so gallant a history had been left maimed and crippled, and I blamed the malignity of time, the devourer and consumer of all things, who had either hidden it away or consumed it. On the other hand, it seemed to me that since works as modern as Deceptions of Jealousy and Nymphs and Shepherds of Henares III had been found among Don Quixote's books, his history also had to be modern, and though it might not be written down, it had to live on in the memories of people from his village and from other villages nearby. This thought left me disconcerted and longing to know, really and truly and in its entirety, the life and miracles of our famous Spaniard Don Quixote of La Mancha, the model and paragon of Manchegan chivalry, and the first in our age and in these calamitous times to take up the exercise and profession of chivalric arms, righting wrongs, defending widows, and protecting those maidens who rode, with whips and palfreys, and bearing all their virginity on their backs, from mountain to mountain and valley to valley, and unless some villain, or some farmer with hatchet and pitchfork, or some enormous giant forced her, a maiden could, in days of yore, after 80 years of never once sleeping under a roof, go to her grave as pure as the day her mother bore her. I say, then, that for these and many other reasons, our gallant Don Quixote is deserving of continual and memorable praise, as am I, on account of the toil and effort I have put into finding the conclusion of this amiable history, though I know very well that if heaven, circumstances, and fortune do not assist me, the world will be deprived of the almost 2 hours of entertainment and pleasure the attentive reader may derive from it. This is how I happened to find it. One day when I was in the Alcana market in Toledo, a boy came by to sell some notebooks and old papers to a silk merchant. As I am very fond of reading, even torn papers in the streets, I was moved by my natural inclinations to pick up one of the volumes the boy was selling, and I saw that it was written in characters I knew to be Arabic. And since I recognized but could not read it, I looked around to see if some Morisco who knew Castilian, and could read it for me, was in the vicinity, and it was not very difficult to find this kind of interpreter, for even if I had sought a speaker of a better and older language I would have found him. In short, fortune provided me with one, and when I told him what I wanted and placed the book in his hands, he opened it in the middle, read for a short while, and began to laugh. I asked him why he was laughing, and he replied that it was because of something written in the margin of the book as an annotation. I told him to tell me what it was, and he, still laughing, said, "As I have said, here in the margin is written, this Dulcinea of Toboso, referred to so often in this history, they say had the best hand for salting pork of any woman in all of La Mancha." When I heard him say Dulcinea of Toboso, I was astounded and filled with anticipation, for it occurred to me that those volumes contained the history of Don Quixote. With this thought in mind, I urged him to read the beginning, which he did, extemporizing a translation of the Arabic into Castilian and saying that it said, History of Don Quixote of La Mancha. Written by Said Hamid Benengeli, an Arab historian. I needed a good deal of cleverness to hide the joy I felt when the title of the book reached my ears. Moving more quickly than the silk merchant, I bought all the papers and notebooks from the boy for half a real, but if he had been astute and known how much I wanted them, he certainly could have demanded and received more than 6 reals for their purchase. I immediately went with the Morisco to the cloister of the main church and asked him to render the journals, all those that dealt with Don Quixote, into the Castilian language, without taking away or adding anything to them, offering him whatever payment he might desire. He was satisfied with 2 arrobas of raisins and 2 fanegas of wheat, 7, and he promised to translate them well and faithfully and very quickly. But to facilitate the arrangement and not allow such a wonderful find out of my hands, I brought him to my house, where, in a little more than a month and a half, he translated the entire history, just as it is recounted here. In the first notebook there was a very realistic depiction of the battle of Don Quixote with the Basque, both in the postures recounted in the history, their swords raised, one covered by his round shield, the other by his pillow, and the Basque's mule so lifelike that at the distance of a crossbow shot one could see that it was a mule for hire. At the mule's feet was a caption that read, Don Sancho de Especia, which, no doubt, was the Basque's name, and at the feet of Rocinante was another that said, Don Quixote. Rocinante was so wonderfully depicted, so long and lank, so skinny and lean, with so prominent a backbone, and an appearance so obviously consumptive, that it was clear with what foresight and accuracy he had been given the name Rocinante. Next to him was Sancho Panza, holding the halter of his donkey, and at its feet was another caption that said, Sancho Zancas ate, and as the picture showed, he must have had a big belly, short stature, and long shanks, and for this reason he was given the name Panza as well as Zancas, for from time to time the history calls him by both these surnames. A few other details were worthy of notice, but they are of little importance and relevance to the true account of this history, for no history is bad if it is true. If any objection can be raised regarding the truth of this one, it can only be that its author was Arabic, since the people of that nation are very prone to telling falsehoods, but because they are such great enemies of ours, it can be assumed that he has given us too little rather than too much. So it appears to me, for when he could and should have wielded his pen to praise the virtues of so good a knight, it seems he intentionally passes over them in silence. This is something badly done and poorly thought out, since historians must and ought to be exact, truthful, and absolutely free of passions, for neither interest, fear, rancor, nor affection should make them deviate from the path of the truth, whose mother is history, the rival of time, repository of great deeds, witness to the past, example and advisor to the present, and forewarning to the future. In this account I know there will be found everything that could be rightly desired in the most pleasant history, and if something of value is missing from it, in my opinion the fault lies with the dog who was its author rather than with any defect in its subject. In short, its second part, according to the translation, began in this manner. With the sharp-edged swords of the two valiant and enraged combatants held and raised on high, they seemed to threaten heaven, earth, and the abyss, such was their boldness and bearing. The first to strike a blow was the choleric Basque, and he delivered it with so much force and fury that if his sword had not turned on its way down, that single blow would have been enough to end this fierce combat and all the adventures of our knight, but good fortune, which had greater things in store for Don Quixote, twisted the sword of his adversary, so that although it struck his left shoulder, it did no more than tear through the armor along that side, taking with it as it passed a good part of his helmet and half an ear, both of which, in fearful ruin, fell to the ground, leaving him in a very sad state. Lord save me, who can accurately tell of the rage that now filled the heart of our Manchegan when he saw himself so mistreated. Suffice it to say it was so great that he stood again in the stirrups, and grasping his sword in both hands, he struck his opponent with so much fury, hitting him square on his pillow and his head, that despite those good defenses, and as if a mountain had fallen on him, the Basque began to bleed from his nose, mouth, and ears and to show signs of falling off the mule, and he would have fallen, no doubt, if he had not thrown his arms around the animal's neck, but even so his feet slipped out of the stirrups and his arms loosened, and the mule, terrified by the awful blow, began to run across the field and, after bucking a few times, threw his rider to the ground. Don Quixote watched very calmly, and when he saw him fall, he leaped from his horse, raced over to him, placed the tip of his sword between the Basque's eyes, and ordered him to surrender or else he would cut off his head. The Basque was so stunned he could not say a word, and he would have come to a bad end, given Don Quixote's blind rage, if the ladies in the carriage, who until that moment had watched the battle with great dismay, had not approached him and implored him most earnestly that he do them the favor and grant them the boon of sparing the life of their squire. To which Don Quixote responded with pride and gravity. Certainly, beauteous ladies, I am very happy to do as you ask, but it must be with a condition and a stipulation, and it is that this knight must promise to go to Toboso and present himself on my behalf to the peerless Dona Dulcinea, so that she may do with him as she pleases. The frightened and distressed ladies, without considering what Don Quixote was demanding, and without asking who Dulcinea was, promised that the squire would do everything he was ordered to do. With confidence in that promise, I shall do him no more harm, although he so richly deserves it. Chapter 10. Concerning what further befell Don Quixote with the Basque and the danger in which he found himself with a band of Galicians from Yanguas 1. By this time Sancho Panza, rather badly treated by the servants of the friars, had gotten to his feet and was paying close attention to the battle waged by his master and imploring God, in his heart, that it would be his will to grant Don Quixote a victory in which he would win an insula and make Sancho the governor, as he had promised. Seeing, then, that the combat had ended and his master was about to remount Rocinante, he came to hold the stirrups for him, and before Don Quixote mounted, Sancho fell to his knees before him, and grasping his hand, he kissed it and said, "May it please your grace, Señor Don Quixote, to give me the governorship of the insula that you have won in this fierce combat, for no matter how big it may be, I feel I have the ability to govern it just as well as anyone else who has ever governed insulas in this world." To which Don Quixote responded, "Let me point out, brother Sancho, that this adventure and those like it are adventures not of insulas but of crossroads, in which nothing is won but a broken head or a missing ear. Have patience, for adventures will present themselves in which you can become not only a governor, but perhaps even more." Sancho thanked him profusely, and after kissing his hand again, and the skirt of his cuirass, he helped him to mount Rocinante, and then he mounted his donkey and began to follow his master, who, at a rapid pace, without saying goodbye or speaking any further with the ladies in the carriage, rode into a nearby wood. Sancho followed as fast as his jackass would go, but Rocinante moved so quickly that the squire, seeing himself left behind, was obliged to call to his master to wait for him. Don Quixote did so, pulling on Rocinante's reins until his weary squire caught up to him, and when he did, Sancho said, "It seems to me, Señor, that it would be a good idea for us to take refuge in some church, for that man you fought was so badly injured that it won't be long before he tells the Holy Brotherhood too what happened, and they'll arrest us, and by my faith, if they do, before we get out of prison they'll put us through a terrible time." "Be quiet," said Don Quixote. "Where have you ever seen or read that a knight-errant has been brought before the law no matter how many homicides he may have committed?" "I don't know anything about omissals," replied Sancho, "and I never did bear one in my life. All I know is that the Holy Brotherhood takes care of people who fight in the countryside, and I don't want anything to do with that." "Well, do not trouble yourself, my friend," Don Quixote responded, "for I shall save you from the hands of the Chaldeans, not to mention those of the Brotherhood. But tell me, as you value your life, have you ever seen a more valiant knight than I anywhere on the face of the earth? Have you read in histories of another who has, or ever had, more spirit in attacking, more courage in persevering, more dexterity in wounding, or more ingenuity in unhorsing?" "The truth is," replied Sancho, "that I never read any history because I don't know how to read or write, but I'll wager that in all my days I've never served a bolder master than your grace, and may it please God that all this boldness isn't paid for in the place I said. What I beg of your grace is that we treat your wounds. A lot of blood is coming out of that ear, and I have some lint for and a little white salve here in the saddlebags." "None of that would be needed," replied Don Quixote, "if I had remembered to prepare a flask of the balm of Firebrus, 5 for just 1 drop saves both time and medicines." "What flask and what balm is that?" asked Sancho Panza. "It is a balm," replied Don Quixote, "the recipe for which I have memorized, and with it one need not fear death, nor think that one will die of any wound. When I prepare it and give it to you, all you need do, when you see in some battle that they have cut my body in two, as is wont to happen, is to pick up the part of my body that has fallen to the ground, and very artfully, and with great cunning, before the blood congeals, place it on top of the other half still in the saddle, being careful to fit them together precisely and exactly. Then you will give me only 2 mouthfuls to drink of the balm I have mentioned, and you will see me sounder than an apple." "If that is true," said Panza, "I renounce here and now the governorship of the insula you have promised and want nothing else in payment for my many good services but that your grace give me the recipe for this marvelous potion, for I think an ounce of it will bring more than 2 reals anywhere, and I don't need more than that to live an easy and honorable life. But what I'd like to know now is if it costs a lot to make." With less than 3 reals you can make more than 6 azumbers, 6, replied Don Quixote. Poor sinner that I am, said Sancho. What is your grace waiting for? Why don't you make it and show me how it's done? Be quiet, my friend, Don Quixote responded, for I intend to show you greater secrets and do you greater good turns. For now, let us treat these wounds, for my ear hurts more than I should like. Sancho took Linton's salve out of the saddlebags. But when Don Quixote saw that his helmet had been broken, he thought he would go mad, and placing his hand on his sword and lifting his eyes to heaven, he said, I make a vow to the Creator of all things, and to the 4 holy Gospels in the fullness of all their writing, that I shall lead the life led by the great Marquis of Mantua when he swore to avenge the death of his nephew Valdovinos, which was to eat no bread at the table, nor to lie with his wife, and other things which I do not remember but I consider them stated here, until I take my entire revenge on the one who has done me so great a wrong. On hearing this, Sancho said, Look, your grace, Señor Don Quixote, if the gentleman did what you ordered him to and went to present himself to my lady Dulcinea of Toboso, then he has already done what he had to do and doesn't deserve another punishment if he doesn't commit another crime. You have spoken very well and to the point, Don Quixote responded, and so I revoke the part of the vow that deals with wreaking new vengeance on him, but I make it and confirm it again with regard to leading the life I mentioned until such time that I take by force another helmet just as good as this one from some other knight. And do not think, Sancho, that I do this without reflection, for I have a good model to emulate. The same thing happened in exactly the same way with regard to the helmet of Mambrino, which cost Sacripant 7 so dearly. Your grace should send such vows to the devil, Señor, replied Sancho, for they are very dangerous to your health and very damaging to your conscience. If not, then tell me, if for many days we don't happen to run into a man armed with a helmet, what will we do? Must we keep the vow in spite of so many inconveniences and discomforts, like sleeping in our clothes, and sleeping in the open, and 1,000 other acts of penance contained in the vow of that crazy old man the Marquis of Mantua, which your grace wants to renew now? Look, your grace, no armed men travel along these roads, only mule drivers and wagon drivers, and they not only don't have helmets, but maybe they haven't even heard of them in all their days. In this you are deceived, said Don Quixote, because in less than 2 hours' time at these crossroads we shall see more armed men than those who besieged Albraca 8 when Angelica the Fair was defeated. All right, then, so be it, said Sancho, and may it please God that all goes well with us and the time comes soon when we win this insula that is costing me so dear, and that I can die. I have already told you, Sancho, that you should have no care in that regard. If an insula is lacking, there is always the kingdom of Denmark, or that of Soliadisa 9 which will fit you like the ring on your finger, and because they are on terra firma you ought to rejoice even more. But all of this in due course. Look and see if you have anything to eat in those saddlebags, and then we shall go in search of a castle where we can stay the night and prepare the bomb I told you of, because I swear before God that my ear is hurting a good deal. I have here an onion, and a little cheese, and I don't know how many crusts of bread, said Sancho, but these are not victuals suitable for a knight as valiant as your grace. How little you understand! Don Quixote responded. I shall tell you, Sancho, that it is a question of honor for knights errant not to eat for a month, and when they do eat, it is whatever they find near at hand, and you would know the truth of this if you had read as many histories as I, although there are many of them, in none have I found it written that knights errant ever ate, unless perhaps at some sumptuous banquet offered in their honor. The rest of the time they all but fasted. Although it is understood that they could not live without eating or doing all the other necessities of nature because, in fact, they were men like ourselves, it must also be understood that because they spent most of their lives in the open, unpopulated countryside, without a cook, their most common food would be rustic viands, like those which you offer me now. And so, Sancho my friend, do not concern yourself with what may or may not be to my taste. You should not try to make the world over again or change the nature of errant chivalry. Forgive me, your grace, said Sancho. Since I don't know how to read or write, as I told you before, I don't know and am not aware of the rules of the chivalric profession. From now on I'll stock the saddlebags with all kinds of dried fruit for your grace, since you are a knight, and for me, since I'm not, I'll fill them with other things that have wings and are more substantial. "I am not saying, Sancho," replied Don Quixote, "that it is necessary for knights-errant not to eat anything other than those fruits you mention, but simply that their most ordinary sustenance consisted of them and of certain plants found in the fields, which were known to them, and to me as well." "It's a great virtue," Sancho responded, "to know those plants, for I'm thinking that one day we'll need to use that knowledge." He took out the things he said he was carrying, and they ate in peace and good companionship. But they wanted to find a place to sleep that night, and they quickly finished their dry and meager meal. Then they climbed back on their mounts and hurried to reach a village before dark, but the sun set, along with the hope of achieving their desire, when they were near the huts of some goatherds, and so they decided to spend the night there. As much as it grieved Sancho not to be in a town, it pleased his master to sleep outdoors, for it seemed to him that each time this occurred it was another act of certification that helped to prove his claim to knighthood. Chapter 11. Regarding what befell Don Quixote with some goatherds. He was welcomed cheerfully by the goatherds, and Sancho, having done his best to tend to Rocinante and his donkey, followed the aroma coming from certain pieces of dried goat meat that were bubbling over the fire in a pot, and though he wished at that very moment to test if they were ready to be transferred from the pot to his stomach, he did not, because the goatherds removed them from the fire, spread some sheepskins on the ground, quickly prepared their rustic table, and with displays of goodwill invited them both to share what they had. The 6 of them, which was the number in their flock, sat down around the skins, having first with artless ceremony asked Don Quixote to sit on a small wooden trough that they turned upside down and set out for him. Don Quixote sat down, and Sancho remained standing to serve him and fill his cup, which was made of horn. His master saw him standing and said, "So that you may see, Sancho, the virtue contained in knight-errantry, and how those who practice any portion of it always tend to be honored and esteemed in the world, I want you to sit here at my side and in the company of these good people, and be the same as I, who am your natural lord and master, eat from my plate and drink where I drink, for one may say of knight-errantry what is said of love, it makes all things equal." "You're too kind," said Sancho. "But I can tell your grace that as long as I have something good to eat, I'll eat it just as well or better standing and all alone as sitting at the height of an emperor. Besides, if truth be told, what I eat, even if it's bread and onion, tastes much better to me in my corner without fancy or respectful manners, than a turkey would at other tables where I have to chew slowly, not drink too much, wipe my mouth a lot, not sneeze or cough if I feel like it, or do other things that come with solitude and freedom. And so, Señor, these honors that your grace wants to grant me for being a servant and follower of knight-errantry, which I am, being your grace's squire, you should turn into other things that will be of greater comfort and benefit to me. These, though I am grateful for them, I renounce now and forever. Despite all that, you will sit down, for God exalts the man who humbles himself." And seizing him by the arm, he obliged Sancho to sit next to him. The goatherds did not understand their nonsensical talk about squires and knights-errant, and they simply ate and were silent and looked at their guests, who, with a good deal of grace and eagerness, devoured pieces of goat meat as big as their fists. When the meat course was over, the goatherds spread out on the unshorn sheepskins a great quantity of dried acorns, along with half a cheese that was harder than mortar. In all this time the horn was not idle, for it made the rounds so often, sometimes full, sometimes empty, like the bucket at a well, that one of the 2 wineskins in evidence was emptied with no difficulty. After Don Quixote had satisfied his stomach, he picked up a handful of acorns, and, regarding them attentively, he began to speak these words. "Fortunate the age and fortunate the times called golden by the ancients, and not because gold, which in this our age of iron is so highly esteemed, could be found then with no effort, but because those who lived in that time did not know the 2 words thine and mine. In that blessed age all things were owned in common, no one, for his daily sustenance, needed to do more than lift his hand and pluck it from the sturdy oaks that so liberally invited him to share their sweet and flavorsome fruit. The clear fountains and rushing rivers offered delicious, transparent waters in magnificent abundance. In the fissures of rocks and the hollows of trees diligent and clever bees established their colonies, freely offering to any hand the fertile harvest of their sweet labor. Noble cork trees, moved only by their own courtesy, shed the wide, light bark with which houses, supported on rough posts, were covered as a protection, but only against the rain that fell from heaven. In that time all was peace, friendship, and harmony. The heavy curb of the plowshare had not yet dared to open or violate the merciful womb of our first mother, for she, without being forced, offered up, everywhere across her broad and fertile bosom, whatever would satisfy, sustain, and delight the children who then possessed her. In that time simple and beautiful shepherdesses could wander from valley to valley and hill to hill, their hair hanging loose or in braids, wearing only the clothes needed to modestly cover that which modesty demands, and has always demanded, be covered, and their adornments were not those used now, enveloping the one who wears them in the purple dyes of Tyre, and silk martyrized in countless ways, but a few green burdock leaves and ivy vines entwined, and in these they perhaps looked as grand and elegant as our ladies of the court do now in the rare and strange designs which idle curiosity has taught them. In that time amorous concepts were recited from the soul simply and directly, in the same way and manner that the soul conceived them, without looking for artificial and devious words to enclose them. There was no fraud, deceit, or malice mixed in with honesty and truth. Justice stood on her own ground, and favor or interest did not dare disturb or offend her as they so often do now, defaming, confusing, and persecuting her. Arbitrary opinions formed outside the law had not yet found a place in the mind of the judge, for there was nothing to judge, and no one to be judged. Maidens in their modesty wandered, as I have said, wherever they wished, alone and mistresses of themselves, without fear that another's boldness or lascivious intent would dishonor them, and if they fell it was through their own desire and will. But now, in these our detestable times, no maiden is safe, even if she is hidden and enclosed in another labyrinth like the one in Crete, because even there, through chinks in the wall, or carried by the air itself, with the zealousness of accursed solicitation the amorous pestilence finds its way in and, despite all their seclusion, maidens are brought to ruin. It was for their protection, as time passed and wickedness spread, that the order of knights errant was instituted, to defend maidens, protect widows, and come to the aid of orphans and those in need. This is the order to which I belong, my brother goatherds, and I thank you for the kindness and hospitality you have shown to me and my squire. For, although by natural law all men are obliged to favor knights errant, still, because I know that without knowing this obligation you welcomed me and treated me so generously, I wish, with all my goodwill, to thank you for yours. 1. This long harangue, which could very easily have been omitted, was declaimed by our knight because the acorn served to him brought to mind the golden age, and with it the desire to make that foolish speech to the goatherds, who, stupefied and perplexed, listened without saying a word. Sancho too was silent, and ate acorns, and made frequent trips to the second wineskin, which had been hung from a cork tree to cool the wine. Don Quixote spent more time speaking than it took to finish supper, but when it was concluded, one of the goatherds said, "So that your grace, Señor Knight, can say even more truly that we welcomed you with a ready goodwill, we want to give you joy and pleasure by having a friend of ours sing for you. He'll be here very soon, he's a smart lad, and very much in love, and above all, he knows how to read and write and is so good a musician on the rebec too that you couldn't ask for anything better." No sooner had the goatherd said this than the sound of the rebec reached their ears, and a short while later the one playing it appeared, a good-looking boy no more than 22 years of age. His friends asked if he had eaten, and when he answered that he had, the one who had made the offer said, "That means, Antonio, that you could do us the favor of singing a little, and this gentleman, our guest, can see that in the woods and forests we also have somebody who knows about music. We told him about your talents and we want you to show them and prove we told the truth, and so I ask you please to sit down and sing the ballad about your love that your uncle the vicar composed for you, the one the people in the village liked so much." I'd be happy to, the boy replied. And without having to be asked a second time, he sat on the trunk of a fallen oak and, after tuning his rebec, with great charm he soon began to sing these words. Antonio. I know, Olala, that you adore me though you haven't told me so, not even with your eyes, in the silent language of love. Since I know that you are clever, that you love me I do claim, for love was ne'er unrequited if it has been proclaimed. It is true that once or twice Olala, you've made it known that your soul is made of bronze and your white bosom of stone. But hiding behind your reproaches and your virtuous rebukes hope may reveal a glimpse of the hemmed edge of her cloak. My faith is firm and steadfast, its eager response ne'er wanes because not called, ne'er waxes because it has been chosen. If love is courtesy, then yours lets me conclude that the outcome of my hopes will be just as I assume. And if service plays a part in making a bosom kind, then those that I have rendered will help to sway your mind. For if you think about it, more than once have I worn the same clothes on a Monday that honored Sunday morn. For love and finery always walk hand in hand, and in your eyes I wish always to seem gallant. Speak not of my dances for you, the songs that I bestow so late into the night and before the roosters crow. Speak not of my praises of you, that I tell to all the world, though they have earned for me the displeasure of many a girl. I was singing your praises, and Teresa del Barrocal said, he thinks he adores an angel, and he loves a monkey instead. Thanks to all her trinkets, her dyes and wigs and falls, the god of love is deceived by beauty that is false. I said she lied, she grew angry, her cousin came to her aid and challenged me, you know what he and I did and said. I love no one but you, yet I don't court you sinfully, though I beseech and woo you there's more virtue in my plea. Mother Church has chains whose links are made of silk. I will join you there if you bend your neck to the yoke. If not, I make this vow by the blessed saintly choir not to leave these mountains except as a Capuchin friar. Here the goatherd ended his song, and although Don Quixote asked him to sing something else, Sancho Panza did not concur because he was readier for sleep than for hearing songs. And so he said to his master, Your Grace ought to decide now where you're going to spend the night, the work these good men do all day doesn't allow them to spend their nights singing. I understand you very well, Sancho, Don Quixote responded. It is clear to me that your visits to the wineskin ask to be repaid with sleep rather than music. It tasted good to all of us, thanks be to God, replied Sancho. I do not deny that, Don Quixote responded. But you can settle down wherever you like, for those of my profession prefer standing vigil to sleeping. Even so, Sancho, it would be good if you tended this ear again, for it is hurting more than is necessary. Sancho did as he was ordered, and when one of the goatherds saw the wound, he told him not to worry, for he would give him a remedy that would heal it right away. And after picking some rosemary leaves, which grew there in abundance, he chewed them and mixed them with a little salt, and applied them to Don Quixote's ear and bandaged it carefully, assuring him that no other medicine was needed, which was the truth. Chapter 12. Regarding what a goatherd recounted to those who were with Don Quixote. At this moment another young man approached, one of those who brought the goatherd's provisions from the village, and he said, Friends, do you know what has happened in town? How could we know? One replied. Well, then, I'll tell you, the young man continued. This morning the famous student shepherd named Crisostamo died, and they say he died of love for that accursed girl Marcella, the daughter of Guillermo the rich man, the same girl who dresses up like a shepherdess and wanders around the wild, empty places. Marcella, did you say? Asked one of them. The same, replied the goatherd. And the strange thing is that in his will he said he wanted to be buried in the countryside, like a Moor, and that his grave should be at the bottom of the rocky hill where the spring at the cork tree is, because everybody knows, and they say he said so himself, that this is where he saw her for the first time. And he also asked for some other things that the abbots in the village say shouldn't be done, that it isn't right to do them because they seem heathenish. And to all of this that great friend of his, Ambrosio, the student who dresses up like a shepherd, too, says that everything Chrysostamo wanted has to be done just the way he asked, with nothing left out, and the whole village is in an uproar over this, but people are saying that in the end, they'll do what Ambrosio and his shepherd friends want. Tomorrow they'll come to bury him with great ceremony in the place I said, and I think it will be something worth seeing. At least, I'll be sure to go and see it, even though I'm supposed to go back to town tomorrow. We'll all do the same, the goatherds responded, and we'll draw straws to see who has to stay behind and watch all the goats. Good idea, Pedro, said one, but you won't have to draw straws, I'll stay here for all of you. And don't think it's because I'm good or not very curious, it's just that the sharp branch I stepped on the other day makes it hard for me to walk. Even so, we all thank you, Pedro replied. And Don Quixote asked Pedro to tell him about the dead man and the shepherdess, to which Pedro responded that all he knew was that the dead man was a rich gentleman, a resident of a nearby village, who had been a student in Salamanca for many years and then had returned home with a reputation for being very learned and well-read. Mainly people said he knew the science of the stars and what happens up there in the sky with the sun and the moon, because he would always tell us when there'd be eclipse of the sun and the moon. It is called an eclipse, my friend, not eclipse, when those two great heavenly bodies darken, said Don Quixote. But Pedro, paying little attention to such trifles, continued with his story, saying, and he also could tell when the land would produce and when it would be barren. You mean barren, my friend, said Don Quixote. Barren or barren, responded Pedro, it's all the same in the end. And what I'm saying is that because of what he told them, his father and his friends, who believed him, became very rich because they listened when he said, this year plant barley, not wheat, and this year you can plant chickpeas and not barley, next year there'll be a good olive oil harvest, but for the next 3 you won't get a drop. This science is called astrology, said Don Quixote. I don't know what it's called, Pedro replied, but I do know he knew all that, and even more. Finally, not many months after he came home from Salamanca, he suddenly appeared one day dressed like a shepherd, with a staff and sheepskin jacket instead of the long gown he wore as a scholar, and a close friend of his named Ambrosio, who had studied with him in Salamanca, dressed up like a shepherd, too. I forgot to say that Chrysostamo, the dead man, was a great one for writing verses. In fact, he wrote the carols for the night of our Lord's birth, and the plays for Corpus Christi that the lads from our village put on, and everybody said they were wonderful. When the people in the village saw the two scholars suddenly dressed like shepherds, they were really surprised and couldn't guess the reason why they'd made so odd a change. At about this time his father died, and Chrysostamo inherited a big estate, goods as well as lands, no small amount of livestock both large and small, and a large amount of money. The boy became lord and master of all of this, and the truth is he deserved it all, for he was a very good companion and a charitable man and a friend of good people, and his face was like a blessing. Later on, people began to understand that the change in the way he dressed had been for no other reason than to go wandering through these wild places, following after that shepherdess Marcella our lad mentioned before, because our poor dead Chrysostamo had fallen in love with her. And I want to tell you now who this girl is, because you ought to know, maybe, and maybe there's no maybe about it. You won't hear anything like it in all your born days, even if you live to be as old as my mouth sores. You mean Methuselah, replied Don Quixote, unable to tolerate the goatherd's confusion of words. My mouth sores last a good long time, Pedro responded, and if, senor, you keep correcting every word I say, we won't finish in a year. Forgive me, my friend, said Don Quixote. I mention it only because there is such a great difference between my mouth sores and Methuselah, but you answered very well. Since my mouth sores lived longer than Methuselah, go on with your story, and I shall not contradict you again in anything. Well, senor, as I was saying, said the goatherd, in our village there was a farmer even richer than Chrysostomo's father, and his name was Guillermo, and God gave him not only great wealth but also a daughter, whose mother died giving birth to her, and her mother was the most respected woman in this whole district. It seems to me I can see her now, with that face of hers shining like the sun on one side and the moon on the other. More than anything else, she was a hard-working friend to the poor, and for this reason I believe that right this minute her spirit is enjoying God in the next world. Her husband, Guillermo, died of grief at the death of such a good woman, and their daughter, Marcella, was left a very rich girl, in the care of an uncle who was a priest, the vicar of our village. The girl grew, and her beauty reminded us of her mother's, which was very great, though people thought the daughter's would be even greater. And it was, for when she reached the age of 14 or 15, no man could look at her and not bless God for making her so beautiful, and most fell madly in love with her. Her uncle kept her carefully and modestly secluded, but even so, word of her great beauty spread so that for her own sake, and because of her great fortune, not only the men of our village but those for many miles around, the best among them, asked, begged, and implored her uncle for her hand in marriage. But he, a good and honest Christian, though he wanted to arrange her marriage as soon as she was of age, didn't want to do it without her consent, and didn't even care about the profit and gain from the girl's estate that he would enjoy if he delayed her marriage. And by my faith, there was many a gossip in the village who said this in praise of the good priest. For I want you to know, Senior Knight, that in these small hamlets people talk and gossip about everything, and you can be sure, as I am, that a priest must be better than good if his parishioners have to speak well of him, especially in a village. That is true, said Don Quixote, and please continue. The story is very good, and you, my good Pedro, tell it with a good deal of grace. May God's grace be with me, that's the one that matters. As for the rest, you should know that even though the uncle suggested names to his niece, and told her the qualities of each of the many suitors begging for her hand, and asked her to choose and marry a man she liked, she never said anything except that she didn't want to marry just then, and since she was so young she didn't feel able to bear the burdens of matrimony. Hearing these excuses, which seemed so reasonable, the uncle stopped asking and waited for her to get a little older, when she would be able to choose a husband she liked. Because he said, and rightly so, that parents shouldn't force their children into marriage against their will. But then one day, to everybody's surprise, the finicky Marcella appeared dressed like a shepherdess, and paying no attention to her uncle or to all the villagers, who warned her not to do it, she started to go out to the countryside with the other shepherdesses and to watch over her own flock. And as soon as she appeared in public and her beauty was seen in the open, I can't tell you how many rich young men, noblemen and farmers, began to dress up like Chrysostamo and to court her in these fields. One of them, as I've said, was our dead man, who, people said, had stopped loving her and begun to worship her. And don't think that just because Marcella took on the liberty of a life that's so free, with so little seclusion, or none at all, she gave any sign or suggestion that would damage her modesty and virtue. Instead, she watches over her honor with so much vigilance that of all the men who woo and court her, not one has boasted or could truthfully claim that she's given him any hope of achieving his desire. For though she doesn't run from or avoid the company and conversation of the shepherds, and treats them with courtesy and friendship, if any of them reveals his desire to her, even one as honest and holy as matrimony, she hurls it away from her like a stone in a catapult. And by living this way, she does more harm in this land than the plague, because her affability and beauty attract the hearts of those who try to woo her and love her, but her disdain and reproaches drive them to despair so that they don't know what to say about her except to call her cruel and ungrateful and other names that plainly show the nature of her disposition. And if you spent one day here, Señor, you'd hear these mountains and valleys echoing with the lamentations of the disappointed men who follow her. Not very far from here is a place where there are almost 24 tall beech trees, and there's not one that doesn't have the name of Marcella carved and written on its smooth bark, and at the top of some there's a crown carved into the tree, as if the lover were saying even more clearly that Marcella wears and deserves the crown more than any other human beauty. Here a shepherd sighs, there another moans, over yonder amorous songs are heard, and farther on desperate lamentations. One spends all the hours of the night sitting at the foot of an oak tree or a rocky crag, not closing his weeping eyes, and the sun finds him in the morning absorbed and lost in his thoughts. Another gives no respite or rest to his sighs, and in the middle of the burning heat of the fiercest summer afternoon, lying on the burning sand, he sends his complaints up to merciful heaven. And over this one, that one, and all of them, the beautiful Marcella, free and self-assured, triumphs, and those of us who know her are waiting to see where her haughtiness will end and who will be the fortunate man to conquer so difficult a nature and enjoy such extreme beauty. Since everything I've told you is the absolute truth, I take it for granted that what our lad said about what people were saying about the reason for Grisostomo's death is also true. And so my advice, Senor, is that tomorrow you be sure to attend his burial, which will be something worth seeing, because Grisostomo has a lot of friends, and it's no more than half a league from here to the place where he wanted to be buried. I shall be certain to, said Don Quixote, and I thank you for the pleasure you have given me with the narration of so delightful a story. Oh, replied the goatherd. I still don't know the half of what's happened to the lovers of Marcella, but it may be that tomorrow we'll meet some shepherd on the way who'll tell us about them. For now, it would be a good idea if you slept under a roof, because the night air might hurt your wound, though the medicine you've put on it is so good there's no reason to fear any trouble. Sancho Panza, who by this time was cursing the goatherd's endless talk, also asked his master to go into Pedro's hut to sleep. He did so, and spent the rest of the night thinking of his lady Dulcinea, in imitation of Marcella's lovers. Sancho Panza settled down between Rocinante and his donkey and slept, not like a scorned lover, but like a man who had been kicked and bruised. Chapter 13, in which the tale of the shepherdess Marcella is concluded, and other events are related. But no sooner had they begun to appear on the balconies of the east than 5 of the 6 goatherds got up and went to wake Don Quixote and tell him that if he was still of a mind to go to see the famous burial of Grisostomo, they would accompany him. Don Quixote, who desired nothing else, got up and ordered Sancho to saddle and prepare the mounts immediately, which he did very promptly, and just as promptly they all set out. And they had gone less than a quarter of a league when, at an intersection with another path, they saw coming toward them approximately 6 shepherds, dressed in black sheepskin jackets, their heads crowned with wreaths of cypress and bitter oleander. Each carried a heavy staff of holly in his hand. With them rode 2 gentlemen on horseback, very well equipped for traveling and accompanied by 3 servants on foot. As the 2 groups drew close they exchanged courteous greetings, asked where the other was going, discovered they were all heading for the burial site, and so began to travel together. One of the men on horseback, speaking to his companion, said, "It seems to me, Señor Vivaldo, that we must consider our lingering to see this extraordinary funeral as time well spent, for it most certainly will be extraordinary, according to the strange tales these shepherds have told us not only about the dead shepherd, but about the murderous shepherdess." "I think so, too," responded Vivaldo. "And I would have been willing to linger not merely one day but 4 in order to see it." Don Quixote asked what they had heard about Marcella and Grisostomo. The traveler replied that early that morning they had encountered the shepherds and, seeing them in such mournful dress, had asked the reason for their going about in that manner, and one of them had recounted the strange behavior and beauty of a shepherdess named Marcella, and the love so many suitors had for her, and the death of Grisostomo, to whose burial they were going. In short, he related everything that Pedro had told Don Quixote. This conversation ended and another began when the traveler called Vivaldo asked Don Quixote the reason for his going about armed in that manner when the land was so peaceful. To which Don Quixote replied, "The exercise of my profession does not allow or permit me to go about in any other manner. Tranquility, luxury, and repose were invented for pampered courtiers, but travail, tribulation, and arms were invented and created only for those whom the world calls knights errant, and I, although unworthy, am the least of that number." As soon as they heard this, they considered him mad, and to learn more and see what sort of madness this was, Vivaldo asked him the meaning of knights errant. "Have your graces not read," responded Don Quixote, "the annals and histories of England, in which are recounted the famous deeds of King Arthur, whom, in our Castilian ballads, we continuously call King Artus? According to an ancient and widespread tradition throughout the kingdom of Great Britain, this king did not die but, through the art of enchantment, was turned into a crow and in time will return to rule and recover his kingdom and scepter. For this reason, it can be demonstrated that no Englishman has ever killed a crow from that time to this." Well, it was in the days of this good king that the famous chivalric order of the Knights of the Round Table was instituted, and, in these same chronicles, in the minutest detail, there is also a recounting of the love between Sir Lancelot of the Lake and Queen Guinevere, their intermediary and confidant being the highly honored Duenna Quintanona, and here was born that well-known ballad, so praised in our Spain. Never was a knight so well served by ladies as was Lancelot when he from Brittany came, followed by the sweet and gentle tale of his feats of love and of valor. Since that time, from one generation to the next, the order of chivalry has extended and spread through many different parts of the world, and among its members, famous and known for their great deeds, were the valiant Amadis of Gaul and all his sons and grandsons under the 5th generation, and the valorous Felixmart of Hyrcania, and the never sufficiently praised tyrant Loblanc. And in our own time we have almost seen and communicated with and heard the invincible and valiant knight Don Quixote of Greece. This, then, gentlemen, is what it means to be a knight-errant, and the order of chivalry is just as I have said, and in it, as I have also said, I, though a sinner, have taken my vows, professing exactly what was professed by the knights I have mentioned. And therefore I wander these solitary and desolate places in search of adventures, determined to bring my arm and my person to the most dangerous that fortune may offer, in defense of the weak and helpless. These words fully persuaded the travelers that Don Quixote had lost his reason, and they realized the nature of the madness that controlled him and felt the same astonishment that was felt by all who came to know it. Vivaldo, who was a very clever person with a merry disposition, wanted to give Don Quixote the opportunity to go on with his nonsense and entertain them for the short distance that remained before they reached the burial site. And so he said, "It seems to me, Señor Knight-errant, that your grace has taken a vow to follow one of the most austere professions in the world. In my opinion, not even Carthusian friars have one so austere." "Theirs may be as austere," responded our Don Quixote, "but I have some doubt that it is just as necessary in the world. Because, if truth be told, the soldier, when he carries out his captain's orders, does no less than the captain who issues the orders. I mean to say that the religious, in absolute peace and tranquility, ask heaven for the well-being of the world, but we soldiers and knights effect what they ask, defending the world with the valor of our good right arms and the sharp edge of our swords, not protected by a roof but under the open sky, subject to the unbearable rays of the sun in summer and the icy blasts of winter. In this way we are ministers of God on earth, the arms by which his justice is put into effect on earth. And since the deeds of war and all things concerned with and related to war cannot be effected except with toil, perspiration, and travail, it follows that those whose profession it is undoubtedly face greater difficulties than those who in tranquil peace and repose pray to God to favor those who cannot help themselves. I do not mean to say, nor has it even passed through my mind, that the state of a knight-errant is as virtuous as that of a cloistered religious. I wish only to suggest, given what I must suffer, that it is undoubtedly more toilsome and more difficult, more subject to hunger and thirst, more destitute, straitened, and impoverished, for there can be no doubt that knights-errant in the past endured many misfortunes in the course of their lives. And if some rose to be emperors through the valor of their mighty right arms, by my faith, it cost them dearly in the quantities of blood and sweat they shed, and if those who rose to such great heights had not had enchanters and wise men to help them, they would have been thwarted in their desires and deceived in their hopes." "I am of the same opinion," replied the traveler, "but there is one thing, among many others, concerning knights-errant that seems objectionable to me, and it is that when they find themselves about to embark on a great and perilous adventure, in which there is a manifest danger that they will lose their lives, never at the moment of undertaking it do they think of commending themselves to God, as every Christian is obliged to do at times of danger. Instead, they commend themselves to their ladies with as much zeal and devotion as if those ladies were their God, and to me this seems to have a somewhat heathenish smell." "Señor," responded Don Quixote, "under no circumstances can they do any less, and the knight-errant who did otherwise would fall into disrepute, for it is tradition and custom in knight-errantry that the knight-errant who is about to embark on some great feat of arms and has his lady before him must gently and lovingly turn his eyes toward her as if asking her to favor and protect him in the fearful battle he is undertaking. Even if no one is there to hear him, he is obliged to murmur a few words under his breath in which, with all his heart, he commends himself to her. We have countless examples of this in the histories. But one should not assume, therefore, that they fail to commend themselves to God, for they have the time and place to do that in the course of combat. Even so, replied the traveler, I still have a misgiving, and it is that I have often read that words are exchanged between two knights errant, and one word leads to another, their anger rises, they turn their horses and ride off a good distance to the far ends of the field, and then, without further ado, they ride at full tilt toward each other, and in the middle of the charge they commend themselves to their ladies, and what usually happens after their encounter is that one falls from his horse, run through by his opponent's lance, and the same thing happens to the other as well, for unless he holds on to his horse's mane, he cannot help but fall to the ground, too. And I don't know how the one who is dead had time to commend himself to God in the course of so swift a combat. It would be better if the words he used during the charge to commend himself to his lady had been used instead to do what he ought to have done and was obliged to do as a Christian. Furthermore, I don't believe that all the knights errant have ladies to whom they can commend themselves because not all of them are in love. That cannot be, responded Don Quixote. I mean, there cannot be a knight errant without a lady, because it is as fitting and natural for them to be in love as for the sky to have stars, and, just as certainly, you have never seen a history in which you find a knight errant without a love, for if he had none, he would not be deemed a legitimate knight but a bastard who entered the fortress of chivalry not through the door but over the walls, like a robber and a thief. Even so, said the traveler, it seems to me that if I remember correctly, I have read that Don Galar, brother of the valorous Amadis of Gaul, never had a specific lady to whom he could commend himself, and despite this he was not held in any less esteem, and was a very valiant and famous knight. To which our Don Quixote responded, Señor, one swallow does not a summer make. Furthermore, I happen to know that this knight was secretly very much in love, even though his courting all the lovely ladies he found attractive was a natural inclination that he could not resist. However, it is clearly demonstrated that there was one lady whom he had made mistress of his will, and to her he commended himself very frequently and very secretly, because he prided himself on being a secretive knight. Well then, if it is essential that every knight errant has to be in love, said the traveler, we most certainly can suppose that your grace is as well, since you are a member of the profession. And unless your grace prides himself on being as secretive as Don Galar, I most earnestly implore you, in the name of all this company and on my own behalf, to tell us the name, the kingdom, the condition, and the beauty of your lady, for she would think herself fortunate if all the world knew she was loved and served by the sort of knight your grace appears to be. Whereupon Don Quixote heaved a great sigh and said, I cannot declare whether my sweet enemy would be pleased or not if the world were to know that I serve her. I can only state, responding to what you so courteously ask, that her name is Dulcinea, her kingdom, Toboso, which is in La Mancha, her condition must be that of princess, at the very least, for she is my queen and lady, and her beauty is supernatural, for in it one finds the reality of all the impossible and chimerical aspects of beauty which poets attribute to their ladies, her tresses are gold, her forehead Elysian fields, her eyebrows the arches of heaven, her eyes suns, her cheeks roses, her lips coral, her teeth pearls, her neck alabaster, her bosom marble, her hands ivory, her skin white as snow, and the parts that modesty hides from human eyes are such, or so I believe and understand, that the most discerning consideration can only praise them but not compare them. We would like to know her lineage, ancestry, and family, replied Vivaldo. To which Don Quixote responded, She is not of the ancient Roman families of Curtius, Gaius, and Scipio, nor of the more modern Colanas and Ursinos, nor of the Moncadas and Requesens of Cataluna, nor even the Rebolas and Villanovas of Valencia, the Palafoxes, Nuzas, Rocabertis, Corellas Lunas, Alagons, Oreas, Fosas, and Gorillas of Aragon, the Cerdas, Manriques, Mendozas, and Guzmans of Castilla, the Alencastros, Pallas, and Menezes of Portugal, but she is of the family of Toboso of La Mancha, a lineage so fine, although modern, that it can give a generous beginning to the most illustrious families of centuries to come. And I shall brook no reply to this except under the conditions inscribed by Cervino beneath Orlando's victorious arms, which said, Let no one move them who cannot prove his worth against Roland. 1. Although my lineage is the Cacapines of Laredo, responded the traveler, I won't dare compare it to that of Toboso of La Mancha, for, to tell the truth, that name has not reached my ears until now. Is it possible that so notable a thing has not reached them? Replied Don Quixote. All the others had been listening with great attention to their conversation, and even the goatherds and shepherds realized that Don Quixote was not in his right mind. Only Sancho Panza, knowing who he was and having known him since he was born, thought that everything his master said was true, but he did have some doubts concerning the beauteous Dulcinea of Toboso, because he had never heard of that name or that princess, even though he lived so close to Toboso. As they were conversing, they saw that coming down the pass formed by two high mountains were about 20 shepherds, all wearing black wool jackets and crowned with wreaths that, as they saw later, were made either of yew or cypress. 6 were carrying a bier covered with a great variety of flowers and branches. When one of the goatherds saw this, he said, "Those men there are carrying the body of Crisostamo, and the foot of that mountain is the place where he said he should be buried." For this reason they hurried to reach the spot, which they did as the bearers were setting the bier on the ground, and, with sharp picks, 4 of them began digging the grave to one side of a rugged crag. They exchanged courteous greetings, and then Don Quixote and those who had accompanied him began to look at the bier, and on it, covered with flowers, they saw a dead body, apparently 30 years of age, dressed as a shepherd, and although he was dead, he showed signs of having had a handsome face and a gallant disposition when he was alive. Around him on the bier were bound volumes and many papers, both opened and closed. And those who were watching, and the men who were digging the grave, and everyone else who was present maintained a wondrous silence, until one of those who had been carrying the dead man said to another, "Look carefully, Ambrosio, to see if this is the place Crisostamo mentioned, since you want everything he asked for in his will to be carried out to the letter." "It is," Ambrosio responded, "for here my unhappy friend often told me the history of his misfortune. Here," he said, "he first saw that mortal enemy of the human race, and here was also where he first declared to her his desire, as honest as it was amorous, and here was where Marcella finally disillusioned and disdained him for the last time, putting an end to the tragedy of his wretched life. Here, in memory of so much affliction, he wanted to be consigned to the depths of eternal oblivion." And turning to Don Quixote and the travelers, he went on to say, "This body, señors, that you look at with pitying eyes, was the depository of a soul in which heaven placed an infinite number of its gifts. This is the body of Crisostamo, who was unique in intelligence, unequaled in courtesy, inimitable in gallantry, peerless in friendship, faultless in generosity, serious without presumption, merry without vulgarity, and, finally, first in everything it means to be good and second to none in everything it means to be unfortunate. He loved deeply and was rejected, he adored and was scorned, he pleaded with a wild beast, importuned a piece of marble, pursued the wind, shouted in the desert, served ingratitude, and his reward was to fall victim to death in the middle of his life, which was ended by a shepherdess whom he attempted to immortalize so that she would live on in memory, which could have been clearly shown in those papers you see there if he had not ordered them committed to the fire when his body had been committed to the earth." "You would use greater harshness and cruelty with them," said Vivaldo, "than their own master, for it is neither just nor correct to carry out the will of someone whose orders go against all reasonable thought. You would not think so highly of Caesar Augustus if he had agreed to carry out what the divine Montuan had ordered in his will. And so, Señor Ambrosio, although you surrender your friend's body to the ground, do not surrender his writings to oblivion. If he gave the order as an aggrieved man, it is not proper for you to carry it out like a foolish one. Rather, by giving life to these papers, you can have Marcella's cruelty live on as an example to those who live in future days so that they can flee and run from similar dangers. I and my companions know the history of your loving and desperate friend, and the reason for his death, and what he ordered to be done when his life was over. From this lamentable history one can learn how great was the cruelty of Marcella, the love of Crisostamo, and the steadfastness of your friendship, as well as the final destination of those who madly gallop along the path that heedless love places in front of them. Last night we learned of Crisostomo's death and that he would be buried in this place, and filled with curiosity and pity, we halted our journey and decided to come and see with our own eyes what had saddened us so much when we heard it. And as recompense for this sorrow, and the desire born in us to alleviate it if we could, we beg you, at least, I implore you, O most discreet Ambrosio, not to burn these papers, and to allow me to have some of them. And not waiting for the shepherd to respond, he stretched out his hand and took some of the papers closest to him. Seeing this, Ambrosio said, "Out of courtesy I consent to your keeping, Señor, the ones you already have, but to think that I won't burn those that remain is to think vain thoughts." Vivaldo, who wanted to see what the papers said, immediately opened one of them and saw that it had as a title Song of Despair. When Ambrosio heard the title, he said, "This is the last paper the unfortunate man wrote, and so that you may see, Señor, the lengths to which his misfortunes had driven him, read it aloud so that all may hear, for the time it will take to dig the grave will be more than enough time for you to read it." "I will do that gladly," said Vivaldo. And since all those present had the same desire, they came to stand around him, and Vivaldo, reading in a clear voice, saw that it said, Chapter 14, in which are found the desperate verses of the deceased shepherd, along with other unexpected occurrences. Chrysostomo's song. Since you, most cruel, wish all tongues to proclaim, all men to know the harsh power of your will, I will have hell itself teach a mournful song to my grieving breast, then add to that discord with the stridency of this my tuneless voice. And, companion to my desire as it strives to tell of my sorrow and your heartless deeds, that fearful voice will resound, worse torment, it will carry pieces of my wretched heart. Listen, then, to no harmonious song but to the clangor rising from the depths of my embittered breast, and borne by frenzy, sounding to my delight in your displeasure. The roar of the lion, the fearful howling of the savage wolf, the terrible hisses of the scaly serpent, the ghastly shrieks of monsters, the portents of the raven's croak, the din of winds battling unsettled seas, the great bull's vengeful bellow in defeat, the widowed turtle-dove's heartbroken call, the grief-stricken hooting of the envied owl, and the cries of all the souls in darkest hell, let these join with my spirit in its grief, blending in song, confounding all the senses, for the merciless anguish I endured demands new modes, new styles, for its recounting. The wailing echoes of this dissonance will not be heard on sands of Father Taha, or in the Andalusian olive groves. My heartless agony will be carried by a dead man's tongue, in words that will survive him, to craggy heights, or bottomless ravines, to darkened valleys, to some hostile shore bare of human commerce, or to places where the sunlight ne'er was seen, or to the hordes of ravening toxic beasts that live and thrive on the Libyan plain. For though in desert wastes the hoarse, uncertain echoes of my ills may sound with unmatched harshness, like your own, as a privilege of my destiny cut short, they will be carried all around the world. Disdain can kill, suspicions true or false can bring down patience, and jealousy slays with grim ferocity, long absence can confound a life, feared oblivion defeats the surest hope for a life of happiness. In all this, certain death cannot be fled, but oh wondrous miracle, I live on jealous, absent, disdained, and certain of suspicions that fell me, forgotten by one for whom I burn with ever hotter flame, and in so much torment I can never see even the shadow of hope that, in despair, I do not attempt to find, rather, to carry my woe to the furthest extreme, I vow eternally to live bereft of hope. Can one feel hope and at the same time fear, or is it wise to do so when the reasons for fear are so much stronger? Must I then close these eyes when flint-hard jealousy appears before them, only to watch it tear 1,000 open wounds deep in my soul? Who would not open wide the door to despair when he sees disdain undisguised, laid bare, when he sees all his suspicions, O bitter transformation, converted into truths, and honest truth transmuted into lies? O jealousy, in the kingdom of love a pitiless tyrant, place these my hands in chains, and condemn me, disdain, to be bound in twisted rope. But woe is me when in your memory, O cruelest triumph, my suffering is smothered and erased. I die, and so that I may never hope for a good end in my death or life. I will be steadfast in my vagaries, say that true love is bound to succeed, say the soul most enslaved to the ancient tyranny of love, lives most free. say that my enemy is beautiful in body and in soul, that I bear the blame for her forgetting me, that love inflicts these sorrows and these ills to keep his realm in order and at peace. With this thought and a merciless cruel scourge I will slash and cut the brief time left to me by your disdain, and offer to the winds this soul and body, uncrowned by the palm or laurel of future bliss and joy to come. You, whose unreason shows the reason clear that forces me to end this weary life grown hateful to me, can see the patent signs of the fatal wound that cuts this heart in two, and how I bend, submissive, to your will, and if, by chance, you learn that I deserve to have clouds fill the fair sky of your eyes when you hear of my death, forbid it, for I want you unrepentant, without remorse, when I hand to you the ruins of my soul. And then your laughter at that grievous time will show my end was cause for your rejoicing. What lack of wit to caution you in this, when I know your brightest glory lies in seeing that my life draws so quickly to its close. Come, it is time for Tantalus to rise with all his thirst from the abysmal deeps. Let Sisyphus come, bearing the awful weight of that dread stone. Let Tityus bring the vultures. Let Ixion hasten on the remorseless wheel, and the grim sisters ceaseless at their toil. May they pass their mortal torments to my breast, and in hushed voices let them sadly chant. If one in despair deserves such obsequies, songs to a body not yet in its shroud. And the three-faced guardian of the gates of hell, chimeras, monsters by the thousands, let them intone the dolorous counterpoint, for there can be no better funeral rite than this, I think, for one who dies of love. Song of despair, do not weep at leaving me, since that will swell the joy of one who was the reason for your birth and my misfortune. Do not grieve for me even in the grave. Those who had listened to Chrysostomo's song thought it was very good, though the one who read it said he did not think it conformed to the accounts he had heard of Marcella's virtue and modesty, because in it Chrysostomo complained of jealousy, suspicions, and absence, all to the detriment of Marcella's good name and reputation. To which Ambrosio, as the one who knew best the most hidden thoughts of his friend, replied, Senor, so that you may free yourself of this doubt, you ought to know that when the unfortunate man wrote this song he was absent from Marcella, he had absented himself from her voluntarily, to see if absence would have its customary effects on him, and since there is nothing that does not vex the absent lover, and no fear that does not overwhelm him, Chrysostomo was as vexed by the jealousy he imagined and the suspicions he feared as if they had been real. And with this the truth of Marcella's reputation for virtue remains unshaken, for aside from her being cruel, and somewhat arrogant, and very disdainful, envy itself cannot or should not find any fault in her. That is true, responded Vivaldo. He wanted to read another of the papers he had rescued from the fire but was stopped by a marvelous vision. This is what it seemed to him, that suddenly appeared before his eyes. At the top of the crag where the grave was being dug, there came into view the shepherdess Marcella, whose beauty far surpassed her fame for beauty. Those who had not seen her before looked at her in amazement and silence, and those who were already accustomed to seeing her were no less thunderstruck than those who had not seen her until then. But no sooner had he seen her than Ambrosio, showing signs of outrage, said to her, Do you come, O savage basilisk of these mountains, to see if with your presence blood spurts from the wounds of this wretched man whose life was taken by your cruelty, or do you come to gloat over the cruelties of your nature, or to watch from that height, like another heartless Nero, the flames of burning Rome, or, in your arrogance, to tread on this unfortunate corpse, as the ungrateful daughter of Tarquinius too did to the body of her father? Tell us quickly why you have come, or what it is you want most, for since I know that Chrysostomo's thoughts never failed to obey you in life, I shall see to it that even though he is dead, those who called themselves his friends will obey you as well. I do not come, O Ambrosio, for any of the causes you have mentioned, Marcella responded, but I return here on my own behalf to explain how unreasonable are those who in their grief blame me for the death of Chrysostomo, and so I beg all those present to hear me, for there will be no need to spend much time or waste many words to persuade discerning men of the truth. Heaven made me, as all of you say, so beautiful that you cannot resist my beauty and are compelled to love me, and because of the love you show me, you claim that I am obliged to love you in return. I know, with the natural understanding that God has given me, that everything beautiful is lovable, but I cannot grasp why, simply because it is loved, the thing loved for its beauty is obliged to love the one who loves it. Further, the lover of the beautiful thing might be ugly, and since ugliness is worthy of being avoided, it is absurd for anyone to say, "I love you because you are beautiful, you must love me even though I am ugly." But in the event the two are equally beautiful, it does not mean that their desires are necessarily equal, for not all beauties fall in love, some are a pleasure to the eye but do not surrender their will, because if all beauties loved and surrendered, there would be a whirl of confused and misled wills not knowing where they should stop, for since beautiful subjects are infinite, desires would have to be infinite, too. According to what I have heard, true love is not divided and must be voluntary, not forced. If this is true, as I believe it is, why do you want to force me to surrender my will, obliged to do so simply because you say you love me? But if this is not true, then tell me, if the heaven that made me beautiful had made me ugly instead, would it be fair for me to complain that none of you loved me? Moreover, you must consider that I did not choose the beauty I have, and, such as it is, heaven gave it to me freely, without my requesting or choosing it. And just as the viper does not deserve to be blamed for its venom, although it kills, since it was given the venom by nature, I do not deserve to be reproved for being beautiful, for beauty in the chaste woman is like a distant fire or sharp-edged sword, they do not burn or cut the person who does not approach them. Honor and virtue are adornments of the soul, without which the body is not truly beautiful, even if it seems to be so. And if chastity is one of the virtues that most adorn and beautify both body and soul, why should a woman, loved for being beautiful, lose that virtue in order to satisfy the desire of a man who, for the sake of his pleasure, attempts with all his might and main to have her lose it? I was born free, and in order to live free I chose the solitude of the countryside. The trees of these mountains are my companions, the clear waters of these streams my mirrors. I communicate my thoughts and my beauty to the trees and to the waters. I am a distant fire and a far-off sword. Those whose eyes forced them to fall in love with me, I have discouraged with my words. If desires feed on hopes, and since I have given no hope to Chrysostamo or to any other man regarding those desires, it is correct to say that his obstinacy, not my cruelty, is what killed him. And if you claim that his thoughts were virtuous, and for this reason I was obliged to respond to them, I say that when he revealed to me the virtue of his desire, on the very spot where his grave is now being dug, I told him that mine was to live perpetually alone and have only the earth enjoy the fruit of my seclusion and the spoils of my beauty, and if he, despite that discouragement, wished to persist against all hope and sail into the wind, why be surprised if he drowned in the middle of the gulf of his folly? If I had kept him by me, I would have been false. If I had gratified him, I would have gone against my own best intentions and purposes. He persisted though I discouraged him, he despaired though I did not despise him. Tell me now if it is reasonable to blame me for his grief. Let the one I deceived complain, let the man despair to whom I did not grant a hope I had promised, or speak if I called to him, or boast if I accepted him, but no man can call me cruel or a murderer if I do not promise, deceive, call to, or accept him. Until now heaven has not ordained that I love, and to think that I shall love of my own accord is to think the impossible. Let this general discouragement serve for each of those who solicit me for his own advantage. Let it be understood from this day forth that if anyone dies because of me, he does not die of jealousy or misfortune, because she who loves no one cannot make anyone jealous, and discouragement should not be taken for disdain. Let him who calls me savage basilisk avoid me as he would something harmful and evil. Let him who calls me ungrateful, not serve me, unapproachable, not approach me, cruel, not follow me. Let him not seek out, serve, approach, or follow in any way this savage, ungrateful, cruel, unapproachable basilisk. For if his impatience and rash desire killed Chrysostamo, why should my virtuous behavior and reserve be blamed? If I preserve my purity in the company of trees, why should a man want me to lose it if he wants me to keep it in the company of men? As you know, I have wealth of my own and do not desire anyone else's. I am free and do not care to submit to another. I do not love or despise anyone. I do not deceive this one or solicit that one. I do not mock one or amuse myself with another. The honest conversation of the shepherdesses from these hamlets, and tending to my goats, are my entertainment. The limits of my desires are these mountains, and if they go beyond here, it is to contemplate the beauty of heaven and the steps whereby the soul travels to its first home. And having said this, and not waiting to hear any response, she turned her back and entered the densest part of a nearby forest, leaving all those present filled with admiration as much for her intelligence as for her beauty. And some, those who were pierced by the powerful arrow of the light in her beautiful eyes, gave indications of wishing to follow her, disregarding the patent discouragement they had heard. Seeing this, Don Quixote thought it an appropriate time to put his chivalry into practice by coming to the aid of a maiden in distress, and he placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, and in a loud, clear voice he said, "Let no person, whatever his circumstance or condition, dare to follow the beautiful Marcella lest he fall victim to my fury and outrage. She has shown with clear and sufficient reasons that she bears little or no blame in the death of Chrysostamo, and she has also shown how far she is from acquiescing to the desires of any who love her, and therefore it is just that rather than being followed and persecuted, she should be honored and esteemed by all good people in the world, for she has shown herself to be the only woman in it who lives with so virtuous a desire." Whether it was because of Don Quixote's warnings, or because Ambrosio said they should conclude what they owed to their good friend, none of the shepherds left or moved away from the place until, when the grave was dug and Chrysostomo's papers had been burned, they placed his body in the ground, not without those present shedding many tears. They closed the grave with a heavy boulder until such time as the stone was finished that, Ambrosio said, he planned to have made, with an epitaph that would read, "Here lies the sad cold body of a lover, a shepherd destroyed by an icy heart. The pitiless hand of cruel beauty killed him, extending the power of love's tyranny." Then they scattered many flowers and branches over the grave, offered their condolences to his friend Ambrosio, and took their leave of him. Vivaldo and his companions said goodbye, and Don Quixote bade farewell to his hosts and to the two travelers, who asked him to accompany them to Sevilla because it was a place so well suited to finding adventures, since more were to be found there on every street and around every corner than in any other city. Don Quixote thanked them for the information and their clear desire to favor him, but he said that for the moment he should not, nor did he wish to go to Sevilla, until he had emptied those mountains that were full, it was said, of villainous thieves. Seeing his firm determination, the travelers did not wish to importune him, and saying goodbye again, they left him and continued their journey, during which they had much to talk about, from the history of Marcella and Griostamo to the madness of Don Quixote. Our knight resolved to seek out the shepherdess Marcella and offer to serve her in any way he could. But matters did not turn out as he expected, as is recounted in the course of this true history, the second part of which concludes here. Part 3 of The Ingenious Gentleman Don Quixote of La Mancha. Chapter 15. In which is recounted the unfortunate adventure that Don Quixote happened upon when he happened upon some heartless Yanguesans. The learned side Hamid Benengeli tells us that as soon as Don Quixote took his leave of his hosts and all the others who had been present at the burial of the shepherd Chrysostamo, he and his squire entered the same forest the shepherdess Marcella had entered, and having ridden more than 2 hours, looking for her everywhere and not finding her, they decided to stop in a meadow full of new grass where a cool, gentle stream ran, so welcoming that it invited and obliged one to spend the hottest hours of the day there, for the rigors of the afternoon were just beginning. Don Quixote and Sancho dismounted and, leaving the donkey and Rocinante free to graze on the abundant grass that grew there, pillaged the saddlebags, and without any ceremony, in peace and harmony, master and servant companionably ate what they found in them. Sancho had not bothered to hobble Rocinante, certain that he knew him to be so meek and so little given to lustful thoughts that all the maras of the pastures of Cordoba could not tempt him to go astray. As luck and the devil, who is not always sleeping, would have it, grazing in that valley was a herd of Galician ponies tended by some drovers from Yanguas, one whose custom it is to take a siesta with their animals in grassy, well-watered places and sites, and the spot where Don Quixote happened to find himself served the Yanguesans' purposes very well. As it happened, Rocinante felt the desire to pleasure himself with the ladies, and as soon as he picked up their scent he abandoned his natural ways and customs, did not ask permission of his owner, broke into a brisk little trot, and went off to communicate his need to them. But the ponies, who apparently had more desire to graze than anything else, greeted him with hooves and teeth, so that in a short while his cinches broke and he was left naked, without a saddle. But what he must have regretted most was that the drovers, seeing the violence being done to their maras, hurried over with their staffs and hit him so many times that they knocked him to the ground, badly injured. By now Don Quixote and Sancho, who had seen Rocinante's beating, had run up, panting heavily, and Don Quixote said to Sancho, "From what I can see, Sancho my friend, these are not knights but base people of low breeding. I say this because you can certainly assist me in taking the proper revenge for the offense that has been done to Rocinante before our very eyes." "What the devil kind of revenge are we supposed to take," Sancho responded, "if there are more than 20 of them and only 2 of us, or maybe only 1.5? "I am worth 100, Don Quixote replied. And without making more speeches, he grasped his sword and rushed at the Yanguesans, and Sancho Panza, incited and moved by his master's example, did the same. To begin with, Don Quixote landed a blow on one drover that slashed open a leather tunic he was wearing, as well as a good part of his shoulder. The Yanguesans, who saw themselves attacked by only 2 men when there were so many of them, had recourse to their staffs, and surrounding the 2 men, they began to rain blows down on them with great zeal and eagerness. The truth is that with the second blow they knocked Sancho to the ground, and the same thing happened to Don Quixote, and all his skill and courage were of no use to him. As luck would have it, he fell at the feet of Rocinante, who had not yet stood up, which proves what furious beating staffs can administer when wielded by angry rustic hands. When the Yanguesans saw the damage they had done, they loaded their animals as quickly as they could and continued on their way, leaving the 2 adventurers looking bad and feeling worse. The first to stir was Sancho Panza. Finding himself next to his master, in a weak, plaintive voice he said, "Señor Don Quixote." "Ah, Señor Don Quixote." "What do you want, brother Sancho?" replied Don Quixote in a voice as feeble and pitiful as Sancho's. "What I want, if it's possible," replied Sancho Panza, "is for your grace to give me 2 swigs of that drink of fearsome bloss, 2 if your grace happens to have any on hand. Maybe it's as good for broken bones as it is for wounds." "Ah, woe is me, if I had it here, what else would we need?" Don Quixote responded. "But I swear to you, Sancho Panza, by my faith as a knight-errant, that in 2 days' time, if fortune does not ordain otherwise, I shall have it in my possession, unless my hands fail me." "And how many days does your grace think we'll need before we can move our legs?" Sancho Panza replied. "As for me," said a beaten and exhausted Don Quixote, "I do not know how many days it will be. But I hold myself responsible for everything. I should not have raised my sword against men who were not dubbed knights like myself, and therefore I believe that as a punishment for having trespassed against the laws of chivalry, the god of battles has allowed me to be injured in this way. Therefore, Sancho Panza, it is fitting that you heed carefully what I shall say to you now, because it is important to the well-being of both of us, and it is that when you see rabble like this offending us in some way, do not wait for me to raise my sword against them, because I shall not do that. Instead, you must seize your sword and punish them as you like, and if knights come to their aid and defense, I shall know how to defend you and offend them with all my power, for you have seen in a thousand demonstrations and experiences the extent of the valor of this my mighty arm." This was how arrogant the poor gentleman was after his defeat of the valiant Basque. But his master's advice did not seem very good to Sancho, and he had to respond, saying, "Señor, I'm a peaceful, mild, and quiet man, and I know how to conceal any insult because I have a wife and children to support and care for. So let your grace be advised as well, since I can't give an order, that under no circumstances will I raise my sword against either low-born or gentry, and from now until the day I appear before God, I forgive all offenses that have been done or will be done to me, whether they were done, are being done, or will be done by a person high or low, rich or poor, noble or common, without exception, and regardless of rank or position." Hearing which, his master responded, "I wish I had enough breath to speak with less effort and that the pain I feel in this rib would ease just a little, so that I could make clear to you, Panza, how wrong you are. Come closer, you sinner, if the winds of fortune, until now so contrary, blow again in our favor, filling the sails of our desire and carrying us safely and with no sudden changes of direction to port on one of the insulas which I have promised you, what would happen when I, having won it, make you its ruler? Will you render that impossible because you are not a knight, and do not wish to be one, and do not have the courage or desire to avenge offenses and defend your realm? Because you must know that in newly conquered kingdoms and provinces, the spirits of the inhabitants are never so peaceful or so favorable to their new ruler that he need not fear they will do something unexpected to disturb things and, as they say, try their luck again. And so it is necessary for the new ruler to have the intelligence to know how to govern and the valor to go on the offensive and defend himself under any circumstances. In this circumstance that has just happened to us, Sancho responded, I would have liked to have the intelligence and valor your grace has mentioned, but I swear to you, by my faith as a poor man, that I need a poultice more than I need talk. Your grace, see if you can stand, and will help Rocinante, though he doesn't deserve it, because he's the main reason for this beating. I never would have believed it of Rocinante. I always thought he was a person as chaste and peaceable as I am. Well, like they say, you need a long time to know a person, and nothing in this life is certain. Who would have thought that hard on the heels and so soon after those mighty blows struck by your grace's sword against that unfortunate knight-errant, this great storm of a beating would rain down on our backs? Yours, at least, Sancho, replied Don Quixote, must be accustomed to such cloudbursts, but mine, brought up on cambric and fine Dutch linen, of course will feel more deeply the pain of this misfortune. And if it were not because I imagine, did I say imagine, because I know for a fact that all these discomforts are an integral part of the practice of arms, I would let myself die here of sheer annoyance. To which the squire replied, Señor, since these misfortunes are the harvest reaped by chivalry, tell me, your grace, if they happen very often or come only at certain times, because it seems to me that after 2 harvests like this one, will be useless for the third if God, in his infinite mercy, doesn't come to our aid. You should know, Sancho my friend, responded Don Quixote, that the lives of knights-errant are subject to 1,000 dangers and disasters, and by the same token they are just as likely to become kings and emperors at any moment, as demonstrated by the experience of many different and diverse knights whose histories I know thoroughly and completely. And I could tell you now, if the pain I feel would allow, of some who, by the sheer valor of their mighty arm, have risen to the high estates I have mentioned to you, and yet, both before and afterward, these same knights have borne all manner of calamities and miseries. For the valorous Amadis of Gaul found himself in the power of his mortal enemy the enchanter Archelaus, who, as has been verified, tied him to a column in a courtyard and gave him more than 200 lashes with the reins of his horse. And there is even a little-known author, but a very creditable one, who says that in a certain castle the knight of Phoebus was caught in a certain trapdoor that opened beneath his feet, and he fell and found himself in a deep pit under the earth, tied hand and foot, and there he was given one of those things called an enema, composed of melted snow and sand, which almost killed him, and if he had not been helped in those dire straits by a wise man who was a great friend of his, things would have gone very badly for the poor knight. And I may certainly suffer along with so many virtuous knights, for they endured greater affronts than the ones we are suffering now. For I want you to know, Sancho, that injuries inflicted by the tools one happens to be holding are not offenses. This is expressly stated in the law of dueling. If the cobbler hits another with the last he holds in his hand, although it really is made of wood, it cannot be said that the one he struck has been clubbed. I say this so that you will not think, although we have been cudgeled in this dispute, that we have been offended, because the weapons those men were carrying, the ones they used to hit us, were simply their staffs, and none of them, if I remember correctly, had a rapier, a sword, or a poniard. They didn't give me a chance, Sancho responded, to look at them so carefully, because as soon I put my hand on my sword they made the sign of the cross on my shoulders with their pinewood, so that they took the sight from my eyes and the strength from my feet, knocking me down where I'm lying now, where it doesn't hurt at all to think about whether the beating they gave me with their staffs was an offense or not, unlike the pain of the beating, which will make as much of an impression on my memory as it has on my back. Even so, I want you to know, brother Sancho, replied Don Quixote, that there is no memory that time does not erase, no pain not ended by death. Well, what misfortune can be greater, replied Panza, than waiting for time to end it and death to erase it? If this misfortune of ours was the kind that could be cured with a couple of poultices, it wouldn't be so bad, but I can see that all the poultices in the hospital won't be enough to set us straight again. Stop that now and find strength and weakness, Sancho, Don Quixote responded, and I shall do the same, and let us see how Rocinante is, because it seems to me the poor animal may have gotten the worst of this misfortune. There's no reason to be surprised at that, Sancho responded, since he's such a good knight-errant. What does surprise me is that my donkey walked away without any costs while we were left without any ribs. 3. Fortune always leaves a door open in adversity so that it can be remedied, said Don Quixote. I say this because the beast can make up for the lack of Rocinante and carry me from here to some castle where my wounds may be cured. Further, I shall not consider such amount a dishonor, because I remember reading that when Silenus, the good old tutor and teacher of the merry god of laughter, entered the city of 100 gates, 5 he rode very happily mounted on a beautiful jackass. It may be true that he rode mounted, as your grace says, Sancho responded, but there's a big difference between riding mounted and riding slung across the animal's back like a sack of trash. To which Don Quixote replied, the wounds received in battles bestow honor, they do not take it away, and so, Panza my friend, do not answer me any further, but as I have already told you, stand the best you can and put me any way you choose on the back of your donkey, and let us leave before night falls upon us in this deserted place. I've heard your grace say, said Panza, that it's very common for knights-errant to sleep in deserted places and wastelands most of the year, and that they consider it good fortune. That is so, said Don Quixote, when it cannot be helped or when they are in love, and this is so true that there have been knights who stayed on a rocky crag, in sun and in shadow and in all kinds of weather, for 2 years, and their ladies never learned of it. One of these was Amadis when, calling himself Beltenebros, he lived on Pena Pobre. I do not know if it was for 8 years or 8 months, I am not absolutely certain regarding the length of time, it is enough to know that he was there doing penance for some sorrow or other that his lady Oriana had caused him. But let us talk no more of this, Sancho, and hurry, before the donkey suffers a misfortune like the one that befell Rocinante. That would be the devil's work, too, said Sancho. And emitting 30 groans and 60 sighs, and hurling 120 curses and blasphemies at the one who had brought him there, Sancho struggled to his feet, remaining bent double like a Turkish arch when he was halfway up, unable to stand straight. With great difficulty he saddled his donkey, who with that day's excessive liberty had also become somewhat inattentive. Then he helped Rocinante to his feet, and if the horse had had a tongue with which to complain, he certainly would not have been outdone by Sancho and his master. In short, Sancho settled Don Quixote on the back of the donkey and tied Rocinante behind, in single file, and leading the jackass by the halter, he walked more or less in the direction of where he thought the king's highway might be. And luck, going from good to better, guided his steps, and in less than a league it led him to the highway, where he discovered an inn that, to his sorrow and Don Quixote's joy, had to be a castle. Sancho insisted it was an inn, and his master said no, it was a castle, and the dispute lasted so long that before it was settled they had come to the inn, which Sancho and his retinue entered without further inquiry. Chapter 16. Regarding what befell the ingenious gentleman in the inn that he imagined to be a castle. The innkeeper, who saw Don Quixote lying across the donkey, asked Sancho what was wrong with him. Sancho responded that it was not serious, that he had fallen off a crag and bruised his ribs slightly. The innkeeper's wife was a woman whose disposition was unlike the one usually found in those of her trade, for she was naturally charitable and took pity on the calamities of others, and so she hurried to tend Don Quixote and had her daughter, a very pretty young girl, help her care for her guest. Working as a servant in the inn was an Asturian girl with a broad face, a back of the head that was flat, a nose that was snubbed, and one eye that was blind, while the other was not in very good condition. The truth is that the charm of her body made up for her other faults. She measured less than 7 spans one from her feet to the top of her head, and her back, which weighed somewhat heavily on her, forced her to look down at the ground more than she would have wished. This engaging creature helped the innkeeper's daughter, and the two of them made up a very uncomfortable bed for Don Quixote in an attic that gave clear signs of having been a hayloft for a long time, many years ago. Also staying at the inn was a mule driver whose bed was just past the bed of Don Quixote. and though it was composed of his mule's pack saddles and blankets, it was far superior to Don Quixote's, which consisted only of 4 rough boards laid across 2 benches of not very equal height, and a pallet so thin it resembled a bedspread and was filled with lumps that felt like pebbles to the touch, though some holes revealed they were merely tufts of wool. There were 2 sheets made of shield leather, and a blanket so worn that every thread could be counted without missing a single one. Don Quixote lay down on this wretched bed, and the innkeeper's wife and her daughter applied poultices from head to toe, while Maritornes, which was the Asturian girl's name, held a light for them, and as she applied the plasters, the innkeeper's wife saw Don Quixote so bruised in black and blue in so many parts that she said it looked more like a beating than a fall. "It wasn't a beating," said Sancho, "it's just that the rock had lots of sharp points and edges, and each one left its bruise." He also said, "Señora, see if your grace can arrange to have a few pieces of cloth left over, since there's somebody else who'll need them. My ribs are hurting a little, too." "So that means," responded the innkeeper's wife, "you must have fallen, too." "I didn't fall," said Sancho Panza, "but it gave me a great start to see my master fall, and because of that my body hurts so much it feels as if somebody beat me 1,000 times with a stick." "That well could be," said the daughter. "It's often happened to me that I dream I'm falling off a tower but never reach the ground, and when I wake up from the dream I find myself as bruised and sore as if I really had fallen." "That's my point, Señora," Sancho Panza responded. "I didn't dream anything, but was as wide awake as I am now, and I have almost as many bruises as my master, Don Quixote." "What's this gentleman's name?" asked Maritornes the Asturian. "Don Quixote of La Mancha," replied Sancho Panza, "and he is an adventuring knight, and one of the best and strongest the world has seen in a long time." "What's an adventuring knight?" the servant asked. "Are you so new to the world that you don't know?" replied Sancho Panza. "Well, let me tell you, my sister, in just a few words, that an adventuring knight is someone who's beaten and then finds himself emperor. Today he's the most unfortunate creature in the world, and the poorest, and tomorrow he'll have the crowns of 2 or 3 kingdoms to give to his squire." "How is it, then, since you serve so good a master," said the innkeeper's wife, "that you, or so it seems, don't even have a countship yet?" "It's still early," Sancho responded, "because it's only been a month too that we've been seeking adventures, and so far we haven't come across anything that even resembles one. Maybe you go looking for one thing and find another. The truth is that if my master, Don Quixote, is healed of his wounds, or his fall, and I'm not crippled by mine, I wouldn't trade my hopes for the best title in Spain." Don Quixote had been listening very attentively to this entire conversation, and sitting up the best he could in his bed, and grasping the hand of the innkeeper's wife, he said, "Believe me, beauteous lady, thou canst call thyself fortunate for having welcomed into this thy castle my person, which I do not praise because, as it is said, self-praise is self-debasement, but my squire will tell thee who I am. I say only that I shall keep eternally written in my memory the service that thou hast rendered me, so that I may thank thee for it as long as I shall live, and if it were not the will of heaven that love held me captive and subject to its laws and to the eyes of that thankless beauty whose name I murmur before battle, then those of this fair damsel would surely be the masters of my liberty." The innkeeper's wife, and her daughter, and the good Maritornes were perplexed when they heard the words of the wandering knight, for they understood no more of them than if he had been speaking Greek, although they did realize that all were intended as compliments and flattery. Because they were unaccustomed to such language, they looked at him in astonishment, and he seemed to them a different kind of man from the ones they were used to, and, after thanking him in their own in-like words for his compliments, they left him, and Maritornes the Asturian tended to Sancho, who had no less need of healing than his master. The mule driver had arranged with Maritornes that they would take their pleasure that night, and she had given her word that when all the guests were quiet and her master and mistress asleep, she would come to him and satisfy his desire in any way he asked. It was said of this good servant that she never gave her word without keeping it, even if she gave it on a mountain with no witnesses, for she prided herself on being very well-born and did not consider it an affront to be a servant in the inn because, she said, misfortunes and bad luck had brought her to that state. The hard, narrow, cramped, and precarious bed of Don Quixote was the first in line in that starlit stall, and then next to it Sancho made his, which consisted only of a rush mat and a blanket that was more coarse burlap than wool. Past these two beds was that of the mule driver, made, as we have said, of the pack saddles and all the trappings of the two best mules in his train, although there were 12 of them, shiny, fat, and famous, because he was one of the wealthy mule drivers of Arevalo, according to the author of this history, who makes particular mention of this mule driver because he knew him very well. There are even some who say he was a distant relation. 3 In any case, Cide Hamete Benengeli was a very careful historian, and very accurate in all things, as can be clearly seen in the details he relates to us, for although they are trivial and inconsequential, he does not attempt to pass over them in silence. His example could be followed by solemn historians who recount actions so briefly and succinctly that we can barely taste them, and leave behind in the inkwell, through carelessness, malice, or ignorance, the most substantive part of the work. 1,000 blessings on the author of Tablante de Ricamani 4 and on the author of that other book that tells of the deeds of Count Tamillas 5, for they describe everything in minute detail. Well then, after the mule driver had seen to his train of mules and given them their second ration of feed, he lay down on the pack saddles to wait for the punctual Maritornes. Sancho was already poulticed and in his bed, and although he tried to sleep, the pain in his ribs would not allow it, and Don Quixote's ribs hurt so much that his eyes were as wide open as a hare's. The entire inn was quiet, and the only light came from a lamp hanging in the middle of the main entrance. This wondrous silence, and the thoughts of our knight, which always returned to the events constantly recounted in the books responsible for his misfortune, brought to his mind as strange a bit of madness as anyone could imagine, and it was that he thought he had come to a famous castle, for, as has been said, it seemed to him that all the inns where he stayed were castles, and that the innkeeper's daughter was the daughter of the lord of the castle, and that she, conquered by his gentle bearing, had fallen in love with him and had promised to steal away from her parents that night and come and lie with him for a time, and since he considered this entire fantasy, which he had invented, as solid and true, he became distressed as he began to think of the dangerous predicament in which his virtue would find itself, and he resolved in his heart not to betray his lady Dulcinea of Toboso even if Queen Guinevere herself, along with her duenna Quintanona, were to appear before him. As he was thinking about this foolishness, the time and hour arrived, and for Don Quixote it was an unfortunate one when the Asturian was to come in, and wearing her chemise, with bare feet and her hair tied back in a cotton snood, with silent, cautious steps she entered the room where the 3 men were lying, looking for the mule driver. But as soon as she walked through the door, Don Quixote heard her, and sitting up in his bed, despite the poultices and the pain in his ribs, he extended his arms to welcome his fair damsel. The Asturian, who, tentatively and quietly, was holding her hands out in front of her and looking for her beloved, collided with Don Quixote's arms. He seized her by the wrist and, pulling her to him, while she did not dare to say a word, forced her to sit on the bed. Then he touched her chemise, and though it was made of burlap, to him it seemed the finest and sheerest silk. On her wrists she wore glass beads, but he imagined them to be precious pearls of the Orient. Her tresses, which were rather like a horse's mane, he deemed strands of shining Arabian gold whose brilliance made the sun seem dim. And her breath, which undoubtedly smelled of yesterday's stale salad, seemed to him a soft, aromatic scent wafting from her mouth. In short, he depicted her in his imagination as having the form and appearance of another princess he had read about in his books who, overcome by love and endowed with all the charms stated here, came to see the badly wounded knight. And the blind illusions of the poor gentleman were so great that neither her touch, nor her breath, nor any other of the good maiden's attributes could discourage him, though they were enough to make any man who was not a mule driver vomit. On the contrary, it seemed to him that he clasped in his arms the goddess of beauty. And holding her close, in a low, amorous voice he began to say, "Would that I were able, O beauteous and exalted lady, to repay the great boon thou hast granted me with the sight of thy sublime beauty, but fortune, which never wearies of pursuing the virtuous, hath chosen to place me in this bed, where I lie so bruised and broken that even if I, with all my heart, desired to satisfy thine own desires, I could not. Further, added to this impossibility is another even greater, which is the promise of faithfulness that I have sworn to the incomparable Dulcinea of Toboso, the sole mistress of my most hidden thoughts. If this great obstacle did not loom between us, I would not be so foolish a knight as to turn away from so gladsome an opportunity as this that thy great kindness affords me. Maritornes, extremely agitated and perspiring freely at finding herself held so firmly by Don Quixote, and not understanding or paying much attention to what he was saying, attempted, without saying a word, to break free. The good mule driver, whose sinful desires had kept him awake, heard his bawd come through the door and listened attentively to everything Don Quixote was saying. Jealous at the thought that the Asturian had broken her word for the sake of another man, he moved closer and closer to Don Quixote's bed and stood there in silence to see what that talk, which he could not understand, would lead to. But when he saw the girl struggling to free herself and Don Quixote endeavoring to hold on to her, and thinking that the joke had gone far enough, the mule driver raised his arm on high and delivered such a terrible blow to the narrow jaws of the enamored knight that he bathed his whole mouth in blood. Not content with this, he jumped on his ribs, and with his feet moving faster than a trot, he stomped them all from one end to the other. The bed, which was rather flimsy and not on a very firm base, could not support the addition of the mule driver and collapsed, and the great crash woke the innkeeper, who imagined that Maritornes must be involved in some dispute, because he had called for her and she had not responded. With this suspicion in mind he got up, lit a small oil lamp, and went to the place where he had heard the disturbance. The girl, seeing that her master was coming and was in a terrible rage, became so fearful and distressed that she took refuge in the bed of Sancho Panza, who was still asleep, and there she hid, curling up into a little ball. The innkeeper came in, saying, "Where are you, you whore? I know this is your doing." At this point Sancho awoke and, feeling that bulk almost on top of him, thought it was a nightmare, and he began to throw punches in all directions, and I don't know how many of them struck Maritornes, but she, feeling the pain and tossing all modesty aside, hit back at Sancho so many times that he lost all desire to sleep. Seeing himself treated in this way, and not knowing by whom, he struggled to his feet, threw his arms around Maritornes, and the two of them began the fiercest and most laughable scuffle the world has ever seen. By the light of the innkeeper's lamp, the mule driver saw what was happening to his lady, and leaving Don Quixote, he hurried to give her the help she needed. The innkeeper also approached, but with a different purpose, because he went to her to punish the girl, believing, no doubt, that she alone was the reason for so much harmony. And, as the old saying goes, the cat chased the rat chased the rope chased the stick. The mule driver hit Sancho, Sancho hit the girl hit Sancho, the innkeeper hit the girl, and all of them acted so fast and furiously that they did not let up for an instant. Then, the best part was that the innkeeper's lamp went out, and since they were in darkness, everyone hit everyone with so little mercy that wherever their hands landed they left nothing whole and sound. It so happened that staying in the inn that night was an officer of what is called the Old Holy Brotherhood of Toledo, and he, hearing the noise of the fight, seized his staff of office and the tin box that held his documents and entered the darkened room, saying, "Stop in the name of the law! Stop in the name of the Holy Brotherhood!" And the first one he came across was a badly beaten Don Quixote, who lay face up and senseless on his collapsed bed, and groping in the dark until he had grasped Don Quixote's beard. The officer did not stop saying, "You must assist the law." But seeing that the man he had seized did not move or stir, he assumed he was dead and that those in the room were his killers, and with this suspicion he shouted even louder, saying, "Lock the door of the inn. Make sure no one leaves, a man's been killed here." This shout startled all of them, and they abandoned the fight at the point where they had heard the voice. The innkeeper withdrew to his room, the mule driver to his pack saddles, the girl to her cot. Only the unfortunate Don Quixote and Sancho could not move from where they were lying. The officer let go of Don Quixote's beard and went to find a light so that he could look for and arrest the criminals, but he did not find one because the innkeeper had intentionally put out the lamp when he went to his bedroom, and the officer was obliged to turn to the fireplace, where, with great difficulty and after a good deal of time, he managed to light another oil lamp. Chapter 17. which continues the account of the innumerable difficulties that the brave Don Quixote and his good squire, Sancho Panza, experienced in the inn that, to his misfortune, he thought was a castle. By this time Don Quixote had recovered from his swoon, and in the same tone of voice he had used the day before to call to his squire when he was lying in the Vale of Staffs, when he began to call to him now, saying, "Sancho, my friend, are you sleeping? Are you sleeping, friend Sancho?" "How could I sleep, oh woe is me," responded Sancho, full of sorrow and despair, "when it seems that all the devils in hell had their way with me tonight." "You undoubtedly are correct about that," Don Quixote responded, "because either I understand little, or this castle is enchanted. For you must know, but what I wish to tell you now you must swear to keep secret until after my death." "I swear," Sancho responded. "I say this," replied Don Quixote, "because I do not wish to take away anyone's honor." "I say that I swear," Sancho said again, "to keep quiet about it until your grace has reached the end of your days, and God willing, I'll be able to reveal it tomorrow." "Have I acted so badly with you, Sancho," Don Quixote responded, "that you wish to see me dead so soon?" "That's not the reason," Sancho replied, "but I don't like keeping secrets, and I wouldn't want them to spoil because I kept them too long." "Whatever the reason may be," said Don Quixote, "I have great confidence in your love and courtesy, and so you must know that tonight I have had one of the strangest adventures one could ever imagine. To make the story brief, I shall tell you that a short while ago the daughter of the lord of this castle came to me, and she is one of the most elegant and beauteous damsels to be found anywhere on earth. What can I say of the grace of her person, the nobility of her understanding, the other hidden things which, in order to keep the faith I owe to my lady Dulcinea of Toboso, I shall keep inviolate and pass over in silence? I wish only to say that heaven, envious of the good that fortune had placed in my hands, or perhaps, and this is more likely, the castle, as I have said, being enchanted, as I was engaged in sweet and amorous conversation with her, without my seeing or knowing whence it came, a hand attached to the arm of some monstrous giant came down and struck me so hard a blow on the jaws that they were bathed in blood, and then beat me so badly that I feel worse than I did yesterday when the Anguessans, because of Rocinante's audacity, committed the offense against us which you already know. And from this I conjecture that the treasure of this maiden's beauty must be guarded by some enchanted Moor and is not intended for me." "Not for me either," responded Sancho, "because more than 400 Moors gave me such a beating that the attack by the staffs was like cakes and icing. But tell me, Señor, how can you call this a good and singular adventure if it left us the way it left us?" "Not so bad for your grace, because you had between your hands that incomparable beauteousness you mentioned, but what did I have except the worst cudgeling I'll ever get in my life? Woe is me and the mother who bore me, I'm not a knight-errant and don't ever plan to be one, and so I get the worst of all our calamities." "Then, you have been beaten as well," responded Don Quixote. "Didn't I just tell you I was, to the sorrow of me and my whole family?" said Sancho. "Do not be distressed, my friend," said Don Quixote, "for I shall now prepare the precious balm with which we shall be healed in the wink of an eye." By now the officer of the Holy Brotherhood had lit the lamp, and he came in to see the man he thought was dead. As soon as Sancho saw him come in wearing his nightshirt and nightcap and holding a lamp in his hand and with a very grim expression on his face, he asked his master, "Señor, can this by any chance be the enchanted Moor, come back to hit us some more in case there's anything left in the inkwell?" "He cannot be the Moor," responded Don Quixote, "because those who are enchanted do not permit themselves to be seen by anyone." "If they don't permit themselves to be seen, they do permit themselves to be felt," said Sancho, "as my back can tell you." "As could mine," Don Quixote responded, "but that is not sufficient evidence for believing that the man you see is the enchanted Moor." The officer was perplexed when he discovered them engaged in so peaceable a conversation. It is certainly true that Don Quixote still lay on his back, but he was unable to move simply because he was so badly beaten and so covered with poultices. The officer came up to him and said, "Well, how goes it, my good man?" "I would speak with more courtesy," responded Don Quixote, "if I were you. Is it the custom in this land to speak in that manner to knights-errant, you dolt? Finding himself treated so abusively by someone whose appearance was so unprepossessing, the officer could not bear it. He raised the lamp filled with oil, brought it down on Don Quixote's head, and dealt him a serious blow. Since everything was now in darkness, he left immediately, and Sancho Panza said, "There's no doubt, Señor, that this man is the enchanted Moor, who must be guarding the treasure for others, but for us he only has fists and blows with lamps." "That is true," responded Don Quixote, "and one must not take notice of such matters in enchantments, nor is there reason to become angry or enraged at them, for, as these beings are invisible and magical, we shall find no one on whom to take our revenge no matter how much we try. Get up, Sancho, if you can, and summon the warder of this fortress, and persuade him to give me some oil, wine, salt, and rosemary so that I may prepare the health-giving balm, for, in truth, I believe I have great need of it now, since I am losing a good deal of blood from the wound this phantom has inflicted on me." Sancho stood, all his bones aching, and began to walk in the darkness to find the innkeeper, but he encountered the officer, who had been listening to hear what his adversary would do, and Sancho said to him, "Señor, whoever you may be, do us the kindness and favor of giving us a little rosemary, oil, salt, and wine. They are needed to heal one of the best knights-errant on the face of the earth, lying in that bed badly wounded at the hands of the enchanted Moor who's in this inn." When the officer heard this, he thought Sancho was out of his mind, but since day was beginning to break, he opened the door of the inn, called to the innkeeper, and told him what the good man wanted. The innkeeper gave him what he asked for, and Sancho carried it to Don Quixote, who was holding his head in his hands and moaning at the pain of the blow from the lamp, which had done him little harm other than the raising of two rather large bumps. What he thought was blood was nothing but the sweat pouring out of him because of the distress he had experienced in the tempest that had just passed. In short, he took his simples and made a compound of them, mixing them all together and cooking them for a while until it seemed to him they were ready. Then he asked for a flask to pour the potion into, but since there was none in the inn, he decided to put it into a cruet or oil container made of tin plate, which the innkeeper gave to him at no charge. Then, over the cruet, he said more than 80 Pater Nosters and an equal number of Ave Marias, Salves, and Credos, and he accompanied each word with the sign of the cross, in a kind of blessing, all of which was witnessed by Sancho, the innkeeper, and the officer. The mule driver, in the meantime, had quietly gone out to tend to his animals. Having completed this, Don Quixote himself wanted to test the virtue of what he imagined to be the precious balm, and so he drank it down, and the portion that could not fit into the cruet and was left in the pot where it had cooked amounted to almost a liter. As soon as he finished drinking it, he began to vomit until nothing was left in his stomach, and with the nausea and agitation of vomiting, he broke into a copious sweat, for which reason he ordered them to wrap him up well and leave him alone. This they did, and he slept for more than 3 hours, and when he woke his body felt much relieved and so much better after his beating that he considered himself cured. He truly believed he had found the balm of Firebrus, and that with this remedy he could from now on, and with no fear whatsoever, engage in any combat, battle, or contest no matter how perilous it might be. Sancho Panza, who also deemed the improvement in his master a miracle, requested the portion that remained in the pot, which was no small quantity. Don Quixote agreed, and Sancho picked up the pot in both hands, and with a good amount of trust and even greater optimism, he gulped the potion down thirstily, swallowing only a little less than his master had. It seems, however, that poor Sancho's stomach was not as delicate as his master's, and so, before he vomited, he endured so much nausea and felt so sick to his stomach, and sweated so much and felt so faint, that he really and truly thought it was his final hour, and finding himself in so much pain and anguish, he cursed the balm and the villain who had given it to him. Seeing him in this state, Don Quixote said, "I believe, Sancho, that this affliction has befallen you because you have not been dubbed a knight, for I am of the opinion that this potion is not suitable for those who are not knights." "Curse me and all my kin! If your grace knew that," replied Sancho, "why did you let me taste it?" At this point the concoction took effect, and the poor squire began to erupt from both channels, and with so much force that the reed mat on which he lay, and the canvas blanket that covered him, could not be used again. He was perspiring and sweating and suffering such paroxysms and mishaps that not only he but everyone else thought his life was coming to an end. This tempest of affliction lasted almost 2 hours, at the end of which he was left not as his master had been, but so bruised and battered he could barely stand. Don Quixote, however, who, as we have said, felt cured and healthy, wanted to leave immediately to seek adventures, it being his opinion that the time he spent in that place meant he was depriving the world, and all those in it who were in need, of his help and assistance, especially now when he had so much trust and confidence in the bomb. And so, impelled by this desire, he himself saddled Rocinante, and put the pack saddle on his squire's donkey, and helped Sancho to dress and climb on the animal. Then he mounted his horse, and as he rode past a corner of the inn, he picked up a pike he found there to use as a lance. All those in the inn, amounting to more than 20 people, were watching him. The innkeeper's daughter looked at him as well, and he did not take his eyes off her, either, and from time to time he heaved a sigh that seemed to come from the bottom of his soul, and everyone thought this must have been on account of the pain he felt in his ribs. At least, those who had seen him covered with poultices the night before thought so. When he and Sancho were both mounted and standing at the entrance to the inn, he called to the innkeeper, and in a very calm and serious voice he said, "Many and great are the kindnesses, Señor Warder, which I have received in this thy castle, and it is my deepest obligation to show thee my gratitude for all the days of my life. If I can repay thee by taking vengeance upon some arrogant villain who may have offended thee, know that my profession is none other than to defend those who are defenseless, and to avenge those who are wronged, and to punish malfeasance. Search thy memory, and if thou findest anything of this nature to entrust to me, thou hast only to say it, for I promise, by the order of chivalry which I received, to give thee as much satisfaction and redress as thou mayest desire." The innkeeper responded with the same calm. "Señor Knight, I have no need for your grace to avenge any offense, because I know how to take the revenge I think fit when I am offended. All I need from your grace is that you pay for the night you spend in the inn, straw and feed for your 2 animals, and your supper and your beds." "Then, this is an inn," replied Don Quixote. "And a very honorable one," the innkeeper responded. "Then I have been deceived all along," responded Don Quixote, "for in truth I thought this was a castle, and not a bad one. However, since it is not a castle but an inn, what you can do now is forgive the debt, for I cannot contravene the order of knights errant, about whom I know it is true, not having read anything to the contrary, that they never paid for their lodging or anything else in any inn where they stayed, because whatever welcome they receive is owed to them as their right and privilege in return for the unbearable hardships they suffer as they seek adventures by night and by day, in winter and in summer, on foot and on horseback, suffering thirst and hunger, heat and cold, and exposed to all the inclemencies of heaven and all the discomforts on earth." "That has nothing to do with me," responded the innkeeper. "Pay me what you owe me, and leave off your stories and chivalries. I don't care about anything but earning my living." "You are a fool and a bad innkeeper," responded Don Quixote. And spurring Rocinante, and grasping his pike, he left the inn and no one stopped him, and he, not looking to see if his squire was following, rode for a fair distance. The innkeeper, who saw him leave without paying, turned for payment to Sancho Panza, who said that since his master had not wanted to pay, he would not pay either, for as the squire of a knight-errant, the same rule and law applied to him as to his master with regard to not paying anything in hostelries and inns. This greatly displeased the innkeeper, who warned him that if he did not pay, he would collect his money in a way Sancho would regret. To which Sancho replied that by the law of chivalry his master had received, he would not pay a coronado too even if it cost him his life, for the virtuous and ancient customs of knights-errants would not be brought down by him, nor would the squires of future knights have reason to complain of him or reproach him for breaking so just a law. It was unhappy Sancho's misfortune that among the people staying at the inn were 4 wool carters from Segovia, 3 needlemakers from El Potro in Córdoba, and 2 residents of La Feria in Sevilla, people who were good-natured, well-intentioned, rough-mannered, and playful, and they, almost as if impelled and moved by the same spirit, approached Sancho and pulled him off his donkey, while one of them went to get the blanket from the innkeeper's bed, and, after placing him on it, they looked up and saw that the roof was a little too low for the work they had in mind, and they decided to go out into the corral, where the sky was the limit. And there, with Sancho in the middle of the blanket, they began to toss him and make merry with him as if he were a dog at Carnival. 3. The shouts of the wretch being tossed in the blanket were so loud and so many that they reached the ears of his master, who, deciding to listen carefully, believed some new adventure was underway, until it became clear that the man who was shouting was his squire. After he turned his horse around and reached the inn at a laborious gallop, and found it closed, he rode around it to see if he could find a way in, but as soon as he came to the walls of the corral, which were not very high, he saw the bad turn being done to his squire. He saw him going up and down in the air with so much grace and speed that if his wrath had permitted it, I think he would have laughed. He attempted to climb from his horse to the top of the wall, but he was so bruised and stiff he could not dismount, and so, standing in his stirrups, he began to call those who were tossing Sancho in the blanket more insults and abusive names than it is possible to write down, but this did not stop them from laughing and doing their work, nor did the flying Sancho leave off his complaints, sometimes mixed with threats and sometimes with pleas. None of it did much good, however, until the men stopped from sheer weariness. Then they brought Sancho his donkey and placed him on it and his overcoat on him. And the compassionate Maritornes, seeing him so exhausted, thought it would be a good idea to help him with a pitcher of water, and so she brought him one from the well because the water there was colder. Sancho took the pitcher, raised it to his mouth, and stopped when he heard his master call to him, saying, "Sancho, my son, do not drink water. My son, do not drink it, for it will kill you. Do you see? Here I have the blessed balm," and he showed him the cruet filled with the potion, "and if you drink only 2 drops, you surely will be healed." At these words Sancho looked at him askance and said in an even louder voice, "Has your grace by chance forgotten that I'm not a knight, or do you want me to finish vomiting up whatever guts I have left from last night? You can keep your potion or send it to the devil, just leave me alone." And saying this and beginning to drink were all one, but at the first swallow he saw that it was water and did not wish to continue, and he asked Maritornes to bring him wine. She did so very willingly and paid for it with her own money, because it can truly be said of her that though she followed the trade that she did, she bore a remote resemblance to a Christian woman. As soon as Sancho finished drinking, he dug his heels into his donkey, and the gate of the inn was opened wide for him, and he left, very pleased at not paying anything and having his way, though it had been at the expense of his usual guarantor, which was his back. The truth is that the innkeeper had kept his saddlebags as payment, but Sancho was so distracted when he left that he did not miss them. The innkeeper wanted to bar the gate as soon as he saw them outside, but the blanket tossers did not agree, for they were people who would not have cared an ardite for even if Don Quixote really had been one of the knights errant of the Round Table. Chapter 18, which relates the words that passed between Sancho Panza and his master, Don Quixote, and other adventures that deserve to be recounted. When Sancho reached his master, he was so weak and enfeebled that he could not even prod his donkey. Seeing him in this state, Don Quixote said, "Now I am convinced, my good Sancho, that this castle or inn is undoubtedly enchanted, because what else could those who so brutally took their amusement with you be but phantoms or beings from the next world? And I can attest to this because I saw, when I was at the wall of the corral watching the events in your sad tragedy, that it was not possible for me to climb over the wall or even to dismount Rocinante, and therefore they must have enchanted me, for I swear to you, by who I am, that if I could have climbed over or dismounted, I should have avenged you in a way that would have made those varlets and knaves remember the experience for the rest of their days, even though by so doing I should have contravened the laws of chivalry, which, as I have told you so often, do not permit a knight to raise a hand against one who is not a knight, except in defense of his own life and person in circumstances of urgent and great necessity. I would have taken my revenge, too, if I could have, knight or no knight, but I couldn't, though in my opinion the ones who had so much fun with me weren't phantoms or enchanted beings, as your grace says, but men of flesh and blood, like us, and all of them, as I heard when they were making me turn somersaults, had names, and one was Pedro Martinez, and the other Tenorio Hernandez, and I heard that the innkeeper's name was Left Hand Juan Palamique. And so, Senor, your not being able to get over the corral wall or off your horse was due to something besides enchantments. And what's clear to me in all this is that in the long run, these adventures we're looking for will bring us so many misadventures that we won't know our right foot from our left. And the better and smarter thing, to the best of my poor understanding, would be for us to go back home now that it's harvest time, and tend to our own affairs, and stop going from pillar to post and from bad to worse, as they say. How little you know, Sancho, Don Quixote responded, about the matter of chivalry. Be quiet and have patience, for the day will come when you will see with your own eyes how honorable a thing it is to exercise this profession. If not, then tell me, what greater joy can there be in the world, what pleasure can equal that of conquering in battle and defeating one's enemy? None, most certainly there is none. That must be true, responded Sancho, though I don't know anything about it. All I know is that ever since we've been knights errant, or your grace has been one, because there's no reason to include me in so honorable a company, we haven't won a single battle except for the one with the Basque, and even there your grace came out missing half an ear and half a shield. Since then it's been nothing but cudgels and more cudgels, beatings and more beatings, and for me the extra advantage of being tossed in a blanket by enchanted beings, but I can't take my revenge on them, so I'll never know how great the pleasure is of defeating my enemy, as your grace says. That is my sorrow, and it surely is yours as well, Sancho, responded Don Quixote, but from this moment on I shall try to have a handsome sword so artfully made that whosoever carries it will be immune to any kind of enchantment. It well might be that fortune will grant me the one Amadis had when he was called the Knight of the Blazing Sword, one that being one of the best swords any knight in the world ever had, because, in addition to the virtue I have already mentioned, it cut like a razor. And no armor, no matter how strong or enchanted, could withstand it. I'm so lucky, said Sancho, that when that happens and your grace finds such a sword, it'll be exactly like the bomb and only work for and benefit dubbed knights, while squires can just swallow their sorrows. Do not be afraid, Sancho, said Don Quixote, for heaven will deal more kindly with you than that. As Don Quixote and his squire were having this conversation, Don Quixote saw a large, thick cloud of dust coming toward them along the road they were traveling, and when he saw it, he turned to Sancho and said, This is the day, O Sancho, when the good fortune that destiny has reserved for me will be revealed. This is the day, I say, when, as much as on any other, the valor of this my arm will be proved, and I shall perform deeds that will be inscribed in the book of fame for all time to come. Do you see that cloud of dust rising there, Sancho? Well, it conceals a vast army, composed of innumerable and diverse peoples, which is marching toward us. If that's the case, there must be two, said Sancho, because over in the opposite direction there's another cloud of dust just like it. Don Quixote turned to look, and he saw that it was true. He was overjoyed, thinking, no doubt, that these were two armies coming to attack and fight each other in the middle of that broad plain. Because at all times and at every moment his fantasy was filled with the battles, enchantments, feats, follies, loves, and challenges recounted in books of chivalry, and everything he said, thought, or did was directed toward such matters. The dust clouds he saw had been raised by two large flocks of ewes and rams traveling along the same road from opposite directions, which could not be seen through the dust until they were very close. But Don Quixote insisted so fervently they were armies that Sancho believed him and said, Señor, then what should we do? Do, said Don Quixote. Defend and protect the needy and helpless. You must know, Sancho, that the army in front of us is led and directed by the great Emperor Aliphanfaron, lord of the great insula Trapabane, to the other, marching behind us, belongs to his enemy, the king of the Garamantes, Pentapolin of the tucked-up sleeve, so called because he always enters into battle with a bare right arm. Why do these two gentlemen hate each other so much? Asked Sancho. They hate each other, responded Don Quixote, because this Aliphanfaron, a fierce pagan, is in love with Pentapolin's daughter, an exceedingly beauteous and charming lady, and a Christian, whose father does not wish to give her to the pagan king unless he first renounces the law of his false prophet Mohammed and turns to her faith. By my beard, said Sancho, Pentapolin is doing just the right thing, and I'm bound to help him any way I can. "In this you would be doing just as you should, Sancho," said Don Quixote, "because to enter into battles such as these it is not required to be dubbed a knight." "That's good enough for me," responded Sancho, "but where will we put this donkey so we're sure to find him when the fight's over? Because I don't believe that riding into battle on this kind of animal has been the custom up to now." "That is true," said Don Quixote. "What you can do is let him find his own adventures, regardless of whether he is lost or not, because we shall have so many horses when we emerge victorious that even Rocinante runs the risk of being exchanged for another. But listen to me, and look, for I want to name for you the most eminent knights riding in these two armies. And so that you may see and mark them more clearly, let us withdraw to that hillock, where we should be able to perceive both armies." This they did, riding to the top of a hill from which there would have been a clear view of the two flocks that Don Quixote took for armies if the clouds of dust they raised had not confused and blurred the sight of anyone looking at them. But despite this, in his imagination he saw what he did not see and what was not there, and in a loud voice he began to say, "That knight you see there in the gold-colored armor, who bears on his shield a crowned lion kneeling at the feet of a damsel, is the valiant Lorcalco, Lord of the Bridge of Silver. The other in armor with flowers of gold, who bears on his shield 3 crowns of silver on a blue field, is the redoubtable Micocalembo, Grand Duke of Quirosha. The one on his right with the gigantic limbs is the never-fearful Brandabarbaran de Beliche, Lord of the 3 Arabias, whose armor is a snakeskin and whose shield is a door rumored to be one of those from the temple demolished by Samson when, with his death, he wreaked vengeance on his enemies. Now turn your eyes in the other direction, and you will see in front of and at the head of the other army the ever-victorious and never-defeated Taimonel of Carcajona, Prince of Nueva Vizcaya, who wears his armor quartered blue, green, white, and yellow, and who bears on his shield a cat of gold on a tawny field, with a legend that reads, Meow, which is the beginning of the name of his lady who, they say, is the peerless Myelina, daughter of Duke Alphanican of Algarve. This other, who weighs down and oppresses the back of that powerful mare, whose armor is snowy white and whose shield is blank and lacking all devices, is a novice knight of the French nation, named Pierre Papin, lord of the baronies of Utrecht, that one, who with armored heels is kicking the flanks of that colorful swift zebra and whose armor bears blue veers, for is the powerful Duke of Nervia, Espartafilardo del Bosque, who bears as a device on his shield a bed of asparagus, with a legend in Castilian that reads, Follow my fate. 5. And in this fashion he named many knights from the two hosts, which he was imagining, and for all of them he improvised armor, colors, legends, and devices, carried along by the imagination of his unheard-of madness, and without pausing he continued, saying, This host facing us is made up and composed of people from diverse nations. Here are those who drink the sweet waters of the famous Xanthus, 6 the mountain folk who tread the Massilian plain, those who sift fine gold nuggets in Arabia Felix, those who enjoy the famous cool shores of the crystalline Thermodon, those who drain by many diverse means the golden Pactolus, and Numidians, untrustworthy in their promises, Persians, those notable archers, Parthians and Medes, who fight as they flee. Arabians, with movable houses, Scythians, as cruel as they are white-skinned, Ethiopians, with pierced lips, and an infinite number of other nations, whose faces I recognize and see, although I do not recall their names. In this other host come those who drink the crystalline currents of the olive-bearing Batis, those who shine and burnish their faces with the liquid of the forever rich and golden Taha, those who enjoy the beneficial waters of the divine Genil, those who tread Tartessian fields, with their abundant pastures, those who take pleasure in the Elysian meadows of Xeres, Manchegans, rich and crowned with yellow spikes of wheat, those clad in iron, ancient relics of Gothic blood, those who bathe in the Pisuerga, famous for the gentleness of its current, those who graze their cattle on the extensive pasture lands of the sinuous Guadiana, celebrated for its hidden currents, those who tremble in the cold of the wooded Pyrenees and the white peaks of the high Apennines, in short, all those contained and sheltered in the entirety of Europe. Lord save me! What a number of provinces he mentioned and nations he named, attributing to each one, with marvelous celerity, the characteristics that belonged to it, so absorbed and immersed was he in his lying books. Sancho Panza hung on his words but said none of his own, and from time to time he turned his head to see if he could see the knights and giants his master was naming, since he could not make out any of them, he said. "Señor, may the devil take me, but no man, giant, or knight of all those your grace has mentioned can be seen anywhere around here. At least, I don't see them. Maybe it's all enchantment, like last night's phantoms." "How can you say that?" responded Don Quixote. "Do you not hear the neighing of the horses, the call of the clarions, the sound of the drums?" "I don't hear anything," responded Sancho, "except the bleating of lots of sheep." And this was the truth, because the two flocks were drawing near. "It is your fear, Sancho," said Don Quixote, "that keeps you from seeing or hearing properly, because one of the effects of fear is to cloud the senses and make things appear other than they are. If you were so frightened, withdraw somewhere and leave me alone. Alone I suffice to give victory to the army to whom I shall proffer my assistance." And having said this, he spurred Rocinante, fixed his lance in its socket, and rode down the side of the hill like a flash of lightning. Sancho called to him, saying, "Your Grace, come back, Señor Don Quixote, I swear to God you're charging sheep. Come back, by the wretched father who sired me. What madness is this? Look and see that there are no giants or knights, no cats or armor or shields either parted or whole, no blue vares or bedeviled ones, either. Poor sinner that I am in the sight of God, what are you doing?" But none of this made Don Quixote turn back. Instead, in a loud voice, he cried, "Come, you knights who follow and serve under the banners of the valiant Emperor Pentapolin of the tucked-up sleeve, follow me, all of you, and you will see how easily I give you revenge upon your enemy Aliphanfaron of Trapabane." Saying this, he rode into the midst of the host of sheep and began to run at them with his lance as fearlessly and courageously as if he really were attacking his mortal enemies. The shepherds and herdsmen guarding the flock came running, shouting for him to stop, but seeing that this had no effect, they unhooked their slings and began to greet his ears with stones as big as fists. Don Quixote took no notice of the stones. Instead, he rode back and forth, crying, "Where art thou, haughty Aliphanfaron? Come here to me, for I am only one knight who wishes, in single combat, to try thy strength and take thy life as forfeit for the wrong thou hast done to the valiant Pentapolin Garamanta." At that moment, a small round pebble 7 came flying and hit him in the side, entombing 2 ribs inside his body. Seeing himself so battered, he undoubtedly believed he was dead or gravely wounded, and remembering his potion, he took out the cruet, put it to his mouth, and began to pour the potion into his stomach, but before he had finished swallowing what seemed to him a sufficient quantity, another almond came flying and hit his hand, striking the cruet so squarely that it broke into pieces, taking along 3 or 4 teeth and molars from his mouth and smashing 2 of his fingers. The first blow was so hard, as well as the second, that the poor knight could not help falling from his horse. The shepherds came running and thought they had killed him, and so they hurriedly gathered their flocks together, picked up the dead animals, which numbered more than 7, and left without further inquiry. All this time Sancho was on the hill, watching the lunatic actions of his master, and he tore at his beard, cursing the hour and the moment when fortune had allowed him to make his acquaintance. When he saw that Don Quixote was lying on the ground and that the shepherds had gone, he came down the slope and went over to his master and found him in a very bad way, although he had not lost consciousness, and he said to him, "Didn't I tell you, Señor Don Quixote, to come back, that it wasn't armies you were attacking but flocks of sheep? This is how that thieving wise man, who is my enemy, can make things disappear and seem to be what they are not. You should know, Sancho, that it is very easy for those like him to make us see whatever they wish, and this villain who pursues me, envious of the glory that he saw I would achieve in this battle, has turned the contending armies into flocks of sheep. And if you do not believe me, by my life you can do something, Sancho, to be undeceived and see the truth of what I am telling you. Mount your donkey and follow them, with some cunning, and you will see how, when they have moved a certain distance away, they resume their original form and are no longer sheep but real, complete men, just as I first described them to you. But do not go now, for I have need of your help and assistance. Come here and see how many molars and teeth I have lost, because it seems to me I do not have a single one left in my mouth." Sancho came so close that his eyes were almost in his master's mouth. By this time the bomb had taken effect in Don Quixote's stomach, and just as Sancho looked into his mouth, he threw up, more vigorously than if he were firing a musket, everything he had inside, and all of it hit the compassionate squire in the face. "Mother of God," said Sancho. "What's happened? Surely this poor sinner is mortally wounded, for he's vomiting blood from his mouth." But looking a little more closely, he realized by the color, taste, and smell that it was not blood but the bomb from the cruet, which he had seen him drink, and he was so disgusted by this that his stomach turned over and he vomited his innards all over his master, and the two of them were left as splendid as pearls. Sancho went to his donkey to find something in the saddlebags with which to clean himself and heal his master, and when he did not see the saddlebags he almost lost his mind. He cursed his fate again and resolved in his heart to leave his master and return home even if he lost his wages for the time he had worked, along with his hopes for the governorship of the promised insula. Then Don Quixote rose to his feet, placed his left hand over his mouth so that no more teeth would fall out, and grasped Rocinante's reins with the other, for the horse had not moved from his master's side, that is how loyal and well-disposed he was, and walked to where his squire was standing, leaning against his donkey and resting his cheek in his hand, in the manner of a man deep in thought. And seeing him like this, showing signs of so much sadness, Don Quixote said, "You should know, Sancho, that a man is not worth more than any other if he does not do more than any other. All these squalls to which we have been subjected are signs that the weather will soon improve and things will go well for us, because it is not possible for the bad or the good to endure forever. From this it follows that since the bad has lasted so long a time, the good is close at hand. Therefore you must not grieve for the misfortunes that befall me, for you have no part in them." "What do you mean, no part?" responded Sancho. "By some chance was the man tossed in a blanket yesterday anybody but my father's son? And the saddlebags that are missing today, along with all my valuable goods, do they belong to anybody else but me?" "Did you say that the saddlebags are missing, Sancho?" said Don Quixote. "Yes, they're missing," responded Sancho. "Then we have nothing to eat today," replied Don Quixote. "That would be true," responded Sancho, "if these fields didn't have the wild plants your grace says you know about, the ones that unfortunate knights-errant such as your grace used to make up for shortages like this one." "Despite that," Don Quixote responded, "now I would rather have a ration of bread or a large loaf and a couple of sardine heads than all the plants described by Dioscorides or commented on by Dr. Laguna. 8 But be that as it may, mount your donkey, my good Sancho, and follow me, for God, who provides all things, will not fail us, especially since we are so much in his service, when he does not fail the gnats in the air, or the grubs in the earth, or the tadpoles in the water. He is so merciful that he makes his sun to shine on the good and the evil and his rain to fall on the unjust and the just." "Your grace would do better," said Sancho, "as a preacher than as a knight-errant." "Knights-errant knew and must know about everything, Sancho," said Don Quixote, "because there were knights-errant in past times who would stop to give a sermon or a talk in the middle of the field of battle just as if they were graduates of the University of Paris, from which one can infer that the lance never blunted the pen, nor the pen the lance." "Fine, whatever your grace says," responded Sancho, "but let's leave now and find a place to spend the night, and, God willing, there won't be any blankets, or people who toss blankets, or phantoms, or enchanted Moors, and if there are, I'll send the whole pack of them to the devil." "God's will be done, my son," said Don Quixote, "and lead the way, for this time I want you to select the place where we shall sleep. But first give me your hand, and feel with your finger, and see how many teeth and molars I am missing here on the right side of my upper jaw, for that is where I feel the pain." Sancho put his fingers in his master's mouth, and as he was feeling inside, he said, "How many molars did your grace have on this side?" "4," responded Don Quixote, "and except for the wisdom tooth, all of them sound and healthy." "Señor, your grace should think carefully about what you're saying," Sancho responded. "I say 4, or perhaps 5, responded Don Quixote, "because never in my life have I had a tooth or molar pulled, nor has one ever fallen out, or been eaten by decay, or afflicted by any abscess." "Well, in this lower part," said Sancho, "your grace has no more than 2½ molars, and in the upper part, none at all, not even a half, it's all as smooth as the palm of your hand." "Woe is me," said Don Quixote when he heard the sad news from his squire. "I should rather have lost an arm, as long as it was not the one that wields my sword. For I must tell you, Sancho, that a mouth without molars is like a mill without a millstone, and dentation is to be valued much more than diamonds. But we who profess the arduous order of chivalry are subject to all of this. Mount, my friend, and lead the way, for I shall follow you along any path you choose." Sancho did so and headed in the direction where he thought they might find lodging without leaving the king's highway, which was very well traveled in that area. They rode very slowly because the pain in Don Quixote's jaws gave him no peace and did not allow him to go any faster. Sancho wanted to divert and distract him by talking to him, and among other things, he said what will be related in the next chapter. Chapter 19. Regarding the discerning words that Sancho exchanged with his master, and the adventure he had with a dead body, as well as other famous events. "It seems to me, Señor, that all these misfortunes we've had recently are surely a punishment for the sin your grace committed against your order of chivalry, since you didn't keep the vow you made not to eat bread from a tablecloth or to lie with the queen, and everything else that comes afterward and that your grace swore to fulfill, including taking that helmet of Melandrin one or whatever the Moor's name is, I don't remember exactly." "You are certainly correct, Sancho," said Don Quixote, "but to tell you the truth, it had slipped my mind, and you can also be sure your negligence in not reminding me of it in time is the reason you had the incident with the blanket, but I shall rectify that for you, for in the order of chivalry there are means to grant dispensations for everything." "But when did I ever swear to anything?" responded Sancho. "It does not matter that you have not made a vow," said Don Quixote. "It is enough for me to understand that you are not completely free of complicity, and so, just in case, it would be a good idea for us to settle on a remedy." "Well, if that's true," said Sancho, "your grace should be sure not to forget about it the way you forgot your vow. Maybe the phantoms will feel like having fun with me again, or even with your grace, if they see you being so persistent." They were engaged in this and other conversations when night found them still on the road, not having found a place to sleep. Even worse, they were perishing of hunger, for the loss of the saddlebags meant the loss of all their provisions and supplies. And as a final confirmation of their misfortune, they had an adventure that, without any kind of contrivance, really did seem to be one. And so night fell, bringing some darkness with it, but despite this they continued on, for Sancho believed that since the road was the king's highway, in 1 or 2 leagues it was likely they would find an inn. They were riding along, then, the night dark, the squire hungry, and the master with a desire to eat, when they saw coming toward them, on the same road they were traveling, a great multitude of lights that looked like nothing so much as moving stars. Sancho was frightened when he saw them, and Don Quixote felt uneasy. One tugged on his donkey's halter, and the other pulled at the reins of his skinny horse, and they came to a halt, looking carefully to see what those lights might be, and they saw them approaching, and the closer they came the bigger they seemed. Seeing this, Sancho began to tremble like a jack-in-the-box, and the hairs on Don Quixote's head stood on end. Then, taking heart, he said, "This, Sancho, is undoubtedly an exceedingly great and dangerous adventure, in which it will be necessary for me to demonstrate all my valor and courage." "Woe is me," Sancho responded. "If this adventure has anything to do with phantoms, which is how it's looking to me, who has the ribs that can stand it?" "Whether they are phantoms or not," said Don Quixote, "I shall not permit any of them to touch even a thread of your garments, for if they had their fun with you the last time, it was because I could not get over the wall of the corral, but now we are in open country, where I shall be able to wield my sword as I choose." "And if they enchant you and stop you from moving the way they did the last time," said Sancho, "what difference will it make if you're in open country or not?" "Despite everything," replied Don Quixote, "I beg you, Sancho, to have courage, for experience will allow you to understand the extent of mine." "I will, may it please God," responded Sancho. And the two of them moved to the side of the road and began again to look closely to see what those traveling lights might be, and it was not long before they were able to make out a good number of shirred men too, and at that fearful sight Sancho completely lost his courage, and his teeth began to chatter as if he had quarantine fever, and the clatter of his teeth grew louder when they could make out clearly what this was, because they saw some 20 shirred men, all of them mounted and carrying burning torches in their hands, and behind them came a litter covered in mourning, followed by another 6 mounted men draped in mourning down to the hooves of their mules, for the calm gait made it clear that these were not horses. The shirked men were talking quietly among themselves in low, sorrowful voices. This strange vision, at that hour and in so deserted a place, was more than enough to instill fear in Sancho's heart, and even in his master's, and if that was true for Don Quixote, then Sancho had already lost whatever courage he had. But the opposite happened to his master, for in his vivid imagination this appeared to be another adventure from his books. It seemed to him that the litter was a bier carrying a gravely wounded or dead knight, and that it was reserved for him alone to take revenge on his behalf, and so, without another word, he couched his lance, positioned himself in the saddle, and with a gallant spirit and bearing stopped in the middle of the road along which the shirred men necessarily had to pass. When he saw that they were near, he raised his voice and said, "Halt, O knights, or whomsoever you may be, and give an account of yourselves, from whence you come, whither you are going, and whom you carry on that bier, for by all indications either you have committed an offense or one has been committed against you, and it is needful and proper that I know of it, either to punish you for your evil deeds or to avenge the wrong that has been done to you." "We're in a hurry," responded one of the shirred men, "and the inn is far, and we can't stop to give the accounting you ask for." And spurring his mule, he rode forward. Don Quixote took great offense at this reply, and seizing the mule's bridle, he said, "Halt, and be more courteous, and give the accounting for which I have asked, otherwise, all of you must do battle with me." The mule was skittish, and when his bridle was seized he became so frightened that he bucked and threw his rider to the ground. A servant who was on foot, seeing the shirred man fall, began to insult Don Quixote, who was angry by now, and without waiting to hear more, he couched his lance, attacked one of the mourners, wounded him, and knocked him to the ground. When he turned to face the rest of them, it was wonderful to see how quickly he charged and routed them, for at that moment Rocinante moved with such speed and arrogance, it seemed as if he had sprouted wings. All the shirred men were timorous and unarmed, and at the first opportunity they immediately left the fray and began to run across the fields, holding their burning torches, and they looked like nothing so much as the figures in masks who run about on nights of revels and celebrations. The men in mourning, caught up and swaddled in their soutanes and cassocks, could not move, and so, in complete safety, Don Quixote struck them all and drove them away against their will, for they all thought he was not a man but a devil from hell who had come to take the dead body they were carrying on the litter. Sancho saw it all, amazed at his master's boldness, and he said to himself, "No doubt about it, this master of mine is as courageous and brave as he says." A torch was burning on the ground next to the first man who had been thrown by his mule, and in its light Don Quixote could see him, and coming over to him, he put the point of his lance to his face, telling him to yield, if not, he would kill him. To which the fallen man responded, "I have yielded and then some. I can't move because my leg is broken. I beg your grace, if you are a Christian gentleman, not to kill me, for you would commit a great sacrilege. I am a licentiate and have taken my first vows." "Then what the devil has brought you here?" said Don Quixote, being a man of the church. "What, señor?" replied the fallen man. "My misfortune." "An even greater one awaits you," said Don Quixote, "if you do not answer to my satisfaction everything I asked you earlier." "Your grace will easily have your satisfaction," responded the licentiate, "and so your grace should know that even though I said before that I was a licentiate, I am only a bachelor, and my name is Alonso Lopez. I'm a native of Alcobendas, and I have come from the city of Baeza, with 11 other priests, the men who fled with the torches. We are going to the city of Segovia, escorting the dead body that lies in that litter, a gentleman who died in Baeza, where he was originally interred, and now, as I've said, we are carrying his bones to his grave in Segovia, his native city." "Who killed him?" asked Don Quixote. "God, by means of a pestilential fever," responded the bachelor. "In that case," said Don Quixote, "our Lord has relieved me of the task which I was going to undertake to avenge his death, if anyone else had killed him, but since he was killed by the one who killed him, there is no other recourse but to be silent and shrug one's shoulders, which is what I should do if he had killed me. And I want your reverence to know that I am a knight from La Mancha, named Don Quixote, and it is my occupation and profession to wander the world righting wrongs and rectifying injuries. I don't know how you can speak of righting wrongs, said the bachelor, for you have certainly wronged me and broken my leg, which won't ever be right again, and in rectifying my injuries, you have injured me so much that I'll go on being injured for the rest of my life. It was a great misadventure for me to run across a man who was seeking adventures. Not all things, responded Don Quixote, happen in precisely the same way. The harm, Señor Bachelor Alonso Lopez, lay in all of you coming as you did, at night, dressed in those surplices, holding burning torches, and praying, and draped in mourning, for you indeed appeared to be evil beings from the next world. As a consequence, I could not fail to fulfill my obligation and attack you, and I should have attacked even if I had known for a fact you were all demons from hell, which is what I deemed and considered you to be. Since this is what fate had in store for me, said the Bachelor of Arts, I implore your grace, Señor Knight-errant, who has treated me with such errancy, to help me out from under this mule, for my leg is caught between the stirrup and the saddle. I might have talked until morning, said Don Quixote. How long would you have waited to tell me of your plight? Then he called to Sancho Panza, who took no notice, because he was busy going through the provisions on a pack mule that belonged to those good gentlemen and was well supplied with things to eat. Sancho made a sack out of his coat, gathered up as much as he could fit into that pouch, loaded it onto his donkey, and then responded to his master's calls and helped to remove the weight of the mule from the bachelor. After placing him on the animal's back, Sancho handed him his torch, and Don Quixote told him to follow after his companions and, on his behalf, to beg their pardon for the offense against them, which it had not been in his power to avoid committing. Sancho also said to him, if, by chance, those gentlemen would like to know who the valiant man is who offended them, your grace can say he is the famous Don Quixote of La Mancha, also known as the Knight of the Sorrowful Face. At this the bachelor rode off, and Don Quixote asked Sancho what had moved him to call him the Knight of the Sorrowful Face at that moment and at no other. I'll tell you, responded Sancho. I was looking at you for a while in the light of the torch that unlucky man was carrying, and the truth is that your grace has the sorriest looking face I've seen recently, and it must be on account of your weariness after this battle, or the molars and teeth you've lost. It is not that, responded Don Quixote, but rather that the wise man whose task it will be to write the history of my deeds must have thought it would be a good idea if I took some appellative title as did the knights of the past. One was called the Knight of the Blazing Sword, another, the Knight of the Unicorn, yet another, the Knight of the Damsels, this one. The Knight of the Phoenix, that one, the Knight of the Griffin, the other, the Knight of Death, three, and by these names and insignias they were known all around the world. And so I say that the wise man I have already mentioned must have put on your tongue and in your thoughts the idea of calling me the Knight of the Sorrowful Face, which is what I plan to call myself from now on. And so that this name may be even more fitting, I resolve to have depicted on my shield, when there is time, a very sorrowful face. There's no reason to waste time and money making that face, said Sancho. What your grace should do instead is uncover yours and show it to those who are looking at you, and right away, without any images or shields, they'll call you the Knight of the Sorrowful Face. Believe me, I'm telling you the truth, because I promise your grace, Señor, and I'm only joking, that hunger and your missing teeth give you such a sorry-looking face that, as I've said, you can easily do without the sorrowful picture. Don Quixote laughed at Sancho's witticism, but even so, he resolved to call himself by that name as soon as his shield, or buckler, could be painted as he had imagined. Then the bachelor returned and said to Don Quixote, I forgot to say that your grace should be advised that you have been excommunicated for having laid violent hands on something sacred, juxta illud, sic suadent diabolo, etc. 4. I do not understand those Latin words, Don Quixote responded, but I do know very well that I did not use my hands but this lance. Furthermore, I did not think I was attacking priests or things of the church, which I respect and adore as the Catholic and faithful Christian I am, but phantoms and apparitions of the next world. Even so, I remember what happened to El Cid Ruy Diaz when he broke the chair of the king's ambassador before His Holiness the Pope, for which he was excommunicated, and on that day good Rodrigo de Vivar showed himself to be a very honored and valiant knight. 5. On hearing this, the bachelor left without saying a word in reply. Don Quixote wanted to see if the body on the litter was actually bones or not, but Sancho did not agree, saying, "Señor, your grace has come to the end of this dangerous adventure more safely than all the others I have seen. These people, though they've been defeated and routed, may realize that only one man defeated them and be ashamed and embarrassed by that, and they may rally and look for us, and give us something we won't forget. The donkey is carrying what it should, the mountains are nearby, hunger is pressing, and there's nothing else to do but withdraw as fast as we can and, as they say, let the dead go to the grave and the living to the loaf of bread." And riding ahead on his donkey, he asked his master to follow him, and since it seemed to Don Quixote that Sancho was right, he followed him without another word. After riding a short while between two hills, they found themselves in a broad, secluded valley, where they dismounted, and Sancho lightened the donkey's load, and they stretched out on the green grass, and with hunger as their sauce, they had breakfast, lunch, dinner, and supper all at once, satisfying their stomachs with more than one of the comestibles that the dead man's priests, who rarely permit themselves to go hungry, carried in their saddlebag of provisions. But they suffered another misfortune, which Sancho considered the worst of all, and it was that they had no wine to drink or even water to put to their lips. Troubled by thirst, Sancho, seeing that the meadow where they were sitting was full of abundant green grass, said what will be recounted in the next chapter. Chapter 20. Regarding the most incomparable and singular adventure ever concluded with less danger by a famous knight, and which was concluded by the valiant Don Quixote of La Mancha. It's not possible, Señor, for this grass not to be a sign that somewhere nearby there's a spring or brook that waters these plants, and so it would be a good idea for us to go a little farther until we find a place where we can quench this terrible thirst that's plaguing us and is, no doubt about it, harder to bear than hunger. This seemed good advice to Don Quixote, and after packing away the remains of their supper on the donkey, he led Rocinante by the reins, and Sancho held his donkey's halter, and they began to walk to the top of the meadow, feeling their way because the dark of night did not allow them to see anything at all. But they had not gone 200 paces when a sound of crashing reached their ears, as if water were hurtling over large, high cliffs. The sound made them very happy, and they stopped to hear where it was coming from, when they suddenly heard another exceedingly loud noise that watered down their joy at finding water, especially Sancho's, for he was naturally fearful and not very brave. I say that they heard the sound of rhythmic pounding, along with a certain clanking of irons and chains that, accompanied by the clamorous fury of the water, would have put terror in any heart other than Don Quixote's. The night, as we have said, was dark, and they happened to walk under some tall trees whose leaves, moved by the gentle breeze, made a muffled, frightening sound. In short, the solitude, the place, the darkness, the noise of the water, and the murmur of the leaves all combined to cause panic and consternation, especially when they saw that the pounding did not stop, the wind did not cease, and morning did not come. Added to this was their not knowing where they were. But Don Quixote, accompanied by his intrepid heart, leaped onto Rocinante, and, holding his shield, he grasped his lance and said, "Sancho, my friend, know that I was born, by the will of heaven, in this our iron age, to revive the one of gold, or the golden age, as it is called. I am he for whom are reserved dangers, great deeds, valiant feats. I am, I repeat, he who is to revive the knights of the Round Table, the 12 peers of France, the 9 worthies, he who is to make the world forget the Platters, Tablants, Ollivants, and Tyrants, the Phoebuses and Belianises, and the entire horde of famous knights errant of a bygone age, by performing in this time in which I find myself such great and extraordinary deeds and feats of arms that they will overshadow the brightest they ever achieved. Note well, my faithful and loyal squire, the darkness of this night, its strange silence, the indistinct and confused sound of these trees, the fearful clamor of the water we came seeking, which seems to be falling and crashing from the high mountains of the moon, and the unceasing noise of pounding that wounds and pains our ears, all these things, taken together and separately, are enough to instill fear, terror, and dread in the bosom of Mars himself, not to mention one who is unaccustomed to such occurrences and adventures. But these things I have described for you are inspiration and encouragement to my valor, which makes my heart almost burst in my bosom with the desire to embark on this adventure, no matter how difficult it may prove to be. And so, tighten the cinches on Rocinante, and God be with you, and wait for me here no more than 3 days, and if I have not come back by then, you may return to our village, and from there, as a boon and good deed for my sake, you will go to Toboso and tell my peerless lady Dulcinea that her captive knight died performing deeds that would make him worthy of being called her own." When Sancho heard his master's words, he began to cry with the greatest tenderness in the world, and he said, "Señor, I don't know why your grace wants to embark on this fearful adventure. It's night, nobody can see us here, we can turn around and get away from the danger, even if we don't drink anything for 3 days, and since there's nobody here to see us, there's nobody to call us cowards. Besides, I've heard the sermons of our village priest, and your grace knows him very well, and he says that whoever goes looking for danger perishes, so it isn't a good idea to tempt God by undertaking something so terrible that you can't get out of it except through some miracle, and heaven has done enough of them for your grace, letting you escape being tossed in the blanket, like I was, and letting you come out victorious, free, and unharmed, over so many enemies who were escorting the dead man. And if all this doesn't touch or soften your hard heart, let it be moved by thinking and believing that as soon as your grace has left this place, fear will make me give up my soul to anybody who wants to take it. I left my home and my children and my wife to serve your grace, thinking I would be better off, not worse, but just as greed makes the sack burst, it has torn my hopes apart when they were brightest, forgetting that wretched, ill-starred insula your grace has promised me so often. I see that as payment and reward you want to leave me now in a desolate place far from all other human beings. By the one God, Señor, you must not wrong me so, and if your grace absolutely refuses to think again about embarking on this deed, at least put it off until morning, for the lore I learned when I was a shepherd tells me it's less than 3 hours till dawn, because the mouth of the horn is over my head and midnight's in line with my left arm. 1. How can you, Sancho, said Don Quixote, see where that line is, or where the mouth of any horn or any head is, if the night is so dark there is not a single star visible in all the sky? That's true, said Sancho, but fear has many eyes and can see things under the ground, let alone high in the sky. Even so, it stands to reason that it won't be long until daylight. However long it may be, responded Don Quixote, let no one say of me, now or ever, that tears and pleas turn me from doing what I, as a knight, was obliged to do, and so I beg you, Sancho, to be quiet, for God, who has placed in my heart the desire to embark on this incomparable and most fearsome adventure, will surely look after my well-being and console you in your grief. What you must do is tighten Rocinante's cinches and remain here. I shall soon return, either alive or dead. Sancho, seeing his master's firm resolve, and how little he accomplished with tears, advice, and pleas, decided to take advantage of his task and do what he could to make Don Quixote wait until day, and so, as he was tightening the horse's cinches, he very cunningly and quietly tied Rocinante's forelegs together with his donkey's halter, and when Don Quixote tried to leave he could not because his horse could not move except by hops and jumps. Seeing the success of his deception, Sancho Panza said, "Oh, Señor, heaven, moved by my tears and prayers, has willed Rocinante not to move, and if you persist, and spur, and urge him on, that will anger fortune, and it will be, as they say, like kicking at thorns." At this Don Quixote grew desperate, for no matter how hard he spurred his horse, he could not make him move. Then, not realizing that the animal's legs had been tied, he thought it a good idea to be calm and wait, either for the dawn or until Rocinante could move forward, believing, no doubt, that this situation was caused by something other than Sancho's labors, and so he said to him, "Well, Sancho, since Rocinante cannot move, I am content to wait until dawn smiles upon us, although I weep at how long she will take to arrive." "There's no reason to cry," responded Sancho. "I'll entertain your grace by telling you stories until daylight, unless you want to dismount and sleep a little on the green grass, in the manner of knights-errant, so that you'll be rested when day comes, and ready to embark on the unrivaled adventure that awaits you." "What do you mean, dismount and sleep?" said Don Quixote. "Am I, perchance, one of those knights who take their rest in the midst of dangers?" "You sleep, for you were born to sleep, or do whatever you wish, and I shall do what I deem most becoming to my profession." "Señor, your grace shouldn't be angry," responded Sancho, "I didn't mean anything by it." And, going up to him, Sancho placed one hand on the front of the saddle and the other on the rear, so that he stood with his arms around his master's left thigh, not daring to move a finger's breadth away from him, so great was the fear he had of the pounding, which continued to sound rhythmically. Don Quixote told him to recount some story to amuse him, as he had promised, to which Sancho replied that he would, if his terror at what he was hearing allowed him to. "But, even so, I'll make an effort to tell a story, and if I manage to tell it and my fear doesn't stop me, it's the best of all stories, and your grace should pay careful attention, because here I go. Once upon a time, and may good come to all and evil to him who seeks it, and, Señor, your grace should notice that the beginnings the ancients gave to their tales didn't come out of nowhere. This was a maxim of the Roman Cato Noncenser too, and it says, evil to him who seeks it, which fits here like the ring on your finger and means that your grace should stay put and not go looking for evil anywhere, and we should take another route. Nobody's forcing us to continue on this one with so many frightening things to scare us." "You go on with your story, Sancho," said Don Quixote, "and leave the route we shall follow to me." "Well, I'll tell you," Sancho continued, "that somewhere in Extremadura there was a goatherd. I mean to say the man tended goats, and this goatherd I was telling you about in my story was named Lope Ruiz, and this Lope Ruiz was in love with a shepherdess named Turalba, and this shepherdess named Turalba was the daughter of a rich herder, and this rich herder—" "If you tell your story this way, Sancho," said Don Quixote, repeating everything you say 2 times, "you will not finish in 2 days. Tell it in a continuous way, and speak like a man of understanding, or do not say anything at all." "The way I'm telling it," responded Sancho, "is how tales are told in my village, and I don't know any other way to tell it, and it isn't right for your grace to ask me to do things in new ways." "Tell it however you wish," responded Don Quixote. "Fate has willed that I cannot help listening to you, and so continue." "And so it was, Señor of my soul," Sancho continued, "that, as I've already said, this goatherd was in love with Turalba, the shepherdess, who was a stout girl, and wild, and a little mannish because she had something of a mustache. It's as if I could see her now." "Then, did you know her?" said Don Quixote. "I didn't know her," responded Sancho. "But the man who told me this story said it was so true and correct that I certainly could, when I told it to somebody else, affirm and swear that I had seen it all. And so, as the days came and went, the devil, who never sleeps and is always stirring up trouble, turned the love that the goatherd had for the shepherdess into hate and ill will, and the reason was, the gossip said, a certain amount of jealousy that she made him feel, and it went too far, into forbidden areas, and then the goatherd hated her so much that in order not to see her he wanted to leave his home and go where he would never lay eyes on her again. Turalba, when she found herself rejected by Lope, began to love him dearly, though she had never loved him before." "That is the nature of women," said Don Quixote. "They reject the man who loves them and love the man who despises them. Go on, Sancho." "It so happened," said Sancho, "that the goatherd put his plan into effect, and, driving his goats ahead of him, he set out through the countryside of Extremadura, heading for the kingdom of Portugal. Turalba, who found this out, went after him, and followed him at a distance, walking barefoot, with a staff in her hand and some saddlebags around her neck, and in them she was carrying, people say, a piece of mirror, and a broken comb, and some kind of paint for her face, but, whatever it was that she was carrying, I don't want to take the trouble to find out about it, so I'll just say that people say that the goatherd and his flock came to the Guadiana River, and at that time of year it was rising and almost flooding its banks, and at the part he came to there wasn't any boat or barge or anybody to ferry him and his flock to the other side, and this caused him a lot of grief because he saw that Turalba was coming closer and closer and would bother him with her pleading and her tears, but he kept looking around until he saw a fisherman with a boat, one so small that only one person and one goat could fit in it. Even so, he talked to him and they arranged for the fisherman to ferry him and his 300 goats across the river. The fisherman got into the boat and ferried across a goat, he came back, and ferried another one, he came back again, and again he ferried one across. Your Grace has to keep count of the goats the fisherman ferries across, because if you miss one the story will be over and it won't be possible to say another word. And so I'll go on and say that the landing on the other side was very muddy and slippery, and it took the fisherman a long time to go back and forth. Even so, he came back for another goat, and another, and another. "Just say he ferried them all," said Don Quixote. "If you keep going back and forth like that, it will take you a year to get them across." "How many have gone across so far?" said Sancho. "How the devil should I know?" responded Don Quixote. "That's just what I told your grace to do, to keep a good count." "Well, by God, the story's over, and there's no way to go on." "How can that be?" responded Don Quixote. "Is it so essential to the story to know the exact number of goats that have crossed that a mistake in the count means you cannot continue the tale?" "No, señor, I can't," responded Sancho, "because as soon as I asked your grace to tell me how many goats had crossed, and you said you didn't know, at that very moment I forgot everything I had left to say, and, by my faith, it was very interesting and pleasing." "Do you mean to say that the story is finished?" said Don Quixote. "As finished as my mother," said Sancho. "I tell you truthfully," responded Don Quixote, "that you have told one of the strangest tales, stories, or histories that anyone in the world ever thought of, and this manner of telling it and then stopping it is something I shall never see, and have never seen, in my life, although I expected nothing else from your intellect. But I am not surprised, for perhaps the sound of the pounding, which has not ceased, has clouded your understanding." "That may be," responded Sancho, "but I know that in my story, there's nothing else to say. It ended right where you lost count of the number of goats that it crossed." "Then let it end where it will," said Don Quixote, "and now let us see if Rocinante can move." He spurred him again, and Rocinante hopped again and then stood still, that is how well he was tied. At this moment it seems that either because of the cold of the morning, which was approaching, or because Sancho had eaten something laxative for supper, or because it was in the natural order of things, which is the most credible, he felt the urge and desire to do what no one else could do for him, but his heart was so overwhelmed by fear that he did not dare to move a nail paring away from his master. But not doing what he desired to do was not possible either, and so what he did as a compromise was to free his right hand, which was clutching the back of the saddle, and with it, cunningly and without making a sound, he loosened the slip knot that was the only thing holding up his breeches, and when he did they came down and settled around his ankles like leg irons. After this he lifted his shirt the best he could and stuck out both buttocks, which were not very small. Having done this, which he thought was all he had to do to escape that terrible difficulty and anguish, he was overcome by an even greater distress, which was that it seemed to him he could not relieve himself without making some noise and sound, and he began to clench his teeth and hunch his shoulders, holding his breath as much as he could, but despite all his efforts, he was so unfortunate that he finally made a little noise quite different from the one that had caused him so much fear. Don Quixote heard it and said, "What sound is that, Sancho?" "I don't know, señor," he responded. "It must be something new. Adventures and misadventures never begin for no reason." He tried his luck again, and things went so smoothly that with no more noise or disturbance than the last time, he found himself rid of the burden that had caused him so much grief. But since Don Quixote had a sense of smell as acute as his hearing, and Sancho was joined so closely to him, and the vapors rose up almost in a straight line, some unavoidably reached his nostrils, and as soon as they did he came to the assistance of his nostrils and squeezed them closed between two fingers, and in a somewhat nasal voice, he said, "It seems to me, Sancho, that you are very frightened." "Yes, I am," responded Sancho, "but what makes your grace see that now more than ever?" "Because you smell now more than ever, and not of amber," responded Don Quixote. "That might be," said Sancho, "but it's not my fault, it's your grace's for choosing the most ungodly times to put me through the strangest paces." "Take 3 or 4 of them back, friend," said Don Quixote without removing his fingers from his nose, "and from now on be more mindful of your person and of what you owe to mine. Engaging in so much conversation with you has caused this lack of respect." "I'll wager," replied Sancho, "that your grace thinks I've done something with my person I shouldn't have." "The less said the better, Sancho my friend," responded Don Quixote. Master and servant passed the night in these exchanges and others like them. But Sancho, seeing that morning would soon be upon them, very carefully unhobbled Rocinante and tied up his breeches. When Rocinante found himself free, though he was not by nature high-spirited, it seems he felt offended and began to paw the ground because, and for this I beg his pardon, he could not prance. Don Quixote, seeing that Rocinante was moving again, took this as a favorable sign and believed it meant he should embark on the fearful adventure. By this time dawn finally had made its presence known and changed the appearance of things, and Don Quixote saw that he was under some tall trees. They were chestnuts and cast a very dark shadow. He also heard that the pounding had not stopped, but he did not see who could be causing it, and so, with no further delay, he made Rocinante feel his spurs, and, turning to take his leave of Sancho, he ordered him to wait no more than 3 days, as he had already told him, and if at the end of that time he had not returned, Sancho could be certain it had been God's will that his master's days come to an end in that perilous adventure. Don Quixote told him again about the message and communication he was to take to his lady Dulcinea. As for payment for his services, Sancho should not be concerned because Don Quixote had made his will before leaving home, and in it the squire would find himself recompensed for everything relating to his salary, the amount prorated according to the length of time he had been in his service. But if God allowed him to emerge from this danger safe and sound and unharmed, then Sancho could be more than certain of the promised insula. Sancho began to cry again when he heard the sorrowful words of his good master, and he resolved not to leave him until the final conclusion and end of that affair. These tears and Sancho Panza's honorable decision lead the author of this history to conclude that he must have been well-born and, at the very least, an old Christian. 3. The sentiments softened his master somewhat, but not enough for him to demonstrate any weakness. Instead, dissimulating as much as he could, he began to ride toward the place where it seemed to him the sound of the water and the pounding originated. Sancho followed on foot, leading by the halter, as was his custom, the donkey who was his constant companion in good fortune and bad. Having traveled some distance through those somber chestnut trees, they came upon a small meadow at the foot of some high crags over which a great rush of water fell. At the foot of the crags were some dilapidated hovels that looked more like ruins than houses, and they realized that the noise and din of the pounding, which had not ceased, was coming from these structures. Rocinante became agitated by the clamor of the water and the pounding, and Don Quixote, calming him, gradually approached the hovels, commending himself with all his heart to his lady, imploring that she favor him in this fearsome circumstance and undertaking, and he also commended himself to God, praying that he not forget him. Sancho did not leave his side, craning his neck and peering between the legs of Rocinante to see if he could see what it was that had so frightened and perplexed him. They must have gone another 100 paces when, as they turned a corner, there appeared, clear and plain, the unmistakable cause of the terrible sounding and, for them, terrifying noise that had kept them frightened and perplexed the whole night. And it was, if you have not already guessed, O reader, in sorrow and anger, 6 wooden fulling hammers that with their alternating strokes were responsible for the clamor. When Don Quixote saw this he fell silent and sat as if paralyzed from head to toe. Sancho looked at him and saw that his head hung down toward his chest, indicating that he was mortified. Don Quixote also looked at Sancho and saw that his cheeks were puffed out and his mouth full of laughter, clear signs that he soon would explode, and Don Quixote's melancholy was not so great that he could resist laughing at the sight of Sancho, and when Sancho saw that his master had begun, the floodgates opened with such force that he had to press his sides with his fists to keep from bursting with laughter. 4 times he calmed down, and 4 times his laughter returned as powerfully as before. By now Don Quixote was sending him to the devil, especially when he heard him say, in a derisive tone, "Sancho, my friend, know that I was born, by the will of heaven, in this our iron age, to revive the one of gold, or the golden age. I am he for whom are reserved dangers, great deeds, valiant feats." And in this fashion he repeated all or most of the words that Don Quixote had said when they first heard the fearful pounding. Don Quixote, seeing that Sancho was mocking him, became so wrathful and angry that he raised his lance and struck him twice, blows so hard that if he had received them on his head instead of his back, his master would have been freed of the obligation of paying his salary, unless it was to his heirs. Sancho, seeing that his jokes were taken so seriously and fearing that his master would go even further, said to him very humbly, "Your Grace should calm down, by God, I'm only joking." "Well, you may be joking, but I am not," responded Don Quixote. "Come here, you merry man, do you think that if these were not fulling hammers but a dangerous adventure, I would not have displayed the courage needed to undertake and conclude it? Am I obliged, perchance, being, as I am, a knight, to recognize and differentiate sounds, and know which are fulling hammers and which are not? Moreover, it well might be, as is the case, that I have never seen them in my life, though you must have, being the low-born peasant you are, and reared and born among them. If not, pretend that these 6 fulling hammers are 6 giants, and turn them on me one by one, or all together, and if I do not knock them all to the ground, you can mock me in any way you choose." "No more, Señor," replied Sancho. "I confess that I have gone a little too far with my joking. But tell me, your Grace, now that we're at peace, and may God bring you as safe and sound through all the adventures you have as he has brought you through this one, wasn't it laughable how frightened we were, and wouldn't it make a good story? At least, how frightened I was, for I already know that your Grace doesn't know what fright is or understand the meaning of fear or terror." "I do not deny," responded Don Quixote, "that what happened to us is deserving of laughter, but it does not deserve to be told, for not all persons are wise enough to put things in their proper place." "At least," responded Sancho, "your Grace knew how to place the lance, aiming for my head and hitting me on the back, thanks be to God and the care I took to move to the side. Well, it all comes out in the end, for I've heard people say, the one who hurts you is the one who loves you, and I've also heard that great gentlemen, after speaking harshly to a servant, give him breeches, though I don't know what they give after beating him with a lance, unless knights errant give insulas after a beating, or kingdoms on dry land." "The dice may fall," said Don Quixote, "so that everything you say turns out to be true. Forgive what happened, for you are clever and know that first impulses are not ours to control, but be advised of one thing. From now on you are to refrain and abstain from speaking too much to me, for in all the books of chivalry I have read, which are infinite in number, I have never found any squire who talks as much with his master as you do with yours. In truth I consider it a great fault, both on your part and on mine, on yours, because you do not have a high opinion of me, on mine, because I do not allow a higher opinion. For instance, Gandalin, the squire of Amadis of Gaul, became Count of Insula Firme, yet one reads of him that he always spoke to his master with hat in hand, bending his head and bowing his body. Morter Kesco. 5. And what shall we say of Gisable, the squire of Don Galar, who was so silent that in order to declare to us the excellence of his wondrous silence, his name is mentioned only once in the course of that history, as great as it is true? From everything I have said you must infer, Sancho, that it is necessary to distinguish between master and minion, gentleman and servant, knight and squire. Therefore, from this day forward, we must treat each other with more respect and refrain from mockery, because no matter why I lose my temper with you, it will be bad for the pitcher. 6. The rewards and benefits that I have promised you will come in time, and if they do not, your wages, at least, will not be lost, as I have already told you." "Everything your Grace says is fine," said Sancho. "But I'd like to know, if the time for rewards happens not to come and it's necessary to fall back on wages, how much the squire of a knight-errant earned in those days, and if he was paid by the month or by the day, like a mason's helpers?" "I do not believe," Don Quixote responded, "that those squires ever received wages, but only favors. And if I have mentioned you in the last will and testament that I left in my house, it was because of what might happen, for I do not yet know the standing of chivalry in these our calamitous times, and I should not want my soul to suffer in the next world on account of trivial details. Because I want you to know, Sancho, that there is no profession more dangerous than that of adventuring knight." "That's true," said Sancho, "for just the noise of the fulling hammers could upset and disturb the heart of an adventuring knight-errant as valiant as your Grace. But you can be sure that from now on my lips will not open to joke about your Grace's affairs, but only to honor you as my master and natural lord." "In that way," replied Don Quixote, "you will live long on the face of the earth, for after parents, masters must be respected as if they were progenitors." Chapter 21. which relates the high adventure and rich prize of the helmet of Mambrino, as well as other things that befell our invincible knight. At this point a light rain began to fall, and Sancho would have liked for them to take shelter in the fulling mill, but Don Quixote had acquired such an aversion to it because of the insufferable deception that under no circumstances did he wish to go inside, and so, turning to the right, they came upon another road similar to the one they had followed on the previous day. A short while later, Don Quixote caught sight of a man riding toward them and wearing on his head something that glistened as if it were made of gold, and no sooner had he seen him than he turned to Sancho and said, "It seems to me, Sancho, that there is no proverb that is not true, because all of them are judgments based on experience, the mother of all knowledge, in particular the one that says, one door closes and another opens. I say this because if last night fortune closed the door on what we were seeking, deceiving us with fulling hammers, now she opens wide another that will lead to a better and truer adventure. If I do not succeed in going through this door, the fault will be mine, and I shall not be able to blame my ignorance of fulling hammers or the dark of night. I say this because, unless I am mistaken, coming toward us is a man who wears on his head the helmet of Mambrino, one concerning which, as you well know, I have made a vow." "Your Grace, be careful what you say, and more careful what you do," said Sancho, "for you wouldn't want this to be more fulling hammers that end up hammering and battering our senses." "The devil take the man," replied Don Quixote. "What does a helmet have to do with fulling hammers?" "I don't know anything about that," responded Sancho, "but by my faith, if I could talk as much as I used to, maybe I could say some things that would make your Grace see that you were mistaken in what you said." "How can I be mistaken in what I say, you doubting traitor?" said Don Quixote. "Tell me, do you not see that knight coming toward us, mounted on a dappled grey and wearing on his head a helmet of gold?" "What I see and can make out," responded Sancho, "is just a man riding a donkey that's grey like mine, and wearing something shiny on his head." "Well, that is the helmet of Mambrino," said Don Quixote. "Move aside and let me face him alone. You will see that without speaking a word so as not to waste time, I shall bring this adventure to a conclusion and acquire the helmet I have so long desired." "I'll be sure to move aside," replied Sancho, "but may it please God," he continued, "that it turns out to be oregano and not fulling hammers, too." "I have already told you, brother, not to mention or even think about mentioning those fulling hammers to me," said Don Quixote, "or I swear, I shall say no more, but I shall hammer and full your soul." Sancho fell silent, fearful his master might carry out the vow, as roundly categorical as a ball, that he had hurled at him. This is the truth concerning the helmet, the horse, and the knight that Don Quixote saw. In that area there were two villages, one of them so small it did not have an apothecary or a barber, but the other, which was nearby, did, and so the barber in the larger one served the smaller, or a man happened to be sick and needed to be bled, and another needed to have his beard trimmed, and consequently the barber was traveling there, carrying a brass basin, as luck would have it, as he was traveling it began to rain, and to keep his hat from being stained, for it must have been new, he put the basin on his head, and since it was clean, at a distance of half a league, it glistened. He was riding a grey donkey, as Sancho had said, which gave rise to Don Quixote's thinking that he saw a dappled grey, a knight, and a gold helmet, for everything he saw he very easily accommodated to his chivalric nonsense and errant thoughts. And when he saw the poor gentleman approaching, without saying a word to him, and with Rocinante at full gallop, he attacked with lowered pike, intending to run him through, but when he drew near, without stopping the fury of his charge, he cried, "Defend yourself, base creature, or hand over to me of your own free will what is so rightly mine." The barber, who never imagined or feared such a thing when he saw that apparition bearing down on him, had no other choice, in order to protect himself from the lance, than to fall off his donkey, and as soon as he touched the ground, he leaped up as nimbly as a deer and began to run across the plain, so fast the wind could not catch him. He left the basin on the ground, which satisfied Don Quixote, who said that the heathen had behaved with discretion and imitated the beaver, which, finding itself pursued by hunters, bites and tears off the thing for which he knows, by natural instinct, he is being hunted down. 3 He told Sancho to pick up the helmet, and the squire, lifting the basin in his hands, said, "By God, this is a good basin and must be worth 8 reals if it's worth a maravedi. And he gave it to his master, who then put it on his head, turning it around from one side to the other, looking for the visor, and since he did not find it, he said, "No doubt the heathen for whom this famous cell-lead helmet was first forged must have had an extremely large head, worst of all, half of it is missing." When Sancho heard the basin called a cell-lead, he could not contain his laughter, but then he recalled his master's wrath, and he broke off in the middle. "Why are you laughing, Sancho?" said Don Quixote. "It makes me laugh," he responded, "to think of the big head on that heathen owner of this old helmet, which looks exactly like a barber's basin. Do you know what I imagine, Sancho? This famous piece of the enchanted helmet, by some strange accident, must have fallen into the hands of one who could not recognize or estimate its value, and not knowing what he was doing, and seeing that it was made of purest gold, he must have melted down one half to take advantage of its high price, and from the other half he made this, which resembles a barber's basin, as you say. Be that as it may, I recognize it, and its transmutation does not matter to me, for I shall repair it in the first village that has a blacksmith, and in a manner that will leave far behind the one made and forged by the god of smithies for the god of war, for in the meantime, I shall do the best I can to wear it, for something is better than nothing, especially since it will serve quite well to protect me from any stones that people may throw at me." "It will," said Sancho, "if they're not using a slingshot like they did in the battle of the two armies, when they made the sign of the cross over your grace's molars and broke the cruet that held the blessed potion that made me vomit up my innards. Losing it does not grieve me greatly, for you know, Sancho," said Don Quixote, "that I have the recipe committed to memory." "So do I," responded Sancho, "but if I ever make it or taste it again in my life, let this be my final hour. Besides, I don't intend to put myself in the position of needing it, because I plan to use all my 5 senses to keep from being wounded or wounding anybody else. As for being tossed in a blanket again, I won't say another word, for such misfortunes are difficult to foresee, and if they come, all you can do is shrug your shoulders, hold your breath, close your eyes, and let yourself go where luck and the blanket take you." "You are a bad Christian, Sancho," said Don Quixote when he heard this, "because you never forget an injury once it has been done to you, but you should know that noble and generous bosoms do not pay attention to trifles. Were you left with a lame foot, a cracked rib, a broken skull? Is that why you never can forget the jest? For, if the matter is viewed correctly, it was merely a jest and a diversion. If I did not understand it in this way, I should have returned and, in avenging you, inflicted more harm than the Greeks did because of the abducted Helen, who, if she had lived in this time, or my Dulcinea lived in hers, could be certain of not enjoying the reputation for beauty she has now." Whereupon he heaved a sigh and sent it heavenward. And Sancho said, "Let it pass as a joke, since it can't be avenged in reality, but I know what this reality and this joke mean, and I also know they won't fall away from my memory any more than they'll fade from my back. But, leaving that aside, your grace should tell me what we're going to do with this dappled grey horse that looks like a grey donkey and was left behind by that Martino 5 who was toppled by your grace, because seeing how he took to his heels and ran like Villadiego 6 he has no intention of ever coming back for it. By my beard, this dappled grey is a good one." "It has never been my practice," said Don Quixote, "to plunder those I conquer, nor is it a knightly custom to deprive them of their horses and leave them on foot, unless the victor has lost his mount in the battle. In such cases, it is licit to take that of the conquered knight as the spoils of legitimate combat. Therefore, Sancho, leave this horse, or donkey, or whatever you say it is, for when its owner sees that we have departed, he will return for it." "God knows I'd like to take it," replied Sancho, "or at least exchange it for this one of mine, because I don't think it's as good. Really, the laws of chivalry are strict if they can't be stretched to let you trade one donkey for another. I'd like to know if I could at least swap the trappings." "I am not certain about that," responded Don Quixote. "In case of doubt, until I am better informed, I should say that you may exchange them if you are in dire need of them." "So dire," responded Sancho, "that if they were for my own person I couldn't need them more." Then, on the basis of that permission, he executed a mutatio caprum 7 and decked out his donkey, showing him off to great advantage. Having done this, they ate the remains of the food that had been taken from the pack mule and drank from the stream where the fulling hammers were, not turning their faces to look at them, so great was their loathing because of how much they had frightened them. Having pacified their hunger and tempered their melancholy, they remounted, and with no fixed destination, since it was very much in the tradition of knights errant not to follow a specific route, they began to ride wherever Rocinante's will took them. Behind his will came his masters, and even the donkeys, who always followed wherever the horse led, in virtuous love and companionship. And so they returned to the king's highway and followed it with no set plan or purpose in mind. As they were riding along, Sancho said to his master, "Señor, does your grace wish to give me leave to talk a little? After you gave me that harsh order of silence, more than a few things have been spoiling in my stomach, and one that I have now on the tip of my tongue I wouldn't want to go to waste." "Say it," Don Quixote said, "and be brief, for no speech is pleasing if it is long." "What I have to say, señor," responded Sancho, "is that for the past few days I've been thinking how little gain or profit there is in looking for the adventures that your grace looks for in these deserted places and crossroads, because even when you conquer and conclude the most dangerous, there's nobody to see them or know about them, and so they remain in perpetual silence, which isn't your grace's intention or what they deserve. And so it seems to me it would be better, unless your grace thinks otherwise, if we went to serve some emperor or other great prince who's involved in some war, and in his service your grace could demonstrate the valor of your person, your great strength, and even greater understanding, and when the Lord we serve sees this, he'll have to reward us, each according to his merits, and there's sure to be somebody there who'll put into writing your grace's great deeds so they can be remembered forever. About mine I don't say anything, for they won't go beyond squirely limits, though I can say that if it's customary in chivalry to write about the deeds of squires, I don't think mine will be forgotten." "You speak sensibly, Sancho," responded Don Quixote, "but before one reaches that point, it is necessary to wander the world as a kind of test, seeking adventures, so that by concluding some of them, the knight acquires a reputation and fame, and when he goes to the court of some great monarch he is known by his deeds, and as soon as the boys see him ride through the gate of the city, they all follow and surround him, shouting and saying, 'Here is the Knight of the Sun, or of the Serpent, or of some other device under which he accomplished great feats. Here is,' they will say, 'the one who conquered in singular combat the gigantic Bruno the Mighty, the one who freed the great Mameluke of Persia from the long enchantment he suffered for almost 900 years. In this manner, news of his deeds passes from person to person, and then, to the cheers of the boys and the rest of the populace, the king of the land will appear at the windows of his royal palace, and as soon as he sees the knight, knowing him by his armor or the device on his shield, he perforce will say, 'Hark, look lively! Go forth, my knights, all who are in my court, to greet the flower of chivalry who now comes riding.' At this command all will go forth, and the king will come halfway down the stairs, and embrace the knight warmly, and bid him welcome, kissing him on the face, and then he will lead him by the hand to the chamber of my lady the queen, where the knight will find her with the princess, their daughter, who is, beyond any doubt, one of the most beauteous and perfect damsels that one could find anywhere in the known regions of the earth. After this she will very chastely turn her eyes to the knight, and he will turn his eyes to hers, and each will seem to the other more divine than human, and without knowing how or why, they will be captured and caught in the intricate nets of love, with great affliction in their hearts because they do not know how they will speak and reveal to one another their yearnings and desires. Then he will no doubt be taken to a sumptuously appointed room in the palace, where, having removed his armor, they will bring him a rich scarlet cloak and drape it around him, and if he looked comely in armor, he looks just as comely and even more so in his quilted doublet. When night falls, he will have supper with the king, queen, and princess, and he will never take his eyes off the maiden, his looks hidden from the rest, and she will do the same with the same sagacity because, as I have said, she is a very discreet damsel. The tables will be cleared and then suddenly, through the door of the chamber, an ugly dwarf will enter, followed by a beauteous duenna between two giants, who tells of a certain adventure devised by an extremely ancient wise man, and whosoever brings it to a conclusion will be deemed the greatest knight in the world. Then the king will command all those present to attempt it, and none will end or finish it except the knight who is his guest, which will add greatly to his fame and make the princess extremely happy, and she will think of herself as exceedingly well rewarded and compensated for having placed her affections so high. And the fortunate part is that this king, or prince, or whatever he is waging a fierce war with another as powerful as he, and the knight who is his guest asks him, after spending a few days in his court, for permission to serve him in that war. The king will give it willingly, and the knight will courteously kiss his hands in gratitude for the boon he has granted him. And that night he will take his leave of his lady the princess through the grillwork at the window of the bedchamber where she sleeps, which overlooks a garden, and through this grillwork he has already spoken to her many times, their go-between and confidant being a lady-in-waiting greatly trusted by the princess. He will sigh, she will swoon, the lady-in-waiting will bring water, sorely troubled because morning is coming and, for the sake of her lady's honor, she does not wish them to be discovered. Finally the princess will regain consciousness and pass her white hands through the grillwork to the knight, who will kiss them over and over again and bathe them in his tears. The two of them will agree on the manner in which they will keep each other informed of their fortunes and misfortunes, and the princess will beg him to tarry as little as possible. He will promise, making many vows. He will kiss her hands one more time and say goodbye with so much emotion that his life will almost come to an end. Then he goes to his room, throws himself on the bed, cannot sleep because of the pain of their parting, arises very early in the morning, and goes to take his leave of the king, the queen, and the princess. They tell him, when he has bade farewell to the first two, that Her Highness the Princess is indisposed and cannot receive visitors. The knight thinks it is because of her sorrow at his leaving, his heart is wounded, and it is all he can do not to show clear signs of his suffering. The lady-in-waiting, their confidant, is present, and she will take note of everything and recount it all to her lady, who receives her in tears and tells her that one of her greatest griefs is not knowing who her knight is, or if he is of royal lineage. The lady-in-waiting assures her that the degree of courtesy, gallantry, and valor displayed by her knight can exist only in a royal and illustrious person. The suffering princess consoles herself with this. She attempts to find consolation so as not to appear in a bad light before her parents, and after 2 days she appears in public. The knight has already gone, he does battle in the war, conquers the king's enemy, takes many cities, emerges victorious from many combats, returns to court, sees his lady in the customary place, and they agree that he will ask her father for her hand in marriage in return for his services. The king does not wish to grant his request because he does not know who the knight is, but despite this, either because he abducts her or by some other means, the princess becomes his wife, and her father comes to consider this his great good fortune because he learns that this knight is the son of a valiant king, ruler of some kingdom I am not certain of because I do not believe it is on the map. The father dies, the princess inherits the kingdom, the knight, in a word, becomes king, and this is where his granting favors to his squire and to all those who helped him rise to so high an estate, comes in. He marries his squire to one of the princess's ladies-in-waiting, the one, no doubt, who acted as mediator in his love affair, and who was the daughter of a very prominent duke. 8. That's what I want, honestly, said Sancho, and that's what I'm counting on, and everything will happen exactly to the letter because now your grace calls yourself the Knight of the Sorrowful Face. Do not doubt it, Sancho, replied Don Quixote. For in the same manner and by the same means as I have recounted, knights-errant rise and have risen to be kings and emperors. All we need do now is to see which king of Christians or heathens is waging a war and has a beautiful daughter, but there will be time to think about this, for, as I have told you, first one must win fame elsewhere before arriving at court. There is also something else. In the event we find a king at war who has a beautiful daughter, and I have won incredible fame throughout the universe, I do not know how it can be discovered that I am of royal lineage, or, at least, a second cousin to the emperor. The king will not wish to give me his daughter's hand in marriage unless he is very certain of this first, no matter how meritorious my famous deeds. As a consequence, for this reason, I fear I shall lose what my arm so justly deserves. It is certainly true that I am a gentleman of known lineage, with proprietary rights to an ancestral home, and entitlement to a payment of 500 sueldos, 9, and it well might be that the wise man who writes my history can elucidate my parentage and ancestry in such a way that I shall find myself to be a descendant, 5 or 6 times removed, of a king. Because I want you to know, Sancho, that there are 2 kinds of lineage in the world, some who trace and derive their ancestry from princes and monarchs, which time has gradually undone, and in the end they finish in a point, like a pyramid turned upside down. Others have their origin in low-born people, and they rise by degrees until they become great lords. Which means that the difference between them is that some were and no longer are, and others are what they once were not. I might be one of these, and it might turn out that I had a great and famous beginning, which ought to satisfy the king, my future father-in-law. If it does not, the princess will love me so much despite her father that he, knowing full well that I am the son of a water carrier, will accept me as her lord and husband. If he does not, this is where abducting her and taking her wherever I choose comes in, for either time or death will put an end to her parents' anger. And that's where something else comes in, too, said Sancho, because some wicked people say, don't ask as a favor what you can take by force, but what fits even better is, escaping punishment is worth more than the pleading of good men. I say this because if my lord the king, your grace's father-in-law, does not agree to giving you my lady the princess, there's nothing else to do, like your grace says, but abduct her and hide her away. But the trouble with that is that until you make peace and calmly enjoy the kingdom, the poor squire may be starving for favors. Unless the go-between lady-in-waiting, who will be his wife, escapes with the princess, and he suffers misfortunes with her until heaven wills otherwise, because it well may be, I think, that his master will give her to him as his legitimate wife. No one can deny him that, said Don Quixote. Well, since that's the case, responded Sancho, the best thing is to commend ourselves to God and let fate take us wherever it chooses. May God grant, replied Don Quixote, what I desire and what you, Sancho, need, and let him be base who thinks himself base. God's will be done, said Sancho, for I am an old Christian, and that alone is enough for me to be a count. More than enough, said Don Quixote, and even if you were not, it would not change anything, because when I am king I can certainly grant you nobility without your buying it or serving me in any way. Because when you are made a count, you will find that you are a gentleman, too, and no matter what people say, they will have to call you lord, even if they do not wish to. And by my faith, I'll know how to carry off that tittle, said Sancho. You mean title, not tittle, said his master. Whatever it is, responded Sancho Panza. I say that I'll know very well how to manage it, because, by my faith, once I was the beadle of a brotherhood, and the beadle's outfit looked so good on me that everybody said I looked like I could be the steward of the brotherhood. Well, what will happen when I put a duke's cape on my back, or dress in gold and pearls, like a foreign count? I think they'll be coming to see me for 100 leagues around. You will look fine, said Don Quixote, but it will be necessary for you to shave your beard often. Yours is so heavy, tangled, and unkempt that unless you shave with a razor at least every other day, people will see what you are from as far away as you can shoot a flintlock. That's easy, said Sancho. All I have to do is hire a barber and keep him in my house. And if I need to, I can have him follow along behind me, like a grandee's groom. But, how do you know, asked Don Quixote, that grandees have their grooms follow them? I'll tell you, responded Sancho. Years ago I spent a month not far from court, and there I saw a very small gentleman walking, and people said he was a grandee, and a man rode behind him no matter how many turns he made, and he looked like he was his tail. I asked why the man didn't catch up but always came behind him. They told me he was the groom, and it was the custom of grandees to have their grooms follow behind. And since then I've known it so well that I've never forgotten it. I say that you are correct, said Don Quixote, and in the same way you can have your barber follow behind you, for not all customs came into use or were invented at the same time, and you may be the first count to have his barber follow behind him, for you need greater confidence in the man who shaves you than in the one who saddles your horse. Just leave the barber to me, said Sancho, and your grace can take care of becoming a king and making me a count. That is what I shall do, responded Don Quixote. And looking up, he saw what will be recounted in the next chapter. Chapter 22. regarding the liberty that Don Quixote gave to many unfortunate men who, against their wills, were being taken where they did not wish to go. It is recounted by Said Hamid Benengeli, the Arabic and Manchegan author, in this most serious, high-sounding, detailed, sweet, and inventive history, that following the conversation between the famous Don Quixote of La Mancha and Sancho Panza, his squire, which is referred to at the end of chapter 21, Don Quixote looked up and saw coming toward him on the same road he was traveling approximately 12 men on foot, strung together by their necks, like beads on a great iron chain, and all of them wearing manacles. Accompanying them were 2 men on horseback and 2 on foot. The ones on horseback had flintlocks, and those on foot carried javelins and swords. As soon as Sancho Panza saw them, he said, "This is a chain of galley slaves, people forced by the king to go to the galleys." "What do you mean, forced?" asked Don Quixote. "Is it possible that the king forces anyone?" "I'm not saying that," responded Sancho, "but these are people who, because of their crimes, have been condemned to serve the king in the galleys, by force." "In short," replied Don Quixote, "for whatever reason, these people are being taken by force and not of their own free will." "That's right," said Sancho. "Well, in that case," said his master, "here it is fitting to put into practice my profession, to right wrongs and come to the aid and assistance of the wretched." "Your grace shouldn't forget," said Sancho, "that justice, which is the king himself, does not force or do wrong to such people, but sentences them as punishment for their crimes." By now the chain of galley slaves had reached them, and Don Quixote, with very courteous speech, asked those who were guarding them to be so kind as to inform him and tell him the reason or reasons those people were being taken away in that fashion. One of the mounted guards responded that they were galley slaves, His Majesty's prisoners who were condemned to the galleys, and there was nothing more to say and nothing else he had to know. "Even so," replied Don Quixote, "I should like to know the particular reason for each one's misfortune." To these words he added others so civil and discreet to persuade them to tell him what he wished to hear that the other mounted guard said, "Although we have the record and certificate of sentence of each of these wretched men, this is not the proper time to stop and take them out and read them. Your grace may approach and question the prisoners, and they will tell you themselves if they wish to, and they will, because these are people who take pleasure in doing and saying false and wicked things." With this authorization, which Don Quixote would have taken even if it had not been granted to him, he approached the chain and asked the first man what sins he had committed to be taken away in so unpleasant a manner. He responded that it was on account of his being a lover. "Is that all?" replied Don Quixote. "If they throw men in the galleys for being lovers, I should have been rowing in one long ago." "It isn't the kind of love your grace is thinking about," said the galley slave. "Mine was a great love for a laundry basket filled with linen, and I loved it so much and embraced it so tightly that if the law hadn't taken it from me by force, to this day I wouldn't have let go of it willingly. I was caught red-handed, there was no need for torture, the trial concluded, they kissed my back 100 times, gave me 3 in the garropas, and that was the end of that one." "What are garropas?" asked Don Quixote. "Garropas are galleys," responded the galley slave. He was a young man, about 24 years old, who said he was a native of Piedrahita. Don Quixote asked the same question of the Asisian man, who was so downcast and melancholy he did not say a word, but the first prisoner responded for him and said, "This man, señor, is being taken away for being a canary, I mean a musician and singer." "What?" Don Quixote repeated. "Men also go to the galleys for being musicians and singers?" "Yes, señor," responded the galley slave, "because there's nothing worse than singing when you're in difficulty." "But I have heard it said," said Don Quixote, "that troubles take wing for the man who can sing." "Here just the opposite is true," said the galley slave. "Warble once, and you weep the rest of your days." "I do not understand," said Don Quixote. But one of the guards told him, "Señor, among these non-sancta people, singing when you're in difficulty means confessing under torture. They tortured this sinner and he confessed his crime, which was rustling, or stealing livestock, and because he confessed he was sentenced to 6 years in the galleys, plus 200 lashes, which he already bears on his back, he's always very downhearted and sad because the rest of the thieves, the ones he left behind and the ones who were traveling with him, abuse and humiliate and insult him, and think very little of him, because he confessed and didn't have the courage to say his numbers. Because they say no has even fewer letters than yes, and a criminal is very lucky when his life or death depends on his own words and not on those of witnesses, or on evidence, and in my opinion, they're not too far off the mark. That is my understanding as well, responded Don Quixote. He passed on to the third prisoner and asked the question he had asked the others, and the man responded immediately, with great assurance, and said, "I'm going to my ladies the Garapas for 5 years because I didn't have 10 gold ducados." "I should gladly give 20, said Don Quixote, "to free you from this sorrowful burden." "That seems to me," responded the galley slave, "like a man who has money in the middle of the ocean and is dying of hunger and doesn't have a place where he can buy what he needs. I say this because if I'd had those 20 ducados your grace is offering me now at the right time, I'd have greased the quill of the clerk and sharpened the wits of my attorney, and today I'd be in the middle of the Plaza de Zocodover in Toledo and not on this road, chained up like a greyhound. But God is great, all you need is patience." Don Quixote passed on to the fourth prisoner, a man of venerable countenance with a white beard that hung down to his chest. Hearing himself asked the reason for his being there, he began to weep and did not say a word in reply, but the fifth prisoner served as his interpreter and said, "This honest man is going to the galleys for 4 years, having been paraded through the usual streets in robes of state and on horseback, too." "That, it seems to me," said Sancho Panza, "means he was shamed in public." "That's true," replied the galley slave. "And the crime he was punished for was trading in ears, and even in entire bodies. In other words, I mean that this gentleman is going to the galleys for being a go-between 3 and for having a hint and a touch of the sorcerer about him." "If you had not added that hint and touch," said Don Quixote, "for simply being an honest go-between, he does not deserve to be sent to the galleys to row, but to lead in command. Because the position of go-between is not for just anyone, it is an office for the discreet, one that is very necessary in a well-ordered nation and should not be practiced except by the well-born. There should be supervisors and examiners of go-betweens, as there are for other professions, with a fixed number of known appointees, similar to brokers on the exchange, and in this way many evils would be avoided which are caused because this practice and profession is filled with idiotic and dim-witted people, such as foolish women, pages, and rascals with few years and little experience. When the occasion demands that they find a solution to an important problem, they allow the crumbs to freeze between their hand and their mouth and do not know their right hand from their left. I should like to continue and give reasons why it is appropriate to choose carefully those who fulfill so necessary a function in the nation, but this is not the proper place. One day I shall speak about it to someone who can remedy the situation. For now I shall say only that the sorrow caused in me at seeing this old white head and venerable face and so much distress for being a go-between is mitigated by his being a sorcerer, although I know very well there is no sorcery in the world that can move and compel our desires. As some simple-minded folk believe, our will is free, and there is no herb or spell that can force it. What certain foolish women and lying scoundrels do is prepare concoctions and poisons with which they drive men mad, claiming they have the power to make one person love another, when, as I say, it is impossible to compel desire. That's true, said the old man, and in fact, Señor, in the matter of sorcery I was innocent, in the matter of being a go-between, I could not deny it. But I never thought I was doing wrong. My entire intention was for everybody to be happy and to live in peace and harmony, without discord or distress, but this virtuous desire did not prevent me from being sent to a place from which I do not expect to return, given the burden of my years and a urinary problem that does not give me a moment's peace. And here he began to weep again, as he had earlier, and Sancho felt so much compassion for him that he took a 4-real coin from inside his shirt and gave it to him as alms. Don Quixote moved on and asked another prisoner his crime, and he responded with not less but much more spirit and wit than the previous man. I'm here because I made too merry with 2 girls who were cousins of mine, and with 2 other sisters who weren't mine. In short, I made so merry with all of them, and the merriment complicated my family relations so much, that not even the devil can straighten it out. The case was proved, nobody showed me favor, I had no money, I almost had my gullet in a noose, they sentenced me to 6 years in the galleys, and I agreed, it's a punishment for my crime, I'm young, just let me stay alive, because where there's life there's hope. If your grace, Señor, has something to help these poor men, God will reward you in heaven, and here on earth we'll be sure to ask God in our devotions that the life and well-being of your grace be as long-lasting and as fine as your meritorious person deserves. He was dressed as a student, and one of the guards said he was a great talker and clever in Latin. Behind all of them came a man of about 30 who was very good-looking, except that one eye tended to veer slightly toward the other. He was shackled differently from the rest, because around his foot was a chain so large it encircled his entire body, and there were 2 fetters around his neck, one attached to the chain and the other, the kind called a keeper or a brace, for from which there hung 2 irons that reached to his waist, and on these were 2 manacles holding his hands and locked with a heavy padlock, so that he could not raise his hands to his mouth or lower his head to his hands. Don Quixote asked why that man wore so many more shackles than the others. The guard responded that it was because he alone had committed more crimes than all the rest combined, and was so daring and such a great villain that even though he was bound in this way, they still did not feel secure about him and were afraid he would escape. "What crimes can they be," said Don Quixote, "if they have deserved no greater punishment than his being sent to the galleys?" "He's going for 10 years, replied the guard, "which is like a civil death. All you need to know is that this is the famous Gines de Pasamonte, also known as Ginesillo de Parapilla." "Señor Commissary," the galley slave said, "just take it easy and let's not go around dropping all kinds of names and surnames. My name is Gines, not Ginesillo, and my family is from Pasamonte, not Parapilla, as you've said, and if each man looks to his own affairs, he'll have plenty to tend to." "Keep a civil tongue," replied the commissary, "you great thief, unless you want me to shut you up in a way you won't like." "It certainly seems," responded the galley slave, "that man proposes and God disposes, but one day somebody will know whether or not my name is Ginesillo de Parapilla." "Well, don't they call you that, you liar?" said the guard. "They do," responded Gines, "but I'll make sure they don't, or I'll tear out their hair and they know where. Señor, if you have anything to give us, give it, and go with God. Your wanting to know so much about other people's lives is becoming irritating, but if you want to know about mine, know that I'm Gines de Pasamonte, whose life has been written by these very fingers 5. "He's telling the truth," said the commissary. "He wrote his own history himself, as fine as you please, and he pawned the book for 200 reals and left it in prison." "And I intend to redeem it," said Gines, "even for 200 ducados." "Is it that good?" said Don Quixote. "It's so good," responded Gines, "that it's too bad for Lazarillo de Tormes and all the other books of that genre that have been or will be written. What I can tell your grace is that it deals with truths, and they are truths so appealing and entertaining that no lies can equal them." "And what is the title of the book?" asked Don Quixote. "The Life of Gines de Pasamonte," Gines replied. "And is it finished?" asked Don Quixote. "How can it be finished," he responded, "if my life isn't finished yet? What I've written goes from my birth to the moment when they sentenced me to the galleys this last time." "Then you have been there before," said Don Quixote. "To serve God and the king, I've already spent 4 years on the galleys, and I know the taste of the hardtack and the overseer's whip," responded Gines. "And I'm not too sorry to go there, because I'll have time to finish my book, for I still have lots of things to say, and on the galleys of Spain there's more leisure than I'll need, though I don't need much for what I have to write because I know it by heart." "You seem clever," said Don Quixote. "And unfortunate," responded Gines, "because misfortunes always pursue the talented." "They pursue villains," said the commissary. "I've already told you, Señor Commissary," responded Pasamonte, "to take it easy, those gentlemen didn't give you that staff of office for you to abuse us poor wretches, but to lead and guide us to wherever His Majesty commands. If not, by the life of, enough. One day those dark stains at the inn may come to light, so let's all hold our tongues, and live well, and speak better, and keep walking, the joke's gone on too long. The commissary raised his staff to strike Passamont in response to his threats, but Don Quixote placed himself between them and asked that he not abuse the prisoner, for it was not surprising that a man whose hands were so tightly bound would have a rather loose tongue. And turning to all those on the chain, he said, "From everything you have said to me, dear brothers, I deduce that although you are being punished for your faults, the penalties you are about to suffer are not to your liking, and you go to them unwillingly and involuntarily. It might be that the lack of courage this one showed under torture, that one's need of money, another's lack of favor, and finally, the twisted judgment of the judge, have been the reason for your ruination, and for not having justice on your side. All of which is pictured in my mind, and is telling, persuading, and even compelling me to show to all of you the reason that heaven put me in the world and made me profess the order of chivalry, which I do profess, and take the vow I took to favor those in need and those oppressed by the powerful. But, because I know that one of the rules of prudence is that what can be done by good means should not be done by bad, I want to ask these gentlemen, the guards and the commissary, to be so good as to unchain you and let you go in peace. There will be no lack of other men to serve the king under better circumstances, for to me it seems harsh to make slaves of those whom God and nature made free. Furthermore, these poor wretches have done nothing against you gentlemen. Each man must bear his own sin. There is a God in heaven who does not fail to punish the wicked or reward the good, and it is not right for honorable men to persecute other men who have not harmed them. I ask this quietly and calmly because if you comply, I shall have reason to thank you, and if you do not comply willingly, this lance and this sword, and the valor of this my arm, will force you to comply against your will." "A fine piece of nonsense," responded the commissary. "He's finally come out with it. He wants us to let the king's prisoners go, as if we had the authority to free them or he had the authority to order us to do so. Your Grace, Senor, be on your way, and straighten that basin you're wearing on your head, and don't go around looking for a three-legged cat. 6. "You are the cat, the rat, and the scoundrel," responded Don Quixote. Speaking and acting were all one, and he charged so quickly that he did not give the commissary time to defend himself and knocked him to the ground, wounding him with a thrust of his lance, and it was fortunate for Don Quixote that he did, for this was the man holding the flintlock. The other guards were stunned, overwhelmed by this unexpected turn of events, but they came to their senses, and those on horseback put their hands on their swords, and those on foot grasped their javelins, and they charged Don Quixote, who very calmly waited for them. Matters undoubtedly would have gone badly for him if the galley slaves, seeing the opportunity presented to them to obtain their freedom, had not attempted to achieve it by breaking the chain to which they were fettered. So great was the confusion that the guards, turning now to the galley slaves, who were breaking free, and now to Don Quixote, who was attacking them, did nothing of any use. Sancho, for his part, helped to free Gines de Passamont, who was the first to leap into the battle free and unencumbered, and, rushing at the fallen commissary, he took his sword and flintlock, and by pointing it at one and aiming it at another, without ever firing, he cleared the field of guards because they all fled from Passamont's flintlock and from the shower of stones that the galley slaves, who were free by now, were hurling at them. This made Sancho very sad, because it seemed to him that those who were fleeing would inform the Holy Brotherhood, who would then come looking for the lawbreakers, sounding the alarm, and he told this to his master and begged that they leave immediately and hide in the mountains, which were not far away. "That is all very well and good," said Don Quixote, "but I know what must be done now." And calling to all the galley slaves, who were in a state of frenzy and had stripped the commissary down to his skin, they gathered round to see what he wanted of them, and he said, "It is customary for well-born people to give thanks for the benefits they receive, and one of the sins that most offends God is ingratitude. I say this, senors, because you have already seen and had manifest proof of what you have received from me, and in payment it is my wish and desire that, bearing the chain which I removed from your necks, you immediately set out for the city of Toboso, and there appear before the lady Dulcinea of Toboso, and say that her knight, he of the sorrowful face, commends himself to her, and you will tell her, point by point, every detail of this famous adventure, up to the moment when you achieved your desired freedom. Having done this, you may go wherever you wish, and may good fortune go with you. Ginés de Pasamonte responded for all of them, and he said, "What your Grace, our Lord and Liberator, orders us to do, is absolutely impossible for us to carry out, because we cannot travel the roads together but must go our separate ways, each man on his own, trying to burrow into the bowels of the earth so as not to be found by the Holy Brotherhood, who, beyond any doubt, will come looking for us. What your Grace can do, and it is right and proper that you do so, is to change this service and tribute to the Lady Dulcinea of Toboso into a certain number of Ave Marias and Credos, which we will say on your Grace's behalf, and this is something that can be done night or day, fleeing or at rest, at peace or at war. But to think that we will go back to our miseries in Egypt, I mean to say, that we will take up our chain and set out for Toboso, is to think that night has fallen now when it is not yet 10 in the morning. Asking that of us is like asking pears of an elm tree." "Well, then, I do swear," said Don Quixote, his wrath rising, "Don Whoreson, Don Ginesillo de Parapillo, or whatever your name is, that you will go alone, your tail between your legs, and the entire chain on your back." Pasamonte was not a man of great forbearance, already aware that Don Quixote was not very sane, for he had done something so foolish as wanting to give them their freedom, and seeing himself spoken to in this way, he winked at his companions, and, moving a short distance away, they began to throw so many stones at Don Quixote that he could not even manage to protect himself with his shield, and poor Rocinante paid no more attention to his master's spurs than if he had been made of bronze. Sancho hid behind his donkey, protecting himself in this way from the hailstorm of rocks pouring down on them. Don Quixote could not shield himself as well as Sancho, for so many stones found their mark on his body, and with so much force, that they knocked him to the ground. As soon as he had fallen, the student attacked him and took the basin from his head and struck him 3 or 4 blows with it on his shoulders and smashed it an equal number of times on the ground until he had shattered it. They took a doublet he wore over his armor and would have taken his hose if the greaves of his leg armor had not prevented them from doing so. From Sancho they took his coat, leaving him in shirt sleeves. Then, after dividing among themselves the other spoils of battle, each went his separate way, more concerned with escaping the Brotherhood, which they feared, than with picking up the chain and carrying it to the Lady Dulcinea of Toboso. The donkey and Rocinante, Sancho and Don Quixote, were left alone, the donkey, pensive, with bowed head, twitching his ears from time to time, thinking that the tempest of stones had not yet ended and was still falling around his ears, Rocinante, lying beside his master, for he too had fallen to the ground in the shower of stones, Sancho, in his shirt-sleeves and afraid of the Holy Brotherhood, Don Quixote, grief-stricken at seeing himself so injured by the very people for whom he had done so much good. Chapter 23. Regarding what befell the famous Don Quixote in the Sierra Morena, which was one of the strangest adventures recounted in this true history. Seeing himself so injured, Don Quixote said to his squire, "I have always heard, Sancho, that doing good to the lowborn is throwing water into the sea. If I had believed what you told me, I should have avoided this grief, but what is done, and so patience, and let it be a lesson for the future." "Your Grace will learn the lesson," responded Sancho, "the same way I'm a Turk. But since you say that if you had believed me this trouble could have been avoided, believe me now and avoid one even greater. I'm telling you that you can't use chivalries with the Holy Brotherhood because they wouldn't give 2 maravedis for all the knights errant in the world. You should also know that their arrows already seem to be buzzing past my ears." "You are naturally a coward, Sancho," said Don Quixote, "but so that you will not say that I am stubborn and never do as you advise, on this occasion I want to take your advice and withdraw from the ferocity that frightens you so. But it must be on one condition, that never, in life or in death, are you to tell anyone that I withdrew and retreated from this danger out of fear, but only to satisfy your pleas, and if you say otherwise you will be lying, and from now until then, and then until now. I shall deny it and say that you lie, and will lie every time you think or say it. And do not reply, for merely thinking that I am withdrawing and retreating from any danger, especially this one, which seems to carry with it some small shadow of fear, is enough to make me want to remain and wait here alone, not only for the holy brotherhood which you have mentioned and fear so much, but for the brothers of the 12 tribes of Israel, and the 7 Maccabees, and Castor, and Pollux, and all the brothers and brotherhoods that there are in the world. Señor, responded Sancho, withdrawing is not running away, and waiting is not sensible when danger outweighs hope, and wise men know to save something for tomorrow and not risk everything in a single day. And you should know that even though I'm rough and low-born, I still know something about what people call proper behavior, and so don't repent of taking my advice but mod Rocinante if you can, and if not I'll help you, and follow me, because my brains tell me we need our feet now more than our hands. Don Quixote mounted, not saying another word, and with Sancho leading the way on his donkey, they entered a part of the Sierra Morena that was close by, it being Sancho's intention to cross the entire range and come out at Viso, or Almodóvar del Campo, and hide for a few days in that rugged terrain and not be found if the Brotherhood came looking for them. He had been encouraged to do so when he saw that the provisions carried on his donkey had escaped the skirmish with the galley slaves, which he deemed a miracle considering everything else they had taken away. 1. As soon as Don Quixote entered those mountains his heart filled with joy, for it was a landscape that seemed suited to the adventures he was seeking. What he recalled were the marvelous events that had befallen knights-errant in similarly desolate and wild places. He rode along, thinking of these things, so enthralled and transported that he thought of nothing else. And Sancho's only care, after deciding that the way was safe, was to satisfy his stomach with what remained of their clerical spoils, and so he rode behind his master, sitting side-saddle on his donkey as he took things out of a sack and packed them away in his belly, and did not care at all about finding any greater fortune as long as he could go along in this fashion. Then he looked up and saw that his master had stopped and with the tip of his lance was attempting to lift some kind of bundle lying on the ground, and therefore he hurried to offer his help. If necessary, he reached Don Quixote just as he lifted, with the tip of his lance, a saddle cushion with a traveling case attached to it, half rotting, or completely rotting and falling to pieces, but weighing so much that Sancho had to dismount and pick them up, and his master told him to see what was in the traveling case. Sancho did so very quickly, and although the case was closed with a chain and padlock, it was so worn and rotten that he could see what was inside, for shirts of fine cambric and some other items of linen as curious as they were clean, and in a handkerchief he found a nice pile of gold escudos, and when he saw them, he said, "Glory be to heaven for sending us a profitable adventure." And, searching further, he discovered a small diary that was richly decorated. Don Quixote asked for this but told him to keep the money for himself. Sancho kissed his hands in gratitude and emptied the case of its linen, which he packed away in the sack of provisions. All of this was observed by Don Quixote, who said, "It seems to me, Sancho, and it cannot be otherwise, that some traveler lost his way in these mountains and was set upon by ruffians, who must have killed him and carried him to this remote spot to bury him." "That can't be right," responded Sancho, "because if they were thieves, they wouldn't have left the money here." "That is true," said Don Quixote, "and therefore I cannot guess or surmise what this may be. But wait, we shall see if there is something written in this diary that will allow us to investigate and learn what we wish to know." He opened the book, and the first thing he found there, in a kind of rough draft, though written in a very fine hand, was a sonnet, and reading aloud so that Sancho could hear the poem, he read, "Either love has too little understanding, or too much cruelty, or else my grief is not equal to its cause, though it condemns me to suffer this, the harshest kind of torment. But if love is a god, then logic tells us that he is ignorant of nothing, teaches that a god's not cruel. Then, who has ordained this terrible anguish that I adore? If I say you, Phyllis, then I am wrong, for evil has no place in so much good, nor does my woe rain down on me from heaven. Soon I must die, of that I can be sure. When the cause of the sickness is unknown, only a miracle can find the cure." "From this poem," said Sancho, "you can't learn anything, unless that filly there's the one that leads the way out of the tangle." "What filly?" said Don Quixote. "It seems to me," said Sancho, that your grace mentioned some filly there. I said Phyllis, responded Don Quixote, which is undoubtedly the name of the lady about whom the author of this sonnet is complaining, and, by my faith, he seems a reasonable poet, or I know little of the art. Then, said Sancho, does your grace also know about poems? More than you think, responded Don Quixote, as you will see when you carry a letter, written in verse from top to bottom, to my lady Dulcinea of Toboso. Because I want you to know, Sancho, that all or most of the knights-errant of a bygone day were great troubadours and great musicians, for these two talents, or endowments, I should say, are attributes of enamored knights-errant. Although the truth is that the strophes of the knights of long ago have more spirit in them than skill. Your grace, read some more, said Sancho, and soon you'll find something that will satisfy us. Don Quixote turned the page and said, This is prose and seems to be a letter. The kind of letter that's a message, señor, or the legal kind? Asked Sancho. It seems at first glance to be a love letter, responded Don Quixote. Read it aloud, your grace, said Sancho. I really like things that have to do with love. I should be happy to, said Don Quixote. And, reading it aloud, as Sancho had requested, he saw that it said, Your false promise and my certain misfortune have taken me to a place from which news of my death will reach your ears before the words of my lament. You rejected me, O ungrateful lady, for one who is more than I, but not one of greater worth. But if virtue were the wealth that is held in high esteem, I would not envy the fortunes of others or weep for my own misfortunes. What your beauty erected was demolished by your actions. From the former I understood that you were an angel, and from the latter I know that you are a woman. Go in peace, cause of my conflict, and may heaven grant that the deceptions of your husband remain forever hidden, so that you need not repent of what you did, nor I take my revenge for what I do not desire. When he had finished reading the letter, Don Quixote said, Less from this than from the verses, one can assume that the man who wrote it is a scorned lover. And leafing through almost the entire notebook, he found other verses and letters, some of which he could read and others not, but what they all contained were complaints, laments, suspicions, joys and sorrows, kindnesses and slights, either celebrated or wept over. While Don Quixote was looking through the book, Sancho looked through the traveling case, and every corner of it and the cushion was searched, scrutinized, and investigated, every seam pulled apart, every tuft of wool untangled, so that nothing would be left behind for want of effort or diligence, for the escudos he had discovered, which amounted to more than 100, had awakened an enormous appetite in him. And though he did not find more than he had already found, he considered his time well spent the tossing in the blanket, the vomiting of the potion, the blessings of the staffs, the fists of the mule driver, the loss of his saddlebags, the theft of his coat, and all the hunger, thirst, and weariness he had endured in the service of his worthy lord, for it seemed to him he had been more than well rewarded when his master favored him and presented his find to him as a gift. The Knight of the Sorrowful Face was left with a great desire to know who the owner of the traveling case might be, supposing, on the basis of the sonnet and letter, the gold coins and excellent shirts, that he must be a well-born and noble lover driven to some desperate end by his lady's scorn and harsh treatment. But since no person appeared in that desolate and rugged place whom he could question, his only concern was to move on, following no other path than the one chosen by Rocinante, which tended to be the one the horse could travel most easily, and always imagining that there was bound to be some extraordinary adventure waiting for him in the thickets. Riding along, thinking these thoughts, at the top of a hill that lay ahead of him Don Quixote saw a man leaping from crag to crag and bush to bush with uncommon speed. The man appeared to be half-dressed, and he had a heavy black beard, long disheveled hair, no shoes on his feet, and nothing at all on his calves. His thighs were covered by breeches that seemed to be made of tawny velvet but were so tattered and torn that in many places his skin showed through. His head was bare, and though he moved with the speed we have mentioned, the Knight of the Sorrowful Face saw and noted all these details. He tried to follow him but could not because it was beyond the strength of Rocinante to travel that rugged ground, especially since he was by nature slow-paced and phlegmatic. Then Don Quixote imagined that the man was the owner of the saddle cushion and traveling case, and he resolved to look for him until he found him, even if he was obliged to spend a year in those mountains. And so he ordered Sancho to get off his donkey and go around one part of the mountain, and he would go around the other, and in this way they might encounter the man who had so quickly disappeared from view. "I can't do that," responded Sancho, "because when I leave your grace I'm filled with fear that plagues me with 1,000 different kinds of sudden frights and visions. And I just want to let you know this, so that from now on I won't have to move a finger's width from your presence." "So be it," said the knight of the sorrowful face. "I am very pleased that you wish to take advantage of my courage, which will not fail you even if your spirit fails your body. Come now, and follow after me slowly, or however you can, and let your eyes be like lanterns. We shall circle round this hillock, and perhaps we shall come across that man we saw who is, beyond any doubt, the owner of what we have found." To which Sancho responded, "It would be much better not to look for him, because if we find him and he's the owner of the money, of course I'll have to return it to him, so it would be better not to undertake a useless task, and let me keep it in good faith until its rightful owner appears in a way that's not so strange or troublesome, and maybe by that time I'll have spent it, and then by the king's law I won't have to pay because I'll be a pauper." "You are mistaken about that, Sancho," responded Don Quixote, "for now that we have begun to suspect who the owner is, and have had him practically in front of us, we are obliged to search for him and return the money, and if we do not search for him, the strong suspicion we have that he is the owner makes us as culpable as if he really were. Therefore, Sancho my friend, do not let the search for him grieve you, for my grief will be taken away if I find him." And so he spurred Rocinante, and Sancho followed on his customary donkey too, and when they had ridden around part of the mountain, they discovered in a stream, lying dead and half-eaten by dogs and pecked by crows, a mule that was saddled and bridled, which was further confirmation of their suspicion that the fleeing man was the owner of both the mule and the saddle cushion. As they were looking at the mule, they heard a whistle like that of a shepherd tending his flock, and suddenly, on their left, they saw a good number of goats and, behind the goats, at the top of the mountain, the goatherd, who was a very old man. Don Quixote called to him and asked him to come down. He shouted in response, asking what had brought them to this place that was rarely, if ever, visited except by goats or wolves or the other animals that lived there. Sancho responded that he should come down, and they would give him a good accounting of everything. The goatherd came down, and when he reached Don Quixote, he said, "I'll wager you're looking at the mule that's lying dead in that gully. By my faith, it's been there for 6 months. Tell me, have you run across the owner?" "We have not run across anyone," responded Don Quixote, "but we found a saddle cushion and traveling case not far from here." "I found them, too," responded the goatherd, "but I never wanted to pick them up or go near them because I was afraid there'd be trouble and they'd say I stole them. The devil's sly, and he puts things under our feet that make us stumble and fall, and we don't know how or why." "That's just what I say," responded Sancho. "I found them, too, and I didn't want to get within a stone's throw of them. I left them there, and there they remain, just as they were. I don't want a dog with a bell around its neck." 3. "Tell me, my good man," said Don Quixote, "do you know who the owner of these articles might be?" "What I can tell you," said the goatherd, "is that there's a sheepfold about 3 leagues from here, and about 6 months ago, more or less, a young gentleman came there, very courteous in his manner and bearing, riding on that same mule that's lying there dead, and with the same saddle cushion and traveling case you say you found and didn't touch. He asked us which part of this country was the most rugged and remote. We told him it was here where we are now, and that's the truth, because if you go in just half a league more, maybe you won't be able to find your way out. I'm surprised you even got this far, because there's no road or path that leads to this spot." Anyway, as I was saying, when the young man heard our answer, he turned and rode off to the place we told him about, leaving us all pleased by his good looks and surprised at his question and at how fast we saw him riding back toward the Sierra, and then we didn't see him again until a few days later, when he crossed paths with one of our shepherds, and without saying a word he went up to him and began to punch and kick him, and then he went to the donkey with the provisions and took all the bread and cheese it was carrying, and then, with that strange speed of his, he ran back and hid in the Sierra. When some of us goatherds heard about it, we went and looked for him for almost 2 days in the wildest part of the Sierra, and then we found him in the hollow of a huge old cork tree. He came out as gentle as you please, and his clothes were torn and his face was so changed and burned by the sun that we hardly recognized him, but we had seen his clothes before, and even though they were torn, we knew he was the one we were looking for. He greeted us courteously, and in a few polite words he told us not to be surprised at seeing him in that state because he was performing a certain penance that had been imposed on him because of his many sins. We begged him to tell us who he was, but we could never persuade him to. We also asked that whenever he needed food, for he couldn't get along without it, he should let us know where we could find him, and if he didn't like that idea, at least he ought to come and ask the shepherds for food and not take it from them by force. He thanked us for our offer, asked our forgiveness for his earlier attacks, and said that from then on he'd beg food in God's name and not bother anybody at all. As for his dwelling, he said he slept wherever he could find a place when night fell, and when he finished speaking he began to cry so pitifully that even if we'd been made of stone, those of us listening to him would have had to join him, considering how he looked the first time we saw him and how he looked now. Because, as I told you, he was a very handsome and pleasant young man, and his courteous and agreeable words showed that he was well-born and a gentleman, and though we were country folk, his courtesy was so great that even country folk could recognize it when we heard it. And then, when he was talking at his best, he stopped, and fell silent, and looked down at the ground for a good long time, while we were all puzzled and didn't say anything, waiting to see how the fit would end, and feeling very sorry to see him like that, because from the way he opened his eyes wide and stared at the ground for so long, not even moving an eyelash, and then closed them, pressed his lips together, and lowered his eyebrows, we knew that some kind of craziness had come over him. He soon let us know that what we thought was true, because in a great fury he jumped up from the ground where he had been lying and attacked the man closest to him, with so much violence and so much anger that if we hadn't pulled him off, he would have beaten and bitten him to death, and as he was doing this he kept saying, "Ah, false Fernando! Here is where you will pay for the wrong you did me, these hands will rip out your heart, where all the evils live and dwell together, especially fraud and deceit." To these he added other words, and all of them spoke badly of this Fernando and accused him of being a traitor and a liar. We pulled him off, with great difficulty, and without saying another word he left us and ran off into those briars and brambles so that it was impossible for us to follow him. From this we guessed that his crazy fits came and went, and that somebody named Fernando must have done something bad to him, so bad that it brought him to this state. All of which turned out to be true, since there have been many times when he comes out onto the path, sometimes to ask the shepherds to give him something to eat, and other times to take it from them by force, because when the craziness is on him, even though the shepherds offer food to him willingly, he doesn't accept it but punches them and steals it from them, and when he's in his right mind he asks for the food in God's name, courteously and reasonably, and offers up many thanks for it, and some few tears. And the truth is, señors, the goatherd continued, that yesterday 4 other herders and I, 2 helpers and 2 friends of mine, decided that we would look for him until we found him, and after we found him, whether he went willingly or we had to force him, we'd take him to the town of Almodovar, which is 8 leagues from here, and there we'd have him cured, if his sickness has a cure, or find out who he is when he's in his right mind, and if he has kinfolk we can tell about his misfortune. And this, señors, is all I can tell you about what you asked me, and you should know that the owner of the articles you found is the same half-dressed man you saw running so fast. For Don Quixote had already told him how he had seen the man leaping among the crags of the Sierra. Don Quixote was astonished at what he had heard from the goatherd and more desirous than ever to know who the unfortunate madman was, and he resolved to do what he had already thought about doing, to look for him all over the mountains, searching every corner and cave until he found him. But fate did what he was planning and hoping to do, and did it better, because at that very instant, in a ravine that led to the place where they were standing, the young man he was seeking appeared, walking and talking to himself and saying things that could not be understood up close, let alone from a distance. His dress was as it has been described, except that as he approached, Don Quixote saw that a torn leather jerkin he was wearing had been tanned with ambergris, which led him to conclude that a person who wore such clothing could not be of low category. When the young man reached them, he greeted them in a hoarse and rasping voice, but with great courtesy. Don Quixote returned the greetings with no less courtesy, and, after dismounting Rocinante, with a gallant air and presence he went forward to embrace him and held him close for a long while, as if he had known him for some time. The other man, whom we can call the ragged one of the gloomy face, as Don Quixote is he of the sorrowful one, allowed himself to be embraced, then stepped back, placed his hands on Don Quixote's shoulders, and stood looking at him as if wanting to see if he knew him, no less astonished, perhaps, at the face, form, and arms of Don Quixote than Don Quixote was at the sight of him. Finally, the first to speak after their embrace was the ragged one, and he said what will now be recounted. Chapter 24, in which the adventure of the Sierra Morena continues. The history says that Don Quixote paid very close attention to what was said by the tattered knight of the Sierra, who began to speak, saying, "Most certainly, Señor, whoever you may be, for I do not know you, I thank you for the demonstrations of affection and courtesy which you have shown me, and I wish I were in a position to respond with more than my desire to the goodwill you have displayed in your warm welcome, but my fate does not choose to give me anything with which to reciprocate your kindness except my sincere wish to do so." "And mine," responded Don Quixote, "is to serve you. Indeed, I had resolved not to leave these mountains until I had found you and learned from you if your sorrow, which your strange way of life indicates you are suffering, might have some kind of remedy, and if it did, to seek it with the greatest possible diligence. If your misfortune were one that had all doors closed to any sort of consolation, I intended to help you weep and lament to the best of my ability, for it is still a consolation in affliction to find someone who mourns with you. And if my good intentions deserve to be thanked with some courtesy, I entreat you, Señor, for the sake of the great courtesy I see in you, and I implore you, for the sake of the thing you have loved or do love most in this life, to tell me who you are and the reason that has compelled you to live and die in this desolate place like a wild animal, for you dwell among the beasts estranged from your true self, as demonstrated by your dress and your person. And I swear," Don Quixote added, "by the order of chivalry which I have received, though unworthy and a sinner, and by the profession of knight-errantry, that if, Señor, you satisfy me in this, I shall serve you with the devotion to which I am obliged by being the man I am, whether to remedy your misfortune, if it has a remedy, or to help you lament it, as I have promised you I would." The knight of the forest, who heard the knight of the sorrowful face speak in this way, did nothing but look at him, and look at him again, and look at him one more time, from head to toe, and after he had looked at him very carefully, he said, "If you have any food to give me, then give it to me in the name of God, and after I have eaten, I shall do all you ask, in gratitude for the goodwill you have shown me here." Then Sancho from his sack and the goatherd from his pouch took out food with which the ragged one satisfied his hunger, eating what they gave him as if he were stupefied, and so quickly that one mouthful followed immediately on the other, for he gulped them down instead of swallowing them, and while he ate, neither he nor those who were watching him said a word. When he had finished eating, he signaled to them to follow him, which they did, and he led them to a small green meadow just beyond a nearby crag. When he reached it he lay down on the grass, and the others did the same, all of this without a word, until the ragged one, after settling comfortably in his place, said, "If, Señors, you wish me to tell you briefly about the immensity of my misfortunes, you must promise not to interrupt the thread of my sad history with any question, or with anything else, because the moment you interrupt will be the moment my narration ends." These words of the ragged one brought to Don Quixote's mind the story his squire had told him, when he had not kept an accurate count of the number of goats that had crossed the river, and the story was never finished. But let us return to the ragged one, who continued, "I give you this warning because I would like to pass quickly through the tale of my misfortunes, since bringing them to mind only serves to add new ones, and the less you ask me, the sooner I shall finish telling you about them, though I shall not fail to relate anything of importance to the complete satisfaction of your desire." Don Quixote promised, in the name of all the others, not to interrupt, and with this assurance the ragged one began, saying, "My name is Cardenio, my home, one of the finest cities in Andalusia, my family, noble, my parents, wealthy, my misfortune, so great that my parents had to weep and my family grieve, but their wealth could not alleviate it, for worldly possessions can do little to remedy the afflictions sent by heaven. In that same city there lived a heaven, in which love placed all the glory I could desire, such as the beauty of Lucinda, a maiden as noble and as wealthy as I, but more fortunate and less firmly resolved than my honorable intentions merited. I loved Lucinda, I worshipped and adored her from my earliest youth, and she loved me with all the simplicity and innocence of her tender years. Our parents knew of our intentions and were not troubled by them because they saw clearly that, in time, these intentions could have no other end but our marriage, something that was practically guaranteed by the equality of our families and our fortunes. We matured, as did our love, until it seemed to Lucinda's father that, in deference to public opinion, he was obliged to deny me entrance to his house, almost imitating in this regard the parents of that same Thisbe praised so often by poets. And this denial added more flames to the fire and more ardor to our desire, because, although it silenced our tongues, it could not silence our pens, which, with greater freedom than tongues, tend to reveal to the person we love what is hidden in our soul, for often the presence of the beloved confuses and silences the most determined intention and the boldest tongue. Oh heavens, the letters I wrote to her! The delicate, virtuous responses I received! The songs and love poems I composed, in which I declared my soul and transcribed its sentiments, depicted its burning desires, prolonged its memories, and recreated its yearnings. Finally, finding myself in such an agitated state, and seeing that my soul was being consumed with the desire to see her, I resolved to take action and to do in a moment what seemed necessary to achieve the prize I longed for and deserved, which was to ask her father for her hand in marriage. This I did, to which he replied by thanking me for the desire to honor him, which I had demonstrated, and the wish to honor myself with his beloved treasure, but, since my father was alive, it was his rightful duty to make the request, because if it were not wholeheartedly desired and wanted by him, Lucinda was not a woman to be taken or given furtively. I thanked him for his kindness, thinking that he was correct in what he said, and that my father would agree as soon as I told him, and with this purpose in mind, I went immediately to tell my father what I desired. When I entered the room I found him with an open letter in his hand, and before I could say a word he handed it to me and said, "In this letter you will see, Cardenio, the desire that Duke Ricardo has to favor you. This Duke Ricardo, señors, as you probably know, is a grandee of Spain whose lands are the best in Andalusia." I took the letter, and read it, and it was so insistent and complimentary that even I thought it would be incorrect if my father failed to carry out what it requested, which was that he send me immediately to the Duke's estate to be a companion, not a servant, to his oldest son, and the Duke would be responsible for granting me the rank that would correspond to the esteem in which he held me. I read the letter and kept silent as I read it, especially when I heard my father say, "You will leave in 2 days' time, Cardenio, to do as the Duke desires, and you should give thanks to God for opening the way for you to achieve what I know you deserve." To these words he added others of fatherly advice. The time for my departure approached. I spoke one night to Lucinda and told her everything that had happened, and I did the same with her father, asking him to wait a few days and delay his response until I knew what Ricardo wanted of me. He promised he would, and she confirmed it with 1,000 vows and 1,000 swoons. In short, I arrived at the estate of Duke Ricardo. I was so well received and treated by him that envy immediately began its work and affected the older retainers, who thought the indications the Duke gave of wanting to favor me would work against them. The one who seemed happiest at my arrival was the Duke's younger son, named Fernando, a gallant, charming youth, magnanimous and inclined to fall in love, who in a very short time showed so great a desire for my friendship that everyone spoke of it, and although the oldest son was fond of me and favored me, he did not go as far as Don Fernando in his affectionate treatment. Now, since there are no secrets between friends, and the preference shown by Don Fernando was no longer preference but friendship, he told me all his thoughts, especially one, having to do with love, which was causing him some concern. He was in love with a peasant girl, one of his father's vassals, whose parents were very wealthy, and she was so beautiful, modest, discreet, and virtuous that no one who knew her could decide in which of these she showed greater excellence or distinction. These outstanding traits in the beautiful peasant so intensified the desires of Don Fernando that he had decided, in order to achieve his desires and conquer her integrity, to promise to be her husband, to otherwise, he would be striving for the impossible. Under the obligation imposed by his friendship, and using the best arguments I knew and the most vivid examples I could think of, I attempted to dissuade and discourage him from his intention, but seeing that it was to no avail, I resolved to tell Duke Ricardo, his father, of the matter. But Don Fernando, an astute and discerning man, suspected and feared this, for it seemed to him that I was obliged, as a good retainer, not to hide anything that could so damage the honor of my lord the Duke. And so, to distract and deceive me, he said he could find no other remedy that would remove from his thoughts the beauty that held him captive than to leave for a few months, and what he desired was for the two of us to go to my father's house, and he would tell the Duke that this was an opportunity to see and purchase some of the very good horses in my city, which is mother to the best in the world. As soon as I heard him say this, I was moved by my own affections to approve his plan as one of the most sensible anyone could imagine, and I would have done so even if it had not been as good, because it was an excellent opportunity and occasion for me to see my Lucinda again. With this thought and desire, I approved his idea and supported his plan, telling him to put it into effect as quickly as possible because, in truth, absence would do its work despite the most resolute thoughts. When he told me of his proposal, he had already, as I learned later, enjoyed the peasant girl by claiming to be her husband, and he was hoping for an opportunity to disclose this at a safe distance, fearful of what his father, the Duke, would do when he learned of his foolishness. And it happened that, since love in young men is, for the most part, nothing but appetite, which, having pleasure as its ultimate goal, ends when that goal is achieved, and what seemed to be love must recede because it cannot go beyond the limits placed on it by nature, such limits not being placed on true love. What I mean to say is that as soon as Don Fernando had enjoyed the peasant girl, his longings abated and his desires cooled, and if at first he pretended to want to go away in order to remedy them, now he really wanted to leave in order not to act on them. The Duke gave his permission and told me to accompany him. We came to my city, my father gave him a welcome proper to his rank, I saw Lucinda immediately, my desires were rekindled, though they had not been dead or dampened, and, to my sorrow, I spoke of them to Don Fernando, because it seemed to me that, given the great friendship he had shown me, I ought not hide anything from him. I praised the beauty, grace, and discretion of Lucinda in such a way that my praise awakened in him a desire to see a maiden adorned with so many virtues. I satisfied his desire, much to my misfortune, and showed her to him one night, by the light of a candle at a window where the two of us would talk. He saw her in a dressing gown, and the sight of her made him forget all the beauty he had seen until then. He fell silent, lost all sense of his surroundings, was entranced, and, finally, fell in love to the degree that you will see in the course of the story of my afflictions. To further heighten his desire, which he concealed from me and revealed only to heaven when he was alone, one day he happened to find one of her letters that asked me to ask her father for her hand, and it was so discreet, so virtuous, and so loving that when he had read it he told me that in Lucinda alone one could find concentrated the gifts of beauty and intelligence that were divided among all the other women in the world. It is certainly true, and I wish to confess now that even though I saw with what just cause Don Fernando praised Lucinda, it troubled me to hear that praise from his mouth, and I began to fear and mistrust him because not a moment went by when he did not wish to speak of Lucinda, and he would initiate the conversation about her with any far-fetched excuse, which awakened in me a certain jealousy, though not because I feared any kind of change in the goodness and good faith of Lucinda, even. So, I began to be apprehensive with regard to the very future about which she gave me assurances. Don Fernando always wanted to read the letters I sent to Lucinda and the one she sent back to me, claiming that he enjoyed the wit we both displayed. It so happened that Lucinda had asked me for a book of chivalry of which she was very fond, which was Amadis of Gaul. As soon as Don Quixote heard him mention a book of chivalry, he said, "If your grace had told me at the beginning of your history that her grace the Lady Lucinda was fond of books of chivalry, no other embellishment would have been necessary to allow me to grasp the elevation of her understanding, for I would not have considered it as fine as you, Señor, have depicted it, if it had lacked the ability to enjoy such delightful reading, and so, as far as I am concerned, There is no need to use more words in declaring her beauty, worth, and understanding, by simply knowing of this fondness, I affirm her to be the most beautiful and discreet woman in the world. I would have liked, Senor, for your grace to have sent her, along with Amadis of Gaul, the worthy Don Robel of Greece, 3 for I know that the Lady Lucinda would have enjoyed Darida and Jariah, and the shepherd Darinel's wit, and the admirable bucolic verses sung and represented by him with all charm, discretion, and eloquence. But the time may come when that lack can be corrected, and the correction can be made as soon as your grace has the goodness to return with me to my village, for there I can give you more than 300 books, which are the joy of my soul and the delight of my life, although it occurs to me that I may no longer have a single one due to the malice of evil and envious enchanters. Your grace, forgive me for having broken our promise not to interrupt your account, but when I hear things having to do with chivalry and knights-errant, I can no more not talk of them than the rays of the sun can fail to warm or those of the moon to dampen. And so, forgive me, and continue, which is the most pertinent thing now. While Don Quixote was saying what has been said, Cardenio had lowered his head to his chest, showing signs of being lost in deep thought. And although Don Quixote asked him twice to go on with his history, he did not raise his head or say a word, but after some time had gone by he did raise his head, saying, I cannot help but think, nor is there anyone in the world who can make me change my mind or lead me to believe otherwise, and whoever does not think or believe so is a villain, that the great scoundrel, the surgeon master Elisabat, was the lover of Queen Madasima, for no, by my faith. Don Quixote responded with great wrath and an oath, as was his custom. That is wicked, or rather, villainous. Queen Madasima was a very distinguished lady, and it should not be assumed that so high a princess would become the paramour of a sawbones and a quack, and whoever believes the contrary is lying, like the base scoundrel he is. And this I will make him understand, on foot or mounted, armed or unarmed, by night or by day, or in whatever manner he prefers. Cardenio looked at him attentively, for a fit of his madness had come over him and he was in no condition to go on with his story, nor was Don Quixote prepared to hear it, so vexed was he by what he had heard about Madasima. How extraordinary, for it enraged him as if she really were his true and natural queen, that is what his perverse books had done to him. And so I say that since Cardenio was mad again, and he heard himself called liar and villain and other similar insults, he did not take it lightly, and he picked up a stone that was lying near him and with it struck such a blow to Don Quixote's chest that it knocked him flat on his back. Sancho Panza, when he saw what had been done to his master, attacked the madman with a clenched fist, and the ragged one received him in such a way that with one blow he had Sancho lying at his feet, and then he jumped up and down on his ribs with great enthusiasm. The same fate awaited the goatherd, who tried to defend Sancho. And when Cardenio had battered and bruised them all, he left them and went, calmly and peaceably, to take refuge in the mountains. Sancho got to his feet and was so angry at finding himself beaten for so little cause that he tried to take his revenge on the goatherd, saying it was his fault for not having warned them that the man suffered fits of madness. If they had known this, they would have been prepared and ready to defend themselves. The goatherd responded that he had told them, and if Sancho had not heard him, he was not to blame. Sancho Panza replied, and so did the goatherd, and all the replies ended in each seizing the other's beard and exchanging so many blows that if Don Quixote had not stopped them, they would have beaten each other to a pulp. Sancho said, as he kept hold of the goatherd, Your Grace, Senor Knight of the Sorrowful Face, let me be, for with this one, who is low-born like myself and not a knight, I'm free to avenge his offense against me, fighting him hand to hand, like an honorable man. That is true, said Don Quixote, but I know he is not to blame for what has happened. Saying this, he pacified them, and Don Quixote asked the goatherd again if it would be possible to find Cardenio, because he wanted very much to know the end of his story. The goatherd said what he had said earlier, that he was not certain where he stayed, but if he wandered the area, Don Quixote could not fail to find him, either in his right mind or out of it. Chapter 25, which tells of the strange events that befell the valiant knight of La Mancha in the Sierra Morena, and of his imitation of the penance of Beltenebros I. Don Quixote took his leave of the goatherd, and mounting Rocinante once again, he told Sancho to follow him, which he did, on his donkey, very unwillingly. Gradually they were entering the most rugged part of the mountains, and Sancho, longing to talk to his master but not wanting to disobey his orders, waited for him to begin the conversation, unable to endure so much silence. However, Sancho said, "Señor Don Quixote, your grace should give me your blessing and let me leave, because now I want to go back to my house and my wife and children, for with them, at least, I'll talk and speak all I want. Your grace wanting me to go with you through these deserted places by day and by night without talking whenever I feel like it is like burying me alive. If animals could still talk the way they did in the days of Giuseppe, too, it wouldn't be so bad because I could talk to my donkey whenever I wanted to, and that would help me bear my misfortunes. It's a hard thing, and not something to be borne patiently, when a man searches his whole life and doesn't find anything but kicks and tossings in a blanket, stones and fists hitting him, and still he has to keep his mouth shut tight, not daring to say what's in his heart, like a mute." "I understand you very well, Sancho," responded Don Quixote. "You long to have the interdiction which I have placed on your tongue lifted. Consider it lifted and say whatever you wish, on the condition that this license lasts no longer than the time we spend traveling through these mountains." "That's fine," said Sancho. "Let me talk now, for only God knows what will happen later, and I'll begin to enjoy this freedom now and ask why was it that your grace defended so strongly that Queen Majimesa or whatever her name is? And what difference did it make if that Abbot 3 was her lover or not? For if your grace had let it pass, since you weren't her judge, I think the madman would have gone on with his story, and we would have avoided stones, and kicks, and more than half a dozen punches." "By my faith, Sancho," responded Don Quixote, "if you knew, as I do, what an honorable and distinguished lady Queen Madasima was, I know you would say that I showed a good deal of forbearance, for I did not smash the mouth that uttered such blasphemies. Because it is an exceedingly great blasphemy to say or think that a queen would take a surgeon as her lover. The truth of the matter is that Master Elizabeth, mentioned by the madman, was a very prudent man and a wise counselor, and he served as tutor and physician to the queen, but to think that she was his mistress is an outrage deserving of the most severe punishment. And so that you may see that Cardenio did not know what he was saying, you should realize that when he said it, he was not in his right mind." "That's just what I'm saying," said Sancho. "There wasn't any reason to pay attention to the words of a madman, because if luck hadn't been with your grace, and the stone had hit your head the way it hit your chest, then what kind of condition would we have been in to defend that lady, may God confound her? And, by my faith, Cardenio would have been pardoned because he's crazy. Against sane men and madmen, every knight-errant is obliged to defend the honor of ladies, no matter who they may be, and especially queens of such high birth and distinction as Queen Madasima, for whom I have a particular regard because of her many virtues. In addition to being beauteous, she was also very prudent and long-suffering in her calamities, of which she had many, and the advice and companionship of Master Elizabeth were of great benefit and comfort to her and helped her to endure her travail with prudence and patience. And the vulgar and lowborn took advantage of this to say and think that she was his mistress, and I say that all those who say and think such a thing lie, and lie again, and will lie another 200 times whenever they say or think it." "I don't say it and I don't think it," responded Sancho. "It's their affair and let them eat it with their bread, whether or not they were lovers. They've already made their accounting with God. I tend to my vines, it's their business, not mine. I don't stick my nose in. If you buy and lie, your purse wants to know why. Besides, naked I was born, and naked I'll die. I don't lose or gain a thing. Whatever they were, it's all the same to me. And many folks think there's bacon when there's not even a hook to hang it on. But who can put doors on a field? Let them say what they please, I don't care." "Lord save me," said Don Quixote. "What a lot of foolish things you put on the same thread, Sancho. What does the subject of our conversation have to do with the proverbs you string together like beads? If you value your life, Sancho, be quiet, and from now on tend to spurring your donkey and leave matters alone that do not concern you. And know with all 5 of your senses that everything I have done, am doing, and shall do follows the dictates of reason and the laws of chivalry, which I know better than all the knights in the world who have ever professed them." Señor, responded Sancho, is it a law of chivalry that we should wander through these mountains with no path or direction, looking for a madman who, when he's found, may feel like finishing what he began, and I don't mean his story but your grace's head in my ribs, and break them completely? I tell you again, Sancho, to be quiet, said Don Quixote, because you should know that it is not only my desire to find the madman that brings me to these parts, but also my desire to here perform a deed that will bring me perpetual fame and renown throughout the known world, and it will be so great a deed that with it I shall put the crowning touch on all that can make a knight-errant perfect and worthy of fame. And is this deed very dangerous? Asked Sancho Panza. No, responded the knight of the sorrowful face, although depending on luck and the throw of the dice, our fortunes may be either favorable or adverse, but everything will depend on your diligence. On my diligence, said Sancho. Yes, said Don Quixote, because if you return quickly from the place where I intend to send you, then my suffering will end quickly and my glory will quickly commence. And since it is not right to keep you in suspense, waiting to hear where my words will lead, I want you, Sancho, to know that the famous Amadis of Gaul was one of the most perfect knights errant. I have misspoken, not one of, but the sole, the first, the only, the lord of all those in the world during his lifetime. Bad luck and worse fortune for Don Belianis and for anyone else who may claim to be his equal in anything, because, by my troth, they are deceived. I say, too, that when a painter wishes to win fame in his art, he attempts to copy the original works of the most talented painters he knows. The same rule applies to all the important occupations and professions that serve to embellish nations, and it must be, and is, followed when the man who wishes to be known as prudent and long-suffering imitates Ulysses, in whose person and hardships Homer painted a living portrait of prudence and forbearance. Virgil, too, in the person of Aeneas, portrayed for us the valor of a devoted son and the sagacity of a valiant and experienced captain. They were depicted and described not as they were, but as they should have been, to serve as examples of virtue to men who came after them. In the same manner, Amadis was the pole star, the morning star, the sun to valiant, enamored knights, the one who should be imitated by all of us who serve under the banner of love and chivalry. This being true, and it is, then I deduce, friend Sancho, that the knight-errant who most closely imitates Amadis will be closest to attaining chivalric perfection. And one of the things in which this knight most clearly showed his prudence, valor, courage, patience, constancy, and love was when, scorned by the Lady Oriana, he withdrew to do penance on the Pena Pobre for calling himself Beltenebros, a name truly significant and suited to the life he voluntarily had chosen. It is, therefore, easier for me to imitate him in this fashion than by cleaving giants in two, beheading serpents, slaying dragons, routing armies, thwarting armadas, and undoing enchantments. And since this terrain is so appropriate for achieving that end, there is no reason not to seize opportunity by the forelock 5 when it is convenient to do so. In fact, said Sancho, what is it that your grace wants to do in this lonely place? Have I not told you already, responded Don Quixote, that I wish to imitate Amadis, playing the part of one who is desperate, a fool, a madman, thereby imitating as well the valiant Don Roland when he discovered in a fountain the signs that Angelica the Fair had committed base acts with Medoro, and his grief drove him mad, and he uprooted trees, befouled the waters of clear fountains, killed shepherds, destroyed livestock, burned huts, demolished houses, pulled down mares, and did 100,000 other unheard of things worthy of eternal renown and record? And since I do not intend to imitate Roland, or Roldan, or Orlando, or Rodolando, for he had all those names, in every detail of all the mad things he did, said, and thought, I shall, to the best of my ability, sketch an outline of those that seem most essential to me. And it well may be that I shall be content with the imitation solely of Amadis, who, with no harmful mad acts but only outbursts of weeping and grief, achieved as much fame as anyone else. It seems to me, said Sancho, that the knights who did these things were provoked and had a reason to do senseless things and penances, but what reason does your grace have for going crazy? What lady has scorned you, and what signs have you found to tell you that my lady Dulcinea of Toboso has done anything foolish with Moor or Christian? Therein lies the virtue, responded Don Quixote, and the excellence of my enterprise, for a knight-errant deserves neither glory nor thanks if he goes mad for a reason. The great achievement is to lose one's reason for no reason, and to let my lady know that if I can do this without cause, what should I not do if there were cause? Moreover, I have more than enough reason because of my long absence from her who is forever my lady, Dulcinea of Toboso, as you heard the shepherd Ambrosio say, all ills are suffered and feared by one who is absent. And so, friend Sancho, do not waste time advising me to abandon so rare, so felicitous, so extraordinary an imitation. Mad I am and mad I shall remain until you return with the reply to a letter which I intend to send with you to my lady Dulcinea. If it is such as my fidelity warrants, my madness and my penance will come to an end. If it is not, I shall truly go mad and not feel anything. Therefore, no matter her reply, I shall emerge from the struggle and travail in which you leave me, taking pleasure as a sane man in the good news you bring, or, as a madman, not suffering on account of the bad news you bear. But tell me, Sancho, have you kept the helmet of Mambrino safe? For I saw you pick it up from the ground when that ingrate tried to shatter it. But he could not, and in this we can see how finely it is tempered. To which Sancho responded, By God, Señor Knight of the Sorrowful Face, but I lose my patience and can't bear some of the things your grace says. Because of them I even imagine that everything you tell me about chivalry, and winning kingdoms and empires, and giving me insulas and granting me other favors and honors, as is the custom of knights-errant, must be nothing but empty talk and lies, and all a Hamburg or a humbug or whatever you call it. Because if anyone heard your grace calling a barber's basin the helmet of Mambrino without realizing the error after more than 4 days, what could he think but that whoever says and claims such a thing must be out of his mind? I have the basin in the bag, all dented, and I'm taking it along so I can fix it when I get home, and use it to trim my beard, if someday, by the grace of God, I ever find myself with my wife and children again. Well, Sancho, by the same oath you swore before, I swear to you, said Don Quixote, that you have the dimmest wits that any squire in the world has or ever had. Is it possible that in all the time you have traveled with me you have not yet noticed that all things having to do with knights-errant appear to be chimerical, foolish, senseless, and turned inside out? And not because they really are, but because hordes of enchanters always walk among us and alter and change everything and turn things into whatever they please, according to whether they wish to favor us or destroy us, and so, what seems to you a barber's basin seems to me the helmet of Mambrino, and will seem another thing to someone else. It was rare foresight on the part of the wise man who favors me to make what is really and truly the helmet of Mambrino seem a basin to everyone else, because it is held in such high esteem that everyone would pursue me in order to take it from me, but since they see it as only a barber's basin, they do not attempt to obtain it, as was evident when that man tried to shatter it, then left it on the ground, not taking it away with him. By my faith, if he had recognized it for what it was he never would have left it behind. Keep it, my friend, since I have no need of it for the moment. Rather, I must remove all this armor and be as naked as the day I was born, if I wish in my penance to follow Roland more than Amatus. As they were conversing, they came to the foot of a high mountain, which, almost like a peak carved out of the rock, stood alone among the many others that surrounded it. At its base there flowed a gentle stream, and all around it lay a meadow so green and luxuriant it brought joy to the eyes that gazed upon it. There were many woodland trees and plants and flowers, making it a peaceful spot. The Knight of the Sorrowful Face chose this place to carry out his penance, and so, as soon as he saw it, he began to say in a loud voice, as if he had lost his reason, This is the place I designate and choose, O heavens, to weep for the misfortune to which you have condemned me. This is the place where the humor of my eyes will increase the waters of this small stream, and my continual deep sighs will constantly move the leaves of these untamed trees in testimony to and as proof of the grief that afflicts my troubled heart. And O you rustic gods, whoever you may be, who dwell in this desolate place, hear the laments of this unfortunate lover, brought by long absence and imagined jealousy to this harsh terrain to complain and weep over the unyielding nature of that ungrateful beauty, the culmination and perfection of all human comeliness. O you nymphs and dryads, who are wont to dwell in thickets and forests, loved, although in vain, by wanton and lustful satyrs, may they ne'er disturb your sweet tranquillity, and may you help me lament my misfortune, or at least not grow weary of hearing it. O Dulcinea of Toboso, day of my night, glory of my grief, guide of my travels, star of my good fortune, may heaven grant all that thou mayest request, just as thou considereth the place and plight to which thy absence hath led me, and respondeth with the favor merited by my faithfulness. O solitary trees that from this day forth will accompany my solitude, give a sign, with the gentle movement of your branches, that my presence doth not displease you. O thou, my squire, amiable companion of my favorable and adverse adventures, take note and fix in thy mind what thou wilt see me do here, so that thou mayest recount and relate it to the sole cause of all my actions. And having said this, he dismounted Rocinante and in an instant removed the bit and saddle, and slapping the horse on the rump, he said, Liberty is given to thee by him who hath none, O steed, as great in thy deeds as thou art unfortunate in thy destiny. Goest thou whither thou wilt, for on thy forehead it is written that the hippogriff of Astolfo was not thy equal in speed, nor the renowned Frontino that cost Bradamante so dear. 6. Seeing this, Sancho said, Good luck to whoever spared us the trouble of unsaddling the grey. 7. By my faith, we would have plenty of little slaps to give that donkey, and plenty of things to say in his praise, but if he were here, I wouldn't agree to anybody unsaddling him, because there'd be no reason to. He couldn't be described as a lover or desperate, since his master, who was me so long as God was willing, wasn't those things either. The truth is, Señor Knight of the Sorrowful Face, that if my leaving and your Grace's madness are serious, it would be a good idea to saddle Rocinante again and let him take the place of the grey, which would make my going and coming shorter. If I make the trip on foot, I don't know when I'll arrive or when I'll get back, because, to make a long story short, I'm a very poor walker. What I say, Sancho, responded Don Quixote, is that it will be as you wish, for your plan does not seem to be a bad one, and I also say that 3 days hence you will leave here, because in that time I want you to see what I do and say for her sake, so that you can recount it to her. But what else do I have to see, said Sancho, besides what I've seen already? How little you know, responded Don Quixote. Now I have to tear my clothes, toss aside my armor, and hit my head against these rocks, along with other things of that nature, all of which will astonish you. For the love of God, said Sancho, your grace should be careful how you go around hitting your head, because you might come up against a boulder that's so hard that with the first blow you put an end to the whole plan for this penance. In my opinion, if your grace believes that hitting your head is necessary and you can't do this thing without it, you should be content, since it's all make-believe and fake and a joke, with knocking your head on water or something else that's soft, like cotton. Leave the rest to me, and I'll tell my lady that your grace was hitting your head against the sharp edge of a boulder that was harder than a diamond. I thank you for your good intentions, friend Sancho, responded Don Quixote, but I want you to realize that all the things I am doing are not jokes but very real, otherwise, I would be contravening the rules of chivalry that command us never to lie, or else suffer the punishment of those who relapse into sin, and doing one thing instead of another is the same as lying. And so, my head hittings have to be real, solid, and true, with no sophistry or fantasy about them. And it will be necessary for you to leave me some lint bandages to heal my wounds, since it was our misfortune to lose the bomb. Losing the donkey was more serious, responded Sancho, because when we lost him we lost the bandages and everything else. And I beg your grace to say no more about that cursed potion, just hearing its name turns my soul, not to mention my stomach. And I beg something else, just assume that the 3 days you gave me to see the mad things you do have already passed, because as far as I'm concerned, I've seen them, and judged them, and will tell wonderful things about them to my lady, so write the letter now and send me on my way, because I have a great desire to come back and take your grace out of this purgatory where I'm leaving you. You call it purgatory, Sancho, said Don Quixote. You would do better to call it hell, and even worse, if anything can be worse. Whoever's in hell, responded Sancho, nulla es retentio, 8 or so I've heard. I do not understand what retentio means, said Don Quixote. Retentio means, responded Sancho, that whoever's in hell never gets out and can't get out. Which is just the opposite of your grace, unless my feet go the wrong way when I use the spurs to liven up Rocinante. Just put me once and for all in Toboso, before my lady Dulcinea, and I'll tell her such wonders about the foolish things and the crazy things, because they amount to the same thing, that your grace has done and is still doing, that she'll become softer than a glove even if I find her harder than a cork tree. With her sweet and honeyed reply I'll come flying back through the air like a wizard, and I'll take your grace out of this purgatory that seems like hell but isn't, since there's a hope of getting out, which, as I said before, the people in hell don't have, and I don't think your grace will say otherwise." "That is true," said the knight of the sorrowful face, "but what shall we use to write the letter?" "And the order for the donkeys, too, 9," added Sancho. "Everything will be included," said Don Quixote, "and it would be a good idea, since we have no paper, to write it, as the ancients did, on the leaves of trees, or on some wax tablets, although they would be as difficult to find now as paper. But it occurs to me that it would be good, and even better than good, to write it in the notebook that belonged to Cardenio, and you will take care to have it transcribed onto paper, in a fine hand, in the first town you come to where there is a schoolmaster, or else some sacristan can transcribe it for you. But do not give it to any notary, for their writing is so difficult to read that not even Satan can understand it." "And what do we do about the signature?" said Sancho. "The letters of Amadis were never signed," responded Don Quixote. "That's fine," responded Sancho, "but the order must be signed, and if it's copied they'll say the signature is false, and I won't have my donkeys." "The order will be written in the same notebook, and it will be signed, and when my niece sees it, there will be no difficulty putting it into effect. As for the love letter, as a signature you will have them put, 'Thine until death, the knight of the sorrowful face.' And it will not matter if it is written in another's hand, because, if I remember correctly, Dulcinea does not know how to read or write, and never in her life has she seen my writing or a letter of mine, because my love and her love have always been platonic, not going beyond a virtuous glance. And even this was so infrequent that I could truly swear that in the 12 years I have loved her more than the light of these eyes that will be consumed by the earth, I have not seen her more than 4 times, and it well may be that with regard to these 4 times, she might not have noticed the one time I looked at her, such as the retirement and seclusion in which her father, Lorenzo Corchuelo, and her mother, Aldonza Nogales, have reared her." "Well, well," said Sancho. "Are you saying that Lorenzo Corchuelo's daughter, also known as Aldonza Lorenzo, is the Lady Dulcinea of Toboso?" "She is," said Don Quixote, "and she is worthy of being lady and mistress of the entire universe." "I know her very well," said Sancho, "and I can say that she can throw a metal bar just as well as the brawniest lad in the village. Praise our Maker, she's a fine girl in every way, sturdy as a horse, and just the one to pull any knight-errant or about to be errant, who has her for his lady, right out of any mud-hole he's fallen into. Damn, but she's strong. And what a voice she has! I can tell you that one day she stood on top of the village bell tower to call some shepherds who were in one of her father's fields, and even though they were more than half a league away, they heard her just as if they were standing at the foot of the tower. And the best thing about her is that she's not a prude. In fact, she's something of a trollop. She jokes with everybody and laughs and makes fun of everything. Now I say, send your knight of the sorrowful face, that your grace not only can and should do crazy things for her, but with good, 'cause you can be desperate and hang yourself. There won't be anybody who knows about it who won't say you did the right thing, even if the devil carries you off. And I'd like to be on my way, just for the chance to see her. I haven't seen her for a long time, and she must be changed by now, because women's faces become very worn when they're always out in the fields, in the sun and wind. And I confess to your grace, Señor Don Quixote, that till now I lived in great ignorance, because I really and truly thought the lady Dulcinea must be a princess your grace was in love with, or the kind of person who deserved the rich presents your grace sent to her, like the Basque and the galley slaves and probably many others, just as many as the victories your grace won in the days before I was your squire. But, thinking it over carefully, what good does it do Aldonza Lorenzo, I mean, the Lady Dulcinea of Toboso, if all those vanquished by your grace are sent and will be sent to kneel before her? Because it might be that when they arrive she's out raking flax, or on the threshing floor, and they'll run away when they see her, and she'll laugh and get angry at the present. I have already told you many times before now, Sancho, said Don Quixote, that you talk far too much, and although your wits are dull, your tongue often is sharp. However, so that you may see how foolish you are and how discerning I am, I wish to tell you a brief story. Once there was a widow who was beautiful, free, rich, and above all, easy in her ways, and she fell in love with a lay brother, a sturdy, good-looking boy. His superior learned of this, and one day he said to the good widow, in fraternal reprimand, "I am amazed, Senora, and with reason, that a woman as distinguished, as beautiful, and as rich as your grace has fallen in love with a man as crude, as base, and as stupid as he, when there are in this house so many masters, so many scholars, so many theologians, among whom your grace could make a selection as if you were choosing pears, saying, 'I want this one but not the other.'" But she responded with a good deal of wit and verve, "Your grace, senor, is very much mistaken, and you are thinking in an old-fashioned way if you think I have chosen badly, no matter how stupid he may seem to you, because considering the reason I love and want him, he knows as much philosophy as Aristotle, and even more. In the same way, Sancho, because of my love for Dulcinea of Toboso, she is worth as much as the highest princess on earth. And yes, not every poet who praises a lady, calling her by another name, really has one. Do you think the Amaryllises, Phyllises, Sylvias, Dianas, Galatias, Alitas, and all the rest that fill books, ballads, barbershops, and theaters are really ladies of flesh and blood who belong to those who celebrate them? No, of course not, for most are imagined in order to provide a subject for their verses, and so that people will think of them as lovers and as men who have the capacity to be lovers. And therefore it is enough for me to think and believe that my good Aldonza Lorenzo is beautiful and virtuous. As for her lineage, it matters little, for no one is going to investigate it in order to give her a robe of office, and I can think she is the highest princess in the world. Because you should know, Sancho, if you do not know already, that two things inspire love more than any other. They are great beauty and a good name, and these two things reach their consummation in Dulcinea, for in beauty, no one is her equal, and as for a good name, few can approach her. And to conclude, I imagine that everything I say is true, no more and no less, and I depict her in my imagination as I wish her to be in beauty and in distinction, and Helen cannot approach her, Lucretia cannot match her, nor can any of the other famous women of past ages, Greek, barbarian, or Latin. Let each man say what he chooses. If because of this I am criticized by the ignorant, I shall not be chastised by the learned. I say that your grace is correct in everything, responded Sancho, and that I am an ass. But I don't know why my mouth says ass, when you shouldn't mention rope in the hanged man's house. But let's have the letter, and I'll say goodbye and be on my way. Don Quixote took out the notebook, moved off to one side, and very calmly began to write the letter, and when he had finished, he called Sancho and said he wanted to read it to him so that Sancho could commit it to memory in the event he lost it along the way, for his own misfortune was such that it was reasonable to fear the worst. To which Sancho responded, "Your grace should write it 2 or 3 times in the book, and give it to me, and I'll take good care of it, because it's foolish to think I'll commit it to memory. Mine is so bad I often forget my own name. But even so, your grace should read it to me, and I'll be very happy to hear it, for it must be perfect." "Listen, then, for this is what it says," said Don Quixote. Letter from Don Quixote to Dulcinea of Toboso. Supreme and most high lady. He who is sore wounded by the sharp blade of absence, he whose heartstrings are broken, most gentle Dulcinea of Toboso, sendeth thee wishes for the well-being he doth not have. If thy beauty scorneth me, if thy great merit opposeth me, if thy disdain standeth firm against me, e'en though I possess a goodly portion of forbearance, I shall not be able to endure this affliction, which is both grievous and long-lasting. My good squire, Sancho, will recount the entire tale to thee, O ungrateful beauty! O my beloved enemy! Regarding the state in which I findeth myself for thy sake, if it be thy desire to succor me, I am thine; if not, do as thou pleaseth, for by ending my life I shall have satisfied both thy cruelty and mine own desire. Thine until death. The Knight of the Sorrowful Face. By my father's life, said Sancho when he heard the letter, that's the highest thing I've ever heard. Confound it, but how your grace says everything anyone could want, and how well the Knight of the Sorrowful Face fits into the closing. I'm telling the truth when I say your grace is the devil himself, and there's nothing your grace doesn't know. Everything is necessary, responded Don Quixote, for the profession I follow. Well, then, said Sancho, your grace just has to make a note on the other page about the 3 donkeys, and sign it very clearly so that when they see it they'll know the signature. It will be my pleasure, said Don Quixote. And when he had written it, he read it to Sancho, and it said, Señora, my niece, your grace will arrange, by means of this order for donkeys, the presentation to Sancho Panza, my squire, of 3 of the 5 said animals which I left behind and which are in your grace's charge. These aforementioned 3 donkeys I hereby order immediately transferred as payment for others herewith received, which shall comprise, by this compensatory writ, full and complete payment thereof. Duly executed in the heart of the Sierra Morena on the 22nd day of August of the current year. That's fine, said Sancho. Now your grace should sign it. It is not necessary to sign it, said Don Quixote. All I need do is add my mark and flourish, which is the same as a signature and enough for 3 donkeys, and even for 300. I trust in your grace, responded Sancho. Let me go and saddle Rocinante, and let your grace get ready to give me your blessing, for I plan to leave right away without seeing the crazy things your grace is going to do, though I'll say I saw you do more than anyone could wish. At least, Sancho, I want, because it is necessary, I want you to see me naked and performing 1 or 2 dozen mad acts, which will take me less than half an hour, because if you have seen them with your own eyes, you can safely swear to any others you might wish to add, and I assure you that you will not recount as many as I intend to perform. For the love of God, Señor, don't let me see your grace naked, for that will make me feel so bad I won't be able to stop crying, and my head's in such a state after the crying I did last night over my grey that I'm in no mood for any more tears. If it's your grace's wish that I see some crazy actions, do them fully dressed, and let them be brief and to the point. Especially because none of this is necessary for me, and like I said before, I want to shorten the time it takes me to get back here with the news your grace desires and deserves. Otherwise, let the lady Dulcinea get ready, and if she doesn't answer the way she should, I make a solemn vow to God that I'll get a good answer out of her stomach if I have to kick her and slap her. Because how can anybody stand for a knight-errant as famous as your grace to go crazy, without rhyme or reason, for the sake of a... And don't let her make me say it, because by God I'll tear everything apart and never look back. And I'm the one who can do it. She doesn't know me. By my faith, if she knew me she'd think twice. Well, Sancho, said Don Quixote, it seems you are no saner than I. I'm not as crazy, responded Sancho, I just have a more choleric nature. But, leaving that aside, what will your grace eat until I get back? Will you go out to the road, like Cardenio, and take food from the shepherds? Do not concern yourself with that, responded Don Quixote, because even if I had food, I would eat nothing but the plants and fruits that this meadow and these trees might offer me, for the elegance of my plan lies in not eating and in suffering other comparable hardships. Goodbye, then. But, does your grace know what I'm afraid of? That I won't be able to find this place again, it's so out of the way. Take careful note of the landmarks, and I shall try not to leave the vicinity, said Don Quixote, and I shall even be sure to climb up to the highest peaks to watch for your return. Better yet, so that you will not make a mistake and lose your way, you should cut some of the broom that grows in such abundance here, and place the stalks at intervals along the way until you reach level ground, and they will serve as markers and signs, as did the thread of Perseus 10 in the labyrinth, so that you can find me when you return. I'll do that, responded Sancho Panza. And after cutting some stalks of broom, he asked for his master's blessing, and, not without many tears on both their parts, he took his leave. He mounted Rocinante, whom Don Quixote commended to his care, saying he should attend to him as to his own person, and he set out for the plain, scattering stalks of broom at intervals, as his master had advised. And so he left, although Don Quixote was still urging him to watch at least 2 mad acts. But he had not gone 100 paces when he turned and said, Señor, your grace is right, so that I can swear with a clear conscience that I saw you do crazy things. It would be a good idea for me to see at least one, even though I've already seen a pretty big one in your grace's staying here. "Did I not tell you so?" said Don Quixote. "Wait, Sancho, and I shall do them before you can say a credo." And hastily he pulled off his breeches and was left wearing only his skin and shirt-tails, and then, without further ado, he kicked his heels twice, turned 2 cartwheels with his head down and his feet in the air, and revealed certain things. Sancho, in order not to see them again, pulled on Rocinante's reins and turned him around, satisfied and convinced that he could swear his master had lost his mind. And so we shall let him go on his way until his return, which did not take long. Chapter 26, in which the elegant deeds performed by an enamored Don Quixote in the Sierra Morena continue. Returning to the account of what the Knight of the Sorrowful Face did after he found himself alone, the history relates that when Don Quixote, with his upper parts clothed and his bottom parts naked, finished his leaps and turns and saw that Sancho, not wishing to see more mad acts, had departed, he climbed to the top of a high crag, and there he pondered what he had so often pondered without ever reaching a decision, which was whether it would be better and more appropriate for him to imitate Roland in his excessive madness or Amadis in his melancholy, and talking to himself, he said, "If Roland was as good and valiant a knight as everyone says, why should anyone be surprised? After all, he was enchanted, and no one could kill him except by placing a pin in the bottom of his foot, and he always wore shoes with 7 metal soles, although such stratagems did him little good against Bernardo del Carpio, who understood them, and crushed him in his arms at Roncesvalles. But, his valor aside, we come to the matter of his losing his mind, and it is certain that he lost it because of the signs to which fortune led him and the news the shepherd gave him that Angelica had taken more than 2 siestas with Medoro, a little curly-haired Moor who was Agramant's page, and if he understood this to be true, and his lady had committed so great a wrong against him, he did not do much by going mad. But how can I imitate him in his madness if I do not imitate him in its cause? Because I shall go so far as to swear that my Dulcinea of Toboso has not in all her days seen a single Moor just as he is, in his own clothing, and that she is today as she was on the day she was born, and it would be a grievous affront if I, imagining anything else about her, were to go mad with the type of madness that afflicted Roland in his fury. On the other hand, I see that Amadis of Gaul, without losing his mind and without performing mad acts, achieved as much fame as a lover as anyone else, because what he did, according to his history, was simply that finding himself scorned by his lady Oriana, who had ordered him not to appear in her presence until she so willed it, he withdrew to the Pena Pobre, in the company of a hermit, and there he had his fill of weeping and commending himself to God, until heaven hearkened to his pleas in the midst of his greatest travail and need. And if that is true, as it most certainly is, why should I now go to the trouble of tearing off all my clothes or causing grief to these trees, which have never done me any harm whatsoever? Nor do I have reason to muddy the clear waters of these streams, or I may drink whenever I wish. Long live the memory of Amadis, and let him be imitated in every way possible by Don Quixote of La Mancha, about whom it will be said, as it was said of the other, that if he did not achieve great things, he died in the effort to perform them, and if I am not scorned and disdained by Dulcinea of Toboso, it is enough, as I have said, to be absent from her. Well, then, to work. Let the actions of Amadis come to mind and show me where I must begin to imitate them. I already know that for the most part he prayed and commended himself to God, but what shall I use for a rosary, since I do not have one? Then he thought of what he could do, and he tore a long strip from his shirt-tails and tied 11 knots in it, one larger than the rest, and this served as his rosary during the time he was there. When he said a million Ave Marias. One, he was greatly troubled at not finding a hermit nearby who would hear his confession and console him, and so he spent his time walking through the meadow, writing and scratching on the tree trunks and in the fine sand many verses, all of them suited to his sorrow, and some of them praising Dulcinea. But the only ones that were found complete, and that could be read after they were discovered, were these. O trees, grasses, and plants that in this spot do dwell so verdant, tall, abundant, if you find no joy in my ill, then hear my honest complaints. Let not my grief alarm you even when it brings dire fears, for to pay and recompense you, Don Quixote here shed tears for his absent Dulcinea of Toboso. Here in this place, this season, the truest, most faithful lover hides his face from his lady, and has been made to suffer untold torments without reason. Love buffets him about in merciless battle and quarrel, and so, till he filled a barrel. Don Quixote here shed tears for his absent Dulcinea of Toboso. Questing for high adventures among boulders and rocky tors, and cursing a heart made of stone, for in this wild desolation he finds naught but misadventures, love lashed him with a cruel whip, not with a gentle cordon, and when it scourged his nape Don Quixote here shed tears for his absent Dulcinea of Toboso. A cause of no small laughter in those who discovered these verses was the of Toboso appended to the name of Dulcinea, because they imagined that Don Quixote must have imagined that if, when he named Dulcinea, he did not also say of Toboso, the stanza would not be understood, and this in fact was true, as he later confessed. He wrote many other stanzas, but, as we have said, no more than these three could be read in their entirety. He spent his time writing, sighing, and calling on the fauns and satyrs of the woods, and the nymphs of the rivers, and on grieving, tearful Echo to answer and console and hear him. He also searched for plants that would sustain him until Sancho returned, and if the squire had taken 3 weeks instead of 3 days, the knight of the sorrowful face would have been so altered that not even his own mother would have known him. It would be a good idea to leave him enveloped in sighs and verses and to recount what befell Sancho Panza as he traveled on his mission. When he came out onto the king's highway, he began to look for the road to Toboso, and the next day he reached the inn where he had suffered the misfortune of the blanket, and no sooner had he seen it than it seemed to him that once again he was flying through the air, and he did not want to go inside even though he had arrived at an hour when he could and should have done so, since it was time to eat and he longed to enjoy something hot, because for many days he had eaten nothing but cold food. This necessity drove him to approach the inn, still doubtful as to whether he should go in or not, and while he was hesitating, 2 people came out of the inn and recognized him immediately. And one said to the other, "Tell me, Señor Licentiate, that man on the horse, isn't he Sancho Panza, the one our adventurer's housekeeper said had left with her master to be his squire?" "It is," said the licentiate, "and that's the horse of our Don Quixote." And they knew him so well because they were the priest and barber of his village, the ones who had held a public proceeding and scrutinized the books. As soon as they recognized Sancho Panza and Rocinante, they wished to have news of Don Quixote, and they approached, and the priest called him by name, saying, "Friend Sancho Panza, where is your master?" Sancho Panza knew who they were and decided to hide the place and condition in which he had left his master, and so he replied that his master was busy somewhere with something that was very important to him, but by the eyes in his head he could not reveal what it was. "No, no, Sancho Panza," said the barber, "if you don't tell us where he is, we'll think, and we already do think, that you killed and robbed him, since you're riding his horse. As a matter of fact, you'd better tell us where the horse's owner is or you'll regret it." "There's no reason to threaten me. I'm not the kind of man who robs or kills anybody. Let each man be killed by fate or by God who made him. My master is doing penance in the middle of those mountains, as happy as can be." And then, in a rush and without stopping, he told them of the state in which he had left him, and the adventures that had befallen him, and how he was carrying a letter to the lady Dulcinea of Toboso, who was the daughter of Lorenzo Corchuelo and the one with whom his master was head over heels in love. They were both astonished at what Sancho Panza told them, and although they already knew of the madness of Don Quixote, and knew what kind of madness it was, whenever they heard about it they were astonished all over again. They asked Sancho Panza to show them the letter he was carrying to the lady Dulcinea of Toboso. He said it was written in a notebook, and his master had ordered him to have it copied onto paper in the first town he came to. The priest replied that he should show it to him, and he would copy it in a very fine hand. Sancho Panza put his hand in the bosom of his shirt, looking for the notebook, but he did not find it and would not have found it if he had looked for it from then until now, because Don Quixote had kept it and had not given it to him, and he had not remembered to ask for it. When Sancho saw that he could not find the book, his face turned deathly pale, and quickly patting down his entire body again, he saw again that he could not find it, and without further ado he put both hands to his beard and tore out half of it, and then, very quickly and without stopping, he punched himself 6 times on the face and nose until they were bathed in blood. Seeing which, the priest and the barber asked him what had happened to drive him to such lengths. "What else could have happened," responded Sancho, "except that from one moment to the next, in an instant, I've lost 3 donkeys, each one as sturdy as a castle?" "How did that happen?" replied the barber. "I've lost the notebook," responded Sancho, "that had the letter to Dulcinea, and a document signed by her uncle that told his niece to give me 3 of the 4 or 5 donkeys he has at home." And he recounted the loss of the grey. The priest consoled him and told him that when they found his master, he would revalidate the order and write the transfer out on paper, as was the usual custom, since the ones written in notebooks were never accepted or executed. This comforted Sancho, and he said that if this was true, he did not feel too bad about losing the letter to Dulcinea because he knew it almost by heart, and it could be copied wherever and whenever they wished. "Then tell it to us, Sancho," said the barber, "and we'll copy it later." Sancho Panza stopped and scratched his head to bring the letter to mind, and he stood now on one foot, now on the other. Sometimes he looked at the ground, sometimes at the sky, and after a very long while, when he had gnawed off half a fingertip, keeping those who were waiting for him to speak in suspense, he said, "By God, Señor Licentiate, may the devil carry away what I remember of the letter, but at the beginning it did say, 'High and sullied lady.'" "It wouldn't," said the barber, "say sullied, but supreme or sovereign lady." "That's right," said Sancho. "Then, as I recall, it went on to say, as I recall, this ignorant and sleepless and sore-wounded man kisses the hands of your grace, ungrateful and unrecognized beauty, and then something about health and sickness that he was sending her, and then it just went along until it ended with thine until death, the night of the sorrowful face." They both derived no small pleasure from Sancho Panza's good memory, and they praised him for it and asked him to repeat the letter 2 more times so that they too could commit it to memory and copy it at the proper time. Sancho repeated it 3 more times, and each time he said another 3,000 pieces of nonsense. Following this, he recounted other things that had happened to his master but did not say a word about being tossed in the blanket in that same in which he refused to enter. He also told them how his master, if he brought back a favorable reply promptly from the lady Dulcinea of Toboso, would set out to try to become an emperor, or at least a monarch. That's what the 2 of them had agreed to, and it was an easy thing for his master to do, given the valor of his person and the strength of his arm. When he had done this, his master would arrange for him to marry, because by then he could not be anything but a widower, and Don Quixote would give him as his wife one of the ladies in waiting to the empress, and she would inherit a rich large estate on terra firma, without any insulars or insulas, because he didn't want them anymore. Sancho said this with so much serenity, wiping his nose from time to time, and so little rationality, that the 2 men were astonished again as they considered how powerful the madness of Don Quixote was, for it had pulled along after it the good sense of this poor man. They did not want to make the effort to disabuse him of the error in which he found himself, for it seemed to them that since it was not injurious to his conscience, it would be better to leave him where he was so that they would have the pleasure of hearing his foolishness. And so they told him to pray to God for the well-being of his master, for it was possible and even probable that with the passage of time he would become an emperor, as he said, or an archbishop, at the very least, or some other equivalent high office. To which Sancho responded, "Señors, if fortune turns her will so that my master decides not to be an emperor but an archbishop, I'd like to know now, what do archbishops errant usually give their squires?" "Usually," responded the priest, "they give some benefice, a simple one or a parish, or they make him a sacristan, with a very nice fixed income, in addition to other fees that bring in more income." "For that it would be necessary," replied Sancho, "for the squire not to be married, and to know at least how to assist at mass, and if that's true, then woe is me, for I'm married and don't know the first letter of the alphabet. What will happen to me if my master decides to be an archbishop and not an emperor, which is the usage and custom of knights errant?" "Don't worry, friend Sancho," said the barber, "for we'll ask your master, and advise him, and even present it to him as a matter of conscience, that he should become an emperor and not an archbishop, which will be easier for him since he's more soldier than student." "That's what I think, too," responded Sancho, "though I can say that he has a talent for everything. What I plan to do, for my part, is pray to our Lord to put him in the place that's best for him and where he can do the most favors for me." "You speak with good judgment," said the priest, "and will act like a good Christian. But what has to be done now is to arrange to remove your master from that useless penance in which you say he is engaged. In order to think of the best way to do that, and to eat something, since it's time for supper, it would be a good idea for us to go into this inn." Sancho said that they should go in and he would wait for them outside, and later he would tell them the reason he wasn't going in and why it wouldn't be a good idea if he did, but he asked them to bring out something hot for him to eat, as well as barley for Rocinante. They went inside and left him alone, and a short while later the barber brought him some food. Then, when they had thought carefully about how they would accomplish what they desired, the priest had an idea that would appeal to Don Quixote and achieve what they wanted. He told the barber that what he had thought was that he would dress in the clothes of a wandering maiden, and the barber would look as much like a squire as possible, and they would go to the place where Don Quixote was doing penance, the maiden pretending to be an afflicted damsel in distress who would ask a boon, which, as a valiant knight-errant, he could not fail to grant. And the boon would be to follow her wherever she might lead, to undo a great wrong that an evil knight had done unto her, and she would implore him as well not to request that she remove her mask, or ask any other question regarding her estate and fortune until such time as he had righted the injustice so wrongfully done unto her by that base knight. The priest believed beyond any doubt that Don Quixote would comply with everything asked of him in those terms, and in this manner they would take him from that place and bring him home to his village, where they would try to see if there was a cure for his strange madness. Chapter 27. Concerning how the priest and the barber carried out their plan, along with other matters worthy of being recounted in this great history. The barber did not think the priest's invention was a bad idea. In fact, it seemed so good that they immediately began to put it into effect. They asked the innkeeper's wife for a skirt and bonnet, giving her as security one of the priest's new cassocks. The barber made a long beard out of a gray or red oxtail where the innkeeper hung his comb. The innkeeper's wife asked why they wanted those things. The priest told her briefly about Don Quixote's madness, and how the disguises were just the thing to get him out of the mountains, which is where he was now. Then the innkeeper and his wife realized that the madman had been their guest, the one who made the bomb and was the master of the squire who had been tossed in the blanket, and they recounted to the priest everything that had happened, not keeping silent about the things Sancho had kept so secret. In short, the innkeeper's wife outfitted the priest in the most remarkable fashion. She dressed him in a woolen skirt with black velvet stripes a handspan wide, and all of them slashed, and a bodice of green velvet adorned with white satin binding, and both the bodice and the skirt must have been made in the days of King Wamba.1. The priest did not permit his head to be adorned, but he did put on a cap of quilted linen that he wore to sleep at night, and tied it around the front with a band of black taffeta, and with another band he fashioned a mask that covered his beard and face very well. He pulled his broad-brimmed hat down tightly on his head, and it was so large he could have used it as a parasol. He wrapped himself in his cape and mounted his mule side saddle, the barber, with a beard somewhere between red and white that hung down to his waist and was made, as we have said, from the tail of a reddish ox, mounted his mule as well. They said goodbye to everyone, including the good Maritornes, who promised to say a rosary, although a sinner, and asked God to grant them success in so arduous and Christian an enterprise as the one they had undertaken. But as soon as he had ridden out of the inn, it occurred to the priest that he was committing an error by dressing in that manner, for it was an indecent thing for a member of the clergy to do, no matter how important the end. He told this to the barber and asked him to trade clothes with him, since it would be better if the barber was the damsel in distress and the priest played the part of the squire. In this way his office would be less profaned. But if the barber did not want to make the change, he had decided to go no further, even if the devil made off with Don Quixote. At this point Sancho approached, and when he saw the two of them in those clothes, he could not control his laughter. The barber, in fact, agreed to everything the priest said, and as they traded disguises, the priest informed him how he should behave and the words he had to say to Don Quixote in order to move and oblige him to go away with him and leave the place he had chosen for his useless penance. The barber responded that he had no need of instruction and would do everything perfectly. He did not want to put on his disguise until they were near the place where they would find Don Quixote, and so he folded the garments, and the priest adjusted the beard, and they continued their journey, led by Sancho Panza, who recounted what had happened with the madman they had come across in the Sierra, although he did hide the discovery of the traveling case and everything that was in it, for although he was a fool, the squire was somewhat greedy. On the following day, they reached the place where Sancho had made the trail of brooms so that he could find the spot where he had left his master, and when he saw this, he said that this was the way into the mountains and they ought to put on their disguises if that was needed to achieve his master's freedom. They had told him earlier that doing what they were doing and dressing in that fashion were crucial to freeing his master from the injudicious life he had chosen, and they had charged him repeatedly that he was not to tell his master who they were, or that he knew them. If his master asked, as he was bound to ask, if he had given the letter to Dulcinea, he was to say yes, and because she did not know how to read she had spoken her reply, saying that she ordered him, under pain of her displeasure, to come to see her immediately, and it was very important because with this, and what they intended to say to him, they were certain they could turn him to a better life and set him on the road to becoming an emperor or a monarch. As for becoming an archbishop, there was no reason to worry about that. Sancho listened to everything, and noted it carefully in his mind, and thanked them profusely for their intention to advise his master to be an emperor and not an archbishop, because in his opinion, as far as granting favors to their squires was concerned, emperors could do more than archbishops errant. He also said it would be a good idea if he went first and found his master and told him his lady's reply, for that would probably be enough to make him leave the place, saving them a good deal of trouble. What Sancho said seemed reasonable, and they decided to wait until he came back with the news that he had found his master. Sancho entered the ravines of the Sierra, leaving the priest and barber in one where a small, gentle stream ran in the cool, pleasant shade cast by other rocky crags and the trees that grew all around. They had come there on a day in August, and the heat was intense, particularly in that area. The time was 3 in the afternoon, making the spot even more pleasant, and inviting them to wait until Sancho returned, which is what they did. While the two men were resting in the shade, a voice unaccompanied by the music of any other instrument reached their ears, and it sounded so sweet and delicate that they were more than a little taken aback, for the place did not seem the kind where there would be anyone who could sing so well. Although it is often said that in the forests and fields one can find shepherds with extremely fine voices, these are more the exaggerations of poets than the truth. They were especially surprised when they realized that they were hearing the verses not of rustic shepherds but of learned courtiers. And in confirmation of this truth, these were the verses they heard. Who makes all my joy to wane? Disdain. And who prolongs this misery? Jealousy. And who assails and tears my patience? Absence. And therefore, in my deep-felt sorrow, I see no cure on the morrow, for I am killed by hope in vain, absence, jealousy, and disdain. Who causes me to sigh and grieve? Love. And who deems glories not my portion? Fortune. And who augments my grief by 7? Heaven. And therefore, in profound unease I fear I'll die of this disease, for my enemies, I can prove, are heaven, fortune, and love. Who, then, will improve my fate? Death. And who in love claims victory? Perfidy. And who can make its ills grow less? Madness. And therefore, it's no act of reason to attempt to cure this passion when the remedies, in truth, are madness, perfidy, and death. The hour, the weather, the solitude, the voice, and the skill of the one who was singing caused both wonder and pleasure in the two who were listening, and they remained quiet, hoping they would hear more, but seeing that the silence lasted for some time, they resolved to look for the musician who sang with so beautiful a voice. And as they were about to do so, the same voice kept them from moving, for again it reached their ears, singing this sonnet. Sonnet. Most sacred friendship who, with rapid wings, while your mere semblance stayed here on the ground, flew, full of joy, up to the vaults of heaven to mingle with the blessed in paradise, and there on high, you show us, when you wish, fair harmony concealed behind a veil through which, at times, there gleams a fervent zeal to do good works that ne'er yield aught but ill. Leave heaven, friendship, or no more allow deceit to don the livery of your house and use it to destroy an earnest will. If you take not your semblance from deceit, the world will soon return to its first strife, the chaos and dark disquiet of discord. The song ended with a profound sigh, and the two men waited again, listening attentively for more singing, but seeing that the music had turned to sobs and pitiful laments, they decided to learn who the aggrieved person was who sang so beautifully and wept so mournfully. Before they had gone very far, they walked behind a rocky crag and saw a man whose figure and appearance were the same as those described by Sancho Panza when he told them the story of Cardenio, and this man, when he saw them, did not become agitated but remained motionless, his head lowered as if he were lost in thought, and he did not raise his eyes again to look at them after the first glance, when they had appeared so unexpectedly. The priest, who was a well-spoken man and already knew of Cardenio's misfortune, for he had recognized who he was, approached him, and in brief though very perceptive words implored and exhorted him to leave the wretched life he was pursuing there or else he might lose his life, which would be the greatest of all misfortunes. At that moment Cardenio was completely rational, free of the fits of madness that so often drove him to fury, and when he saw them dressed in clothing so different from that worn by the men who wandered those desolate places, he could not help but be astonished, especially when he heard his affairs discussed as if they were common knowledge, for the words the priest said led him to this conclusion, and he responded in this manner. I see clearly, senors, whoever you may be, that heaven, watching over the good, and even the bad very often, through no merit of my own has sent me, in this solitary place so far removed from ordinary human commerce, persons who have set before me, with vivid and varied reasons, how lacking in reason I am to live the life I lead, and have attempted to turn me away from this life and toward a better one. But since you do not know that I know that if I leave this evil I fall into another even greater, perhaps you consider me a man whose power of reasoning is weak and, even worse, one who has no judgment at all. It would not be surprising if that were the case, because it is evident to me that in my imagination the power of my afflictions is so intense and contributes so much to my ruination that I am powerless to prevent it, and I become like a stone, bereft of all sense and awareness. I become conscious of this truth only when people tell me and show me the evidence of the things I have done while that terrible attack has control over me, and all I can do is lament my fate in vain, and curse it to no avail, and offer as an excuse for my mad acts the recounting of their cause to all who wish to hear it, for if rational men see the cause, they will not be surprised by the effects, and if they cannot help me, at least they will not blame me, and anger at my outbursts will be transformed into pity for my misfortunes. If you, senors, have come with the same intention that has brought others here, before you go any further in your wise arguments I ask you to hear the as yet unfinished account of my tribulations, because perhaps when you have, you will spare yourselves the trouble of offering consolation for an affliction that is inconsolable. The two men, who wanted nothing else but to hear from Cardenio's own lips the reason for his ills, asked that he tell it to them and said they would do only what he wished, either to help or to console him. Then the aggrieved gentleman began his pitiful history with almost the same words and phrases he had used to relate it to Don Quixote and the goatherd a few days earlier, when, as this history has recounted, because of Master Elisabat and Don Quixote's punctilious defense of chivalric decorum, the tale was not concluded. But now it was their good fortune that the attack of madness was over, giving Cardenio an opportunity to narrate his tale to the end, and so, when he came to the letter Don Fernando had found in the volume of Amadis of Gaul, Cardenio said he knew it by heart, and what it said was this. Lucinda to Cardenio. Each day I discover in you virtues that oblige and compel me to value you even more, and therefore, if you wish to free me from this debt without attaching my honor, you could do so very easily. I have a father who knows you and loves me, and he, without forcing my will, can meet the obligation of what it is reasonable for you to have, if in fact you value me as you say, and as I believe you do. This letter moved me to ask for Lucinda's hand. As I have told you, it was the reason Don Fernando considered Lucinda to be one of the most intelligent and prudent women of her time. This letter was the one that filled him with the desire to destroy me before my own desires could be realized. I told Don Fernando what Lucinda's father had said about my father's asking for her hand, which I did not dare mention to my father for fear he would not agree, not because he did not know Lucinda's quality, worth, virtue, and beauty, or that she possessed more than enough excellent traits to ennoble any family in Spain, but because I understood that he did not wish me to marry until he knew what Duke Ricardo had planned for me. In short, I told him I had not risked speaking to my father, for this reason and many others that made me fearful, although I did not know precisely what they were, except that it seemed to me that what I desired would never become a reality. To all of this Don Fernando replied that he would assume the responsibility of speaking to my father and persuading him to speak to Lucinda's father. O ambitious Marius, O cruel Catalina, O wicked Sulla, O lying Galilean, O traitorous Felito, O vengeful Julian, O greedy Judas. Traitorous, cruel, vengeful, and lying man, what disservice had been done to you by this wretch who so openly revealed to you the secrets and joys of his heart? How did I offend you? What words did I say, what advice did I give that was not intended to increase your honor or your advantage? But woe is me! Why do I complain? Everyone knows that when misfortunes are brought by the course of the stars, hurtling down from on high with fury and violence, no power on earth can stop them, no human effort can prevent them. Who could imagine that Don Fernando, an illustrious and intelligent nobleman under obligation to me for my services, and able to attain whatever his amorous desire might demand no matter where it turned, would, as they say, bother to burden his conscience by taking from me my only sheep, one that I did not yet possess? But let us put such considerations aside, for they are futile and unprofitable, and take up again the broken thread of my unfortunate history. I shall tell you, then, that Don Fernando thought my presence would be troublesome to him when he put his false and evil idea into effect, and he resolved to send me to his older brother with a request for money to pay for 6 horses, which he intentionally bought for the sole purpose of having me leave, in order to achieve more easily his reprehensible purpose, and on the same day that he offered to speak to my father he asked me to go for the money. Could I foresee this betrayal? Could I, by some chance, even imagine it? No, of course not. Instead, with great pleasure I offered to leave immediately, gratified at the good purchase he had made. That night I spoke to Lucinda, and told her what I had arranged with Don Fernando, and said she should be confident that our virtuous and honest desires would be realized. She, as unaware as I of Don Fernando's perfidy, told me to try to return home quickly because she believed that the fulfillment of our desires would take no longer than the time it took for my father to speak to her father. I do not know why, but after she said this her eyes filled with tears, and the lump in her throat kept her from speaking another word of the many that, it seemed to me, she was attempting to say. I was taken aback by this uncommon emotion, which I had not seen in her before, because whenever we spoke, on the occasions when good fortune and my diligence permitted it, it was with joy and gladness, and our conversations were not mixed with tears, sighs, jealousies, suspicions, or fears. I would exalt my happiness because heaven had granted me Lucinda as my lady. I exaggerated her beauty and marveled at her virtue and understanding. She returned the favor, praising in me those things that she, as a woman in love, found worthy of praise. We would tell each other 1,000 trifles, things that had happened to our neighbors and friends, and the limit of my boldness was to grasp, almost by force, one of her beautiful white hands and raise it to my lips, or as far as the constraints of the grating that divided us would allow. But on the night that preceded the sad day of my departure, she wept, moaned, sighed, and then withdrew, leaving me full of confusion and alarm, apprehensive at having seen such new and melancholy signs of Lucinda's sorrow and grief. In order not to destroy my hopes, I attributed everything to the strength of the love she had for me and the sadness that absence usually causes in those who truly love each other. In short, I set out sad and pensive, my soul filled with imaginings and suspicions, not knowing what I suspected or imagined. These were clear signs of the sad, grievous events that lay ahead of me. I reached my destination and gave the letters to Don Fernando's brother. I was well received but not well dismissed, because much to my displeasure he told me to wait for a week, in a place where his father, the Duke, would not see me, because Don Fernando had asked that he send back with me a certain sum of money without his father's knowledge. All of this was an invention of the false Don Fernando, for his brother had enough money to allow me to leave without delay. This was an order and command that I was inclined to disobey because it seemed impossible to endure so many days away from Lucinda, especially since I had left her filled with the sadness I have recounted to you, yet I obeyed, like a good servant, even though I saw that it would be at the cost of my well-being. But 4 days after my arrival a man came looking for me with a letter, which he gave to me, and by the address I knew it was from Lucinda because the writing was hers. I opened it, fearful and apprehensive, believing that something very important had moved her to write to me when I was far away, for when I was near she did so very rarely. I asked the man, before I read it, who had given it to him and how long the journey had taken. He said that he happened to be walking down a street in the city at noon, and a very beautiful lady called to him from a window, her eyes filled with tears, and said to him very urgently, "Brother, if you are a Christian, as you seem to be, for the love of God I beg you to take this letter as quickly as you can to the place and person written here in the address, for both of them are well known, and by doing this you will do a great service to our Lord, and so that you can derive some advantage from this, take what is in this handkerchief." And then the man said, "She threw down from the window a knotted handkerchief that contained 100 reals and this gold ring, and the letter that I've given to you." And, without waiting for my reply, she left the window, though first she saw me take the letter and the handkerchief, and signaled to her that I would do as she had asked. And so, seeing myself so well paid for any difficulty I might have in bringing it to you, and knowing by the address that you were the person for whom it intended, because, Senor, I know very well who you are, and being obliged as well by the tears of that beautiful lady, I decided not to trust anyone else and came myself to hand it to you, and I have been traveling for the 16 hours since it was given to me, and as you know, the distance is 18 leagues. While the grateful and noble courier was saying this to me, I hung on his every word, my legs trembling so much I could barely stand. And then I opened the letter and saw that it contained these words: "Don Fernando's promise to you that he would speak to your father about speaking to mine has been carried out more to his pleasure than to your benefit. Know then, Senor, that he has asked for my hand in marriage, and my father, carried away by the advantage he thinks Don Fernando has over you, has agreed to everything he wishes, and with so much enthusiasm that in 2 days' time the betrothal will take place, so secretly and so privately that the only witnesses will be heaven and a few of our servants. Imagine the state I am in. If you come, you will see it, and you will know, in the outcome of this business, whether or not I love you dearly. May it please God that this reaches your hands before my hand finds itself joined with that of one who does not know how to keep the faith he promises." These, in short, were the words the letter contained, which made me set out immediately, not waiting for any other reply or any other money, for I realized very clearly then that it was the purchase not of horses but of his own pleasure that had moved Don Fernando to send me to his brother. The anger I felt toward Don Fernando, together with my fear of losing the treasure I had earned with so many years of service and devotion, gave me wings, for almost as if I had flown, by the next day I reached my city at precisely the right time to go and speak with Lucinda. I entered in secret, having left my mule at the house of the good man who had brought me the letter, and as luck would have it, I was fortunate enough to find Lucinda at the grating that had been witness to our love. Lucinda knew me immediately, and I knew her, but not as she should have known me, and I her. But who in the world can boast that he has penetrated and understood the confused thought and mutable condition of a woman? No one, certainly. I tell you, then, that as soon as Lucinda saw me, she said, "Cardenio, I am dressed for the wedding, the traitorous Don Fernando and my avaricious father are waiting for me in the drawing-room, along with other witnesses who will see my death rather than my marriage. Do not be perturbed, dear friend, but try to be present at this sacrifice, which, since it could not be prevented by my words, my hidden dagger, which could deter even more determined forces, will put an end to my life and a beginning to your knowledge of the love I have had and still have for you." I responded urgently and in great agitation, fearful I would not have enough time to answer her. "May your deeds, Senora, confirm the truth of your words. If you carry a dagger as proof of your sincerity, I am carrying a sword with which to defend you or kill myself, if our luck is unfavorable." I do not believe she could hear everything I said because I heard them calling to her with some urgency, for the bridegroom was waiting. With this the night of my sorrow closed over me and the sun of my joy set. I was left with no light in my eyes and no power of reason in my understanding. I could not find the way into her house, I could not even move, but considering how important my presence was to whatever might occur, I did the best I could to rouse myself, and I walked into her house, since I knew all its entrances and exits very well, and especially because of the secret tumult that reigned there. No one saw me. Unseen, I was able to hide in the alcove of a window in the drawing room, concealed by two tapestries hanging next to each other, and looking between them, unseen, I could see everything that happened in the drawing room. How can I tell you now about the pounding of my heart as I stood there, or the thoughts that occurred to me, or the deliberations I made? For there were so many and were of such a nature that they cannot and should not be told. It is enough for you to know that the bridegroom entered the drawing room unadorned, wearing the ordinary clothes he usually wore. As best man he had one of Lucinda's first cousins, and in the entire drawing room there was no outsider but only the servants of the house. A short while later, Lucinda emerged from an antechamber, accompanied by her mother and two of her ladies' maids, and she was dressed and adorned as handsomely as her rank and beauty deserved, the very perfection of courtly elegance and charm. My uncertainty and confusion did not permit me to observe and notice the particulars of what she was wearing. I could see only the colors, which were scarlet and white, and the brilliance of the gems and jewels on her headdress and all over her costume, all of it surpassed by the singular beauty of her lovely blonde tresses, which, in comparison to the precious stones, and the light from the four flambeaux in the drawing room, offered greater brilliance to the eye. O memory, mortal enemy of my repose! What is the good of picturing for me now the incomparable beauty of my adored enemy? Would it not be better, cruel memory, if you recalled and pictured for me what she did then, so that I, moved by so manifest a wrong, can attempt, if not to avenge it, at least to lose my own life? Do not be vexed, Seigneurs, at hearing these digressions of mine, for my grief is not the kind that can or should be recounted succinctly and in passing, for each of its circumstances seems to me worthy of a long discourse. To which the priest responded that not only were they not vexed at listening to him, they were pleased by the details he recounted, for they were of the sort that should not be passed over in silence and deserved the same attention as the principal part of the story. Well, then, Cardenio continued, when we were all in the drawing room, the parish priest came in and took both of them by the hand in order to do what the ceremony requires, and when he said, "Do you, Señora Lucinda, take Señor Don Fernando, here present, to be your lawful wedded husband, as decreed by Holy Mother Church?" I extended my head and neck between the two tapestries, and with attentive ears and my soul in distress I listened for Lucinda's response, expecting her reply to be either a sentence of death or the affirmation of my life. Oh, if only I had dared to come out then and shout, "Ah, Lucinda, Lucinda! Think what you are doing, consider what you owe me, remember that you are mine and cannot belong to another. Realize that your saying yes and the end of my life are all one. Ah, you traitor, Don Fernando, thief of my glory, death of my life! What do you want? What are you seeking? Consider that as a Christian you cannot attain the object of your desires because Lucinda is my wife and I am her husband. Ah, madman that I am! Now that I am absent and far from danger, I say I should have done what I did not do. Now that I have allowed the theft of my most precious jewel, I curse the thief upon whom I could have wreaked my vengeance if I would have had as much courage for that as I do for my laments. In short, I was a coward and a fool then, and it is no surprise that I am dying now ashamed, repentant, and mad. The priest was waiting for Lucinda's reply, and she took a long time to give it, and when I thought she would take out the dagger to prove her sincerity, or would loosen her tongue to utter a truth or reproach that would redound to my benefit, I heard her say in a weak, faint voice, "Yes, I do," and Don Fernando said the same, and gave her the ring, and they were joined in an indissoluble bond. The groom moved to embrace his bride, and she, placing her hand over her heart, fainted into her mother's arms. All that remains now is to tell you the state I was in when I saw, in the sound of her yes, the mockery of my hopes, the falsity of Lucinda's words and promises, and the impossibility of ever retrieving the treasure I had lost at that instant. I was left with nothing, abandoned, it seemed to me, by all of heaven, the enemy of the earth that sustained me, air denied me breath for my sighs, water denied its humor for my eyes, only fire grew stronger so that my entire being burned with rage and jealousy. Everyone became agitated at Lucinda's swoon, and when her mother loosened her bodice to give her air, a sealed letter was discovered, which Don Fernando immediately took and began to read in the light of one of the flambeaux. When he finished reading it, he sat on a chair and rested his cheek in his hand, like a man lost in thought, and took no part in the remedies administered to his wife to help her recover. Seeing the agitation of everyone in the house, I dared come out, regardless of whether anyone saw me or not, resolved that if I were seen, I would do something so rash that everyone would understand the righteous determination in my heart to punish the false Don Fernando and even the fickle, swooning traitor. But my fate, which must be saving me for even greater ills, if there can possibly be any, decreed that I would have a surfeit at that moment of the reason I have been lacking ever since. And so, not wishing to take revenge on my greatest enemies, which, since I was so far from their minds, would have been an easy thing to do, I decided to turn my hand and inflict on myself the punishment they deserved, perhaps with even greater severity than if I had killed them then and there, for if death is sudden, the punishment is soon over, but death that is extended by torture goes on killing but does not end life. In short, I departed that house and went to the one where I had left my mule. I had it saddled, and without saying goodbye to anyone I mounted and left the city, not daring, like a second Lot, to look back. When I found myself alone in the countryside, and the darkness of the night covered me and its silence invited my lamentations, with no misgiving or fear that I would be heard or recognized, I freed my voice and liberated my tongue and hurled curses at Lucinda and Don Fernando as if that would avenge the wrong they had done me. I called her cruel, ungrateful, false, thankless, and above all, greedy, for my enemy's wealth had closed the eyes of her love, taking it from me and giving it to one with whom fortune had been more generous and munificent. In the midst of this rush of curses and vituperations, I excused her, saying it was no surprise that a young girl, cloistered in the house of her parents, accustomed and trained to always obey them, would have wanted to accede to their wishes, since they were giving her as a husband and nobleman who was so distinguished, so wealthy, and so gallant that if she refused, it might be thought that she had no judgment, or that her desire lay elsewhere, something that would do grave harm to her good name and reputation. Then I said the opposite. If she had said I was her husband, they would have seen that in choosing me she had not made so bad a choice that they could not forgive her. Before Don Fernando presented himself to them, they could not, if they kept their desires within reason, have wished for a better man than I to be their daughter's husband, and she, before placing herself in the critical position of being compelled to give her hand, could very well have said that I had already pledged her mind. And in that case I would have come forth and agreed to any tale she might have invented. In short, I decided that too little love, too little judgment, too much ambition, and too much desire for wealth had made her forget the words with which she had deceived, encouraged, and sustained me in my firm hopes and virtuous desires. With these arguments and this disquiet I traveled the rest of the night, and at dawn I came upon a way into these mountains, where I rode for another 3 days, with no direction or goal of any kind, until I reached some meadows, though I do not know on which side of the mountains they may be, and there I asked some drovers where I could find the harshest terrain in the Sierra. They told me it lay in this direction. I traveled here, intending to end my life, and as I was entering these desolate places my mule collapsed, dead of exhaustion and hunger, or, what I believe is more likely, to free itself of the useless burden it was carrying. I was left on foot, humbled by nature, broken by hunger, not having, and not planning to look for, anyone to help me. I do not know how long I lay there on the ground, but then I woke, and was not hungry, and there were goatherds with me who undoubtedly were the ones who helped me in my need, because they told me how they had found me, and how I was saying so many foolish things and raving so much that I clearly had lost my reason. From that time on I have felt that I am not always in my right mind, and my reason is so damaged and weak that I do 1,000 mad acts, tearing my clothes, shouting in these desolate places, cursing my fate, and repeating in vain the beloved name of my enemy, having no other purpose or intention than to shout my life to an end. When I come back to myself, I am so tired and bruised I can barely move. My most common abode is in the hollow of a cork tree, large enough to shelter this miserable body. The drovers and goatherds who wander these mountains, moved by charity, sustain me, placing food along the paths and around the rocky crags where they know I may pass by and find it, and so, although I may be out of my mind at the time, the demands of nature allow me to recognize sustenance and awaken in me the desire to want it and the will to take it. When I am rational, they tell me that at other times I go out onto the paths and take food by force, though they willingly give it to me, from the shepherds who carry it up from the village to the sheepfolds. In this manner I spend my miserable and intemperate life until it is heaven's will that it come to an end, or my memory does, so that I cannot remember the beauty and betrayal of Lucinda and the wrong done to me by Don Fernando. If heaven does this without taking my life, I shall turn my thoughts to more reasonable discourse. If not, all I can do is pray that heaven has mercy on my soul, for I do not have the courage or strength to remove my body from this rigorous and difficult place where I have chosen to put it. This is, Señors, the bitter history of my misfortune. Tell me if it is such that it can be heard with less grief than you have seen in me, and do not bother to persuade or counsel me with what reason tells you can be beneficial or helpful to me, for it will profit me as much as the medicine prescribed by a famous physician for a patient who refuses to take it. I do not want health without Lucinda, and since she has chosen to belong to another when she was, or should have been, mine, I choose affliction as my portion when it could have been good fortune. She wanted, with her fickleness, to make my destruction constant. I want, by trying to destroy myself, to satisfy her desire, and it will be an example to those who come after me that I lacked only what all unfortunate men have in abundance, for whom the impossibility of finding any comfort is a consolation, but for me it is reason for even greater griefs and ills, because I think they will not end even with death. Here Cardenio ended the long recounting of his history, as unfortunate as it was amorous. As the priest was preparing to say some words of consolation to him, he was interrupted by a voice, and they heard it saying in pitiable accents what will be told in the fourth part of this narration, for here the third part was concluded by that wise and judicious historian Cide Hamete Benengeli. Part 4 of the ingenious gentleman Don Quixote of La Mancha. Chapter 28, which recounts the novel and agreeable adventure that befell the priest and the barber in the Sierra Morena. Most happy and fortunate were the days when the bold knight Don Quixote of La Mancha sallied forth into the world, since, because of his honorable resolve to resuscitate and return to the world the lost and dying order of knight-errantry, we can now enjoy in our own time, which is so in need of joyful entertainment, not only the sweetness of his true history, but also the stories and episodes that appear in it and are, in some ways, no less agreeable and artful and true than the history itself, which, following its tortuous, winding, and meandering thread, recounts that as the priest was preparing to console Cardenio, he was prevented from doing so by a voice that reached his ears and, in melancholy accents, said, "Oh, God! Let it be true that I have found the place that can serve as the hidden tomb for the heavy burden of this body, which I so unwillingly bear. It is, if the solitude promised by these mountains is not a lie. Oh, woe is me, what agreeable companions these rocks and brambles will be for my purpose. They will allow me, with my laments, to communicate my affliction to heaven, for there is none on earth from whom one can expect counsel for one's doubts, relief for one's complaints, or remedy for one's ills." All of these words were heard and heeded by the priest and his companions, and because it seemed to them, as was the case, that they were being said nearby, they went to look for the one who spoke them, and they had not gone 20 paces when, behind a crag, they saw, sitting at the foot of an ash tree, a boy dressed as a peasant, and since his face was lowered as he bathed his feet in the stream that ran there, for the moment they could not see it, they approached so silently that he did not hear them, for he was attentive to nothing else but bathing his feet, which looked exactly like 2 pieces of white crystal that had been borne there among the other stones in the stream. Stunned by the whiteness and beauty of those feet, which, it seemed to them, were not made to walk on clods or follow after a plough and oxen, as suggested by their owner's clothing, and seeing that they had not been detected, the priest, who walked at their head, signaled to the others to crouch down and hide behind some nearby rocks, and all of them did so, looking carefully at what the boy was doing. He wore a short dun-colored jerkin wrapped tightly around his body with white fabric. He also wore breeches and leggings of coarse dun wool and on his head a dun cloth cap. The leggings were raised to the middle of his calves, which, beyond all doubt, seemed like white alabaster. He finished washing his beautiful feet, and then, with a scarf that he took from beneath his cap, he dried them, and as he removed the scarf, he lifted his face, and those who were watching had the opportunity to see an incomparable beauty, so great that Cardenio said to the priest in a low voice, "This, since it is not Lucinda, is no human being but a divine creature." The boy removed his cap, shook his head from side to side, and tresses that the rays of the sun might have envied began to loosen and tumble down. With this, they realized that the person who seemed to be a peasant was an exquisite woman, the most beautiful ever seen by the eyes of the priest, the barber, and even Cardenio. If he had not already gazed upon Lucinda, he later affirmed that only Lucinda's beauty could compare with hers. Her long blonde hair covered not only her back, but was so abundant and thick that it concealed the rest of her body as well, except for her feet. For a comb she used her hands, and if her feet in the water had looked like pieces of crystal, her hands and her hair seemed like driven snow, all of which further astonished those who were looking at her and made them even more desirous of knowing who she was. For this reason they resolved to show themselves, and at the sound they made as they rose to their feet the beautiful girl lifted her head, and moving the hair away from her eyes with both hands, she looked at those who were making the sound. As soon as she saw them she leaped up, and, not taking the time to put on her shoes or pin up her hair, she quickly seized a bundle that was beside her and seemed to contain clothes, and attempted to flee, filled with confusion and alarm, but she had not taken 6 steps when, her delicate feet unable to withstand the jagged rocks, she fell to the ground. When the 3 men saw this they drew near, and the priest was the first to speak, saying, "Stop, Senora, whoever you may be, those you see here intend only to serve you. There is no need for so importunate a flight, because your feet will not endure it, and we shall not consent to it." Frightened and bewildered, she did not say a word in reply. And so they approached her, and the priest, taking her by the hand, continued to speak. "What your clothes, Senora, deny, your hair reveals, a clear indication that the reasons cannot be inconsequential for disguising your beauty in clothing so unworthy and bringing it to so desolate a place, where it is fortunate we have found you, if not to provide a remedy for your ills, at least to give you counsel, for as long as one has life, no ill can be so worrisome or reach so great an extreme that the one afflicted refuses even to listen to well-intentioned advice. And so, my dear Senora, or Senor, or whatever it is you wish to be, set aside the perturbation that the sight of us has caused you, and recount to us your situation, good or bad, for in all of us together, or in each of us separately, you will find someone to help you lament your misfortunes." As the priest spoke these words, the disguised girl seemed stupefied, looking at all of them, not moving her lips or saying a word, like a village rustic who was suddenly shown rare and strange things he has never seen before. But the priest continued speaking to the same effect until she heaved a deep sigh, broke her silence, and said, "Since the solitude of these mountains has not sufficed to hide me, and the loosening of my disheveled hair does not permit my tongue to lie, it would be useless for me to pretend something that you would believe more for the sake of courtesy than for any other reason. Assuming this, I shall say, Senors, that I thank you for the offer you have made, which places me under the obligation to satisfy you in everything you have asked, although I fear that the recounting of my misfortunes will cause you to feel grief as well as compassion, for you will find no remedy to alleviate them or consolation to allay them. Nonetheless, so that you will have no doubts about my honor, and since you have already learned that I am a woman, and have seen that I am alone and dressed in these clothes, things which, together or separately, can overthrow any honest reputation, I shall tell you what I should prefer to keep quiet, if I could." The one who seemed so beautiful a woman said this without hesitating, and with so fluid a tongue and so gentle a voice that they were astounded as much by her intelligence as her beauty. And repeating their offers, and their pleas that she keep her promise, she did not need to be asked again, but after putting on her shoes with all modesty and pinning up her hair, she settled down on a rock, with the 3 men gathered around her, and making an effort to hold back the tears that came to her eyes, in a calm, clear voice she began the history of her life in this manner. Here in Andalusia there is a place from which a duke takes his title, making him one of those who are called the grandees of Spain. 1 He has 2 sons, the elder, the heir to his estate and, apparently, to his good character, and the younger, and what he is heir to I do not know other than the treacheries of Velito and the lies of Galilan. My parents, vassals to this lord, are of humble lineage but so wealthy that if the goods of their natural station were equal to those of their fortune, they would have nothing more to desire, nor would I have had any fear of finding myself as wretched as I am now, for perhaps my misfortune is born of theirs because they were not born noble. It is certainly true that they are not so low-born as to be offended by their state, nor so high-born that they can erase from my imagination the idea that my misfortune comes from their humble station. They, in short, are farmers, simple people with no mixture of any objectionable races, what are called the oldest of old Christians, but so rich that their wealth and luxurious way of life are slowly gaining for them the name of gentlefolk, even of nobility. The greatest wealth and nobility that they boasted of, however, was having me as their daughter, and since they had no other heir, daughter or son, and were very loving, I was one of the most pampered daughters ever doted on by her parents. I was the mirror in which they saw their reflection, the staff of their old age, and the object, after heaven, of all their desires. These were virtuous and matched mine precisely. And just as I was mistress of their hearts, I was also mistress of their estate. Servants were hired and dismissed by me, the accounts of what was planted and harvested passed through my hands, as did the production of the oil and wine presses, the numbers of livestock, large and small, and the beehives. In short, I kept the accounts of everything that a rich farmer like my father can and does have, and was steward and mistress, with so much care on my part and so much satisfaction on theirs that I cannot express it adequately. My times of leisure, after I had attended to overseers, foremen, and other laborers, I spent in activities both proper and necessary for young women, such as those offered by the needle and pincushion and, at times, the distaff. When I left these activities to refresh my spirit, I would spend the time reading a book of devotions, or playing the harp, for experience had shown me that music soothes unsettled minds and alleviates troubles arising from the spirit. This, then, was the life I led in my parents' house, and if I have recounted it in so much detail, it has not been to boast or to show you that I am rich, but so that you can see how blamelessly I have come from that happy state to the unfortunate one in which I find myself now. The truth is that my life was devoted to so many occupations, and was so cloistered, that it could have been compared to that of a convent, and I was not seen, I thought, by anyone other than the household servants, because on the days I went to mass it was so early, and I was so well chaperoned by my mother and by maids, and so modestly covered, that my eyes could barely see more than the ground where I placed my feet, yet the eyes of love, or, rather, of indolence, not even a lynx's eyes are. Sharper saw me, and I attracted the attention of Don Fernando, for this is the name of the younger son of the Duke I mentioned to you. As soon as the one telling the tale mentioned Don Fernando, Cardenio turned pale, and began to perspire, and became so agitated that when the priest and the barber looked at him, they feared he would suffer an attack of the madness that, they had been told, overcame him from time to time. But Cardenio did nothing more than perspire and remain very still, staring fixedly at her and imagining who she was, and she, not observing the changes in Cardenio, continued her history, saying, "No sooner had he seen me than, as he said later, he was smitten with love, as his subsequent actions made clear. But to conclude quickly with the story of my misfortunes, which have no conclusion, I want to pass over in silence the efforts of Don Fernando to declare his desire to me. He bribed all the household servants and gave and offered gifts and favors to my kin. The days were all celebrations and festivals on my street. At night the music prevented everyone from sleeping. The love letters that mysteriously came into my hands were infinite, filled with a lover's words and offers, and more promises and vows than the letters used to write them. All of which not only did not soften my heart, but hardened it as if he were my mortal enemy, and everything he did to turn me to his will had the contrary effect, not because I disliked Don Fernando's gallantry or thought his wooing excessive, for it pleased me somehow to find myself so loved and esteemed by so distinguished a gentleman, nor did it trouble me to see my praises in his letters, for no matter how homely we women may be, it seems to me we always like to hear ourselves called beautiful. But my modesty opposed all this, as did the continual advice offered by my parents, who were well aware of Don Fernando's desire, for by now he did not care at all if everyone knew about it. My parents would tell me that their honor and reputation had been placed for safekeeping in my virtue and chastity, and I should consider the difference in rank between me and Don Fernando, which would allow me to see that his thoughts, although he said otherwise, were directed more toward his pleasure than my benefit, and if I wished to put up some kind of obstacle to make him abandon his unwarranted courtship, they would marry me immediately to whomever I chose from among the most notable men in our town and all the neighboring towns. Everything could be hoped for because of their great wealth and my good reputation. With these firm promises, as well as the truth of what my parents were telling me, I strengthened my resolve and refused to say a single word to Don Fernando in reply that might suggest even a distant hope of achieving his desire. All my precautions, which he probably interpreted as disdain, must have been the reason for his lascivious appetite becoming even more inflamed, for that is the name I wished to give to the desire he revealed to me. If it had been what it should have been, you would not know of it now because there would have been no occasion for me to tell you about it. In short, Don Fernando learned that my parents were about to arrange my marriage in order to deprive him of any hope of possessing me, or, at least, to provide me with more safeguards to protect me, and this news or suspicion was the reason for his doing what you will now hear. One night I was in my bedroom, my sole companion a lady's maid, the doors carefully locked so that my virtue would not be in danger through some oversight, without knowing or imagining how, despite these precautions and preventive measures, and in the solitude of this silent retreat, I found him standing before me. The sight of him perturbed me so much that I lost the sight in my own eyes, and my tongue became mute and I was incapable of crying out, nor do I think he would have allowed me to do so, because he immediately approached and took me in his arms, because, as I have said, I was so distraught I did not have the strength to defend myself, and began to speak in such a manner that I do not know how it is possible for a lie to be so skillful and its words so cleverly arranged that they seemed to be the truth. The traitor's tears gave credibility to his words, his sighs confirmed their intention. I, poor girl, alone in the midst of my people, and inexperienced in such matters, began, I do not know how, to think his falsehoods were true, though his tears and sighs could not move me to a compassion that was less than virtuous. And so, as my initial fright faded, I began to recover some of my courage, and with more spirit than I thought I had, I said to him, if, Señor, I were in the clutches of a savage lion as I am in your arms now, and I could be sure of freeing myself by doing or saying something to the detriment of my modesty, I could no more do or say it than I could undo the past. Therefore, if you hold my body fast in your arms, my soul is bound by my virtuous desires, which are entirely different from yours, as you will see if you attempt to achieve them by force. I am your vassal, but not your slave. The nobility of your blood does not have nor should it have the power to dishonor and scorn the humbleness of mine. I, a low-born farmer, esteem myself as much as you, a noble lord, esteem yourself. Your force will have no effect on me, your wealth will hold no value for me, your words will not deceive me, and your sighs and tears will not soften me. If I were to see any of the things that I have mentioned in the man to whom my parents were to give me in marriage, I would adjust my will to his, and my will would not deviate from his in any way. As long as I were to keep my honor, even without desire I should willingly give what you, Señor, are now attempting to obtain by force. I have said this because you must not think that a man who is not my legitimate husband can obtain anything from me. If this is all that concerns you, O beautiful Dorothea, for that is the name of this unfortunate woman, said the traitorous nobleman, here and now I offer you my hand to be your husband, and let heaven, which sees all things, and the image of Our Lady that you have here, bear witness to this truth. When Cardenio heard her say that her name was Dorothea, he became agitated again, confirming the truth of his initial suspicion, but he did not want to interrupt the story, for he wished to see how it turned out. Although he almost knew the ending, he said only, "Then Dorothea is your name, Señora? I have heard of another with the same name whose misfortunes may be equal to your own. Go on, then, and in time I shall tell you things that will cause you both astonishment and compassion." Dorothea listened to Cardenio's words and noticed his strange, ragged clothes and asked that if he knew anything about her affairs, he should tell her so immediately, for if fortune had left her with anything of value, it was the courage to endure any disaster that might occur, since in her opinion nothing could be worse than the one that had already befallen her. "If what I imagine were true, I should lose no time, Señora," responded Cardenio, "in telling you what I think, but now is not the right time, and it is not at all important that you know it." "Whatever it may be," responded Dorothea, "I shall go on with my story. Don Fernando picked up a holy image that was in the room and called on it to witness our betrothal. With persuasive words and extraordinary vows, he promised to be my husband, although before he finished speaking, I told him to think about what he was doing and to consider how angry his father would be to see him married to a peasant, his vassal. He should not allow my beauty, such as it was, to blind him, for it was not great enough for him to find in it an excuse for his mistake. If he wished to do me a good turn for the sake of the love he felt for me, he would let my fate conform to the demands of my rank, for in marriages that are so unequal, the joy with which they begin never lasts very long. All of these words that I have said now I said to him then, as well as many others that I cannot recall, but they had no effect and could not deflect him from his purpose, just as a man who has no intention of paying buys in haste, ignoring all the reasons he should not make the purchase. And then I had a brief dialogue with myself, saying, yes, I shall not be the first woman who by way of matrimony has risen from a humble to a noble estate, and Don Fernando will not be the first man moved by beauty, or irrational attraction, which is more likely, to take a wife unequal to him in rank. If I am not doing anything that has not been done before, it is a good idea to accept the honor that fate offers me, even if the love he shows me lasts no longer than the satisfaction of his desire, for after all, in the sight of God I shall be his wife. And if I try to reject him with disdain, I can see that if he does not achieve his ends in the proper way, he will use force, and I shall be dishonored and have no excuse when I am blamed by those who do not know how blamelessly I find myself in this situation. What arguments will be enough to persuade my parents, and others, that this nobleman entered my bedroom without my consent? All of these questions and answers I resolved in an instant in my imagination, and even more important, I began to feel inclined to what was, without my knowing it, my perdition, convinced by Don Fernando's vows, the witnesses he called upon, the tears he shed, and, finally, his disposition and gallantry, which, along with so many displays of true love, were enough to vanquish even a heart as unencumbered and chaste as mine. I called my maid so that a witness on earth might join those in heaven. Don Fernando again repeated and confirmed his vows. As witnesses he added new saints to the earlier ones. He called down on himself 1,000 future curses if he did not keep his promise to me. Tears filled his eyes again and his sighs increased. He clasped me even tighter in his arms, from which he had never released me. Then my maid left the room. I ceased to be one, and he became a traitor and a liar. The day following the night of my misfortune did not come as quickly as I think Don Fernando desired. For when the demands of the appetites are met, the greatest pleasure is to leave the place where one has satisfied them. I say this because Don Fernando hastened to leave me, and through the ingenuity of my maid, the same one who had brought him there, before dawn he found himself on the street. And when he took his leave, he said, though not with the same eagerness and fervor as when he had arrived, that I could be certain that his faith was true and his vows steadfast and unalterable. As further confirmation of his word, he removed a magnificent ring from his finger and put it on mine. Then he left, and I do not know if I was sad or happy. I can say that I was confused and pensive and almost beside myself because of this new turn of events. I did not have the heart, or did not think, to reprimand my maid for her treachery at allowing Don Fernando into my bedroom, because I had not yet decided if what had happened to me was good or bad. When he left, I told Don Fernando that he could use the same means to visit me on other nights, for now I was his, until such time as he wished to make the matter public. But except for the following night, he did not come again, and I did not see him on the street or in church for more than a month. I tried in vain to communicate with him, for I knew he was in the city and went hunting almost every day. He was an enthusiastic hunter. I can say that for me those days and hours were ominous and filled with shame, and I can say that I began to doubt and even to distrust the good faith of Don Fernando. And I can say that my maid heard then the word she had not heard before, reprimanding her audacity, and I can say that it was necessary for me to contain my tears and control the expression on my face so that my parents would have no reason to ask why I was unhappy, and I would not be obliged to think of a lie to tell them. But all of this came to an abrupt halt when all propriety was trampled, honorable speeches ended, forbearance was lost, and my secret thoughts were made public. And this happened because some days later, the talk was that in a nearby city, Don Fernando had married an extremely beautiful girl, of very distinguished parentage, though not so rich that her dowry would lead her to aspire to so noble a marriage. People said her name was Lucinda, and that certain extraordinary things had happened at the wedding. Cardenio heard the name of Lucinda and could do nothing but hunch his shoulders, bite his lips, scowl, and then let tears stream from his eyes. But this did not stop Dorothea from continuing her story, and she said, "This sad news reached my ears, and instead of my heart freezing over when I heard it, it flamed with so much rage and fury that I almost took to the streets to cry out and proclaim how he had betrayed and deceived me. But then my anger began to cool when I thought of a plan that I put into effect that very night, which was to put on these clothes, given to me by one of the men, called shepherds' helpers by farmers, who was a servant of my father's. I told him about my misfortune and asked him to accompany me to the city where I believed my enemy would be found. He, after reprimanding me for my rashness and condemning my decision, saw that I was determined and offered to keep me company, as he called it, to the ends of the earth. I quickly put a dress and some jewels and money into a linen pillowcase, in the event I needed them, and in the silence of the night, without saying anything to my treacherous maid, I left my house, accompanied by my servant in many apprehensions, and started out for the city on foot, although my feet flew with the desire to reach my destination, if not to prevent what I considered already accomplished, at least to ask Don Fernando to tell me how he had had the heart to do it. I arrived in 2.5 days, and as I entered the city I asked for the house of Lucinda's parents, and the first person I asked responded with more than I wished to hear. He told me where their house was located, and everything that had occurred at the wedding of their daughter, which was so well known that people throughout the city were gathering in groups to talk about it. He told me that on the night Don Fernando married Lucinda, after she had said her yes, she had fallen into a dead faint, and when her husband came to loosen her bodice and give her air, he had found a letter written in Lucinda's own hand, which stated and declared that she could not be Don Fernando's wife because she was the wife of Cardenio, who was, according to what the man told me, a very distinguished gentleman from the same city, and if she had agreed to marry Don Fernando, it was in order not to disobey her parents. In short, he told me that the letter said that she had intended to kill herself when the ceremony was over, and in the letter she gave her reasons for taking her life, all of which, they say, was confirmed by a dagger that was found hidden in her clothing. When Don Fernando saw this, it seemed to him that Lucinda had mocked and scorned and humiliated him, and he threw himself at her while she was still in a swoon, and with the same dagger tried to stab her, and would have done so if her parents and the others present had not stopped him. People also said that Don Fernando left immediately, and Lucinda did not recover from her swoon until the following day, and then she told her parents that she was the true wife of this Cardenio whom I have mentioned. I learned more. People were saying that Cardenio had been present at the wedding, and when he saw her married, something he never thought possible, he left the city in despair but first wrote a letter in which he revealed how Lucinda had wronged him, and how he was going to a place where no one would ever see him again. All of this was widely known throughout the city, and everyone was talking about it, and talked about it even more when they learned that Lucinda had disappeared from her parents' house, and from the city, and was nowhere to be found, and that her parents were distraught and did not know what to do to find her. What I heard revived my hopes, and I considered it better not to have found Don Fernando than to have found him married, for it seemed to me that the door to my remedy was still not completely closed, assuming that heaven might have placed that impediment to his second marriage in order to make him realize what he owed the first, and to remember that he was a Christian who had a greater obligation to his soul than to human interests. I resolved all of these things in my imagination and was consoled without consolation, inventing distant faint hopes in order to live a life which I now despise. While I was in the city, not knowing what to do since Don Fernando was nowhere to be found, a public proclamation reached my ears, promising a large reward to the person who found me and giving a description of my age and the clothes I was wearing. I heard people saying that I had run off with the servant who accompanied me, and it wounded my very soul to see how my good name had been sullied, besmirched not only by reports of my impetuous departure, but by references to a base-born person, unworthy of my amorous thoughts. As soon as I heard the proclamation, I left the city with my servant, who was already beginning to show signs of wavering in his promise of fidelity to me, and that night we entered a remote part of these mountains, afraid of being discovered. But, as they say, one leads to another, and the end of one misfortune tends to be the beginning of another even greater, and that is what happened to me. My good servant, faithful and trustworthy until then, saw me in this desolate place, and inflamed by his own depravity rather than my beauty, attempted to take advantage of the opportunity which, to his mind, this setting offered him. With little shame and less fear of God or respect for me, he tried to persuade me to make love to him, and, seeing that I responded with words of censure and rebuke to his outrageous proposals, he set aside the entreaties that he thought at first would succeed and began to use force. But heaven is just, rarely or never failing to regard in favor righteous intentions, and it favored mine, so that with my scant strength, and not too much effort, I pushed him over a precipice, where I left him, not knowing if he was dead or alive. Then, with more speed than my fear and exhaustion really allowed, I entered these mountains. My only thought and plan was to hide, to flee my father and those he had sent to look for me. This was my desire when I came here. I do not know how many months ago. I found a drover who took me on as a servant in a place deep in the Sierra, and I have worked as a shepherd's helper all this time, trying always to be out in the fields in order to hide this hair that now, so unexpectedly, has been revealed. But all my effort and care was and has been to no avail, for my master learned that I was not a man, and the same wicked desire was born in him as in my servant. Since fortune does not always give remedies along with difficulties, I found no precipice or ravine where I could push the master and save myself, as I had with the servant, and so I thought it less difficult to leave him and take refuge again in these desolate places than to test my strength or my reasoning with him. Therefore, as I said, I took to the wilds again to find the place where, without impediment, I could, with sighs and tears, beg heaven to take pity on my misfortune, and favor me with the ability either to leave that misfortune behind or to lose my life in the wilderness, and to let the memory be erased of this unfortunate woman, who, through no fault of her own, has become the subject of talk and gossip in her own and other lands. Chapter 29, which recounts the amusing artifice and arrangement that was devised for freeing our enamored knight from the harsh penance he had imposed on himself. 1. This is, Señors, the true history of my tragedy. Now, demon judge if the sighs you heard, the words you listened to, and the tears that flowed from my eyes had sufficient reason to appear in even greater abundance. Having considered the nature of my misfortune, you will see that consolation would be useless since the remedy is impossible. All I ask of you, this is something you can and should do very easily, is that you advise me where I can spend my life without being overwhelmed by the fear and terror I have of being discovered by those who are searching for me. Although I know the great love my parents have for me guarantees that I shall be welcomed by them, I am filled with so much shame when I think that I must appear before them in a state different from the one they had counted upon that it seems better to exile myself forever from their sight rather than see their faces and think that they are looking at mine when it is far removed from the chastity they had a right to expect of me. She fell silent after she said this, and her face flushed with a color that clearly showed the grief and shame in her soul. The souls of those who had listened to her felt as much compassion as astonishment at her misfortune, and although the priest immediately wanted to console and advise her, Cardenio stepped forward first, saying, "So then, Señora, you are the beautiful Dorotea, the only child of the wealthy Clenardo?" Dorotea was surprised to hear her father's name and to see the wretched condition of the man who named him, for the rags Cardenio wore have already been mentioned, and therefore she said to him, "And who are you, friend, that you know my father's name? If I am not mistaken, in recounting the story of my misfortune, I have not spoken his name." "I am, Señora," responded Cardenio, "that luckless man who, as you have told us, Lucinda declared to be her husband. I am the unfortunate Cardenio, and the wicked purpose of the man who has brought you to the condition in which you find yourself has driven me to the one in which you see me now, ragged, naked, bereft of all human consolation, and, what is worse, bereft of reason, except when it pleases heaven to grant it to me for some brief time. I, Dorotea, am the one who witnessed the wrongs committed by Don Fernando, the one who waited until Lucinda spoke the words that made her his wife. I am the one who did not have the courage to see the consequences of her swoon or the outcome of the letter found in her bosom, because my soul could not bear to see so many misfortunes together, and so I abandoned the house, and my forbearance, and gave a letter to the man who was my host, asking him to deliver it into Lucinda's hands, and came to this solitary place where I intended to end my life. which from that moment on I despised as if it were my mortal enemy. But fate has not wished to take it from me, being satisfied with taking my reason, perhaps wanting to preserve me for the good fortune I have had in finding you, for if what you have recounted is true, as I believe it is, it well might be that heaven has in store a more favorable conclusion to our calamities than we can imagine. Since Lucinda cannot marry Don Fernando because she is mine, and Don Fernando cannot marry her because he is yours, and she has openly declared this, we can reasonably hope that heaven will restore to each of us what is ours, for it is still intact, not given away or destroyed. And since we have this consolation, not born of remote hopes, or founded on wild imaginings, I beg you, Señora, to come to another decision in your honorable thoughts, as I intend to do in mine, and prepare to expect better fortune. I give you my vow as a gentleman and a Christian not to abandon you until I see that you are Don Fernando's, and if reason cannot persuade him to recognize his duty to you, then I shall use the prerogative I have as a gentleman to legitimately challenge him and right the wrong he has done you, and I shall not think of the offenses committed against me, vengeance for which I leave to heaven so that here on earth I may attend to those committed against you. Dorothea was overwhelmed when she heard Cardenio's words, and because she did not know how to express her thanks for so noble an offer, she attempted to kiss his feet, but Cardenio would not permit it, and the licentiate responded for himself and the barber and approved Cardenio's fine speech and in particular asked, advised, and urged them to accompany him to his village, where they could obtain the things they lacked, and decide how to find Don Fernando, or return Dorothea to her parents, or do whatever they thought most appropriate. Cardenio and Dorothea thanked him and accepted his offer of help. The barber, who had reacted to everything with amazement and silence, also made a courteous speech and offered, with no less enthusiasm than the priest, to serve them in any way he could. He also recounted briefly the reason that had brought them there, the strangeness of Don Quixote's madness, and how they were waiting for his squire, who had gone to find him. Cardenio recalled, as if it had been a dream, his altercation with Don Quixote, and he told the others about it but could not tell them the reason for the dispute. Then they heard shouting and recognized Sancho Panza's voice, for when he did not find them in the place where he had left them, he began to call their names. They came out to meet him, and when they asked about Don Quixote, he said he had found him naked except for his shirt, thin, yellow, famished, and sighing for his lady Dulcinea, although he had told his master that she had ordered him to leave that place and go to Toboso, where she was waiting for him. Don Quixote had responded that he was resolved not to come before her beauteousness until such time as he had performed such feats as would render him deserving of her grace. And Sancho said that if this went on much longer, Don Quixote ran the risk of not becoming an emperor, as he was obliged to do, or even an archbishop, which was the least he could be. For this reason, they should think about what had to be done to get him out of there. The licentiate responded that he should not worry, for they would take his master away from there even if he did not wish to go. Then he told Cardenio and Dorothea what they had planned as a remedy for Don Quixote or, at least, as a way to take him home. To which Dorothea replied that she could play the afflicted damsel better than the barber, and, what is more, she had with her the clothes to play the part naturally, and they could trust her to know how to do everything necessary to carry their intention forward, as she had read many books of chivalry and knew very well the style used by damsels in distress when they begged boons of knights errant. Well, nothing else is necessary, said the priest, than to put the plan into effect immediately. Fortune no doubt favors us since she has begun so unexpectedly to open the door to your remedy, my friends, and has provided us with what we needed. Then Dorothea took from her pillow slip a dress made of a certain fine woolen cloth and a mantilla made of another attractive green fabric, and from a small box she took a necklace and other jewels, and with these she adorned herself and in a moment resembled a rich, great lady. All of this, and more, she said she had removed from her house in the event she needed them, and until now she had not had the opportunity to make use of them. Her extreme grace, charm, and comeliness delighted everyone and confirmed that Don Fernando was a man of limited understanding for having cast aside so much beauty. But most astonished of all was Sancho Panza, for it seemed to him, and it was true, that never in all his days had he seen so beautiful a creature, and so he asked the priest very eagerly to tell him who the beautiful lady was and what she was doing in this remote place. "This beautiful lady, brother Sancho," responded the priest, "is, and it is no small thing, the heir by direct male line of the great kingdom of Micomicon, and she has come looking for your master to beg of him a boon, which is that he right a wrong or correct an injustice done to her by an evil giant, and because of the fame your master has throughout the known world as a brave and virtuous knight, this princess has come all the way from Guinea to find him." "A lucky search and a lucky finding," Sancho Panza said, "especially if my master is fortunate enough to undo that injustice and right that wrong by killing that whoreson of a giant your grace has mentioned, for he surely will kill him if he finds him, unless he's a phantom, because my master has no power at all against phantoms. But one thing I want to beg of your grace, among others, Señor Licentiate, so that my master doesn't take it into his head to be an archbishop, which is what I'm afraid of, is that your grace advise him to marry this princess right away, and then he won't be able to receive archbishopal orders, and he'll come easily into his empire, and I'll finally get the thing I desire. I've thought about it carefully, and as far as I can tell, it does me no good at all if my master becomes an archbishop. Because I'm useless for the church since I'm married, and for me to try now to get a dispensation so that I could have an income from the church, having, as I do, a wife and children, well, there'd be no end to it. And so, Señor, the thing now is for my master to marry this lady right away, and since I don't know her title, I'm not calling her by name." "Her name," responded the priest, "is the Princess Micomicona, since her kingdom is called Micomicon, of course that is her name." "No doubt about it," responded Sancho. "I've seen lots of people take the name and lineage of the place where they were born, calling themselves Pedro de Alcala, Juan de Ubeda, or Diego de Valladolid, and they must have the same custom there in Guinea, so queens take the names of their kingdoms." "That must be the case," said the priest, "and as for your master marrying, I'll do everything in my power to bring that about." This made Sancho happy, and the priest was astounded, both by his simplicity and by how his imagination was filled with his master's nonsensical ideas, for Sancho believed beyond the shadow of a doubt that Don Quixote would become an emperor. By now Dorotea had mounted the priest's mule and the barber had attached the oxtail beard to his face, and they told Sancho to lead them to Don Quixote and warned him not to say that he had recognized the licentiate or the barber, because the whole matter of his master becoming emperor depended on their not being recognized. The priest and Cardenio, however, did not want to accompany them, Cardenio because he did not wish to remind Don Quixote of their dispute and the priest because his presence was no longer needed. And so they allowed the others go ahead while they followed slowly on foot. The priest did not fail to remind Dorotea of what she had to do, to which she replied that there was no need to worry, everything would be done to the letter, exactly as demanded and depicted by the books of chivalry. They had ridden approximately 3/4 of a league when they caught sight of Don Quixote among some crags, dressed now, but not wearing his armor, and as soon as Dorotea saw him and was informed by Sancho that this was Don Quixote, she applied the whip to her palfrey too, followed by the well-bearded barber. And when they reached him, the squire leaped off the mule and took Dorotea in his arms, and she, dismounting very gracefully, went to kneel before Don Quixote, and although he struggled to lift her up, she, still kneeling, spoke to him in this manner. "I shall not rise up from this place, O valiant and brave knight, until thy goodness and courtesy grant me a boon, which will redound to the honor and renown of thy person and to the benefit of the most disconsolate and aggrieved damsel e'er seen by the sun. And if it be true that the valor of thy mighty arm correspondeth to the accounts of thy immortal fame, thou needs must favor this unfortunate maiden who hath come from such distant lands, following thy famous name and searching for thee to remedy her afflictions." "I shall not utter a word, beauteous lady," responded Don Quixote, "nor shall I hearken to thy concerns until thou hast raised thyself from the ground." "I shall not raise myself, my lord," responded the damsel in distress, "if thy courtesy doth not first grant me the boon I beg of thee." "I grant and bestow it upon thee," responded Don Quixote, "as long as it doth not harm nor diminish my king, my country, and she who holds the key to my heart and liberty." "It shall neither harm nor diminish those whom thou sayest, good my lord," responded the mournful maiden. As they were speaking, Sancho Panza approached and said very quietly into his master's ear, "Señor, your grace can easily grant the boon she asks, it's nothing, just killing a giant, and the lady who asks it is Her Highness Princess Mycona, Queen of the great kingdom Mycomicon in Ethiopia." "Whoever she may be," responded Don Quixote, "I shall do what I am obliged to do and what my conscience dictates, in accordance with the order I have professed." And turning to the damsel, he said, "Let thy great beauty arise, for I grant whatever boon thou asketh of me." "Then what I ask," said the damsel, "is that thy magnanimous person cometh with me wheresoever I shall lead thee, and mocketh a vow that thou wilt not engage in any other adventure or respond to any other request until thou hast taken revenge for my sake upon a traitor who, counter to all divine and human law, hath usurped my kingdom." "I say that I do grant it in this wise," responded Don Quixote, "and therefore thou mayest, Señora, from this day forth, cast off the melancholy that afflicts thee and let thy faint hope take on new vigor and strength, for, with the help of God and this my arm, thou wilt soon see thyself restored to thy kingdom and seated on the throne of thy great and ancient state, in spite of and despite the base cowards who wisheth to deny it to thee. And now, to work, for they saith that in delay there lieth danger." The aggrieved maiden struggled insistently to kiss his hands, but Don Quixote, a discreet and courteous knight in all things, would not consent. Instead, he helped her to her feet and embraced her with great courtesy and discretion and ordered Sancho to tighten Rocinante's cinches and arm him immediately. Sancho took down the armor, which hung, like a trophy, from a tree, and, after tightening the cinches, he quickly armed his master, who, when he saw himself armed, said, "Let us leave here, in the name of God, to succor this great lady." The barber was still on his knees, being very careful to conceal his laughter and to keep his beard from falling off, for if it fell, perhaps they would all fail to achieve their good intentions, and seeing that the boon had been granted, and that Don Quixote was preparing diligently to fulfill it, he rose and took his lady by the other hand, and the two of them lifted her onto the mule. Then Don Quixote mounted Rocinante, and the barber settled onto his animal, and Sancho was left to go on foot, feeling again the loss of his grey, which he needed so much now, but he bore everything with good humor, because it seemed to him that now his master was well on his way and very close to being an emperor, for without a doubt he thought he would marry the princess and become, at the very least, king of Mycomicon. The only thing he regretted was the thought that the kingdom was in a country of blacks, and the people who would be given to him as vassals would all be blacks. Then, in his imagination, he found a good remedy for this, saying to himself, "What difference does it make to me if my vassals are blacks? All I have to do is put them on a ship and bring them to Spain, where I can sell them, and I'll be paid for them in cash, and with that money I'll be able to buy some title or office and live on that for the rest of my life. No flies on me. Who says I don't have the wit or ability to arrange things and sell 30 or 10,000 vassals in the wink of an eye? By God, I'll sell them all, large or small, it's all the same to me. And no matter how black they are, I'll turn them white and yellow. 3 Bring them on, then, I'm no fool." This made him so eager and happy that he forgot about his sorrow at having to walk. Cardenio and the priest watched all of this through some brambles, and they did not know what pretext they could use to join the others, but the priest, who was a great plotter, thought immediately of what they could do to achieve their desire, and with a pair of scissors he carried with him in a case, he quickly cut off Cardenio's beard, and dressed him in his grey jacket, and gave him his short black cape, while he was left wearing doublet and breeches, and Cardenio's appearance was so changed from what it had been before that he would not have recognized himself if he had looked in a mirror. When this had been done, although the others had already moved on while they were disguising themselves, they easily reached the king's highway before them, because the thickets and rough terrain in those places makes travel more difficult for those on horseback than for those on foot. In fact, they positioned themselves on the plain at the entrance to the Sierra, and as soon as Don Quixote and his companions emerged, the priest began to stare at him, showing signs that he recognized him, and after looking at him for a long time, he went toward him, his arms open wide, and called out, "Well met, O paragon of chivalry, my good compatriot Don Quixote of La Mancha, flower of gallantry, protector and defender of the weak, quintessence of knight-errantry." And saying this, he threw his arms around the left knee of Don Quixote, who was stunned at what he saw and heard the man saying and doing and began to look at him carefully. At last he recognized him, and was astonished to see him, and made a great effort to dismount, but the priest would not allow it, for which reason Don Quixote said, "Your Grace, Señor Licentiate, permit me to dismount, for it is not right that I remain on horseback while a reverend person like your Grace goes on foot." "Under no circumstances shall I agree to that," said the priest. "Let your magnificence stay on your horse, for on horseback you perform the greatest deeds and have the greatest adventures that our age has witnessed. As for me, I am only an unworthy priest, and it will be enough for me to climb on the haunches of one of these mules and ride behind one of these gentlefolk traveling with your Grace, if they do not consider that an inconvenience. And I shall imagine that I am mounted on Pegasus, or on the zebra or immense horse ridden by that famous Moor Musarac, who even now lies enchanted on the slopes of the great Zulema, not far from Great Complutum 4. "That did not occur to me, Señor Licentiate," responded Don Quixote, "but I know that my lady the princess is willing, for my sake, to order her squire to give up the saddle on his mule to your Grace. He can ride on the haunches, if the animal can carry you both." "It can, as far as I know," responded the princess, "and I also know it will not be necessary to give any orders to my gentle squire, for he is so courteous and courtly that he will not agree to an ecclesiastical person traveling on foot when he can ride." "That is true," responded the barber. And dismounting immediately, he invited the priest to sit on the saddle, and he did so without having to be begged. Unfortunately, when the barber climbed onto its haunches, the mule, which in fact had been hired, which is enough to indicate how bad it was, raised its hindquarters a little and gave 2 kicks into the air, and if they had landed on Master Nicholas's chest or his head, he would have cursed the day he came after Don Quixote. As it was, they startled him so much that he fell to the ground, paying so little attention to his beard that it fell to the ground as well, and when he found himself without it, all he could do was cover his face with both hands and complain that his teeth had been broken. Don Quixote, when he saw that great clump of beard with no jaw, and no blood, lying far from the face of the fallen squire, said, "As God lives, what a great miracle this is! His beard has been ripped and torn from his face as if it had been done intentionally." The priest, who saw the risk of his deception being discovered, ran to the beard and carried it to where Master Nicholas was still lying on the ground and crying out, and at one stroke he pulled the barber's head down to his chest and put the beard back on, murmuring some words over him, which he said was a special incantation for reattaching beards. As they would soon see, when he had replaced the beard he moved away, and the squire was as well bearded and undamaged as before. This left Don Quixote dumbfounded, and he asked the priest to teach him the incantation when he had time, because he believed its virtue had to go beyond simply reattaching beards, for it was clear that when the beard was torn off, the skin where it had been attached had to be badly wounded, and since the incantation had cured everything, it was of benefit to more than just beards. "That is true," said the priest, and he promised to teach it to him at the first opportunity. They agreed that the priest would mount the mule for the moment, and the 3 of them would take turns riding until they reached the inn, which was some 2 leagues away. With 3 of them riding, that is Don Quixote, the princess, and the priest, and 3 of them walking, to wit, Cardenio, the barber, and Sancho Panza, Don Quixote said to the damsel, "Your Highness, Señora, lead us wherever you please." And before she could respond, the licentiate said, "Toward which kingdom does your majesty wish to go? Is it by chance my Comic-Con? It must be, or I know little of kingdoms." She was very sharp-witted and understood what her answer had to be, and so she said, "Yes, Señor, I am going to that kingdom." "If that is true," said the priest, "we have to pass through the center of my village, and from there your Grace will take the road to Cartagena, where, with good fortune, you can embark, and if there is a favorable wind, a calm sea, and no storms, in a little less than 9 years you can be in sight of the great Neotides Lagoon, which is a little more than 100 days' travel from your Majesty's kingdom." "Your Grace is mistaken, Señor," she said, "because I left there less than 2 years ago, and the truth is I never had good weather, and despite all this I have succeeded in seeing the one I long to see, which is to say, Señor Don Quixote of La Mancha, news of whom reached my ears as soon as I set foot in Spain, moving me to seek him in order to commend myself to his courtesy, and entrust my just cause to the valor of his invincible arm." No more, let my praises cease, Don Quixote said then, because I am the enemy of any kind of flattery, and even if this is not flattery, such talk offends my chaste ears. What I can say, my lady, is that whether or not I possess valor, whatever valor I do or do not possess will be used in your service until the end of my life. Leaving this aside for the moment, I beg your grace, Señor Licentiate, to tell me the reason that has brought you to this place, alone, and so lacking in servants, and so lightly clad that it astounds me. I shall reply to that briefly, responded the priest, because your grace must know, Señor Don Quixote, that I and Master Nicholas, our friend and barber, were going to Seville to collect a certain sum of money that a kinsman of mine who went to the Indies many years ago had sent to me, no small sum since it amounts to more than 60,000 Asaid pesos, which are worth twice as much as ordinary ones. Yesterday, as we were traveling through this area, four highwaymen assaulted us and took everything, even our beards. Because of that, it suited the barber to put on a false one, and even this young man here, and he pointed at Cardenio. They transformed completely. Strangely enough, it is common knowledge all around this area that the men who assaulted us were galley slaves freed, they say, in this very spot, by a man so brave that despite the commissary and the guards, he released them all. There can be no doubt that he was out of his mind, or as great a villain as they, or a man without soul or conscience, for he wanted to set the wolf loose in the midst of the sheep, the fox in the midst of the chickens, the fly in the midst of the honey. He wanted to defraud justice and oppose his king and natural lord, for he opposed his just commands. As I say, he wanted to deprive the galleys of their oars and throw the Holy Brotherhood, which had been at peace for many years, into an uproar. In short, he has committed an act by means of which one loses one's soul and does little good for one's body. Sancho had told the priest and the barber about the adventure of the galley slaves, which his master had concluded so gloriously, and for this reason the priest was very harsh when he referred to it in order to see what Don Quixote would do or say. He changed color at each word and did not dare say that he had been the liberator of those good people. These men, then, said the priest, were the ones who robbed us. May God in his mercy pardon the man who did not allow them to be taken to the punishment they deserved. Chapter 30, which recounts the good judgment of the beautiful Dorothea, along with other highly diverting and amusing matters. No sooner had the priest finished speaking than Sancho said, "Well, by my faith, Señor Licentiate, the man who did that deed was my master, and don't think I didn't tell him beforehand, and warn him to be careful about what he was doing, and say it was a sin to free them since all of them were there because they were great villains." "Imbecile," said Don Quixote, "it is not the responsibility or concern of a knight-errant to determine if the afflicted, the fettered, and the oppressed whom he meets along the road are in that condition and suffering that anguish because of misdeeds or kind acts. His only obligation is to help them because they are in need, turning his eyes to their suffering and not their wickedness. And I encountered a rosary, a string of disheartened, unfortunate people, and I did for them what my religion one asks of me. The rest does not concern me, and I say that whoever thinks this is wrong, accepting the holy dignity of the licentiate and his honored person, knows little of the matter of chivalry, and lies like a low-born whoreson, and will be taught this by my sword at greater length." And as he said this, he thrust his feet firmly into the stirrups and set his simple morion helmet firmly on his head, because the barber's basin, which to his mind was the helmet of Mambrino, hung from the forebow of his saddle, waiting for the damage it had received at the hands of the galley slaves to be repaired. Dorothea, who was quick-witted and very spirited, knew that Don Quixote's reason was impaired and that everyone mocked and deceived him except Sancho Panza. She did not wish to do any less, and seeing him so angry, she said, "Señor Knight, your grace should remember the boon you have promised me, according to which you cannot become involved in any other adventure no matter how urgent. Your grace should calm your spirits, for if the licentiate had known that the galley slaves had been freed by that unvanquished arm, he would have put 3 stitches across his mouth and even bitten his tongue 3 times before saying a single word that in any way would redound to your grace's discredit." "I certainly swear to that," said the priest, "and even would have removed half of my mustache." "I shall be silent, Señora," said Don Quixote, "and repress the righteous anger that hath welled up in my bosom, and go quietly and peacefully until such time as I have fulfilled the boon I have promised thee. But, as recompense for this virtuous desire, I implore thee to tell me, if it doth not cause thee too much pain, what it is that distresseth thee, and who, what, and how many are the persons on whom I must wreak proper, complete, and entire vengeance. I shall be happy to do that, responded Dorothea, if it doth not trouble thee to hear sorrows and misfortunes. It troubleth me not, Señora, responded Don Quixote. To which Dorothea responded, if that be so, then your graces should give me your attention. As soon as she said this, Cardenio and the barber came up beside her, wishing to see how the clever Dorothea would invent her history, and Sancho did the same, for she had misled him as much as she had his master. And she, after making herself comfortable on the saddle and coughing and doing a few other things in preparation, began, with a good deal of vivacity, to speak in the following manner. First of all, señors, I want your graces to know that I am called. And she paused here for a moment because she had forgotten the name the priest had given her, but he came to the rescue, for he understood why she hesitated, and said, it is no surprise, Señora, that your highness becomes confused and distraught when recounting your misfortunes, for they are of the sort that often deprive the afflicted of their memories so that they cannot even remember their own names, and that is what they have done to your most noble person, causing you to forget that your name is Princess Micomicona, legitimate heir to the great kingdom of Micomicon. With this reminder your highness can now easily restore to your aggrieved memory everything you wish to recount. That is true, responded the maiden, and from now on I believe that it will not be necessary to remind me of anything, and that I shall come safely into port with my true history. Which is that the king my father, whose name is Tinacrio the mage, was very learned in what are called the magical arts, and by means of his knowledge he discovered that my mother, whose name was Queen Jaramilla, would die before him, and that a short while later he too would pass from this life and I would be left an orphan, without father or mother. But he said he was not troubled by this as much as he was confounded by the certain knowledge that a monstrous giant, lord of a large island that almost touches our kingdom, whose name is Pandafilando of the gloomy glance, because it is an undisputed fact that although his eyes are in the correct and proper place, he always looks the wrong way round, as if he were cross-eyed, and does this out of malice and to put fear and terror into those he sees. As I say, he knew that this giant, when he heard of my orphan state, would invade my kingdom with a mighty army and take everything from me and not leave me even a small village where I might take refuge, although I could avoid all this calamity and misfortune if I would agree to marry him, but it was my father's belief that I would not ever wish to make such an unequal marriage, and in this he told the absolute truth, because it has never entered my mind to marry either that giant or any other no matter how huge and monstrous he might be. My father also said that after he was dead, when I saw that Pandafilando was beginning to invade my kingdom, I should not take the time to set up defenses because that would mean my destruction, but that I ought to freely leave my unprotected kingdom if I wished to avoid the death and total destruction of my good and loyal vassals, because it would not be possible to defend myself against the devilish power of the giant. Instead, with some of my people, I had to set out immediately for the kingdoms of Spain, where I would find the remedy for my ills when I found a knight-errant whose fame extended throughout those lands, and whose name, if I remember correctly, was Don Azote or Don Gigot. 2. He must have said Don Quixote, said Sancho Panza, also known as the Knight of the Sorrowful Face. That is correct, said Dorothea. He also said that his body would be tall, his face dry, and that on the right, beneath his left shoulder, or somewhere near there, he would have a dark mole with certain hairs growing out of it like bristles. On hearing this, Don Quixote said to his squire, Here, Sancho my son, help me to undress, for I wish to see if I am the knight foretold by the sage king. But why does your grace wish to undress, said Dorothea. To see if I have the mole mentioned by your father, responded Don Quixote. There's no need to undress, said Sancho, for I know your grace has a mole like that in the middle of your spine, and it's the sign of a strong man. That is sufficient, said Dorothea, because among friends one must not worry over details, and whether it is on the shoulder or the spine is of little importance. It is enough that there is a mole, and no matter where it may be, it is all the same flesh. No doubt my good father was correct in everything, and I was correct in commending myself to Don Quixote, for he is the one of whom my father spoke. His features matched those indicated in the excellent reputation of this knight not only in Spain but in all of La Mancha, for no sooner had I disembarked in Osuna III than I heard of so many of his great deeds that my heart immediately told me he was the one I had come to seek. But how could your grace disembark in Osuna, my lady, asked Don Quixote, if it is not a seaport? Before Dorotea could respond, the priest began to speak, saying, My lady the princess must mean that after she disembarked in Malaga, the first place she heard of your grace was in Osuna. That is just what I meant, said Dorotea. And now that is settled, said the priest, and your majesty can continue. There is no need to continue, responded Dorotea, except to say in conclusion that my good fortune has been so great in finding Don Quixote that I already consider and think of myself as queen and mistress of my entire kingdom, for he, in his courtesy and nobility, has promised me the boon of going with me wherever I may lead, and that is nowhere else but to Pandafilando of the gloomy glance so that he may kill him and restore to me what the giant has so unjustly usurped. All this will happen exactly as I have said, because this is what Tinacrio the mage, my good father, prophesied. He also said, and left it written in Chaldean or Greek, neither of which I can read, that if the night of his prophecy, after cutting off the head of the giant, wished to marry me, I should, immediately and without argument, give myself to him to be his legitimate wife and grant him possession of both my kingdom and my person. What do you think, friend Sancho? Said Don Quixote at this point. Do you hear what is taking place? Did I not tell you? Now see if we have a kingdom to rule and a queen to marry. I'll swear we do, said Sancho, and damn the man who doesn't marry after he slits open the gullet of Señor Pandahilado. Tell me the queen's not a good catch. All the fleas in my bed should be so nice. And saying this, he kicked his heels in the air twice, displaying enormous joy, and then he went to grasp the reins of Dorotea's mule, brought it to a halt, and kneeled before her, asking that she give him her hands to kiss as a sign that he had received her as his queen and mistress. Which of those present did not laugh at seeing the madness of the master and the simple-mindedness of the servant? Dorotea, in effect, held out her hands for him to kiss and promised to make him a great lord in her kingdom when heaven in its mercy would allow her to recover and enjoy it. Sancho thanked her with words that renewed everyone's laughter. This, señors, continued Dorotea, is my history. All that remains for me to say is that of the entire entourage I took with me from my kingdom, the only one left is this good bearded squire. The others drowned in a great storm that broke over us when we were in sight of port, and he and I escaped on 2 planks and reached land as if by miracle, and so the story of my life, as you may have noticed, is one of miracle and mystery. And if I have gone too far in anything, or have not been as accurate as I should have been, blame what the Señor Licentiate said at the beginning of my tale. Continual and extraordinary difficulties take away the memory of the one who suffers them. Mine will not be taken away, O noble and valiant lady, said Don Quixote, no matter how great and unprecedented the difficulties I may suffer in serving thee. Therefore I again confirm the boon I have promised, and I vow to go with thee to the ends of the earth until I encounter thy savage enemy whose arrogant head I intend, with the help of God and my strong arm, to cut off with the sharp edge of this, I cannot say good sword, thanks to Gines of Passamont, who stole mine from me, for. He muttered this last remark between clenched teeth and then continued, saying, And after I have cut off his head and placed thee in peaceful possession of thy kingdom, it will be left to thine own will to do with thy person as thou desirest, so long as my memory is filled with, and my will held captive by, and my reason lost because of a certain lady, I shall say no more, for it is not possible for me to consider or even think of marrying, although it were with one as unique as the phoenix. Sancho was so displeased by what his master had said about not wanting to marry that he became very angry, and raising his voice, he said, I vow and I swear, Señor Don Quixote, that your grace is not in your right mind. How can your grace have any doubts about marrying a princess as noble as this one? Does your grace think fate will offer you good fortune like this around every corner? Is my lady Dulcinea, by some chance, more beautiful? No, certainly not even by half, and I'd go so far as to say she can't even touch the shoes of the lady we have before us. So woe is me, I'll never get the rank I'm hoping for if your grace goes around asking for the moon. Marry, marry right now, Satan take you, and take the kingdom that is dropped into your hands without you lifting a finger, and when you're king make me a marquis or a governor, and then the devil can make off with all the rest. Don Quixote could not endure hearing such blasphemies said against his lady Dulcinea. He raised his lance, and without saying a word to Sancho, in absolute silence, he struck him twice with blows so hard he knocked him to the ground, and if Dorothea had not called to him and told him to stop, he no doubt would have killed him then and there. Do you think, he said after a while, base wretch, that you will always be able to treat me with disrespect, that it will always be a matter of your erring and my forgiving you? You are mistaken, depraved villain, something you undoubtedly are since you dare speak ill of the incomparable Dulcinea. Do you not realize, you coarse, contemptible ruffian, that if it were not for the valor she inspires in my arm, I should not have the strength to kill a flea? Tell me, insidious viper's tongue, who do you think has won this kingdom and cut off the head of this giant and made you a marquis, all of which I consider already accomplished, concluded, and finished, if not the valor of Dulcinea, wielding my arm as the instrument of her great deeds? In me she does combat, and in me she conquers, and I live and breathe in her, and have life and being. Oh, foul whoreson! What an ingrate you are, for you see yourself raised from the dust of the earth to be a titled lord, and you respond to this great benefit by speaking ill of the one who performed it for you. Sancho was not so badly beaten that he did not hear everything his master said to him, and after getting to his feet in some haste, he went to stand behind Dorothea's palfrey, and from there he said to his master, "Tell me, Señor, if your grace is determined not to marry this great princess, it's clear the kingdom won't be yours, and if it isn't, what favors can you do for me?" "That's what I'm complaining about. Your grace should marry this queen for now, when we have her here like a gift from heaven, and afterwards you can go back to my lady Dulcinea. There must have been kings in the world who lived with their mistresses. As for beauty, I won't get involved in that. If truth be told, they both seem fine to me, though I've never seen the lady Dulcinea." "What do you mean, you have not seen her, you blasphemous traitor?" said Don Quixote. "Have you not just brought me a message from her?" "I mean I didn't look at her so carefully," said Sancho, "that I could notice her beauty in particular and her good features point by point, but on the whole, she seemed fine to me." "Now I forgive you," said Don Quixote, "and you must pardon the anger I have shown you, for first impulses are not in the hands of men." "I can see that," responded Sancho, "just like in me a desire to talk is always my first impulse, and I can never help saying, not even once, what's on my tongue." "Even so," said Don Quixote, "think about what you say, Sancho, because you can carry the jug to the fountain only so many times, and I shall say no more." "Well," responded Sancho, "God's in his heaven, and he sees all the snares, and he'll be the judge of who does worse, me in not saying the right thing or your grace in not doing it." "Enough," said Dorothea. "Make haste, Sancho, and kiss your master's hand and beg his pardon, and from now be more careful in your praise and blame, and do not speak ill of that Señora Tobasa, whom I do not know except to serve her, and trust in God that you will not lack an estate where you will live like a prince." Sancho, with his eyes on the ground, went to ask for his master's hand, and his master gave it to him with a serene bearing, and after Sancho had kissed his hand, Don Quixote gave him his blessing and told him to walk ahead a little, because he had to speak to him and ask him things that were very important. Sancho did so, and the two of them moved ahead of the others, and Don Quixote said, "Since your return I have not had the occasion or opportunity to ask you many details about the message you carried and the reply you brought back, and now, since fortune has granted us both the time and the place, do not deny me the happiness you can afford me with this good news." "Your grace can ask whatever you want," responded Sancho, "and I'll finish off each question as easily as it was begun. But, Señor, I beg your grace not to be so vengeful from now on." "Why do you say that, Sancho?" said Don Quixote. "I say it," he responded, "because the blows you gave me just now were more because of the dispute the devil started between us the other night than because of what I said against my lady Dulcinea. I love and worship her like a relic, even if she isn't one, just because she belongs to your grace." As you value your life, Sancho, do not speak of this again, said Don Quixote, for it brings me grief. I forgave you then, and you know what they say, a new sin demands a new penance. 6. While Don Quixote and Sancho were engaged in this conversation, the priest told Dorothea that she had shown great cleverness not only in the story, but in making it so brief and so similar to the tales in books of chivalry. She said she had often spent time reading them but did not know where the provinces or the seaports were, and that is why she had made the mistake of saying she had disembarked at Osuna. I realized that, said the priest, which is why I hastened to say what I did, and that settled everything. But isn't it strange to see how easily this unfortunate gentleman believes all those inventions and lies simply because they are in the same style and manner as his foolish books? It is, said Cardenio, and so unusual and out of the ordinary that I don't know if anyone wanting to invent and fabricate such a story would have the wit to succeed. Well, there's something else in this, said the priest. Aside from the foolish things this good gentleman says with reference to his madness, if you speak to him of other matters, he talks rationally and shows a clear, calm understanding in everything. In other words, except if the subject is chivalry, no one would think he does not have a very good mind. While they were having this conversation, Don Quixote continued his and said to Sancho, Panza my friend, let us make peace and forget about our quarrels, and tell me now, without anger or rancor, where, how, and when did you find Dulcinea? What was she doing? What did you say to her? What did she reply? What was her expression when she read my letter? Who transcribed it for you? Tell me everything you saw that is worth knowing, asking, and answering, not exaggerating or falsifying in order to give me pleasure, and not omitting anything, for that will take my pleasure away. Señor, responded Sancho, if truth be told, nobody transcribed the letter for me because I didn't take any letter. What you say is true, said Don Quixote. I found the notebook where I wrote the letter in my possession 2 days after you left, which caused me great sorrow. I did not know what you would do when you discovered that you did not have the letter, and I believed you would return when you realized you did not have it. That's what I would have done, responded Sancho, if I hadn't memorized it when your grace read it to me, and so I told it to a sacristan, and he transcribed it point for point from my memory, and he said that though he'd read many letters of excommunication, in all his days he'd never seen or read a letter as nice as that one. And do you still have it in your memory, Sancho? Said Don Quixote. No, señor, responded Sancho, because after I told it to him, and had no more use for it, I set about forgetting it. If I do remember anything, it's that part about Sullied, I mean sovereign lady, and the last part, thine until death, the night of the sorrowful face. And between these two things, I put in more than 300 souls, and lives, and eyes of mine. Chapter 31. Regarding the delectable words that passed between Don Quixote and Sancho Panza, his squire, as well as other events. All this does not displease me. Go on, said Don Quixote. When you arrived, what was that Queen of Beauty doing? Surely you found her stringing pearls, or embroidering some heraldic device in gold thread for this her captive knight. I didn't find her doing anything, responded Sancho, except winnowing 2 fanegas one of wheat in a corral of her house. Well, you may be sure, said Don Quixote, that, touched by her hands, the grains of wheat were pearls. And did you notice, my friend, if it was white wheat or ordinary spring wheat? It was just buckwheat, responded Sancho. Well, I assure you, said Don Quixote, that winnowed by her hands, it undoubtedly made the finest white bread. But go on, when you gave her my letter, did she kiss it? Did she place it on her head, too? Did she engage in some ceremony worthy of such a letter? What did she do? When I was about to give it to her, responded Sancho, she was in the middle of shaking a good part of the wheat that she had in the sieve, and she said to me, Friend, put the letter on that sack, I can't read it until I finish sifting everything I have here. A wise lady, said Don Quixote. That must have been so that she could read it slowly and savor it. Go on, Sancho. And while she was engaged in her task, what discourse did she have with you? What did she ask about me? And you, what did you respond? Come, tell me everything, do not leave even a half note in the inkwell. She didn't ask me anything, said Sancho. But I told her how your grace, to serve her, was doing penance, naked from the waist up, here in this sierra like a savage, sleeping on the ground, not eating your bread from a cloth or combing your beard, crying and cursing your fate. When you said that I cursed my fate, you misspoke, said Don Quixote. Rather, I bless it and shall bless it all the days of my life for making me worthy of loving so high a lady as Dulcinea of Toboso. She's so high, responded Sancho, that by my faith she's a whole span taller than I am. How do you know, Sancho, said Don Quixote. Did you measure yourself against her? I measured myself this way, responded Sancho. When I went over to her to help her load a sack of wheat onto a donkey, we were so close that I could see she was a good span taller than me. Well, it is true, replied Don Quixote, that her great height is accompanied and adorned by 1,000,000,000 graces of the soul. But there is one thing you will not deny, Sancho, when you approached her, did you not smell the perfume of Sheba, an aromatic, somehow pleasing fragrance whose name I cannot recall? I mean, an essence or scent as if you were in the shop of some rare glover? What I can say, said Sancho, is that I smelled a mannish kind of odor, and it must have been that with all that moving around, she was sweaty and sort of sour. That could not be, responded Don Quixote. You must have had a head cold or else you were smelling yourself, because I know very well the fragrance of that rose among thorns, that lily of the field, that delicate liquid ambergris. That may be, responded Sancho, because very often the same smell comes from me, though at the time I thought it was coming from her grace the lady Dulcinea, but there's no reason to be surprised, since one devil looks like another. All right, then, Don Quixote went on, she finished sifting the wheat and sent it to the mill. What did she do when she read the letter? She didn't read the letter, said Sancho, because she said she didn't know how to read or write. Instead, she tore it into tiny pieces, saying that she didn't want to give it to anybody else to read because she didn't want people in the village knowing her secrets, and she was satisfied with what I had told her about the love your grace had for her and the special penance you were doing for her sake. Finally, she told me to tell your grace that she kissed your hands, and had more desire to see you than to write to you, and so she begged and commanded, in view of your letter, that you leave these wild places, and stop doing crazy things, and set out right away for Toboso, if something more important didn't come along, because she wanted to see your grace very much. She laughed a lot when I told her that your grace was called the Knight of the Sorrowful Face. I asked her if the Basque we met so long ago had come there, and she said he had, and that he was a very fine man. I also asked her about the galley slaves, but she said that so far she hadn't seen a single one. Everything is fine to this point, said Don Quixote. But tell me, when she said goodbye, what jewel did she give you as a reward for the news of me that you brought to her? Because it is a traditional and ancient custom among knights-errant and their ladies to give the squires, maidens, or dwarves who bring the knights news of their ladies, or the ladies news of their knights, the gift of a precious jewel in gratitude for the message. That may be true, and I think it's a good custom, but that must have been in the past. Nowadays the custom must be just to give a piece of bread and some cheese, for that's what my lady Dulcinea handed me over the corral fence when she said goodbye, and it even looked like the cheese was made of sheep's milk. She is liberal in the extreme, said Don Quixote, and if she did not present you with a jewel of gold, no doubt it was because she did not have one near at hand, but it is never the wrong time for a gift. I shall see her and you will have your reward. Do you know what astounds me, Sancho? It seems to me that you flew there and back, because it has taken you a little more than 3 days to go to Toboso and come back here again, a distance of more than 30 leagues, which leads me to believe that the wise necromancer who watches over my affairs and is my friend, because perforce there is one, there must be one, else I should not be a good knight-errant. I say that he must have helped you on your journey without your realizing it, for there are wise men who pick up a knight-errant sleeping in his bed, and without his knowing how or by what means, the knight awakens the following day more than 1,000 leagues distant from where he went to sleep. If not for this, knights-errant could not help each other when they are in danger, as they do constantly. For one may be doing battle in the mountains of Armenia with a dragon, or a fierce monster, or another knight, and matters are going badly for him and he is on the point of death, and then, when you least expect it, another knight appears on a cloud or in a chariot of fire, a knight who was his friend and was in England just a short while before, and who comes to his aid and saves him from death, and that knight finds himself at home, enjoying his supper, and the distance between the two places is usually 2,000 or 3,000 leagues. All of this is accomplished through the skill and wisdom of the wise enchanters who watch over these valiant knights. And so, Sancho my friend, it is not difficult for me to believe that you have traveled back and forth in so short a time between here and Toboso, for, as I have said, some friendly sorcerer must have carried you through the air without your realizing it. That must be it, said Sancho, because, by my faith, Rocinante was galloping like a gypsy's donkey with quicksilver in its ear. 3. And not just quicksilver, said Don Quixote, but a legion of demons, too, who can run and make others run, without growing tired, whenever they want to. But, leaving that aside, what do you think I ought to do now with regard to my lady commanding that I go to see her? For, although it is clear that I am obliged to obey her command, I am also prevented from doing so by the boon I have promised to the princess who is traveling with us, and the law of chivalry demands that I keep my word before I satisfy my wishes. On the one hand, I am pursued and hounded by the desire to see my lady, on the other, I am stirred and called by the promise I have made and the glory I shall gain in this undertaking. But what I intend to do is to travel swiftly and come without delay to the place where this giant is, and as soon as I arrive I shall cut off his head, and restore the princess peacefully to her kingdom, and immediately return to see the light that illumines my senses, and to her I shall give such excuses that she will come to consider my delay as a good thing, for she will see that it all redounds to her greater glory and fame, for everything I have achieved now, and shall achieve by force of arms in this life, comes to me because she favors me, and because I am hers. Oh, said Sancho, those ideas of yours do you so much harm. Tell me, Señor, does your grace intend to make this trip for nothing, and let slip away and lose a marriage as profitable and distinguished as this one, where the dowry is a kingdom? The truth is I've heard it's more than 20,000 leagues around, and overflowing with all the things needed to sustain human life, and bigger than Portugal and Castilla together. Be quiet, for the love of God, and shame on what you've said, and take my advice, and forgive me, and get married right away in the first town where there's a priest, or else here's our own licentiate, and he'll do a wonderful job. Remember that I'm old enough to give advice, and the advice I'm giving you now is exactly right, and a bird in the hand is better than a vulture in the air, and if you have something good and choose something evil, you can't complain about the good that happens to you. 4. Look, Sancho, responded Don Quixote, if your advice to marry is because I shall become king when I kill the giant and can easily grant you favors and give you what I have promised, you should know that without marrying I shall be able to satisfy your desire, because I shall request as my reward, before I go into battle, that when I emerge victorious, even though I do not marry I shall be given part of the kingdom and then may give it to whomever I wish, and when they have given it to me, to whom shall I give it but to you? That's clear enough, responded Sancho, but your grace should be sure to choose the part along the coast, because if I'm not happy with the life, I can put my black vassals on a ship and do with them the things I said I would do. Your grace shouldn't take the time to see my lady Dulcinea now, you ought to go and kill the giant, and let's finish up this business, because, by God, it seems to me there's a lot of honor and profit in it. I say to you, Sancho, said Don Quixote, that you are correct, and I shall take your advice with regard to going with the princess before I see Dulcinea. I warn you not to say anything to anyone, not even those who are with us, regarding what we have discussed and deliberated upon, for since Dulcinea is so modest and does not wish her thoughts to be known, it would not be right for me, or anyone speaking for me, to reveal them. Well, if that's true, said Sancho, why does your grace make all those vanquished by your arm present themselves before my lady Dulcinea, when that's as sure as your signature that you love and serve her? And since they have to fall to their knees in her presence and say that they've been sent by your grace to be her servant, how can her thoughts or yours be hidden? Oh, how foolish and simple you are, said Don Quixote. Do you not see, Sancho, that all of this redounds to her greater glory? because you should know that in our style of chivalry, it is a great honor for a lady to have many knights errant who serve her, and whose thoughts go no further than to serve her simply because she is who she is, not hoping for any other reward for their many and virtuous desires but that she be willing to accept them as her knights. That's the way, said Sancho. I've heard it said in sermons, we should love our Lord, for himself alone, not because we hope for glory or are afraid of punishment. But I'd rather love and serve him for what he can do. Devil take you for a peasant, said Don Quixote. What intelligent things you say sometimes. One would think you had studied. By my faith, I don't know how to read, responded Sancho. At this point, Master Nicholas called to them to wait because the others wanted to stop and drink at a small spring. Don Quixote stopped, much to Sancho's delight. He was tired of telling so many lies and feared that his master would catch him in one, for although he knew that Dulcinea was a peasant from Toboso, he had never seen her in his life. Cardenio, in the meantime, had put on the clothes worn by Dorotea when they found her, and although they were not very good, they were much better than the ones he discarded. They dismounted beside the spring, and with the food the priest had acquired at the inn, they managed to satisfy to some extent the great hunger they all felt. As they were eating, a boy traveling along the road happened to pass by, and he began to look very carefully at the people around the spring, and then he ran to Don Quixote, threw his arms around his legs, and burst into tears, saying, "Oh, Señor! Doesn't your grace know me? Look closely, I'm Andres, the boy your grace freed from the oak tree where I was tied." Don Quixote recognized him, and grasping him by the hand, he turned to his companions and said, "So that your graces may see how important it is that there be knights errant in the world to right the wrongs and offences committed by the insolent and evil men who live in it, your graces should know that some days ago, as I was passing through a wood, I heard shouts and very pitiful cries that seemed to come from a person in distress and in need. Moved by my obligation, I immediately went to the place from which the heartrending cries seemed to come, and there I found this boy tied to an oak, and now you see him before you, which pleases my soul because he will be a witness who will not allow me to lie. I say that he was tied to the oak, naked from the waist up, and a peasant, who I learned later was his master, was beating him with the reins of his mare. As soon as I saw this I asked the reason for so savage a thrashing. The villain replied that he was beating him because he was his servant, and that certain of his careless acts were more a question of thievery than simple-mindedness, to which this child said, "Señor, he's only beating me because I asked for my wages." The master answered with all kinds of arguments and excuses, which I heard but did not believe. In short, I obliged the peasant to untie him and made him swear that he would take him back with him and pay him one real after another, even more than he owed. Is this not true, Andres my son? Did you not notice how forcefully I commanded him, and how humbly he promised to do everything I ordered him and told him and wanted him to do? Respond, do not be shy or hesitant about anything, tell these gentlefolk what happened, so that they may see and consider the benefit, as I say, of having knights errant wandering the roads. Everything that your grace has said is very true, responded the boy, but the matter ended in a way that was very different from what your grace imagines. What do you mean, different? Replied Don Quixote. Do you mean the peasant did not pay you? He not only didn't pay me, responded the boy, but as soon as your grace crossed the wood and we were alone, he tied me to the same oak tree again and gave me so many more lashes that I was flayed like Saint Bartholomew, and with each lash he mocked you and made a joke about how he had fooled your grace, and if I hadn't been feeling so much pain, I'd have laughed at what he said. But the fact is he raised so many welts that until now I've been in a hospital because of the harm that wicked peasant did to me. Your grace is to blame for everything, because if you had continued on your way and not come when nobody was calling you or mixed into other people's business, my master would have been satisfied with giving me 1 or 2 dozen lashes, and then he would have let me go and paid me what he owed me. But your grace dishonored him for no reason, and called him so many names that he lost his temper, and since he couldn't take his revenge on your grace, when we were alone he vented his anger on me, so that it seems to me I won't be the same man again for the rest of my life. The mistake, said Don Quixote, was in my leaving, for I should not have gone until you were paid. I ought to have known, from long experience, that no peasant keeps his word if he sees that it is not to his advantage to do so. But remember, Andres, I swore that if he did not pay you, I would go in search of him and find him even if he hid in the belly of the whale." "That's true," said Andres, "but it didn't do any good." "Now you will tell me if it does," said Don Quixote. And having said this, he stood up very quickly and ordered Sancho to put the bridle on Rocinante, who was grazing while they ate. Dorotea asked what he intended to do. He responded that he wanted to find the peasant, and punish him for behaving so badly, and oblige him to pay Andres down to the last maravedi, in spite of and despite all the peasants in the world. To which she responded that according to the boon he had promised, he could not become involved in any other enterprise until hers was concluded, and since he knew this better than anyone, he must hold his fury in check until he returned from her kingdom. "That is true," responded Don Quixote, "and it is necessary for Andres to be patient until my return, as you, Señora, have said. To him I vow and promise again that I shall not rest until I see him avenged and paid." "I don't believe those vows," said Andres. "I'd rather have enough to get to Sevilla than all the revenge in the world. If you can spare it, give me some food to take with me, and God bless your grace and all the other knights errant, and I hope they're errant enough to find a punishment as good as the one I got." Sancho took a piece of bread and some cheese from his bag, and handing them to the boy, he said, "Take this, brother Andres, for all of us have a part in your misfortune." "Which part do you have?" asked Andres. "This part, the cheese and bread I'm giving you," responded Sancho, "for God only knows if I'll need it or not, because I'm telling you, my friend, the squires of knights errant are subject to a good deal of hunger and misfortune, and even other things that are felt more easily than said." Andres took the bread and cheese, and seeing that no one gave him anything else, he lowered his head and, as they say, seized the road with both hands. It is certainly true that when he left, he said to Don Quixote, "For the love of God, Señor Knight Errant, if you ever run into me again, even if you see them chopping me to pieces, don't help me and don't come to my aid, but leave me alone with my misfortune. No matter how bad it is, it won't be worse than what will happen to me when I'm helped by your grace, and may God curse you and all the knights errant ever born in this world." Don Quixote was about to get up to punish him, but Andres began running so quickly that no one even attempted to follow him. Don Quixote was mortified by Andres's story, and it was necessary for the others to be very careful not to laugh so as not to mortify him completely. Chapter 32, which recounts what occurred in the inn to the companions of Don Quixote. They finished their meal, saddled their mounts, and without anything worth relating happening to them, on the following day they reached the inn that was the terror and fear of Sancho Panza, but although he would have preferred not to go in, he could not avoid it. The innkeeper's wife, the innkeeper, their daughter, and Maritorn saw Don Quixote and Sancho arriving, and they went out to receive them with displays of great joy. Don Quixote greeted them in a grave and solemn tone and told them to prepare a better bed for him than they had the last time, to which the innkeeper's wife responded that if he paid better than he had the last time, she would provide him with a bed worthy of a prince. Don Quixote said he would, and therefore they prepared a reasonable one for him in the same attic where he had been previously, and he lay down immediately because he felt weakened and dejected. No sooner had he closed the door than the innkeeper's wife rushed at the barber, seized him by the beard, and said, "Upon my soul, you can't go on using my oxtail for a beard, and you have to give the tail back to me. It's a shame to see that thing of my husband's on the floor, I mean the comb that I always hung on my nice tail." The barber refused to give it to her, no matter how hard she pulled, until the licentiate told him to return it, for it was no longer necessary to use the disguise. He could show and reveal himself as he was and tell Don Quixote that when the thieving galley slaves robbed him, he had fled to this inn. If the knight should ask about the princess's squire, they would say she had sent him ahead to inform the people of her kingdom that she was on her way and was bringing their liberator with her. When he heard this, the barber willingly returned the tail to the innkeeper's wife, along with all the other articles they had borrowed for their rescue of Don Quixote. Everyone in the inn was astonished at the beauty of Dorotea and at the fine appearance of young Cardenio. The priest had them prepare whatever food was available at the inn, and the innkeeper, hoping for better payment, quickly prepared a reasonable meal. Don Quixote slept all this time, and they agreed not to wake him because, for the moment, he needed sleep more than food. During the meal, in the presence of the innkeeper, his wife, their daughter, Maritornes, and the other travelers, they spoke of the strange madness of Don Quixote and the manner in which they had found him. The innkeeper's wife recounted what had happened with him and the mule driver, and after looking around for Sancho, and not seeing him, she told them about his tossing in the blanket, which caused them no small amusement. When the priest said that the books of chivalry that Don Quixote read had made him lose his wits, the innkeeper said, "I don't know how that can be. The truth is, to my mind, there's no better reading in the world. I have 2 or 3 of them, along with some other papers, and they really have put life into me, and not only me but other people, too. Because during the harvest, many of the harvesters gather here during their time off, and there's always a few who know how to read, and one of them takes down one of those books, and more than 30 of us sit around him and listen to him read with so much pleasure that it saves us 1,000 gray hairs. At least, as far as I'm concerned, I can tell you that when I hear about those furious, terrible blows struck by the knights, it makes me want to do the same, and I'd be happy to keep hearing about them for days and nights on end." "The same goes for me," said the innkeeper's wife, "because I never have any peace in my house except when you're listening to somebody read. You get so caught up that you forget about arguing with me." "That's true," said Maritornes, "and by my faith, I really like to hear those things, too. They're very pretty, especially when they tell about a lady under some orange trees in the arms of her knight, and a duenna's their lookout, and she's dying of envy and scared to death. I think all that's as sweet as honey." "And you, young lady, what do you think of them?" asked the priest, speaking to the innkeeper's daughter. "Upon my soul, I don't know, senor," she responded. "I listen, too, and the truth is that even if I don't understand them, I like to hear them, but I don't like all the fighting that my father likes. I like the laments of the knights when they're absent from their ladies. The truth is that sometimes they make me cry. I feel so sorry for them." "Then, young lady, would you offer them relief," said Dorothea, "if they were weeping on your account?" "I don't know what I'd do," the girl responded. "All I know is that some of those ladies are so cruel that their knights call them tigers and lions and 1,000 other indecent things. And sweet Jesus, I don't know what kind of people can be so heartless and unfeeling that they don't look at an honorable man, and let him die or lose his mind. I don't know the reason for so much stiffness. If they're so virtuous, let them marry, which is just what their knights want." "Be quiet, girl," said the innkeeper's wife. "You seem to know a lot about these things, and it's not right for young girls to know or talk so much." "Since the gentleman asked me," she responded, "I had to answer." "Well, now," said the innkeeper, "bring me those books, I'd like to see them." "I'd be glad to," he responded. He entered his room and brought out an old traveling case, locked with a small chain, and when it was opened, the priest found 3 large books and some papers written in a very fine hand. He opened the first book and saw that it was Don Cirongilio of Thrace, 1, and the second was Felixmart of Hyrcania, 2, and the third, the history of the great Captain Gonzalo Hernandez de Córdoba, and the life of Diego Garcia de Paredes. 3. As soon as the priest read the first 2 titles, he turned to the barber and said, "Our friend's housekeeper and his niece are the people we need here now." "We don't need them," responded the barber. "I also know how to take them to the corral or the hearth, where there's a good fire burning." "Then your grace wants to burn my books," said the innkeeper. "Only these 2, said the priest, "Don Cirongilio and Felixmart." "Well," said the innkeeper, "by any chance are my books heretical or phlegmatic? Is that why you want to burn them?" "Schismatic is what you mean, friend," said the barber, "not phlegmatic." "That's right," replied the innkeeper. "But if you want to burn one, let it be the one about the great captain and that Diego Garcia. I'd rather let a child of mine be burned than either one of the others." "Dear brother," said the priest, "these 2 books are false and full of foolishness and nonsense, but this one about the great captain is truthful history and tells the accomplishments of Gonzalo Hernandez de Córdoba, who, because of his many great feats, deserved to be called great captain by everyone, a famous and illustrious name deserved by him alone, Diego Garcia de Paredes was a distinguished nobleman, a native of the city of Trujillo, in Extremadura, a very courageous soldier, and so strong that with one finger he could stop a mill wheel as it turned. Standing with a broadsword at the entrance to a bridge, he brought an immense army to a halt and would not permit them to cross, and he did other comparable things, and he recounts them and writes about them himself, with the modesty of a gentleman writing his own chronicle. But if another were to write about those feats freely and dispassionately, they would relegate all the deeds of Hector, Achilles, and Roland to oblivion. "Tell those trifles to my old father," said the innkeeper. "Look at what amazes you, stopping a mill wheel. By God, now your grace ought to read what Felix Mart of Hyrcania did, when with one reverse stroke he split 5 giants down to the waist like the dolls children make out of beans. Another time he attacked a huge, powerful army that had more than 1,600,000 soldiers, all of them armed from head to foot, and he routed them like herds of sheep. And what would you say of the good Don Cirongilio of Thrace, who was so valiant and brave, as you can see in the book where it tells us that once when he was sailing down a river a fiery serpent rose up from the water, and as soon as he saw it he attacked it and straddled it, right across its scaly shoulders, and with both hands he squeezed its throat so tight that the serpent, seeing that he was being strangled, could only dive down to the bottom of the river, taking with him the knight who wouldn't let him go. And when they got down there, he found himself in palaces and gardens that were so pretty they were a marvel to see, and then the serpent turned into an old man who told him so many things it was really something to hear. Be quiet, senor, because if you heard this, you'd go mad with pleasure. I don't give 2 figs for the great captain or that Diego Garcia." When Dorotea heard this, she said very quietly to Cardenio, "Our host doesn't have far to go to be a second Don Quixote." "I agree," responded Cardenio. "According to what he says, he believes that everything these books say really happened just as written, and not even discalced friars could make him think otherwise." "Listen, my dear brother," the priest said again, "there never was a Felix Mart of Hyrcania in this world, or a Don Cirongilio of Thrace, or any other knights like them that the books of chivalry tell about, because it is all fiction made up by idle minds, composed to create the effect you mentioned, to while away the time, just as your harvesters amuse themselves by reading them. Really, I swear to you, there never were knights like these in the world, and their great deeds, and all that other nonsense, never happened." "Throw that bone to another dog," responded the innkeeper. "As if I didn't know how to add 2 and 3 or where my shoe pinches. Your grace shouldn't try to treat me like a child, because, by God, I'm not an idiot. That's really something. Your grace wants me to think that everything these good books say is foolishness and lies, when they've been printed with the permission of the gentlemen on the royal council, as if they were the kind of people who'd allow the printing of so many lies, and so many battles and so many enchantments it could drive you crazy."